Eli. Lethal overextends, and if I'm Chig in the ear of Sentinels right there, I'm telling Lethal, dude, play for next. Go for that A hill that you've just been gifted by spawning on that side of the map. Instead, Lethal pushes forward, tries to hero it, and instead goes down 1v4. It's an 0-1 start. Bittersweet in the lead, and because of what you just mentioned, Eli, they've already got 50% on the hill. 3 go down for Sentinels. Boo Boo Doo with the last Spartan standing on LR. Not looking to take the L here. Goes down to 1 HP, stays alive, and is going to get back that positioning and go down shortly after. So the timing staggered out our Sentinels, and that's all, again, a cause and effect of Lethal's overextension on a hill that he had no chance of winning. 2 more go down for Sentinels, but 2 down for Bittersweet. Precision looking to push through. Massive opportunity here, but Mortally takes him down with a punch to the face. Bittersweet could just jump out to a 2-0 lead.
Bittersweet are playing this so effectively. I almost feel like they intentionally staggered out Boo Boo there in that position. They know that Sentinels want all 4 of their members alive to make a solid push. So Boo Boo scurrying away 1 shot, and then only 5 seconds later do they finally kill him. It seems almost by design. However, Falcated somehow finds his way into the yard side. Precision getting a kill right now, and this is the best they've looked since this hill rotated. If they can just hold off the push coming in from both Flowers and LR, they could potentially cap this point, but they're going to have to get a couple more slays. Love the way Falcated's played this, just making sure Piggy dies, but he gets taken down shortly after, and that means Envor has the camo.
It's early, but this is a must-win hill for Sentinels. Each of these 2 hills have taken a minute and a half plus to secure. Hill number 2 hasn't even been secured yet, and at 2-0 with a minute 20 on the clock, Sentinels don't have the time to do it. They have to do it right here, right now. The sense of urgency comes up quickly here, and a game 1. Wow, unbelievable. Bittersweet fighting for their life, but Sentinels do in fact score. And now, Eli, it feels like next hill might just win with so little time left on the clock.
Very likely. This game type often goes to, I've seen this game type go to 1-0. I've seen all 5 minutes elapse where one team got 1 hill. It's usually very difficult to cap a hill, so I think you're exactly right. I think whoever gets this next one should be the victor in this game. Would not be surprised at all for overtime to be where it's activated. Boo Boo, last player alive for Sentinels right now. It looks like he is currently contesting this snipe side. Now the snipe side spawn so important for this hill. It's not only important to hold the blue side, but also to have the snipe side. You don't want your opponent just spawning and killing your hill player right away. So love the way Boo Boo is prioritizing this. Diagram knows it though. He's going to rotate and kill one of his best friends here. These guys play together all the time, so you know Diagram knows what he's going for. He's going to pick up a second as well.
Unbelievable positioning there from Diagram. A little bit of shooting fish in a barrel, I guess punching fish in a barrel as he takes down the opponent, lifting up his top snipes. Mortally and Diagram taking proper positioning. Diagram now rotating with that snipe. He's only got 7 bolts to work with, so 2 shots, but that's all he needs. And 2 hills is all Bittersweet might need to take the win. However, they do it so efficiently, Eli, that there's still a minute left in regulation. Now, here's the question strategically. Do Bittersweet play for time or slays?
I think it's an absolute play for time situation. I mean, this hill is so difficult to get control of for an extended period of time. It's so exposed in the driveway, so easily grenaded. I think that if they can get control of the tram side, especially, and can deny that access point on that glass side, this would be a great time to play time. But here we go. Looks like Precision just trying to shut down this entire blue side of the map, and even just shooting these spawners once or twice to slow them down is a big deal, but he's going to do more than that. He's going to get an assist and a kill. This camo will go in the suit of Piggy though, so this is a perfect time for Piggy to use it to shut down Sentinels. But I am shocked at how much uncontested time Sentinels has already gotten. They really only have, what, 5 seconds left to go in this hill, so Bittersweet have to play perfect from here.
Oh, and it looks like they're finding a route to play perfect Halo, but oh my god, massive takedown there from Falcated. It's gonna stop the clock just short. The Sentinels tied 2-2 situation. 30 seconds left, and they're already back in the hill. Eli, the efficiency on these previous 2 hills is 4 times what we saw on the first 2 hills, and Sentinels look like they are going to tie it. 3 go down for Bittersweet. Now it's Piggy's turn to make sure that they play for the next hill. Do not overextend. Piggy gets a frag grenade. Piggy looks for the double on the LR, but Precision finds the slay, and we've recently seen Falcated and Precision both ice up. Falcated at 23, 5, and 15 is really leading the charge, leading the comeback here for Sentinels. But once again, it's Bittersweet with the early hill time.
feel like Falcated is just always that guy you can count on to step up when it matters. Look at the push from Sentinels. They're sending 2 through Tram. They want to clear that side. Lethal tries to get through driveway, but Envoy too smart for that. He's going to shut that player down immediately. Ubu does kill mortally, but when 2 go down for Sentinels, look how much time has gotten in this hill already. The push has taken too long, and how have the last 3 hills happened with less than a minute on the clock? I don't even understand. This game has made no sense.
This is blowing my mind, and I don't think it's because it's 4:30 a.m. It is just an unbelievable match, getting us up and excited here early. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We got a barn burner on our hands, 2-2 tie, 12 seconds left in regulation, but that's a moot point. This is already sudden death as we hop on board here with Lethal. He's got the camo, looking to maintain positioning and shots on the opponent, playing a little gatekeeper here on the mid-map control as Diagram spawns out into Cafe. I wonder if Sentinels know about it. Yes, Lethal does. Takes Diagram down to 1 HP. Might even be absolute. Looking for a body shot cleanup. He gets it.
Such a clutch kill right there. Diagram stays alive. They have presence on that blue side. They're going to be distracted, but now that he's dead, they can focus all their attention on the other side, and they've taken the lead. What an efficient hill. That is absolutely unreal. It looked like it should trend towards overtime, but now that they've activated the lead here, they can just play time. There's just 5 seconds left in regulation, essentially, and all they have to do is play gatekeeper to this last hill.
I don't know, 4 seconds, that's plenty of time based on what we've seen from these 2 teams recently, but Bittersweet got to get in it. All go down for Sentinels, and with 2 seconds left, Bittersweet half-life. Eli, what do you know?
Don't tell me they do this, man. Like, what are you guys doing to us? It's 4 in the morning over here. I can't even process what's happening on the screen. They're about to cap this. They're so close. They need to get a couple. They got 2 kills as well. And are they going to actually tie this up before the clock dwindles down? No. Finally, Sentinel's able to push them out at the last hour. And what an insane start to the day.
Oh my God, that might have been my favorite match of the tournament, but we got no time to break it down. We're heading back into that main match of the morning. Reversal Pervy versus Cloud9. This is a Reversal Pervy squad. I think a lot like that previous squad in Bittersweet that we witnessed that very well could have been in pool play. So again, the competition from these open bracket quote-unquote amateur teams is not quite. This is professional level gameplay we're witnessing here, and Reversal Pervy and Bittersweet both have chances to cause some upsets here as we see a very similar score like the one we saw previously, back and forth. 4 minutes left on the clock, so only a minute wasted in regulation here. And after 3 go down for Reversal Pervy, it looks like Cloud9 should have the edge to secure hill number 1. Skeptify with the camo up top, doing what we just saw from Lethal there, playing gatekeeper to top mid, and now playing gatekeeper to this hill. It looks like Cloud9 will take it 1-0.
Reversal Pervy, the only squad to come out of open bracket without dropping a single game. These guys were on fire yesterday in the Passion Pit, and they've got player that you and I have talked about quite a bit on this squad, and that's going to be Breaking Shot. Now, I actually asked Breaking Shot just because he's been on a lot of different rosters, right? He's had a lot of different teammates. I asked him, what is it about teaming with Common and Haynes that just makes you more comfortable? He said they're the only team that plays with structure. They're actually organized. They actually have setups, you know, and he's used to playing with maybe fast-paced teams, but maybe they play a little bit too fast-paced. So he feels like he can play the best style of his version of Halo when he's in the structure that Common and Haynes bring to the table. Plus, you got Cherish, who I feel like is just a perfect glue player. He just fills in exactly as a squad needs him, and he's been one of the most improved players since Season 1 as well. So, love this squad for Reversal Pervy.
Hey, you bring up a great point. You see Breaking Shot drop 40 kills in an objective against HCS's top competition, and you think he's just playing fast, holding forward the whole time, but he's very methodical. He's a calculated assassin. As we hop on board here with Tusk, the Woolly Mammoth looking to make some big plays here, has shots and nade damage onto Breaking Shot, but he's got to watch his back. 2 players on the planters putting shots into Tusk, and they're going to clean him up.
Tusk definitely a big shutdown right there. Breaking Shot gets a kill on Sab. So far, Cloud9 took that first hill, but ever since, the second one has been hotly contested. Usually the team that gets the early control of it team that's going to be able to score it right now. Reversal Pervy looking to put the finishing touches. Big piv by Tusk, but will it be in time? I don't think so. He's going to have to wait for his shield and just watch that point go over to Reversal Pervy, but trying to get some early shots in the back of Reversal Pervy before they rotate to next.
Tusk with his positioning there, looking to form. It looked like a pinch. You had two spawners for Cloud9 on the cafe side. Tusk playing the backside of the A yard, but that plan doesn't come to fruition. Instead, Tusk and Sav go down. Reversal Pervy lose 2 in the process as well, which is why we haven't seen Hill time scored yet on Hill number 3. Now it's Cloud9 in it. Nice grenade there on to Cherished, and Cloud9 are gonna take the opening points here, and if they can maintain this numbers advantage, which they will, 3 go down for Reversal Pervy, we'll see at least 30 to 40% on the board here for Cloud9 before Reversal Pervy can even get close off of those back A yard spawns. Disadvantageous. Cloud9 could roll here on some points.
This does look like a good recipe for a lot of time. It's curious to see how Reversal Pervy play this. They should have probably focused a little bit harder on taking out Sab, but instead Sab able to get a free kill there. I think maybe another member of Cloud9 had rotated into the yard. Yes, they must have to cause a little bit of mayhem here. Haynes doing his best to stay alive. But this hill looks like it should be a done and dusted finish for Cloud9. How can they rotate to next from here, though? It's going to move to the driveway side, and they do continue to slay out, but they're going to have to take space in this yard here to take care of Haynes if they're going to want comfortable positioning.
Haynes, Common, the 2 veterans on that Reversal Pervy squad. Love those guys. A little biased in the sense that I think they're some great dudes, as Haynes going to do some great damage as he rotates down to the left side. Now works his way back to the right. That space on the window is already occupied. That's why you saw him go right towards the driveway instead, but he's going to be riding towards the respawn screen. 3 go down for Reversal Pervy once again. It's a 2-1 game, 2-1 lead for Cloud9. And again, it looks like they can score some time in bunches after some back seawall spawns now. And got to give credit to Cloud9. This is not by chance. They're forcing and manipulating as far back as you could imagine spawns for the opposition, and that is why they're able to get 25% at minimum on a lot of these different holds. And here you see 25% once again due to that spawn manipulation. Cloud9 looking to roll here, and they do. Cherish, the last player alive for Reversal Pervy, and he'll go down, and you'll probably see some cafe spawns here. You might not just, there it is, there's a cafe spawn. You might just need a latte to come back, though. Cloud9 are starting to roll.
Spectre and Sab just having each other's backs. How many times have we said it? These two have been learning to play together so well, dating back to the days that they first started teaming together. I think first time they teamed together may have been that G1 roster, but these guys stuck it through and just have incredible teamwork on the map together. It just feels like when they are in a certain part of the map together, they're just controlling time and space for the squad and slaying out in the process. 15 and 14 kills. Don't ignore Skeptify, though. He's got 15 of his own, and he's been an incredible player throughout the last season. Tusk, the kind of team captain slash coach slash player. I just enjoy the squad a lot. I'm happy for Spectre as well. This feels like the best team that he's had in a long time.
Yeah, what an OG in the HCS. Competed in the first ever Halo World Championship Grand Finals where he took second place, I believe, on that Nated squad. That was just such a famous and historical tournament, and Spectre is still doing his thing. Hopping on board now with Breaking Shot, looking to advance up to top snipe, but a couple grenades are going to keep him from doing that. Tusk, probably lucky that Breaking Shot didn't have a sticky on him. It looked like that was his thought process. As Skeptify, the free-for-all player, turned 4v4 star, takes down another. Numbers advantage, Eli, ever since we started talking about it, and those back A, back C wall spawns has been all in favor of Cloud9. The score reflects that. 3-1 with a minute and a half left.
Look at that little double jump tech coming out from Cherished. I feel like that's one of the lesser used double jumps on the silo. He did it specifically to skip the clamber in case he needed to fight somebody as he went for that camo. All of these players using such tiny advantages to get one over on each other. He does ultimately get taken down, so that camo not going to be put to use, but Cloud9 look to close this out at the same time. Reversal Pervy have done a good job to get control of the snipe side. They've got a lot of ground to cover, though, and only a minute and a half on the clock.
After 3 to 5 minutes of real-time domination from Cloud9, it's Reversal Pervy with some real-time in the hill, and this could be what starts the comeback. You get a minute and a half left on the clock with a flawless hold here, and that's enough time to tie it at 3. So the path to a comeback, while not maybe clear, it's it's at least paved for them as we hop on board here with Skeptify. Good shots despite the low ground. Takes down Cherished, and that could have just flipped the tide back in the favor of Cloud9.
Love the confidence. Slide out, reach out, just to hit that last shot. He had to place his crosshair perfectly to predict where his opponent should be, should he show up on the other side of that pillar. They just need 1 second, but Reversal Perfy aren't going to let it happen. Great defensive effort from Reversal Perfy. They could keep this interesting. They capped this, and they have a good rotation to next. We could look at a potential tie game. We saw how many hills were capped with less than a minute on the board in the last game, so it is definitely not out of the question, especially when Breaking Shot is hitting shots like that.
Breaking Shot stopped Cloud9 from taking this game 4-1. Instead, it's 3-2. Cloud9 needed just another second, but Breaking Shot taking people down with TTK at 0-0-0. No seconds, no time wasted, as Breaking Shot is starting to roll. 3 go down for Cloud9, and this is where you could have that spawn manipulation back a wall, but you gotta make sure you're getting hill time here. Nobody in the hill yet for Reversal Perfy, and after 2 go down, it's gonna be even more difficult to do so. Tusk spots out Breaking Shot. That camo provides no advantage. Skeptify goes down to 1 HP. Breaking Shot takes him down. Breaking Shot with the flank on Suspector. He goes down via assist. Now getting some shots on a Sav on the LR. 3 go down for Cloud9. Reversal Perfy are gonna have a chance.
Breaking Shot playing target prioritization perfectly. Looks like he's playing aim hero, just snapping onto targets as he finally will whittle out of this. Camo does finally dissipate. 30 seconds on the clock. This is a difficult hill to sit in for a long stretch of time, but look at the damage output from Breaking Shot, just forcing these players back. Says, go back to where you came from. Let me just chill in this hill.
Oh, the prediction on where that player was pushing from. Sab on the driveway, the centering, the pre-fire lined up perfectly with when he exposed himself, but now Cloud9 have the situation, looks like, under control, and Tusk at the A-ledge. That's the first priority here for Reversal Perfy, and Tusk gives up the high ground, actually, so he's not going to have that angle. Instead, going to switch it up. Skeptify and Suspector combined for the double, make it a team triple, and Cloud9 will do it. Back-to-back, electric, incredible, phenomenal game 1 Koth Solitude matches that we just got to witness, and we're not stopping now. Back on board here with Sentinels. Hopping on board here with Diagram. He's got the snipe in his hand and looking to push on through. 32-28 as we join this one in progress, and it's getting closer after the double kill killing spree from Diagram.
Diagram was popping off in game 1, picking up right where he left off. He's 10-5 in this game, and man, if this guy is awake and full of energy, he is an absolute problem on the map, and he is proving so. They're still down by 1, but if Diagram can keep up the pace that he's playing, he could will this team to victory.
34-32 now. Precision, the top performer in this lobby. He's the new player on Sentinels. As he looks to push on through, has teammate support here. This is someone you'd love to bait and switch with. Falcated. Precision doesn't need it for now as the pinch comes through on the C side with the other members of Sentinels. Perfectly timed pinch and push there for Sentinels. Gives them a multi-possession 5-kill lead.
I feel like this is kind of where the meta has gone for this game type. You just kind of want to run as a duo or trio around the perimeter of the map, baiting and switching like you said. Finally, player goes down. Boobadoo gets the sticky trade though, and he knows that win condition, victory variable, promising parameter, whatever you want to call it. Chat, don't get triggered.
You're
by
taking
it,
all my taglines.
Whatever you want to call it. Every trade gets them closer to victory, and Boo Boo definitely knows that.
Oh man, a stupendous Spartan. That's Piggy. Not having a stupendous game yet. We know Piggy for that. He is one of the best players in the world. Now he's got the camo, a little bit of help to work with. And Bittersweet have the lead out of nowhere. You blink, you start talking about the Piggy with camo, and my God, Bittersweet have the lead. They're up by 1 after a 5-kill lead for Sentinels. They had the pinch and push. They executed perfectly on it, but Bittersweet counter with the left hook right back. Multiple shots going into 3 players for Sentinels. The bait and switch comes through. Cross map on the shock rifle. Participant, can't see who that is over on the glass side. But hey, they're playing their 25%. Piggy now needs to win a 1v1, but instead, Precision takes it 41-42. Bittersweet have the lead in the endgame.
Diagram with the plasma pistol somehow comes on top in the battle against Precision. That's a massive kill to get right now. Maintains that 1-kill advantage. But you're exactly right. Mortally's got the shock rifle. He's had 12 assists already this game, so absolute damage output. Gonna get one that's lethal. Can't land the headshot with the first shot. Precision takes him down with a grenade. He had to stay alive there. Not sure if there was any shock rifle left, but that could be a problem for them if Sentinels can pick it back up. Yes, looks like if there is any shock ammo left, Precision should have it now.
45. We are tied with 5 kills left. Oh man, this series has been unbelievable. Diagram with some cross-map shots onto Boo Boo Doo Boo. Elects to wait, get his shields back, gets another shot into Boo Boo Doo Boo, so that's gonna adjust the timing here, and Boo Boo Doo Boo with low shields probably gets cleaned up if the pinch is executed to perfection here, as Mortally does in fact clean up all the damage. 46-49, Bittersweet need just one more to tie up this series in 1.
Oh my, and look at this movement. He is playing so aggressive. He knows that these players on Sentinels are spawning in A, but look at this. He gets spotted out by a player that got split spawn, and the damage is massive, but it doesn't matter. Bittersweet are gonna close it out. Impressive bounce back game too. They're gonna tie up the series.
At 37-32, Eli, I'm not gonna lie, a little biased towards thinking the match was over. After Sentinel's perfect push, they had Bittersweet on some bitter spawns, but they turned it into a sweet victory in game 2. Tie up that series at 1 as we hop on board here with another match. Tusk with the kit, the full kit, camo, grapple, shock. What can he do with it?
They're already up 4-0. Reversal Perfect yet to be on the board, and look at the positioning. All of Reversal Perfect kind of trapped in this tower side. Expect them to take kind of a defensive stance. The problem is when you're losing, it's kind of on you to make the play. I like this play from Common. He's going to extend. He's going to get some lateral space out by the glass. Haynes, I think, has taken positioning on the B box. They're setting up a push. They're planning this out. As soon as they get some damage, I expect Haynes to jump up into the whirlpool. Looks like he's done so. The collapse is in, and they've got 3 dead clean. Can it be 4?
The lineup!
No. Tusk, the last player alive, gets the headshot, and he maintains possession of the shock rifle, but props to Reversal Perfy. The rest of that play, phenomenal. The only reason Tusk was able to get out of that is just to hit a miraculous no-scope.
Premeditated murder from Tusk. You could see if we run back an LVT, famous patented LVT slow motion replay that you always call for, Eli, you'll notice that Tusk set up his reticle at about knee level, and that's the way to go when you expect a player to slide through, and it makes perfect sense because Tusk was 1 HP. He expects the opposition to try to slide through quickly and finish him off, and now he continues on with a full rotation, driving a 360 with his positioning around the map. No Jeff Steitzer, no medal on his screen, but he's doing it nonetheless. Another perfect shot. Tusk is absolutely frying, sitting at 4-2-0, having about the most as efficient of a game as you could imagine here in the Slayer. 4-11 lead here for Cloud9 in large part due to Tusk. Now it's Sab with the camo.
Reversal Perfy need to find their pacing. Seemed like when they were able to set up that push, they did fine. Just like right now, they've had time to maybe sort out the push. Sab, though, too difficult of a kill. Wow. Cherish jumps in his face, though, to bonk him on the head and save his teammate. Love to see the teamwork coming out of Reversal Perfy, but it's not been enough so far. They're going to have to build some separation. They've got to get some kills without trading out so they can start closing the gap in that scoreline.
8-15 here. Cloud9 have doubled up on Reversal Perfy, but it's still early, still within 2 possessions, 2 team wipes, and that's more than doable for a squad. That includes Common, Cherished, Breaking Shot, and Haynes. Hopping on board here with Cherished. He earns what ultimately amounts to a trade. Breaking Shot, one of 2 remaining players. Skeptify with 1 HP remaining. He gets cleaned up. And Breaking Shot has done this continuously. Breaking Shot does a great job to find the backside of an opponent, take some of those flank shots down, never really putting himself in harm's way if he can. Gets into it there as Tusk lands a sneaky grenade, maybe even a wall. She insta-explode, it looks like. Huge plays from Tusk, man. 6-4-2. Little caster curse there. He goes down, and that doesn't take away from the fact that Tusk is having himself a hell of a game here. The most kills and assists in the lobby so far.
Wow. I mean, keep in mind, this Cloud9 roster took FaZe to game 5 yesterday. Ultimately lost that, but I mean, they've been playing phenomenal since they arrived in London. This would be a massive win for them. I think it would guarantee them a spot in the winner's bracket. So a lot on the line here between these 2 teams. Reversal Perfy really has not been able to find a whole lot of momentum just yet, but a double kill and a camo grab. Maybe didn't realize he still had the shroud in his pocket, so a little bit confusingly placed shroud there, but hey, maybe it's all mind games, so it's going to throw off Cloud9.
Yeah, Shroud working like a beacon there to alert Cloud9 where they think Common might have gone with the camo. Despite taking some frag grenade damage, he does make it away with a little bit of camo left to work with, but the timing from Cloud9 is unbelievable. Those grenades come in with perfect timing, but it's a perfect play here from Common as he stays alive, earns the double, make it a triple, sliding through for what could be an over, looks back down and just can't spot that player. Tusk goes down to 1 HP. Tusk knowing that Common at 1 HP, he's going to re-engage and take him down. Tusk with another huge play, but he gets cleaned up shortly after. And now you're starting to see Reversal Perfy chip away at the lead, 22-28.
Common had a bit of a slow start to this game, but he's made up for it in a hurry. Now just -1 in that kill differential. -5 is their team. Gonna have to work together. What's the play here? Cherished, I mean, with the curb slide into the tower side. I think Common feeding him intel at the moment. Looks like Common kind of on an island away from the team. How is he going to survive here? I think the rest of Reversal Perfy need to find a way into the play. Haynes is going to die over here at the C silo side though, so lots of space between teammates here on both sides. Tusk going to be the one that grabs the shock rifle, and I know this guy knows how to use it. Next camo's not up for another 20 seconds, and these teams got to start to get closer together. There we go. Reversal Perfy all now in the pipe side. Looks like Sab somehow finds a double kill going in by himself. That is massive and only extends the lead for Cloud9.
Yeah, Tusk finds himself out of the mix, backing up with that shock rifle, but I actually love the play here. Don't give that wind condition, that promising parameter to the opposition. There we see some proper use of the shroud screen, but it might not be enough. Tusk does go down. Did he pop camo? That's the big question. I think he may have burned it. Cloud9 burned 3 lives, Skepta by the last player alive, and here we go. Reversal Perfy still at that 7 kill count, now 6 to come back, and I think going into the 40s, Eli, here's where you have to make it a 1 possession, 4 kill match. 30-35, Reversal Perfy are coming back.
Reversal Perfy keeping it back to within 5. I mean, the lead had grown for Cloud9 to 9, but every step of the way, Reversal Perfy have answered back. Now back to a 5 kill lead. Sab really just trying to deny access to this A side of the map, but after taking heavy fire, he's trying to stay alive. What a sneaky way to do so. I think most teams would have predicted that he drops down there and he stays up top to maintain some element of surprise, and all of a sudden Reversal Perfy are within 2.
And Cloud9 have those disadvantageous back C spawns. You got to make it pay for it, but breaking shot goes down. Huge defensive posturing and positioning there from Skeptify keeps Cloud9 in the lead, but it's only by 3. Hopping on board here with Spectre now as he gets some cross shots down onto breaking shot. Tusk takes down Cherished in the feed. So numbers are starting to roll here for Cloud9. 35-39 as Spectre and Cloud9 expect the push coming through from the long haul.
And you gotta feel like Reversal Perfy could have got more value out of that advantageous situation. Unfortunately, it looks like Cloud9 have just built back that 5 kill lead, and now with just 8 kills to go, they can mostly play for trades. Reversal Perfy had brought it within 2, but every single time Reversal Perfy swing, seems like Cloud9 are swinging back even harder, and here we go. Going into the end game, Common gets a big double kill. This could be the start of what they need.
And that all started with Skeptify. Can't imagine if Skeptify didn't stay alive on back C, get a couple of slays on the tower positioning. This would be a tied game, probably 41-42 all. Instead, it's 43-40. Cloud9 have the lead. Breaking Shot has the camo to work with, and here's where you're looking for that boo-boo-doo-boo-esque overkill. Maximum efficiency and proficiency with the camo. Reversal Perfy need it. Will Breaking Shot give it to him? They're in that back C again. And Skeptify this time isn't a hero. He goes down instead. Now is where you can collapse and pinch. This is so crucial what Breaking Shot does with this camo. Grapples his way, but he's got to be careful. He doesn't have another grapple. He'll grapple back on the map. Takes down Tusk. No, Tusk makes a huge play. The Woolly Mammoth finds 1, but it's Reversal Perfy who are only down 2.
I think Breaking Shot got a little bit overzealous there with that camo, and they're going to be punished for it. Yes, they brought it within 2, but shortly thereafter, the rest of the squad goes down. Breaking Shot's got to be kicking himself after that one. Could have maybe done a little bit more, but it's hard to say if You know, maybe he takes a route through blue pipes. Could he have done something more? He's going to be thinking about that one because Cloud9 are 1 kill away.
43-49, and the multi-possession lead here. Cloud9 can hang out on their heels. Their back foot cross-map shots will do it as they take the match. And a 2-0 lead in that series. Now hopping back on board with the A stream as we have Sentinels versus Bittersweet. A great series here as well. I mean, all of these open bracket teams have come to play as Sentinels is deadlocked with Bittersweet, not only in the series, but in this Empyrean CTF at the halfway mark. It's 1-1.
Oh, this would be such a huge win for Bittersweet to take a 2-1 lead going into the end of the series. Both teams, both players here having a little T-Rex arms, just missing melees 5 feet in front of each other. Maybe a little bit early for these guys, but I mean, the 6-minute mark has passed. That means a new set of snipers are up. And I think whoever wins the next sniper duel, maybe if they can take down and steal the opposition sniper, could make a big difference. It's going to be Precision versus Mortally, two of the most cracked young guns that we see in the scene today. Lethal's going to help Precision take out Diagram, who's kind of trying to apply some pressure to him. Looks like Mortally has now decided to go to the long haul. Maybe not expected, but Precision hits a headshot, sees the sniper shot ring through the long haul, see if he can out-snipe Mortally here if they do face off.
Love these sniper duels on Empyrean CTF. All of the days of Snipe Down versus Ola as Precision pushes on through. Very patient moment in the match. Both teams vying for a slay. That opening break. As Bittersweet earn it. Mortally takes down Lethal. Precision, the defensive posturing and position. He expects the push to come through. It does with Diagram. He's got some help behind him, and he gets it in the form of Falcated, but now he's got to worry about Envor behind him. Now Envor has the snipe, picks it up, and quickly puts some damage down. And some shots down, but it's not enough. Falcated stays alive, and he's staying alive on the Bittersweet side of the map. Oh my God, what the F? Mortally, what the? How did that happen? That's unbelievable. I cannot believe that Falcated was able to earn that back smack. What?
And Mortally's body, I mean, Falcated looking like One Punch Man, launched that guy's body into the city. This went 6 skyscrapers away. That was insane. But now it looks like Mortally able to get the overshield and exist over here in the courtyard. He's going to just apply a lot of pressure to Sentinels. They have to deal with him first. The problem is they all know he's here, and Mortally gets not a single kill. He does open a little bit of time and space for Envor to push through, but he gets taken down by a grenade. And the last 2 players alive on the side of Bittersweet might get staggered out with their spawns. This looks like it could be a bad situation for Bittersweet. Sentinels look to take advantage here.
Every advantage. Going to be so crucial here. We're in the end game. Less than 4 minutes to go. We're tied 1-1, and Falcated has a pull. Falcated has a slay. Maybe even more importantly, Envor goes down to 1 HP. Lethal with the frag grenade. And there's so many players weak for Bittersweet. I'd start to run this here from Precision. That's exactly what he does. And he's taken the long route for what could be a long win. Tries to sneak through underneath the sword, and he gets there. Precision, like a run on the opposite side through the long haul. More often than not, it means it's going to be a score, and this might just reflect that as well. No shots coming in from training. No shots coming in from the green hall. Sentinels are going to take a 2-1 lead.
That was so impressively played by Sentinels. They're simultaneously keeping track of all the spawners, choosing the flag route the correct way, dropping the flag to fight, maintaining their advantage when they get players one shot. They're making sure those players die, run the flag the safest way imaginable while the rest of the team watches the spawners in the Mangler side. What a great flag run from Sentinels. That was perfect.
And Eli, have we ever seen a score from the sword? I mean, sometimes you see it go through this location right here, but to take it all the way through underneath through where Overshield spawned in Halo 3 and now in Halo Infinite, I mean, that was a run for the ages there from Precision. One of your main slayers on Sentinels making the main OBJ type of play there with the decision to pull it and run it through the sword. Now it's Diagram, though, locking down that location with the shotgun. Going to be very difficult for anybody from Sentinels to push through here. Diagram fortunate to land that no scope, cleaned up with the shotgun, and now sword becomes a power position once again with 2 of those power weapons on that side of the map. This is a fool's goal pulled here. This is just to get some attention on the side of Sentinel's base. Piggy's the last player alive, and that won't last for long as he goes down ultimately. And with Rockets coming up now, this could be the game. Precision pushing through for it, but Mortally gets it. Mortally gets traded out. And now you're going to see a little T-squared combination. No, Diagram goes down. A bunch of no-scopes being hit across the map. Falcon is the last player alive, but he has rockets. He has overshield. What can he do with it? Gets one slay. Piggy trying to push through. Chase grenade goes through. Great decision there from Piggy not to chase, but with 1:30 on the clock, you only have one, maybe two pushes left for Bittersweet. 2-1 lead here for Sentinels. Triple, excuse me, double for Falcon. I assume it might be a triple. There's Piggy getting a 1 HP, and with a 2-1 lead, weak opponents for Bittersweet are like music to the ears of Sentinels.
Check it out now. Lethal doubled up in the kill to death column. 26 and 13, probably the oldest guy on the stage right now. Definitely the longest standing competitor. And of course he knows how to play on this map. They're playing on pit, but Falcon had said, I can pop off too. He's been popping off since the tournament started. This might just be the third cap. Just a minute on the clock. All members of Bittersweet are going to spawn on the courtyard. They're going to have to find their way across. Will they be able to overextend? No. Lethal is there to play gatekeeper. Falcon is shooting them in the back. Where can they possibly go? Mortally, last player going through the sword side. This one's going to go home. What an emphatic win from Sentinels.
Precision ends the game with 2 scores, and Sentinels end the game with a 3-1 victory. Bittersweet, though, Eli, have kept it so incredibly close. Guys, we're going to go to a quick break. We've been casting all of this action nonstop for a little under an hour now, so we're going to refill that coffee, water, whatever it takes to keep it going here early in the morning. Thank you guys so much for tuning into LVT Halo. We'll be right back.
Flag returned.
Hello, everyone, and a very good morning to you. Welcome back to LVT Halo's continuous coverage of these open bracket versus pool play teams. We're in pool play now, though, as the open bracket teams have earned it from the passion pit as we hop on board here with Tusk. Quick update on the other side of the bracket. You have SWAT, Mexico's finest, up over ITB, one of the best teams in Europe. So impressive showing from the international competition so far this weekend. SWAT Alpha is a team to watch out for. They were destined and due for a top 8 at HCS Arlington. Got top 12, but this could be the event where they secure it. But for now, it's Tusk securing a killing spree. And Eli, how important have these opening breaks been for Tusk? He's giving his team, Cloud9, the front foot in every single one of these matches so far, seemingly starting with a killing spree in all 3 games.
Tusk definitely playing on fire. That's what you want to see from your team captain. I mean, this guy regularly puts in hours playing with the very best in the world. I mean, we recently saw him in Orlando with that LVT squad, getting the win over Shopify Rebellion. But as I say that, it's Reversal Perfy that have the flag all the way in their base. Somehow Haynes able to sneak this one through the long haul. They could get an early cap here. And yeah, Tusk is popping off, but the rest of his squad unable to match his slaying power so far. They do push through. Tusk gets another clutch kill. He's 8-1, and that should return their flag.
Flag returned.
Oh, and that one gets so close, like getting stopped on 4th and 1 in the red zone. Cloud9 have the defensive prowess to potentially counter here, and they will. Sab with the rockets as well. Cherished, thankfully for Reversal Perfy, has overshields, but that fragmentation grenade takes him down to 10% of it. Love the positioning here, though. He's going to be able to stop what looks like the run, but no. Tusk stays alive. Breaking Shot, the only player alive for Reversal Perfy, unless you start seeing shots come through immediately. It's not going to be enough. Tusk will score it 9-0-1, and he's also got the only score of the match. Tusk now has the snipe. What can he do?
Tusk just trying to bait the opposition sniper rifle. Chair's going to take a body shot, but wisely jumps as he grabs that snipe. There's always a little meta snipe on snipe situation there. Chair's tries to get the counter snipe medal. Looks like Tusk able to dodge it for now. And I mean, on this team, you don't really think of Tusk as the sniper, but he's been the guy that they're letting have the snipe over and over again. I mean, maybe Sab and Suspector better off just running as a duo. I mean, all members of this team are insane with the sniper, but so far Tusk, the one that's on fire. He's 10-1 this game already.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? Suspector and Sab, let those guys bait and switch with the Bandit. Skeptify, the top free-for-all player in the world, so you know he can handle himself with that starting weapon. So why not give the player coach the starting snipe? As Tusk pushes on through, has 5 shots left to work with, takes his positioning at the top of Banana, starting to peel wigs as he takes another shot down onto the training. Stays alive with 1 HP. Important to stay alive with this snipe. Now repositions on the sword side.
Just love the way he's playing this. I mean, there's a reason he's only died 1 time this game. He knows how to play his life so well. Perfectly placed chase grenade there with the plasma just to guarantee that player can't push up. Teammates here to help as well. Suspector, one of the best teammates you could ever ask for. He gets taken down to no shields as well, but predicts the route from Breaking Shot, gets the early shots. Cherish is going to have to take him down. And honestly, both teams playing with some great teamwork. Right now, though, Reversal Perfy need to get on the board. They need to get some presence in the base of Cloud9. They need to do so safely, though, and not overextend without each other.
Oh, Reversal Perfy previously with the pressure and positioning on the Cloud9 side of the map, but Cloud9 clear it, taking down all 4 and sending all 4 back to the respawn screen at an important time with Overshield and rockets up. Suspector doing his best to defend that. Nice push to the long haul from Cherished. Might just take Cloud9 off guard a little bit. Excuse me, that's Common, not Cherished. We hop on board now with Cherished, has the rockets to work with, looking to bait in a player towards the green hall, but the push comes through on the other side, and I don't think it did enough damage to even take down the OS. It did not. Tusk with the Repulsor 360 movement tech is going to have the option to take an extra shot or 2 off spawn from Reversal Perfy, but he's not looking to run it. He's instead going to play Gatekeeper with this shotgun, expecting a push through the backside. Instead, it comes through the platform, and he trades out ultimately. Looks like that run will stop for now. 2v2.
I like the thought process from Tusk. I mean, it's a very common situation where flag starts running towards that long haul. Players spawn in the court. They try to cut back through cuts. He's trying to deny that rotation, but maybe Sab with some heads-up awareness, predicting that Tusk might be going for that play. Jumps on top of his head instead. Big shutdown there. That could have been almost a guaranteed cap if Tusk was able to follow through with the plan he had forged. However, we're back to fighting for mid-map control. Suspector getting a kill right here in the green hall. Tusk is all the way on the tower of reversal perfy. These are great positions for a flag run. They just need to land some slays and they could potentially get another flag to that long haul.
Tusk previously with the positioning on the snipe side that forces 2 players to spawn on Mauler for reversal perfy, and they clear out Cloud9 now. However, it was on their side of the map, so it's a defensive 4 down for reversal perfy. They need to turn it into some offense here, though. Common with the snipe needs to land a shot. Skeptify with the positioning on that Mauler side, opposite, takes him down instead. And Cloud9 have always bounced back. After they go 3-4 down, they make sure reversal perfy go 3-4 down. And the 1-0 lead with 5 minutes left, that could be a recipe for success.
Here we go. Skeptify, 4 bullets in the snipe. We know how disgusting this man can be with the sniper. He's in a good position. They don't know he's there, but when he misses that shot, he gives away his location. Looks like breaking shot unable to respond to it though. Skeptify has a few teammates here. Looks like Tusk, the one to shut that player down. Tusk, by the way, 18-5 now, still going absolutely bananas here. 4.5 minutes on the clock. Big shutdown from Common that's going to earn the control of the sword side of the map. Looks like Sab and Skeptify both get kills in the kill feed. 4:30 on the clock means Rockets and OS have respawned. Looks like Common is going to grab the OS and not proc it till he can pick up the repulsor. I like this play, and he looks to potentially repulse the rocket if his teammate didn't get it.
Common looking to get max value out of the overshield, and he gets melted as if the plasma pistol was used against him. Unbelievable defensive effort once again from Cloud9, and now you're starting to see some offense. Sab pushing on through with the Rockets, might pull here to pull in the opposition. That's exactly what's on his mind. But he doesn't get the positioning that he wanted out of reversal perfy. They don't take the bait for now, instead positioning themselves on the high side of snipes, working all the way through to trending. They don't want to get anywhere near close to Sab with the Rockets. He says, okay, if you guys are going to push me, I'm going to push this flag out, try to continue to bait in more players through the backside as one does spawn on snipe, and that could be Sab's target. It is, and he takes him down.
So impressive, the play before. You could tell that Cloud9 knew reversal perfy had the Rockets and just waited before shooting them. Actually went for a melee instead because they're like, no, we're not gonna let you repulse the rocket back at us. So the meta kind of evolving to the point where they know that he knows that I know, but we've got a huge flag standoff situation here. Sab has been in reversal perfy's base this entire time. Once they finally take him down, they might be able to return this flag. Breaking shot, getting some massive kills. It's 4 dead for Cloud9. This looks like a potential cap opportunity here.
They're gonna get it.
Reversal perfy. They're gonna get it. They're gonna tie it up. New snipers have spawned as well, so this next duel gonna be very crucial.
Oh, the resiliency from reversal perfy has been so strong throughout this series. They just haven't been able to break through. A lot of that resiliency brings back the match, right? It ties up the match. Can they take the lead with 2:40 left on the clock? They have the numbers advantage to roll here, but a huge shot from Skeptify makes sure that reversal perfy can't push through with all 4. As Skeptify looks to take his positioning now on the sword side, lines up the shot on a breaking shot, misses, dips back, avoids that fragmentation damage. Now just looking on through where he expects the push to come through, and everybody clears out of training knowing that Skeptify has the snipe, but Skeptify has the beat on his opponent. Beats breaking shot down with the shot to the knee. And with OS and Rockets up soon, this could decide the match.
Skeptify in a precarious spot, wants to land some shots on green, does get another body shot shut down. New Rockets and OS up once again. By the way, we've got on your screen, looks like round 1 of Oddball being won by Sentinels. They're up 2-1 in the series so far and look to close things out in 4, but back to the main screen here. Rockets and OS came up. Skeptify has the OS. Not sure what happened yet with the Rockets. Probably in possession of reversal perfy. Huge play here. There is the rocket. Breaking shot used 1. Lots of snipe ammo here on the ground as well. He needs to get this rocket off. He does. That's actually massive. Not only does he get a kill, but he also burns the rocket to deny resources to Cloud9.
Yeah, you could argue that would have been a good play, just to look up towards the sky and fire it like a firework on 4th of July. But instead, breaking shot does earn the trade, and that resets things once again. A fight for the mid-map about to ensue. It's Common sets up with that shotgun. Skeptify on the other side. Oh, he's got the flank on the banana. Haynes goes down, and now Skeptify has the snipe back in his hands. This could be huge for Cloud9. Looking for the double. He gets it. Not on your screen as a medal, but 2 down nonetheless. Make it 3 for reversal perfy. as the spawns are coming through on the snipe side. Skeptify wants to make sure he doesn't push into the mauler here. And block, wants to make sure he wants to make sure he pushes into the mauler here, block those spawns, spawn the opposition at the snipe side, as now they have to push through on the long run, and there is not enough space. Cloud9 are going to ice up with 30 seconds left. One final push, one final chance here for reversal pervy, or they're getting swept.
Look at this, immediately taking a defensive stance. They're watching all possible entry points. Someone watching trading, someone watching green, someone watching long. Skeptify trying to stay alive, had 2 bullets to work with, but he gets taken down by Cherished. This is a last-ditch effort from reversal pervy. They need this play to work. They need to get a pull or this game is over. They do get the pull. Last player alive is Tusk. He's going to stay top tower, try to just rain down shots during this fight, and the rest of reversal pervy need to come off spawn in a hurry to be a part of this play.
Overtime, sudden death, pie chart. But Tusk with every shot, every slay, denies any chance for reversal pervy to come back. That flag on the platform is not going to be close enough. Try as they might, reversal pervy go down in the series 3-0, but man, each game was so friggin' close. Hopping on board now with Sentinels and Bittersweet. A 2-1 series lead for Sentinels and a 1-0 lead in this particular oddball. As we hop on board here with Boobadooboo, who has the triple kill. Diagram, the last player alive, he goes down. Boobadooboo's going to pick up that oddball immediately and rotate it back to A.
Wow, hopping on board right as Boo Boo gets the triple. He's also going to try to multitask, earn this camo for himself as well.
Wow.
He's kind of holding out in the open. The confidence on this man must just understand that there's no chance anyone spawns to look at him based on the location of his teammates. And he's going to drop the ball for now. Onboard knows that he's here, though, and just hunts him down relentlessly. Does not want to let Boobadooboo escape with the camo, and can you blame him? Guy is insane with it. Diagram, most kills on the side of Bittersweet, but seems like Sentinels are playing a style where they're just making it difficult for Bittersweet to get comfortable. They're moving the ball away from them. Bittersweet have done a good job in this situation to get control of the ball for now, but they're forced to rotate it away. Boo Boo has the sniper. Great shutdown once again. So they've shut down Boobadooboo twice in a row when he's had power weapons and power items. That could be a recipe for success for Bittersweet.
Onboard, re-shielding, repositioning now, putting shots down onto Boobadooboo. Those back mud spawns might just send him back to the respawn screen, but Boobadooboo looks like he's gonna make it out, and he does. Might have to worry about that oddball melee there from Piggy, but he does trade out, so that's a big play there from Boobadooboo. Finds the trade. Score reflecting that as well. 22-19, Mortally with a snipe. What can he do with it?
All members of Sentinels currently on the B and tower sides of the map. Huge double kill pickup from Mortally. Grenades coming in though, and oh my, I don't know if that definitely was not intentional. Mortally tries to dodge where he thinks the grenade's gonna blow up, but it trickles down right where he tries to run away from it. That's a bit unlucky, but now it looks like the ball has been reset. Neither team having a significant advantage so far.
Diagram goes down. Boobadooboo, another double kill, and Boobadooboo has the most slays for his team. Just about the least deaths and the most oddball time. That's the recipe for success if you're Sentinels, and this is when Boobadooboo kind of starts to shine, kind of starts to play his game. He's unorthodox, makes a lot of plays that don't show up in the stat sheet, but for now he's stuffing it as a single kill, looking for the double kill. Onboard goes down to 1 HP, and Boobadooboo, he's known as one of the best camo players of all time, and you can get that sense as he positions for camo, but realizes that's not the best play right now. Wants to put pressure immediately on these green spawns. Camo's going to be there regardless, as long as they hold the line, but looks like Bittersweet are able to break through into A. Precision finds the slay on Mortally. As Boobadooboo looks towards the sandbags, expects the high side, high ground, but instead they're pushing through the back of A. Boobadooboo with another kill, another assist, stuffing the stat sheet, and that's exactly why you saw him leave the camo. He knew that his first priority was to stuff Bittersweet back on the spawn sheet, and Sentinels have oddball control, have map control, have camo control, and just about full control of this match.
Boo does such a phenomenal job playing out of such a small space to work with. Perfectly placed grenades, keeps himself alive, draws attention, doesn't allow himself to die, buys time for his teammates. He is finally taken down, kind of overextended there on the platform in that case. but it's Falcated, his roommate, his duo, who has been stepping up in every situation. Seems like every time we've been on Boo Boo's screen, it's Falcated cleaning up Boo Boo's damage, and these two just work so well together. And how could you not? These guys have been teaming together pretty much since the game came out, even before that, and they look to close out the series here. They're only 15 points away.
Clock's ticking. 4v4. But it's Boo Boo Dubu with the sniper rifle, and that's going to make it even more difficult for Bittersweet. QT gets picked up by Bittersweet as Boo Boo Dubu stays alive. But with an 87-19 lead here, you're not going to see Boo Boo Dubu press for any of these slays. Not even going to press for oddball time. Instead, he's going to lay it out in center field with precision. Pull in that no-scope onto Piggy. And we're seeing perfectly played, perfectly timed Halo here from Sentinels.
Oh my goodness, this man is not missing a shot. Does this man have an advantage? I feel like he's more prepared to play this early in the morning than most players. That gets up at 7 in the morning to go for a 10-mile jog sometimes. And wow, look at him just taking heads left and right. Just really taking the wind out of Bittersweet's sails. Even if they did get any type of momentum, he's stifling it every step of the way. And if you're on the side of Bittersweet, it's all over. The time is dwindling down. There's no chance, there's no avenue to victory, as Sentinels have just been too strong.
Man, I just think back to that game one where Bittersweet had the lead and almost went up 2-0 with less than a minute and a half left, but Sentinels ended up icing up. We saw 3 scores in the final minute of that one, and that ultimately reflects your series score. Sentinels take it 3-1. We're going to take a quick break here as Eli and I, Tools, Nighty Night, LVT, we're up early casting all this Halo action for you guys, making sure you guys don't miss a second of it, as we're going to take a second to reset, get some more coffee, and I'll be right back for some more Halo.
Enemy. 5 minutes remaining. Defeat. Minutes remaining. Defeat.
You're my best kept secret. I don't know why, but I still try to keep it.
Pressure through the driveway, gonna repulse out. Mouse and keyboard, the flick movement, you can't do that on controller. He gets out of dodge, plays his life. And now with the man advantage opportunity here, ITB can get some significant time with one round of slays.
Same place where Wu-Tung was pushing through the loop side. Now you see Shopify Rebellion do the same, but they're sent right back. 3 down for Shopify. Only 1 left. Soulsnipe gets the kill, but he can't stay alive. ITB win that engagement.
He's doing a good job to neutralize this hill to make sure that Shopify don't get too much significant time, but Suppress making plays with this camo can set them up to make this at least a 1-score game.
Down 0-2. They really need Suppress to go off with this camouflage. They also need ITB to go 3 down. They literally got just that. The final player will not have any impact at all. That's Mighty's that ends up going down, and the first hill should be going to Shopify Rebellion. How do you not see him?
He stuck him though. A beautiful stick. They go up 3-1. That is such an unbelievable lead for them to try to play around here in this game. Let's see if they have what it takes to get 1 more round of slays.
1 more push for Shopify Rebellion. 1 more round of slays is all that is needed for ITB to close this one out. Cycle tries to make his way through the loop side. He doesn't get the kill onto Mighty's, but now it's a 2-pronged attack. Now with 3-pronged, you got presence on yard, loop, and driveway. But can you execute if you're Shopify Rebellion? Jimbo, now the final player alive here. He's 1 shot, but he can't get it.
But look how much time Jimbo just bought. Respawner's already in yard. Mighty's with grenades going to be able to do some serious damage to these players. 3 players for Shopify, all eating the grenades. Almost picks up a big double on the side of Mighty's. He is traded out. A 2-on-2 situation. Tony, look how close these points are.
It's Rebellion holding out ITB at the moment here. Wu-Tung's trying to find a way in. He's going to have to fight his way through. Drop from the heavens to get that melee. Now here comes Chick to replace him. The final seconds are in. That's ITB stealing yet another one.
They get the point. They go up 2 points. Now 2 minutes on the clock. He has the camo, but with 10 seconds, he's all by himself and forced to try and make a play. Let's see what he does.
The moment he shoots, the moment ITB are calling him out, and now that he's in the hill, they know exactly where he's at, but he still rips 1. 2 goes down. That's huge plays coming out of Cycle and Shopify. That should net them this hill. 5 seconds. It stops as the hill is moving. You have to get in this next hill, and you cannot get out.
Immediately recaptured by Shopify, and they will have a setup that ITB are forced to break.
Luckily for Shopify, you have that grace period to move from 1 hill to the other with no time going down, and only 1 second since you started. You're over halfway done right now. ITB, you can't choke this.
4 seconds on the clock. The hill carrier taken down. Soulsnipe, the last player alive. He's going to slide into it, but here comes the ITB pinch. Wu-Tung and Chick will put a punctuation on game 1, and ITB will show you that they're here to play in this series. And your opportunities. So maybe not a terrible point of view to watch from Chicks, but he's not having the success he needs. Cycle having the success he needs, however. 12, 4, and 7, a big double kill from him with a shock rifle, even able to stay alive and just be a nuisance. 41-33, it's an 8-kill game, but as we continue to get closer and closer to 50, Shopify gets closer, tying this series up and have even more room to play around.
He's the 2nd youngest pro in the scene to my knowledge, but man, he plays like a vet. That shroud was huge to keep him alive and keep him in the fight, and just big plays come out of sight.
Mighty's with the over.
Overkill.
Mighty's with the answer back. ITB, they're not out of it.
The support, it crumbles over towards the elevator as Shopify ignore the camo player on the map. They found the kills they need to make this a game in their favor. It ends with the camo player eventually getting taken down.
And snipe out the 1-shot Wu-Tung ends up right back to the black screen, but Jimbo's moving a flag, and Mental is still going off. That's a double on him. And Mental now going to push forward here. Snipe in hands, has a teammate with them. It's a 1-2 combo as they look to clear out their base.
Big shots out of Mental, deny a counter cap opportunity from ITB Esports. A killing spree now from Mental, and if he doesn't hit those snipes, ITB would have had that flag through camo.
Still has 2 to work with right now, making 1, but Soulsnipe finds the first. A long-range rocket is going to connect. That's Jimbo. That's why he's the power weapon master in the lobby. Overshield ends up being shredded. That
Jimbo.
sniper not going to go out. So lots going in favor of ITB, and that includes a flag going in 2-1 lead. And not only did they get rockets, but they also put Shopify Rebellion 3 down, so they're going to be in this space. They're going to know where the spawns are coming from. They are in a perfect position to maybe cap this flag as another 2 down, a fresh 2 down for Shopify, and Chick takes down a third. Cycle does win his pivotal battle, but right now, Chick, he gets a trade. Convert that into some offense as they approach the base of ITB. But Jimbo ends up behind enemy lines. He gets the pull. Nobody's on spawn. This is going to be it. ITB are going to upset here.
There's no chance Shopify can stop this. Jimbo with the flag in his base will once again take the lead, and ITB with the upset in game 3 will take the lead and at least guarantee themselves at a chance at a game 5.
The Shopify need to hold this setup strong, already up 55-18.
This ball right now is being used as bait at the moment here, and Wutum flying right past Suppressed, and an easy kill for him means a punishing round of slays in favor of Shopify over ITB as they grab that ball, and this is some good time for them.
Yeah, this round starting to get out of hand now. 63-18. Shopify starting to pick it up in the Slays department. The S7 and the hands
is Shopify, and they already have 80 seconds. ITB now needs to come off a spawn toward that green side and needs to get in quick. This is the final push. This is it.
Last push of the round right now. Multiple players getting taken down early. Cycle pivoting from one player to the next. Finds himself a triple kill. All of ITB go down, and Shopify respond from the loss in game 3 with an early, quick round 1 victory.
I want to start a thing now. Them boys just got cycled. I'm gonna start it. It's cool. Don't look at me. It's
not that bad.
Don't look at me.
I said it's not that bad.
Round 1 and this early round 2 is dominant from Shopify right back in this series. It feels like every time ITB try to get some momentum, somebody steps up for Shopify.
And then finishes off that kill. Almost 70 seconds here for Shopify Rebellion in the 2v2 scenario. This next play will give Shopify the advantage. That's a double, that's a triple, and that's ballin'. ITB, you're gonna have one more push off a spawn.
That's gonna do it, ladies and gentlemen. Our first big series of the day is going the distance. Shopify tie this series up, and we'll find ourselves on Aquarius Slayer, the first to 50 here shortly.
This is ITB's opportunity to put them 3 down and keep that map control, but you notice Mighty, he's getting chased down to one shot. He goes, Soulstar trying to find the angle. He ain't gonna get it. A big kill out of Mighty's right there. Slows down Rebellion just a bit.
Mighty staying alive once again, gets himself in the bottom middle. Is anyone from Shopify able to get an angle onto him? Look at Suppress trying to overextend. And it's a 7-kill game. ITB starting to feel a little bit more nervous. The first overshield of the game goes to Shopify here. Heat wave in the hands of Cycle, and they're looking to push with this overshield heat wave. A lot of damage, and staying alive even more so important for Cycle right now as another clean wipe onto ITB, flush out the closet, and push the lead to 10. This gets traded out. Wutum gets taken down.
Double
2 kills
kill.
now for ITB. It makes it 49-39. The push is unsuccessful. The overshield is wiped, and Mental gets the 50th kill to avoid the upset, and Shopify rebound in games 4 and 5 to take down a very feisty ITB.
You're my best kept secret. I don't know why, but I still try to keep it.
To start the game almost perfectly, you would say. Objective type. This is a great example of what Wes was talking about, right? He's doing objective, he's doing slaying, he's picking up power-ups, he's controlling the map, and he's almost put FaZe 1-0 up. But more importantly, he's playing his life perfectly as the camo's going to pop.
This is unbelievable. Look at this. Might be the killing spree on screen. Yes, indeed. The shot caller himself picks up another one, and now it will only be a dip of the toe. He's going to do it himself as well, and that will be FaZe on the board. An unbelievable clinic from Snakebite. Could be able to step in. They haven't done it yet, though, and now they should be able to finish with an eye.
Oh, but there's the kill. There's the kill. Complexity still find themselves 2 dead, but another double kill here from Snakebite should calm things down for just a few seconds. The race looks like it might be run by Royal 2, but it's another trade in and around that hill. This is carnage, and nobody looks like they want to lock this one down.
Sentinel knows he needs to stay alive, but he has to challenge this kill. See if he can get
it's huge.
A big win for Renegade there.
Renegade with that win might have just won this hill as well. Rhino is the closest player to that hill, and he won't be able to step in. So with just 5 seconds left on that game clock, FaZe will tie this one up at 2-2, and Next Hill's going to win it.
Down to the absolute wire, but
We were so close, but close isn't good enough. FaZe are the team who played to that last second better than anyone in the Halo Championship Series, and they're showing it again here.
just about tied here. FaZe will now inch into the lead here. Moments away, final push from Complexity.
Royal 2 gets that first kill though, and that means that it's going to be a desperate push, and Renegade is just thinking it's time to pad some stats. A double kill for him, Complexity 4 dead, and FaZe go 1-up in this series. And Frosty, with the kills going in the favor of FaZe, just in the build-up to this little passage of play, it should be a very comfortable pickup for him. Does manage to wander in as well with that camo and pick up the beatdown without being traded out. And at 21-13, now is the opportunity to make the play and be dynamic. Here is one, Snakebite picks up another, Rhino sees the camo and decides, I do not want any of this. They don't have to make too many plays now. It's up to Complexity to get them 3 dead, to get them 4 dead, and when Renegade's already picked up the next power-up in this camo, it's going to become a tougher and tougher task to do.
Yeah, this is a terrifying cushion here. Might even pick up another one. He does. Another double kill. 3 dead. Does not trade. They're up 39-27. And to be honest, a team like, here's another one, of course, takes out Spartan. He's running back Hydro, kills everything that happened to pass through that zone. Now they're up 41-28.
That's not going to be the case. Turns it into a triple kill himself. Clears out his side of the map almost by himself. And now he's looking to line one up on Ryan, but Ryan is, of all the players, the one not to give you the opportunity for the OV. But Royal 2 says, I'll take someone else down.
I was going to say, Ryan Noob's been there way too many times before. Sparty is 1 hit on the cuts. We'll see if Frosty can clean this one up. Should be able to do so. It's a good battle, though, coming out of Spartan to make sure that Frosty, the flag runner, is no shields, but not enough, as the flag carrier will have his shields returned. Now a second chance at this run.
As unfortunately for Ryan, the Bulldog didn't quite bite as much as it needed to.
Let's see. Spartan now no damage. That was still 2 dead. This should be safe. We'll see where the pressure is going to come from. Huss is on plat. Ryan Noob on plat as well. Based on the pressure, this one should go.
You're my best kept secret. I don't know why, but I still try to keep it.
A nice early lead for them, 38 points already on the board, but now Quadrant with that camouflage, a real chance to turn the tide here. 3 dead for Sen, and there is that trip cap that Quadrant know they're capable of, and it gives the crowd finally something to scream about.
They're blooming good at this Stronghold stuff. 3 dead for Sentinels, and they can continue to close the distance on those fresh spawners now. Glory hunting, maybe getting information as a player down bottom middle.
And C locked down for Quadrant. Sentinels spawn over towards C, so a collapse is possible, but they try and go for it. Good from Glory, though, to listen to Seeker's call out to make sure they actually mop up that extra damage. Glory starting to pop off.
Where's your head at? For Glory, it's inside A. Thinking of nothing but the win. They didn't clear out that player, and that could be a massive blunder. How did he get away?
Odds games by 70 points, so they're already in the driving seat, and they're looking to just push themselves over the finish line now. But we know Sentinels are a team that could come back into things right at the very death here. But Quadrant, they're locking in, they're watching Big Door. One last push here for Set.
How many times have we seen a team get stopped here and lose the game? They cannot do it. They cannot afford to. 2 go down for Sentinels, and that's enough for Quadrant to claim game 1.
Just wasting ammo at this point, knowing that he's about to be pushed. Does come out with something, though. Glory still just keeping Quadrant in this one.
Glory pulls out a little bit of magic. And will that drive the team forward now? They've gotten a staggered spawn, and they can collapse here.
Oh dear.
Glory's dived in a little bit too soon, though. It's going to be a trade. Seeker with the use of the thruster pack gets the kill.
Thought he almost duped himself with the thrust for a second. Sadly, they weren't able to get the camouflage, though, and Lethal, if he can clean up this kill, it puts them just 5 away from taking the second map. Snipe Drone doing very well to just be an awkward kill, though. Again, not allowing the easy trade. Eventually, the grenades will be his demise, but now we're going to see Sentinels with a chance just to surround the Quadrant roster because they have the extra player. They got that initial pick. The delay of the kill actually may have helped Sentinels as they're only 4 away from taking map 2.
Make it 3. Lethal tried to close distance to go for the trade. Unsuccessful on this occasion, though. Falcate over towards Loop, pressing forward. Seeker could have been the point of contact. He got tagged up just a touch. He'll know he's there. Snipe Drone on the driveway. Continues to take damage. SLG there too. 1 kill required. And it could be coming the way of SLG. If he's not too careful, Glory's there to help. And it is Lethal, locks it in. 1-1 the series steps. Glory's in pipes. Boo-Boo's gone hunting, and Boo-Boo's found one. Perhaps waiting for that shock rifle to come off the spawn, looking to grapple it. It is up now. And he's going to tip over and scoop it up. Grappling now over towards C-Plat. Straight in the face of one. Can he lock in the second one? The answer is no. But will just about Spider-Man his way out of dodge.
Yeah, just about survives, and all the meanwhile was enough of a distraction to allow Sentinels to pop that second point on the board here.
Here's the fire over towards Boo-Boo, but he's got a player positioned behind them. That's perfect from Sentinels. Do a little poke damage, back away, your teammate gets the kill. Seek in a 1v1, Sika wins it.
A lot of 1v1s that we've seen Quadrant just coming out on top of. Had they not, then this game would have already been done, but they're just keeping themselves alive, just doing enough. Sniper trying to do exactly the same. That's what they need. They need to be stepping up. They need to be winning these fights, as they will lock in a second hill. But
Precision, standing guard, Glory slides forward, but straight to the crosshairs, running out of time. Sika's in the hill. Can Sentinels clear it out? Camouflage for Lethal, soaring forward. Eviction orders in hand. Sika's taken care of. Lethal steps out, but Quadrant's still in the hill. Quadrant's still holding, but that's all they have time for. 4 dead. Sentinels win.
Sniper rifle. Glory's found 3 kills elsewhere. It's all 4 dead. The flag is moving, and it's all looking good for the green team.
The man from Cork can do it all. 3 kills with the sniper rifle and picks up the flag as well. You can be an objective player and a slayer at the same time, it would seem. He's a 2-on-1. You've heard of Swiss Army knives. This one's Irish. 1-0 to Quadrant.
And boy, did they need that.
This flag appears to be making inroads now towards home base. Glory not doing a lot of damage, but as I say that, rips the face off one. The flag down. Quadrant patiently waits. Snipe drone slides in. 2-0 to score.
Just temporarily. Third flag's on the go here. And it's Glory again at the helm, saying, look, you run it, I'll get the kills.
He's been clinical so far. And I'll tell you something, if Quadrant are going to win this, it's off the back of what he's been doing. Snipe drone driving this one home. 2 in the grave for Sentinels. Takes damage, gets shut down. Is there anybody else on hand to slide in and punch this one home?
Glory's there, Seeker's just below, they need to work together. Boo-Boo's going to have one last ditch attempt, but he goes down. Here comes the slide, and here comes the game. As we're going to a game 5, Quadrant will not fall.
Team forward. He gets cut down without having too much of an influence with the weapons. Falcate gets 2, and a big 2. SLG back tower. Both teams continue to jiggle pieces.
Small amount of hope for Quadrant here. Just need to deny some of these kills, but Lethal happy to take the fights. And that double kill might be the first nail in the coffin here for Quadrant. Start to pinch, start to prod, start to put as much damage in with precision. Dancing around, but it is now a 3-kill game. Camouflage in the hand. It's a 2-kill game. And all of a sudden, is it falling apart for Sentinels here as Quadrant begin to believe?
Hold the phone. Maybe there's a chance. Lethal falls. 1 kill required. 3. Precision locks it in. Game 5 victory for Sentinels.
You're my best kept secret. I don't know why, but I still try to keep it.
Not a lot of time. Formal's got to make a play with this camo if they want to deny this game from being all tied up. Here comes OpTic once again. Dead zone, Formal, both find kills. It's a 3-on-2, and OpTic have taken over Yard and will take control of this game here with a second point if Quadrant aren't able to get back into Yard. Trippy finds a double, and that guarantees the point for OpTic.
And they aren't even afraid just to double up inside the hill there. Not letting a single person get even in towards Yard. So they don't have to worry about that gold angle. He's cleaning up shots from...
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to LBT Halo's continuous coverage of HCS London. We're live here early on the NA side of the pond, and we got Reversal Perfy taking on FaZe. And Eli, if Reversal Perfy want to avoid a start in the lower bracket, they got to beat a FaZe team that's been struggling on LAN recently. So this is an opportunity for them to take down what is ultimately an underdog situation. FaZe still the defending world champs and in the lead here early, 45 and rolling.
Yeah, I mean, maybe FaZe has been underperforming to their standards, but looks like we're going to have a game end here. Perhaps something not quite right for one of the players, but we'll go. We're actually going to go back to a quick break while we get that sorted out. We'll be right back for you guys.
Here we go. We're live with action from the C stream. We got Space Station taking on ANZ's Mind Freak, and big fan of the Scoopmeister on the other side. All four go down for Mind Freak in that moment, but Scoopmeister, a big reason why Mouse and Keyboard has made waves in HCS Season 3. He's the pioneer who first played on Mouse and Keyboard in professional competition, placing in the top 5 of KD at, I want to say, HCS Season 1 Arlington. So Scoopmeister, he's an OG on the clicks. We got most everyone else on the sticks here, as we got Space Station on the other side, one of, if not the best teams in the world, and they're rolling early, 1 minute, and rolling with control of A and B.
This might actually be 3 players on Mouse and Keyboard. I know Rice, we just saw on his screen, was definitely MNK, and Plasma, I think, started as a controller player but switched to Mouse and Keyboard, so we might actually have 3. I think Sways might be the only controller player on the side of Mind Freak, but tell you what, they're playing against the defending LAN champions, the hottest team in the world right now. So they're going to have to play some of the best Halo they've ever played if they're going to cause the upset. Nice beatdown into headshot combination on Legend there from Scoopmeister, and I think that Mouse and Keyboard sensitivity makes situations like that a little bit easier.
Absolutely so. As 2 go down for Mind Freak, we got Legend on the side of SSG returning home, and man, what a homecoming this could be for him if he's able to take his 2nd tournament in a row with Space Station Gaming. The last time a team repeated was, I believe, when the likes of Stellar and Eco did so in Season 1 with that Cloud9 roster, when it looked like they were about to roll off what felt like every single LAN tournament, starting off with 2 wins in a row. They got 2nd place, I believe, in that 3rd LAN, and that's after Renegade left the squad. So very interesting history here on the line for SSG. Can they go back-to-back? For now, it's back-to-back caps for Mind Freak as they get on the board with control of A and B.
Important caps to get here. I mean, you got to get some points on the board against SSG. They're certainly not expected to win this series, so in this position you've got to do whatever you can, start building some confidence. You've got nothing to lose as well. Why not go for broke, go for the crazy upset if possible? But to do so, they're going to have to remain disciplined. They're still scoring, but right now C being converted, I think that Mind Freak look to convert A so they can maintain that scoring position.
Stellar gets the comms that 2 players have broken through. The garage door takes down 1, now has to worry about the player on the sandbags, and a nice win there from Sways. He's going to earn himself, or I should say Mind Freaks, a little sniper possession here. A 60-second lead retains for SSG, and they're starting to roll once again. And you are right, Eli, that is some mouse and keyboard gameplay if I've ever seen it. The quick click takes down Bound, looking to take down a few more, as Rice has 4 shots left to work with. Impressive performance so far from Rice. He's hanging in there in the slaying department, sitting at 9 and 6.
Kill.
Absolutely. I mean, he looks very proficient on MNK as the Scoopmeister. And tell you what, if you ever tune into a Scoopmeister stream, you'll see him just practicing those no-scope flicks for seemingly 30 minutes before he even loads up matchmaking. This guy is such a grinder. Also the creator of the Aimbots map that I use every single day to warm up, to be honest. Scoopmeister, the forger that made it himself. So not only is he cracked on the clicks, but also quite a forger himself. And I think he created his own warm-up map just to perfect his own craft. And I don't know, there's something beautiful about that.
That's like ultimate levels of Halo nerd. I love that. I know you love that, Eli.
For sure.
As you're the one who showed me that map. You're like, hey, Mikowski, you kind of suck. You need to try this map out. So big ups to Scoopmeister. I'm just kidding. Eli never said that. He would never. As we hop on board here with Eco, takes down Plasma with the back of the headshot, retaining control of A and B, our space station, as Eco looks to hold the line. It almost feels like he expects a push from the cut side, but after not seeing one, elects to regroup here with Bound. Bound in a gunfight, needing some help. I believe I saw QT there, and wow, now we're seeing a flank come through on Eco. So the flip spawn puts Mindfreak at the back of A as we head to the main stream. Bittersweet versus OpTic Gaming. Bittersweet previously going down 3-1 against Sentinels, but every single one of those matchups were so freaking close. Can Bittersweet, with a little bit more time in, a little bit more warmed up, can they take down this OpTic Gaming roster that has looked really good this weekend? I think if anyone is in most contention for taking a championship like we just saw from SSG in that previous series, it's probably OpTic.
OpTic has been tested, though, taking the game 5s by Sentinels, and I want to say Quadrant as well. Or Quadrant, no, that was a 3-1 in favor of OpTic. But either way, OpTic certainly looking quite good as well. It just feels like whenever the question is asked, will you guys take this game, they answer yes. They find a way to come out ahead in the series and do so emphatically in most cases. But right now, this is a pretty contested game of Strongholds. Guys on Bittersweet certainly know how to move around this map effectively, know how to land shots, and they're not going to make it easy for OpTic as they currently have the lead.
Formal said he got no sleep the night before. Formal this morning said he got his first night of good sleep, and I hate to think of what a fully rested Formal could look like for the competition, because Formal doesn't need any more advantages. Dead Zone doesn't either, as he goes for the 1v2. Perfect 5-shot double. Trades out, but in a 1v2, that's a net win condition for OpTic Gaming. It's Bittersweet who have the lead. Bittersweet who have A and B, and this is an impressive start for them. And I think, Eli, when you're the underdog, you need to take an early lead. You need to see to believe. And right now, Bittersweet's doing just that. But they go 3 down, 2 down for OpTic Gaming, regaining our Bittersweet off of that slay from Mortally. And despite everyone going down except for Mortally, Bittersweet retained control of A and B, but not for long. OpTic finally have feet in that B hill.
Bittersweet putting up a great fight. You made a great point about Formal. I mean, yesterday he wasn't playing his best Halo, but you know who stepped up? Dead Zone and Trippy. These guys were playing unbelievable yesterday. Yeah. And that just tells you how powerful this roster is. When one of your main, superstars on the team isn't performing their best, it doesn't matter, because the other players on the team are stepping up and being even more insane. So we'll see, if Formal is well rested, playing his normal best Halo we're used to seeing, and Bittersweet are still winning this game right now. I mean, how good are Bittersweet playing right now?
It's an objective, efficient performance right here from Bittersweet. More often than not, I glance up at the top left and I see a numbers advantage for OpTic Gaming, but it's the numbers advantage at the bottom middle of your screen that matters most. 89 to 55, a rolling 55 now, as Bittersweet stop that rolling 55 and hard to get control of A. Nice positioning here from Formal. Gets a couple of early shots onto Mortally. Dead Zone's able to clean that up as Envor receives the back mud spawn. Gonna get some squad spawns, it looks like, for the rest of Bittersweet, and now's where it looks like OpTic could strike and regain the lead.
Look at this play from Formal, just aggressively pushing top center. Doesn't work out. He does deal enough damage for Trippy to clean that up, but while scoring, they're not going to just sit back and wait for Bittersweet to show up. They want to put some pressure on them, make sure they disrupt the pushes they want to go for. If Formal gets that kill, that's one less lane that Bittersweet can push from, but looks like they do end up giving up A, but at the same time, capping C means they maintain scoring position for now.
89, 81. And just as OpTic Gaming looked like they were going to take the lead going into the hundreds, it is going to be Bittersweet instead. The open bracket, it hurts me to say amateur team, because this is not an amateur squad. These are all top level professionals, but hey, that's what it is for now. Bittersweet getting Get out the mud, getting it through the passion pit, and they're playing with a whole lot of passion here. And once again, the objective efficiency is there, Eli. Everybody's alive for OpTic Gaming. Bittersweet has one down, but Bittersweet continues to score points. Bittersweet continues to earn the flipped hill possession that keeps them in the lead and keeps them scoring.
Envor just being such a difficult kill in that situation, while one shot still gets 3 or 4 shots into the members of OpTic just to slow them down a little bit more. And I think those kind of efficient plays are why Bittersweet have the lead right now, but got to be careful. I feel like once OpTic get control of the map, start getting into that flow state of predicting spawns, they could cause a lot of issues for Bittersweet, as they do currently have the trip cap. They've started to stagger the spawns. Double kill comes out for Dead Zone. They're going to give up A here. Looks like Lucid going to try to apply a little bit of pressure. Wisely backs up, though. Formal's going to swing in. And I like to see this from OpTic. They're playing patient. They're playing disciplined. Want to make sure they don't overextend when the sniper comes up. It's a good time to slow down to make sure you maintain possession of the power weapons.
Woo! Nothing sneaky about that previous jump up to the C platform from Bittersweet as Dead Zone punches mortally in the mouth. Trippy now feeding the 50 cal through it as he hits one shot, looking to land a couple more. Easy no-scope stuff. Oh, double kill for Trippy as he lines up the center reticle through center mass. Both of those two players absolute, so love Trippy's recognition of that situation, going for the easy body shot cleanups, and he's doing it again with the DMR. Trippy, this is an example of playing what the game gives you, not making the game more difficult than it needs to be for yourself. And Trippy, my God, he just continues. He's a body shot master.
I thought he was about to line up the quickscope on Lucid right there. It felt like he had blood in his eyes, did not care at all, just wanted to keep killing. But man, Trippy absolutely on fire. This is what I warned you from Bittersweet, is you cannot let OpTic get in their comfort zone. They will continue to roll, and the spawn trap has been in effect for long enough, says Bittersweet. They do get 4 dead. They're going to convert B, finally get back into scoring position, but the damage has been done.
Bittersweet took this lead into the 100s. You blink, and then OpTic are nearly in the 200s. You blink, and OpTic go 3 down. Dead Zone trying to hold the line, but he goes down inside of A, and now Bittersweet answer back with a counter trip cap. OpTic with B spawns. This is where they could get trapped. A and C positioning for Bittersweet. You could take the nest bridge and shoot down like shooting fish in a barrel. Could be a potential here for Bittersweet to tie this matchup, and maybe they can take the lead into the 200s. This one has been back and forth, 2v2 for now. And this is where the objective efficiency, the positioning efficiency matters most, as Mortally looks to work his way towards the training side, forces a training spawn for Envor, and Bittersweet are doing a little bit more what we saw before OpTic scored that previous 100 uncontested seconds of time, but a lot of that was due to Trippy popping off with the body shots, killed 4 or 5 players in one fell swoop, and now Bittersweet with one fell swoop looking to come back, but OpTic looking for a trip cap.
Mortally playing very impressively so far. He's been one shot a few times this life already, out shooting Lucid, pushing him back, but now he's caught all alone. I don't think he has any way out of this situation, but he was an absolute force on the map, a big part of why Bittersweet have had so much success in this game so far. Diagram, 20 kills as well, so these guys definitely coming to play. OpTic cannot let up the aggression. They will have the AC hold for now. Going into the 200s, they only need to hold on to this for 40 more seconds, so the time is now for Bittersweet to make a good push, keep each other alive so they can get back into scoring position and stop OpTic from rolling.
Oh, that was big there. Dead Zone finds a way to sneak in and undercut to the tum-tum of Dead Zone as he takes him down, or excuse me, of the opposition on Bittersweet as he takes him down. A and B likely in control here for Bittersweet, if not for 3 going down. How close was Bittersweet to retaining possession of the map and the scoring, but now OpTic need just 20 more seconds for the win.
20 seconds, but Bittersweet aren't going to make it easy. They do spawn on that C side. The damage from the Dead Zone put down across the map does get cleaned up by Formal. He's also going to show up to get even more damage. He gets 2 assists and a kill. The teamwork already on fire. The spawns are being predicted. Dead Zone's going to try to keep Piggy and his teammates from getting out of A, and if they can successfully do so for the next 10 seconds, they'll close out the game. What do Bittersweet have in this end game?
This is going to be so tough. This is where OpTic usually put the clamps down on the opposition. The push through the big door. Need a big play. Does Bittersweet. But it's Dead Zone on the pillars who earns a double kill. All 4 go down for Bittersweet. That'll do it. Formal, the last player alive in the entire lobby, like an apocalyptic wasteland, holds the sniper, holds the W, and OpTic take it. Have a lead in this series, 1-0.
Fist bumps across the OpTic station as they do take the first game. You have to imagine they wanted to come out hot today, as yesterday, maybe, you know, they won both their series yesterday, but it wasn't easy, right? 3-2, 3-1. They want to come out with some more convincing victories, start building that momentum before the bracket play starts later today. Here we have our other series. We got FaZe versus Reversal Pervy. So far, FaZe are doubled up on the lead.
All 4 players up on each side until 2 go down for FaZe. Numbers advantage here for Reversal Pervy as they look to potentially reset that A cap. But instead, Frosty with the objective efficient play takes it. Now in a 1v1 with the camo user, and Frosty wins that. How massive was that play from Frosty to reset A in favor of FaZe, stay alive, win the 1v1, and now he's working his way to C, which FaZe have just captured. Another 1v1 win on Cherish. No, Cherish stops what could have been a spree from Frosty.
Frosty Spartan looking a little diffy, moving around in ways that are very hard to hit. And here we got Haynes, though. Finds himself in the C. Stronghold has yet to be spotted or take any damage, but you have to imagine members of FaZe are on their way. Yes, Frosty gonna try to hold down, apply some pressure from the turbine side. I like Haynes' decision to just rotate through top center, though. Recognizes his teammate needs help on B. Wants to step inside to contest it. Gets the reset, but he's gonna have to win this fight or else FaZe should steal it here.
Renegade. Another big win like we saw in Frosty. No, he goes down. Not before earning 1 slay as 3 go down for Reversal Pervy. That's going to give 3 captures to FaZe. A after spawns on the Reversal Pervy squad. Trickles that back into their favor. But FaZe continue the scoring. FaZe with control of the map right now. Most importantly, the sniper rifle at the snipe tower, and they're doubling up on Reversal Pervy. Royal 2 can shut down all pushes through the mid map, but after going down to low HP, elects to reposition, reshield, land a no-scope. My God, instantaneous reaction there from Royal 2. Cools was talking about doing a reaction test at Orlando for all the LVT casters, and Royal 2 would have kicked all of our asses there. That was instantaneous.
As soon as he dropped on the screen, just eats a body shot. Also Renegade right there to clean up the fight as well. Fortunately, Royal 2 will lose the sniper. Did not leave Breaking Shot too much ammo to work with, though. Just 2 shots left in the clip. Tries to hit Renegade with the no-scope. Look at the movement on these guys, man. So slippery. Hard to hit that slide so quickly at an angle. Fast sensitivity makes that possible here, but looks like Breaking Shot gonna clean up the kill on Royal 2. Finds the head of Snakebite. And how fast does this guy play? This guy looks like his screen is on double X speed. That was insane.
Okay, we thought Royal 2 had the best reaction time in the lobby. It goes to Breaking Shot for now. That snipe was incredible. Great game sense, too. Knew that the spawns were coming up for FaZe on the A side of the map. I think that helped Breaking Shot earn that instant quick scope action for the double kill. And Reversal Pervy had the double cap, 100 to 133. So these are 2 instances, Eli, where the big 3 going up against open bracket squads are in a dogfight.
Exactly right, and I can't say that's all reaction time. Very impressive, but there's actually, you know, the level of forethought to know to set up the reticle ahead of time. But then the reaction time comes in when you pull the trigger. But I mean, he's basically priming himself to hit the shot ahead of time, and then executes it flawlessly. But you're right, man. These open bracket teams, you can't even really call them amateur teams. These guys are some of the best in the entire world. I mean, there's so much talent in Halo right now. It's the most competitive it's ever been, and doesn't surprise me that a team coming out of open can give some of these top 3 teams a hard time.
It's deja vu. We just saw Formal as the last player alive on the lobby at that B location. Now it's Snakebite. Unbelievable. How often do you see 7 players down in a lobby time after time, continuously? Like, it's no fluke. This is just how intense the competition is. And like you said, Eli, it's not even fair to call them open bracket teams. Sure, they had to compete through the open bracket, but there's nothing amateur about their gameplay. As we hop on board here with Haynes, 3 down for FaZe, and that's going to give Haynes an opportunity to secure A without much contention from FaZe. It looks like they might push through the big door, but Haynes is going to take it nonetheless, and now working their way to B. Or do they take C? That's the question.
Got to make a decision here. Looks like the decision has been made to go to C. Haynes, the only player that's going to protect on the A side, but after being taken to no shields, tries to rotate to see if his teammates need help on C. But I like this decision. He's now rotated in a way to open the A spawns. Can now apply pressure to them while his teammates capture B. But no, Snakebite somehow kills Cherished. before he can finish the cap point, Snakebite finds a very quick route through bottom center. That's the efficiency that you love to see from the team captain. Before his teammates even came off spawn, he was forward thinking, knew that he could stop the B cap and then rotate around, and he's still alive, just now being taken down by Breaking Shot. Huge plays out of Snakebite today and yesterday as well.
That was massive. FaZe still have the lead right here, dare I say, because of Snakebite single-handedly staying alive as the last Spartan standing in the mid-map, earning a slay, and then, most importantly, giving Reversal Pervy something else to think about other than the squad spawns for the rest of FaZe members spawning on the A side. And gosh, look at that. They're still able to secure a drip cap or Reversal Pervy. So that play from Snakebite looks even more massive as we get more context in this map. Another big win there for Cherish, and even bigger when you consider that it retains possession of the camo. And now Cherish is going to be able to lock down what looks like a big door push, sensing now. And this is all caused by Snakebite. This is almost like a fear factor thing where, oh, Snakebite just made a big play with this on the bottom mid rat tunnel, so he looks back to rat tunnel, despite everybody pushing through the big door. And it's that sense of fear that Snakebite put into the hearts and souls of Reversal Pervy that has them making a big play and retaining control of the map. Now looking at a trip cap of their own. What a massive play from Snakebite, the more and more we look at it.
I mean, do you not also have a fear of snakes? I mean, I don't want to be anywhere near a snake, man. That guy is pretty scary in Halo and in real life. But as we see, FaZe finally getting some control. We got a triple kill on your screen from Royal 2. Can he make it an over? No, he gets punched in the mouth by Breaking Shot. That's going to shut that one down. And Cherish looks to mitigate the damage. If he can capture A and they can make a quick push here, it looks like they already have. Trying to contest C, but maybe a little bit too fast. I would like to see Reversal Pervy maybe take their time on this push, but with time dwindling down, their hand has been forced.
12 seconds left. The FaZe clan have the win here in game one. Renegade has the snipe in his hands, laying out some pop shots as he's able to take down Breaking Shot. And ooh, getting to see a little LVT Orlando grassroots Renegade, where he was talking a lot of shit on the main stage, doing the same here, dropping some body disrespect and dropping Reversal Pervy here in game one. If not for Breaking Shot, looking to make his own Snakebite-esque play, but oh, Renegade lines up the no-scope, standing still like a turret, doesn't even move the left joystick. No aim assist, or less aim assist because of it, because I don't need it, as FaZe are likely gonna take it, led by Renegade and all these no-scopes.
My God, Renegade absolutely feeling himself in the in-game there. He just somehow found a way to protect all three strongholds in the span of 10 or 15 seconds, just curb sliding across top, middle, hitting no-scopes left and right. Guy was absolutely feeling himself, but let's switch gears here. Take a look at this series. Now, this is a very interesting one to me. We got SWAT Esports at Arlington. You could have remembered them under that Lore Gaming banner, but
oh my God.
This is a phenomenal squad. Do you see Suppressed with 20 kills, by the way? And he's got more than half of Shopify's kills right now.
I thought this was King of the Hill for a sec. I'm like, okay, 20 and 10, way to go, Suppressed. But in a Slayer, he's got more than half the slays. Unbelievable. Suppressed filling in as the main Slayer, one of the most improved players in HCS Season 2, and he's fully arrived in HCS Season 3. But it's Noble with the double kill, clutching up and giving SWAT Esports a chance here. 42-41 in the endgame.
This roster is very scary coming out of open bracket. Yes, they had to play through the AM bracket, but they are far from amateurs. The squad finished top 12 at the last tournament. They are down by 2 going into the end game. And against a team like Shopify Rebellion, they need to win this Slayer if they want to give themselves a chance. Shopify, one of the best Slayer teams in the world, but SWAT Esports making them sweat.
Tapping buttons, looking to tap heads. Ammo user pushes through, and that's a huge trade. That keeps it close for SWAT. Unbelievable trade. Shopify are able to extend on this lead, though. 46-44. Another huge battle there. Mental wins it onto Acid, as Shopify are icing up in the endgame. Suppressed is 22 and 12. Unreal. Probably one of the best performances we've ever seen. He's putting up MJ numbers with the 23 frags, 48-45, and Suppressed is absolutely frying.
I don't know how the observer is not on this man's screen right now, but
oh, there we go. We get it there.
Finally, wow, close out the game. Suppressed with nearly half of his team's kills. We're gonna jump back on board.
Wow.
With OpTic versus Bittersweet, we'll keep our eyes on all these matches. There's so much action happening this morning. A little bit of red zone action, and Bittersweet starting with the lead here in Solitude Slayer.
Diagram locked in and focused, but he goes down mortally as well. It's a little bit of death roulette for Bittersweet. As Piggy looks to push up on Trippy on the snipe side, takes him down. It's a trade out. That's going to be a beneficial trade out for Bittersweet. They've got the lead early in this Slayer, not early enough to start playing strategically for trades, but you'll take it nonetheless. But just as I say that, OpTic started to show why you can't play for trades. Even a 2-kill lead, that is not safe at all. Bittersweet, though, do have the advantage, and here's where you need to take advantage of it. Envor sensing the pushes from the backside. Maybe he did not actually, as he goes down to dead zone. Trippy cleans up on Diagram, and when we came to this series, Bittersweet were up 4, and in one fell swoop, OpTic are now up 2.
Lucid making some unbelievable plays already from what I've seen. We haven't been on his screen, but I just see him in third person absolutely putting this team in the blender, winning a huge 1v1 against Envor. And I feel like if Envor wins that 1v1, that's just going to juice him up, get him yelling. You don't want this guy to have any amount of energy because he can ride that momentum into an emphatic victory. But Lucid has been shutting them down. I saw him hit the late jump tech to just throw off Piggy's aim while he bought time for his teammates to show up. It's what you love to see from Lucid, an MVP caliber player.
Game 2 is historically the opportunity for the underdog, lower seeded team to strike. And right now, Bittersweet are doing just that, regaining the lead up by 3 now, as Mortally looks to prevent a push through the cafe. OpTic sensing Mortally's scope is in that direction. Push up towards the A ledge, now flanking on the C side of the map. Pinch, collapse, but Mortally trades out, and that trade out gives Bittersweet the lead at the halfway mark, 25-24.
That was while his entire team was dead, by the way, so massive play out of Mortally. I feel like this guy is on a mission today, making so many good plays. They do maintain a 2-kill lead. Piggy's positioning was quite important here. For him to go down is actually a big deal. That means that OpTic have a little bit easier avenue getting out of this tram side. If he had stayed alive, he could have maybe applied even more pressure than OpTic's currently facing. He has come off spawn, though, and might be able to get back into the action.
Bittersweet possessing a 4-kill lead heading into the 30s. And now at 32-26, this is where you could strategically play for the trades. Trippy, make sure it doesn't occur, or does it? And it does. Okay, so not a trade between those two players, but an ultimate net outcome trade for Bittersweet. Has them up 5. 2 possessions heading into the 30s, but OpTic, as we know, can strike at any moment. Dead Zone looking to strike down on the cafe side of the map, just looking to stay alive for now. After he reshields, he repositions. Commando use, cross map, trying to prevent that push from Envor. 3 players on the A side. They could collapse here on Dead Zone, but you can see Trippy has his back behind him. Impressive plays here from OpTic. It's a 2v2 split. Lucid and Formal are a duo. Dead Zone and Trippy are a duo. Wow. And now the pinch comes through. Formal gets a double on the other side. Lucid goes down, but that's a +1 net outcome that brings it back to within 3. Dead Zone with the Commando earns another assist as Formal's starting to heat up a little bit.
What a play out of Dead Zone there. He was basically trapped over in that cafe side, had 3 players looking at him, but just saw an opening in time and space to push straight through the LR. Has Formal probably in his ear telling him exactly where he's going, what to look at, and that teamwork is scary. Once OpTic gets rolling, that has brought them back to now only losing by 1 when they were previously down by 6. Got to shout out Dead Zone's assist, by the way. 9 assists already. Big part of why they've been able to come back.
That's a double up in the last 10 slays. OpTic have 10, Bittersweet have 5. 37-38 now, and OpTic have regained the lead. It's close, though. Heading into the 40s, Formal pushing up, trying to help support the 2 players on LR. Trippy has camo. Trippy has shock, lining up that reticle, and if not for jumping in the air right there, looked like he had the angle and the sights onto Diagram now. As the sights on 3, he's got to just take his pick. He takes the back of Mortally. Envor in a 1v1 on the pillar. He's going to call for help from Dead Zone. Dead Zone delivers it. And Trippy has about 5 seconds left in this camo. Looking to maximize the value out of it. And in that moment, Dead Zone goes down. So that's an ultimate trade out. But OpTic trade with the lead. Now 40-43. Unbelievable job by OpTic in multiple instances to come back in this one so far.
Trippy playing so patient with that camo. He's been playing so patient this entire life. You just love to see the swarm from OpTic. Even if they do lose a player, the player that killed them never gets away alive, it seems. They're always able to follow up on that damage. They've now taken the lead. It's got to feel bad if you're Bittersweet. They had such a strong start to this game. We're even up by 6 at one point. That lead has now been fully swept away. Now it's them trying to play catch up. 4.5 minutes on the clock. Clock's not going to become a factor. But I do think right now Bittersweet have to figure out what is the game plan. How are they going to break into this tram side where OpTic are just sitting and waiting?
Trippy with the lead. Trippy with the shock. Oh, Lucid on the flank. And if not for the audio cue up the lift, that could have been a silent assassin opportunity, as it looks like OpTic have the advantage in their hands and in the scoreboard, but they've got those back A spawns looking to push out off of it. Massive opening break. Massive double kill here from Trippy. Lining up the triple on Envor. Potential overkill, but he'll take the double assist nonetheless. 42-47. Unbelievable regain here in this game 2 from OpTic Gaming, and I think this is big, right? You want to ultimately sweep lesser competition. Not to say that Bittersweet aren't all incredible players in their own right, but this is OpTic we're talking about here. And they want to roll into championship bracket. They're doing just that as they come back in game 2 and take it by a wide margin.
Win by 7 and Trippy is +6. I mean, Trippy has been playing unbelievable so far this week, and I think the most standout performer for OpTic so far. If Trippy can continue to play like this throughout the rest of today and tomorrow, I mean, I expect OpTic to be in the grand finals. These guys are playing so good this weekend. But let's set our eyes on the other side. We've got Reversal Perfy going up against FaZe, and it's FaZe with the 4-kill lead here.
FaZe looking to build a 2-0 lead in this series like we just saw from OpTic. Common has that mid-map control. Multiple spacing on the map for FaZe. They've got players in an L shape, though, and like you always talk about, Eli, that's the setup you want. If you're not all together, at least make sure you can all shoot and look at the same thing. That's what we just saw there as Common goes down. Frosty down the back of A. That's a disadvantageous fight. Renegade on the other side. Cafe cleans up. 35-39 now as FaZe go 3 down. Reversal Perfy, bring it back to within 1 possession, and that's right where you want to be heading into the 40s.
Here we go. Reversal Perfy have made the lead 1 less, which is a good thing, but the 6-minute mark going to be very important right now. Reversal Perfy are the ones in position to grab that shock rifle, and after getting a couple slays, 3 slays actually, make it 4. Triple kill from Cherish. A little bit of body disrespect on Frosty, trying to get in the world champion's head a little bit. I don't know if that's the right play, though. I feel like an angry Frosty is just going to play a little bit better against you, but they do get the camo and the shock rifle. What can they do with it here?
Frosty likely leaning forward in his chair after that one, but it's FaZe going back to the respawn screen in numbers, in droves. 3 go down. Now Frosty's the last Spartan standing on his squad, but he's able, it looks like, to get away to the other side of the map, forcing some C spawns. Oh, there, I think that was Frosty right there on the LR, sneaking around the corner. It is Frosty. What can he do with that positioning? Oh my God, he works his way back to the LR to take down the opposition. Unbelievable play there from Frosty. Nobody expected him to be there. Now Haynes, though, gets a nice frag toss to take him down. It's Reversal Perfy are in the lead, up by 4 in a Slayer. This could shut the door, going up by 5, 47-43. 2 go down for FaZe, only 1 going down for Reversal Perfy. They're playing this so well in the end game despite some clutch up moments, and it feels like they're gonna roll on them. FaZe are likely going to go down here in game 2 in a 1-1 tie in this series against the open bracket squad. Reversal Perfy, but FaZe might just come back here and never hold them out. There we go. That'll do it. Snakebite goes down. Unbelievable performance here from the open bracket squad, tying up this series with the defending world champs.
Uncharacteristic spawn staggering, bad timing coming out of FaZe. It's just like they were dropping 1 by 1. As soon as one dies, another shows up to just get double teamed as well. And maybe that's some of the difficulties that we've been seeing from FaZe lately coming before our eyes, is maybe their timing's just a little bit off lately. Either way, they're going to go down to a very good-looking Reversal Perfy squad in that game, too. They're going to tie up the series. Over here, we've got Shopify versus SWAT Esports. SWAT Esports don't want this one to end in a 3-0. Shopify, the #1 spot in this pool, so SWAT Esports certainly not expected to win this as far as seeding goes. However, I do think they are one of the strongest teams to come out of the open bracket, so would not be shocked to see them take a game here.
SWAT Esports, after a 3-0 sweep on ITB, looking to avoid a 3-0 sweep to their own hands. Hop on board here with Suppress, gets his face taken though by tapping buttons. Earns the assist as well, and this is going to earn some hill time here for SWAT Esports. 1-1 in this match as we join it in progress, and with 2.5 on the clock. Not at that situation where the clock is quite a factor just yet, but depending on how long it takes to secure this needle hill, it could be. But it's SWAT Esports doubling up on the lead on this particular hill after the big play from tapping buttons. Can he stay alive? No. Suppress gets it back in blood.
Someone check him, SSD. Suppress playing absolutely unbelievable today. I mean, he just finished 23 kills in the Slayer. Also is going to grab this camo. It feels like he can do no wrong. But he does get taken down by Acid, but I mean, this guy, if he continues to play lights out like this, the rest of the tournament better be on notice.
Acid going to push through. Drift and tapping buttons combined for the double kill. 2 go down for Shopify. So after Shopify narrowly tie up the hill, SWAT Esports look like they're going to take it. This is a GG's go next for Shopify. SWAT will in fact take it, and I like this play here from Shopify. We previously saw one of the best teams in the world, Sentinels, overextend on a sequence like this. It was on Solitude instead of Recharge, but I like the fact that they played their spawns on the backside of C, but Acid and SWAT Esports are pushing through to get the early rotation on next, and here we go. Hopping back on board with this OpTic Gaming versus Bittersweet match. OpTic in control of that first hill, but still need a little bit of time.
OpTic look to close this one out, start building that momentum towards a potential championship run. Bittersweet on the other side, trying to keep themselves from falling short of the championship bracket altogether. Kind of everything on the line for Bittersweet here. Huge no scope again from Trippy. This guy is just lights out, and I feel like if we think back to all the tournaments that OpTic won in the past, I feel like Trippy was always a big part of it. And you know, the tournaments that maybe they perform a little bit less, maybe Trippy is not his usual self, but he feels like his usual self this weekend. The rest of the tournament's got to be on notice.
Diagram, one of the triplets. He's got some genetical prowess matched with Suppressed. Suppressed
Genetical
is frying. Genetical is not a word. Well, late breaking news here. Genetical, not a word, but it feels like it could be with the triplets shining in HCS competition. I'm still losing my mind over Suppressed. I love going red zone, but I'm thinking to myself, like, how did Suppressed get 23 slays in a Slayer? Anyways, we got to move on here. OpTic Gaming move on with a 1-0 lead. 1 minute off the clock, and Bittersweet and that triplet diagram goes down once again in droves. Triplet at that. Piggy, the only player alive for Bittersweet, and because of that, OpTic are going to get the rotation on next. Staggering our OpTic Gaming on these Bittersweet spawns, and that's just going to lead to more hill time.
Uphill battle here. Trippy, I mean, look at the way he's playing this. Not going to set a single foot in the hill. Doesn't want to give up his location. Bittersweet have to know he's likely to be here, but look at the damage output. One Bittersweet try to show up, gets 2 players to no shields, cleans one of them up, becomes the next hill player. Expects that the next place he's approached from is the back of Silo, but he's incorrect. Morley somehow sneaks through the front of the OpTic setup without anyone seeing it. It's a big shutdown, and could be the opening that Bittersweet needed to get some map control. They do get 3 dead. Trippy has now come off respawn already, and he's already back to work. Cleans up diagram, and Formal's got the shock rifle, so maybe OpTic giving up that seaside momentarily to guarantee themselves more of the sandbox, and now they're going to use that to get control themselves.
Formal, always with the hat on, no cap in his gameplay as he lands the sticky grenade assist. Stopping that push through the tower. Envor's really weak, so Luce is going to push on through, but Envor wins it, and Morley takes down Formal. Impressive regain from Bittersweet, but it's not going to be enough to stop hill number 2 from going through for OpTic Gaming. They lose all 4, but they'll take the 2-0 lead instead.
I mean, heads up play from Dead Zone there. The rest of OpTic Gaming, yeah, they're losing the fight, but who cares? No one on Bittersweet's looking at the hill. That's all that matters in this game. And Bittersweet do get the early rotation on the elevator. Trippy tries to shut it down. Big shutdown from Envor, though, to shut Trippy down. And now both teams vying for space in the elevator. For now, Bittersweet have a solid setup. They've got hill time and control of the elevator.
Bittersweet, after taking OpTic 4 down, are able to earn not only the rotation on the hill number 3, but 3/4 of the time And now's where OpTic might want to think GG's go next as they lose life advantage. +1 net outcome for Bittersweet. Formal regaining his shields, but the instantaneous frag grenade around the corner is going to set him right back to that crouch. And this is, I think, what Formal had in mind. If these guys are able to control it, that's fine. We'll go GG next and secure the rotation on hill number 4. And when you have that lead, Eli, up by 2, this is the play to make right here from Formal. But Bittersweet are looking to push through. Biggie lands a potential sticky. No, is not able to land either, despite the tricky grapple play. Lucid, the MVP with the nice shots, and he's gonna definitely, yes, he's gonna definitely land some teabags. He's definitely gonna land some body disrespect. You could almost feel it after that insane 1v2 win from the Season 1 MVP.
The prolonged teabag, the I know you're going to see this in at least part of your death screen type teabag, the you need to know that this is happening right now type teabag. That was insane out of Lucid. I mean, what more of a statement are you trying to make? This guy is on fire, shutting down multiple opponents at the same time. 15 and 9 so far.
I love it. How much? That's really interesting, Eli. I feel like we're seeing a lot of bags from the big 3. We saw it from Renegade earlier. I guess the only one who's not getting in the mix is SSG. Where are you guys at? Come on, let's have some Halo fun. Drop the bags, drop the bodies. Why not? Have yourself a game. Have yourself a peek and pop shot out of the shroud screen from Trippy. As he stays alive all the while as well. Unbelievable play here from Trippy. And Eli, if Trippy plays like this, big game Trippy's his nickname, but I feel like we don't always see that from Trippy. He's, not to say inconsistent, he's usually always great, but to be truly big game Trippy, he's got to have games like this, and he's having games like this, and if he does, this could be what spurs OpTic to a championship here across the pond in London.
You're right, he's always great, but he just has a different gear. He can ascend to another level, a different plane, a different dimension of gameplay sometimes. And I feel like, you know, maybe Lucid is more consistently in a higher dimension. Maybe Formal is, but dude, when Trippy gets there too, is there anybody that can beat this team? Can't forget Dead Zone either, who willed his team to victory from behind multiple times yesterday. Seems like Dead Zone, if his team is losing, is always going to step up to the plate, and that's why I predicted OpTic to win this tournament. I mean, so far they have looked the best in London.
Man, Trippy taking on all challengers, sliding through and securing the hill and the trade there. Unbelievable. The big game Trippy continues on as OpTic looking for a big 3-0 sweep. This is what you want to see if you're a Greenwall fan. Not what you want to see there. As Formal goes down. All good, though. Matt heads back to the respawn screen. But look at that. Matt just earned an assist. So, unbelievable. We're starting to almost see Season 1 Formal, where he's earning those assists. He's a top support player in the HCS again. And, hey, if that was the recipe for success for a Halo World Championship in Season 1, why not Season 3?
So interesting. We see some of these all-time greats kind of shift into a different role sometimes. We kind of saw that from Frosty last year, right? Like when Renegade joins the team, Frosty's like, okay, let me just get some more shots down range. If my team needs me to be the assist guy, then I'll be the assist guy. And I feel like Formal, similar mentality. It's all that matters is how you get the win. These guys are willing to adapt and show up to the game however their team needs it. But look on the other side, by the way, Mortally, their team is losing, but he's got 21 kills. He's putting up a heck of a performance himself. Diagram 13 assists. These guys are putting up a great fight, but with 2 minutes on the clock, they've got to be extremely objective, efficient. They've got to kill OpTic right now, though, before they get this 4th point.
Formal really making sure he lines up his sights. He's able to take down 1, trade out, but it's Dead Zone on the tower side, helping take down 3, and that will do it. OpTic Gaming take the match and the series.
Very impressive. I mean, like we said, a well-rested Formal. They're looking even better than ever. I think that they look to make a deep run as the tournament progresses, but we're going to actually take a quick break. There's so much action happening around the clock. We're going to re-rack and reset. We'll be back here momentarily.
enemy team took
We
the
said
kill.
it would be a short break, and we were not kidding. We are back, guys. It's going to be Reversal Pervy versus FaZe. This one has just started out. Right now, both teams fighting for the tower position. This first opening strat, usually pretty important on recharge. Camo and shock rifle here to play for, but also want to get control of that C side as well to have early positioning on the hill. And it's going to be Frosty, the one that gets that shock rifle. He's also got the grapple in case he gets into danger.
This is a big game 3 right here. Not only in a best of 5, tied 1-1, does the winner of game 3 take an 80% chance to win the series, but for Reversal Pervy, this is their opportunity to prove that this is not just an underdog fluke game 2 win. They're here to win some objectives as well, as in a pretty close one off the start. FaZe do take the edge, and if Frosty takes the double, it could help secure hill number 1.
Double kill.
Huge double out of Frosty. Maybe overheats a little bit though. I'm gonna shut him down. Maybe that was cherished. Either way, looks like shock rifle continues to be in the hands of FaZe, now in the hands of Renegade. Headshot doesn't connect. Great grenade there. Bounces it off the wall, backs up, knows how fast these players are moving. And FaZe look to close out this first hill. Hayden's gonna try to last-ditch effort, stop it from happening. I don't think that's gonna be enough though. Still got to win a few more slays if they're going to stop FaZe from capping this one.
Trade goes through. Royal 2 takes his sights on the bat ledge. Reversal Pervy have hill control though. Royal 2 going to secure the final second that FaZe needs to go up 1-0, but the flank comes through. Royal 2 goes down. Nice positioning. Breaking shot position in the hill. And with 3 down for FaZe, this could be it for Reversal Pervy. Taking a 1-0 lead would be so massive. You force the other team, FaZe, to chase. If they're able to secure it, Snakebite with a last-ditch effort contests the hill, gets the slay, and might just secure it for FaZe. Yes, he does. Unbelievable. Huge play there for Snakebite. And a 1-0 lead for FaZe.
It's got to be heartbreaking for Reversal Pervy. Tied up the series 1-1. Just about to cap the first hill. It gets stolen away. But they do have a nice rotation here. They currently have control of Long Haul Tower, C-Plat. These are all the positions you want for this next hill, but looks like a little bit of play from Cherish here. He's trying to apply pressure to the spawners, but when he gets shut down, the rest of FaZe can push a little bit more freely. Frosty gonna come off spawn, quickly hit the curb slide, get into the mix, and it looks like FaZe have won this fight, and now they have a chance to set up for themselves.
Frosty clambering up to the batteries, maybe getting a shock rifle attempt. No, with shots in his back, he needs to reset his sights to Cherish, pushing on through the long haul. Shots across map onto Common. Player underneath him as well, so he's getting shot from all different directions, all the while staying alive. And with breaking shot as the last Spartan standing, Frosty knows that his attention might be pushed towards Royal 2, and Frosty finds the assist. And this is big. Frosty's not been having quite the tournament, or at least the day, at least the start that we're used to seeing from him, and he's back on his steez though. Most slays in the lobby, 10 and 6 in this match, but as I say that, 3 go down for FaZe Clan. Reversal Pervy are back in the mix, back in the hill, and they could just regain the lead.
Although FaZe looking a little shaky, I feel like there's a kind of something different about the way they're moving on the map this game in particular. Seems like they're moving with a little bit more swagger, hitting more curb slides, playing with some more confidence, but is it paying off? I don't know. They did get the first hill, but the second hill looks to be captured by Reversal Pervy unless Cherish gets taken down. He does. It's another last second stop for FaZe, and if you're on the side of Reversal Pervy, you've got to make a good push coming off spawn here so that FaZe don't take this one themselves.
And this would be a devastating gut punch for Reversal Pervy if they're to go down 0-2 in this match, needing a collective 2 seconds, it feels like, on each of these 2 hills to ultimately secure what could be a 1-1 or even a 2-0 lead for Reversal Pervy. Instead, it's Renegade earning the double kill and stands still with that camo, proccing it once again. FaZe scoring once again, and oh my god, Renegade can do no wrong, earns another slay onto Common. Uncommon gameplay here from Renegade.
Renegade, an uncommon player to say the least. Currently 9 and 9, 6 assists, dealing a ton of damage this game so far, and it's another heartbreaking hill loss for Reversal Pervy. They've got to stay mentally focused. Otherwise, FaZe could deal even more mental damage to them. Time goes on. Royal 2 with the shock, and he looks to shut things down in a hurry.
Royal 2 with the shock and the positioning on the side of the map that should allow him to land some flank shots into a few opponents. Doesn't land anything lethal, but does enough damage to earn an assist. 3 go down for reversal perfy. It's Royal 2, which to maintain positioning of the, possession of that shock. Thought he had a headshot there. It looked like it. Ultimately just gets a little bit of body damage. That's going to be enough, though, as FaZe have a 2-0 lead in this match, looking to make it 3-0. And with less than 3 minutes to go, Eli, this is a must-win hill for reversal perfy. They got to start by taking down Royal 2. And they do just that. 3 go down for FaZe and reversal perfy. But the finishing touches on at least one hill. It's FaZe, though, with the reversal of that roll, as they need just a few more seconds, and reversal perfy just have a few to their names. So this is looking very difficult for reversal perfy to come back.
Really did just play very well during the last couple of minutes here. They've got FaZe kind of in the blender, have them staggered on spawns, but I'd like to see them have a bit more hill time to show for it, even though they've slayed out very well last couple of minutes. They've not been able to set foot in the hill, so maybe getting out of the hill to get these slays, need to go back and play the objective here.
Numbers advantage for now for reversal perfy. And can they do what FaZe has done to them on the previous 2 hills? Just stop them just short of scoring. Ains setting up the bottom elevator side of the map. Love this angle here on the box. This is a common angle used to stop that push from the long haul into gold. Leaves it instead because of the blue lighting up in the hill. And Renegade wins another clutch fight, and I think Renegade dropping more bags. He goes down while dropping bags, potentially. 3 go down for FaZe, but it's 3 up in the scoreboard that matters most, as FaZe have a death grip on this match.
So frustrating if you're on the side of reversal perfy. I mean, they've had 2 hills stolen away. The best slaying stretch you've had during the game. FaZe still capped the 3rd hill as well, and just feels like FaZe are finding their ways to win in each of these games. It's what makes them the world champions. They know how to close out, and it's not just in individual games, but individual hills as well. And on the side of reversal perfy, this clock starts to play against you. Just 2 minutes on the clock. You've got to make a good push right here, right now, but you're going to run into Frosty with the shock rifle. Now that they're able to shut him down, I look to see them push forward ahead, but Renegade lies in wait in the long haul. He's going to try to shut that down. Cherish takes him down. Kama tries to fly in to kill Royal 2. The plasma pistol going to keep Royal 2 alive for now.
FaZe could probably milk the clock with a 3-0 lead, less than 2 to go, but it looks like instead they're going to try to milk for the win. Cherish with that shot goes down to a sticky grenade laid on the feet from Frosty. 3 go down for reversal perfy. Renegade looking to stay alive, drops a grenade to the right, dips back to the right, and re-engages right as his shields reach maximum value. But Breaking Shot takes him down. An impressive win there for Breaking Shot. I imagine the cleanup is going to come through. It does. Snakebite gets that cleanup grenade. Tied on this hill, Eli, but it just... I'm trying to manufacture a path. I'm trying to see a path for reversal perfy. I just don't.
It's maybe 0.1% at this point for them to come back.
Whoa, I was thinking at least 5. Jeez.
It's pretty bad, man, because I mean, even if they do get this hill, FaZe just decide like, all right, whatever, let's just play time for the rest and just shut them out. So I mean, it's very low. I mean, right now it looks like it's just going to end right here, right now. Okay, maybe 0.1's a stretch. I'll give it a 1%. I'll 10x my original statement.
All right, 10x on the chances and 10 times the action here on LVT Halo as we are continuing on with our coverage of HCS London, 6:54 Central Standard Time, and there's no shortage of action as Cycle has a flag out. Rebellion is a 2-1 series now as we join this one in progress, so SWAT Esports are keeping it close. SWAT Esports previously sweeping ITB. Is this the moment that Mexico strikes, that Mexico makes history fittingly across the pond in international competition with a top 8 finish?
I mean, to be honest, it's not even really all that important for them to win this series right now. More importantly, they need to win the series against Native after this. So if they can defeat Native, I think that would secure them top 2 in this pool. But if they can beat Shopify and secure first place in this pool, that would be unreal. It's not out of the question. This roster is very talented right now, though. They're down in the series 2-1 and down 1-0 in the CTF. So we've got to start making some magic here.
Difficult 2 on Argyle, a map that plays long, is long, and with a 1-0 lead for Shopify Rebellion, this could be tough for SWAT Esports to come back. Shopify, though, can't start playing not to lose. You can't get on your back foot, play on your heels. Offense seems like the best form of defense a lot of times on Argyle. You continue to put pressure in the spawns and in the base SWAT, and that could be the promising parameter for a 3-1 victory in this series for Shopify as Soul Snipe looks to continue pushing on up. And Eli, every single time we hop back on board for Shopify Rebellion, Suppressed is likely the top fragger. For now, Soul Snipe has it with 15, but how impressive has the consistency been from Suppressed?
It's insane, man. I've been saying for a long time, on any given day, he could just be the best player in the game. I feel like he shoots straighter than just about anybody. Yesterday, he fell in second place across the entire tournament for KD ratio, only behind Stellar. So, I mean, he's kind of proving himself by the numbers that he is a player to look out for. Somehow, though, this Cycle guy on his team is doing more damage than him. So even though he's topping crazy charts in the KD department, he's got even more damage on the squad. So, I mean, this just goes to show, I mean, there is no weak point on the Shopify roster. That's what makes them so exciting.
And here's that pressure we were just talking about. Soul Snipe in the back of SWAT's base, and all he's looking to do here is stay alive. A little sneaky, cheeky positioning at the top, and oh, I thought maybe found a trade grenade. Martyrdom does not. Tapping Buttons stays alive. It's a defensive slay for Tapping Buttons as he lifts up, grabs the grapple. Oh my God, Swift headshot. Ooh. Swift double kill. Unfortunate there. You hate to, you like to think if you're a SWAT esports fan what that would have looked like had Tapping Buttons stayed alive, especially after Cycle goes down to the shots from Drift. Unfortunate there that Shopify were able to find the trade, and that keeps them in control of the map.
Huge win by Drift there. If Cycle wins that fight, this entire situation looks a lot different, but Cycle having to play out of the base. Soul Snipe with a sniper on this pistol side, but he's facing heavy pressure, as is Suppressed. Drift playing lights out. Getting control of this half of the opponent's base is massive to start creating the conditions for a flag run opportunity. Noble hitting a headshot, even more opportunity. Tapping Buttons gonna get the pull, and they're in great position to run this. All they have to do is slow down these spawners, but I tell you what, these spawners of Shopify gonna be very difficult to shut down. Soul Snipe gets a double kill. Suppress shuts down Drift. Acid left as the last player alive, and they're gonna stop this flag run.
And it's not to say that SWAT didn't play their process perfectly on Argyle. You got to chop it up into thirds, get sometimes even 3 team wipes. And that's exactly what SWAT was looking for. They dropped the flag at that 33% mark right here where Cycle stands. Shopify were just too good off of spawn as they reset things. Minute 45 left here as SWAT Esports will return to the respawn screen and have 1, maybe 2 chances to tie things up and avoid a 3-1 loss in the series.
Minute and a half to go. For Noble to get that kill is huge. I mean, every single death starts to feel worse and worse when you've got your back against the wall. They cannot afford many more deaths with just a minute, 20 seconds to go. Every time you go down, you're off the map for 10 of those remaining seconds. Here we go, though. Looks like they do get a kill on Soul Snipe, but go 2 dead. So this next play out of the base of SWAT has to be perfect. And Shopify look to make it difficult. Cycle's got the sniper top center.
4 shots to work with. Boom. No scope. Headshot. Cleanup. Looking for the leg shot there. Would have done a lot of damage. And right now, that's all you're playing for is DPS. As DPS could stand for defensive in that D. As Cycle pushes on through with the snipe. Tapping Buttons looking to lift up instead. But again, we're seeing that continuous pressure and that presence in the mid-map for Shopify Rebellion. Important on a map like Empyrean to own the mid-map control, Eli, but especially so on Argyle, where the vents provide so much cover and so much potential to find time and space to find the slays you need. 3v3 for now, and this is it. Tapping Buttons has to stay alive with the snipe. You'd love to see a snipe headshot come through. It does not. You go down for SWAT Esports, and this is going to be even more difficult. Tapping Buttons actually the last player alive on this push, and should go down shortly after. Mental, though, is not going to chase it. Doesn't need to. Just needs to hold the line. As with 5 seconds left, that will do it. Shopify take the series 3-1.
Impressive showing from SWAT Esports, but Shopify gonna play gatekeeper. They should be finishing first in their pool. I think that makes them now undefeated so far, and on the other side it's FaZe trying to go undefeated as well. 2-1 right now against Reversal Perfy. Reversal Perfy won that game 2 Slayer, but so far no one's on the board yet in the CTF.
Frosty in a pesky fight with breaking shot. Royal 2 cleans him up instead. As Frosty has the positioning to pull this next flag, he's got to worry about one more member or reversal perfy nearby, and it's Common who takes him down, wins what I assume was a 1v1, so it's a big defensive win there for Common. Frosty does enough damage, though, to take him down to 1 HP. Royal 2's not able to clean up on anyone, and breaking shot instead takes down Renegade, so starting to see the numbers mount for reversal perfy. This should give them back mid-map control, but a lot of action going on in reversal perfy's base, so FaZe, with that offensive pressure, have done enough to keep it contested for the mid-map, but here's that battle ensuing for it.
Royal 2, always so patient. I feel like he stands still more than any pro, where he just watches a spot. He just says, I know you want to come this way. I'm going to wait for you to do so, and I'm going to outplay you when you show up. Moves only when necessary. Here he is now in the vents, no shields. Wisely backs out of the vent, knows that grenade's coming through. Right now, just trying to be a nuisance for breaking shot, trying to waste that snipe ammo. Look at just how tricky he's played the situation. Breaking shot gets the no scope, but the repulse to make sure he does not take the melee trade. Huge plays out of Royal 2 to stay alive, and now he's in the base of reversal perfy.
Love those plays with the repulsor where the player from above almost makes the opposition from below look like a basketball. Our Dallas Mavericks moving on to the NBA Finals. Love to see that. Little Luka Doncic action out of there from Royal 2, but he goes down shortly after. 3v3 for now, and Snakebite goes down as well, but it's 2 going down for reversal perfy. So this feels like the SWAT esports team that we saw previously. They're able to get slays on FaZe, but more often than not, it's in their own base. They need to start getting some pressure. They need to start pushing through that 50-yard line. That line of scrimmage, so crucial to break through, and it looks like reversal perfy are going to do just that. Here we go off the regain. Royal 2, the last player to worry about on the reversal perfy side of the map. QT's almost back to where the QT started. Can't use it. Oh my God, he does utilize it to almost blink forward like a blink jump. And it's not enough, though. Reversal perfy aren't able to regain mid-map control. They get a pull, but that's not going to go far.
Yeah, good plays out of breaking shot, but not going to lead to much. At least making FaZe sweat a little bit and keeps this one tied. Eyes are on that 7-minute mark, though. I mean, that's the next set of snipers. We saw Frosty had a sniper. Breaking shot killed him earlier, but not sure where that sniper ended up or how much ammo was left in it, but 16 new rounds of sniper going to be spawning up here in 10 seconds. And I want to see these players start popping off. Breaking shot seems to be playing lights out right now. Frosty, as always, I mean, he said himself his name should be engraved on the sniper rifle itself after all that he's done with it over the years. And he's going to be the one to grab it. Can he continue to build his legacy as one of the best snipers to ever do it?
It's off Frosty. Hit a repulsor 360 overkill on SSG and scrims last week. Has the grapple sniper to work with now, and what can he do with it? Lining up a potential no-scope here on a Haynes, but doesn't get the headshot. Gets the body shot. Haynes able to de-scope Frosty and keep him at bay. He goes down shortly after, so Frosty not able to do much with that sniper. Fortunately for him, though, Royal 2 is able to pick it up with 5 shots left.
So important to play bodyguard to your sniper player, not only to try to keep them alive, but in case they do get taken down, so you can pick it up, deny that resource to the opposition. That's exactly what Royal 2 has done. He's 11-5 right now, no assist to his name, but still putting up solid stats. I mean, neither team really has a significant advantage so far. Neither team has really put on any impressive sniper performances either. Looks like a grapple play perhaps coming out with the flag for reversal perfy. Frosty on the other side comes off spawn and just runs straight to the base of reversal perfy, and it's 3 dead. So Frosty just sensing a timing window, trusting his teammates to get the slays as he goes, and they're going to be awarded with their first cap and look to close this series out if they can hold on to this lead.
Like we saw previously in that Rebellion SWAT series, or SWAT match, I should say, game 4, a 1-0 lead, less than half to go on the clock, and that's a convincing lead here on Argyle as Frosty makes it even more convincing with the double kill. Potential turn on 180 triple. No, he's not going to get a chance instead. This is unbelievable efficiency here from Frosty, known as a main slayer, right? Like you said, one of the best snipers in the world, and it's the objective prowess that we're seeing here. And look at this, executing on the tech, executing on the G-slides to make these runs look almost legend-esque, and FaZe are going to go back-to-back. That all but potentially seals this series. 5 minutes left for reversal perfy, and They got to start getting some things rolling here. They're going for the counter cap, and this is a must score for Reversal Perfy.
Did Frosty just do 2 laps around the map? Just spawns up, goes straight to Reversal Perfy's base, pulls the flag, runs it all the way home, runs all the way back to the base in the same life, and caps another. I mean, this guy is looking like a track star just running through the outskirts of the map. And yeah, known as the Slayer, but he's like, you know what? Nobody else is doing it. Let me just run this flag real quick. You guys can slay out for a bit.
Frosty doing it in the OBJ category this match. Just to go down for FaZe, breaking shot, looking to push through, and with 4 minutes left, he just continue to feel like this has got to be Reversal Perfy's moment to strike, but instead Renegade strikes one through the heart of breaking shot. The no scope takes him down as he looks to just stay alive here, maintain positioning with the snipe at the bottom of the base. Spots cherished, and this could lead to an interesting 1v1 duel, sniper v snipe.
Cherished needs to get a lot of value out of this sniper rifle. They don't have a lot of time to work with. They're down by 2. Clock is ticking against them, but he gets shut down. That means another sniper falls in the hands of FaZe, and it just feels like things are closing. The door is shutting with every shot as Renegade lands an insane no-scope at impressive range.
You know what I'm most impressed with here, Eli? Is FaZe's objective efficiency. Dead even in the kill count, I believe. Quick math, not always right for me, but I believe. Dead even in the kill sheet, and now that's a little +1 advantage for Renegade. But look at the score. 2 scores off of a net even team wipe scenario. I mean, usually FaZe, we see score 1 flag with a +20 KD Slayer outcome. So this is impressive for FaZe. This bodes really well for FaZe because it's always been, at least to me, their objective efficiency that lacks. We've always known that they can slay out with the best of them, but when they're on their steez with objective efficiency, you got Frosty running flag runs like he's legend. This could bode well for everybody else in the tournament, and that's been a part of the narrative. That's been a question coming into HCS London. Will FaZe get back to form? Maybe this is the way they do it.
I think you might be right. I mean, Royal 2, known to slay out, doesn't do a lot of objective for this team, but can you blame him? I mean, this guy's 21-9 right now, just making the map a lot safer for his teammates to run on it. But Frosty stepping up and say, you know what, Royal 2, you can slay out. I'm going to run this flag. He's got the movement to do so. Why not? One last set of snipers have to spawn up. But as this clock dwindles down, Reversal Perfy getting more and more desperate. This looks good for a flag run, though. They've got several dead. Renegade, the first spawner. They're going to try to shut him down before they pull it. They at least get him 1 shot, push him into the back of the base, but Renegade has bought enough time for his teammates to come off spawn and finish that kill, and that flag run gets stopped short. They've got to slay out here, but no, instead they go for dead. 2 spawners, Common and Haynes, just trying to get out of their base.
Reversal Perfy have fought hard here. They've made FaZe bleed. They took a game off of FaZe, but that was the Slayer. You gotta win an OBJ if you want to win a series. Reversal Perfy just not able to, but maybe this is in pool play an opportunity where they can learn from this. They can improve off of this. Nice G-slide now from Snakebite as that pushes him forward, and we might just see the 3-0 here. Not in the series again, but in this particular match, as Snakebite runs it through. Maybe could have continued running, but sensed that he needed to put some shots into the opponents. And that flag's going to get stopped short. That flag will get reset. So with 1 minute left, you got maybe 45 seconds you need to score, and then you need someone in the base to double cap. Looking tough for Reversal Perfy, but we'll hold out hope.
We've seen crazier things, to be honest, but when 2 go dead after that 1 minute mark has crossed, things are looking grimmer and grimmer. They're in the Reversal Perfy base, just causing mayhem. Common goes down. Other player gets taken to 1 shot. He's got to slow down. 30 seconds to go, and I think that might just do it. I mean, 20 seconds might be the fastest potential run. Plus, they need another member in the base to pull the flag. I think this one's over.
FaZe, they have to hope this bodes well for their performance in the championship bracket. Disappointing 4th place finish at HCS Arlington, falling out of the big 3, but they're still in there for now. I think everybody would regard them as a big 3 squad. As Royal 2 pushes up, has shots on to breaking shot. The final seconds ring out, and that will do it. FaZe take the series 3-1.
I mean, Royal 2, 25 and 11. I mean, this man has woken up. He was playing lights out yesterday as well, putting up insane numbers to carry his team to victory. And here he goes. He is popping off, as are the rest of FaZe clan. They're going to go, I believe, undefeated in pools. We're going to go to a quick break for you guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back to you with some more action.
Good morning, gamers, and welcome to LBT Halo's continuous coverage of HCS London live over on the NA side of the pond, 4:38 Central Standard Time, and we're not tired yet. We can't be tired yet. We're just getting things started. Mikowski on the mic, joined by my duo, Eli the Ninja. We got Sentinels versus Bittersweet here. We got Reversal Pervy versus Cloud9. That's going to be our main match. We're going to red zone a little bit, hop back and forth, so hope you guys got your coffee ready. Let's do this.
Got an entire pot of coffee brewing for today just to bring you guys this action. So yeah, I cannot wait to see some of the early matches here. So many good matches. A lot of great teams came out of that open bracket. That #1 team from Mexico that's been making waves at every tournament. One of the teams to make it out. Also Mind Freak, team that made it all the way out from Australia. They're going to be one of the players, or one of the teams we see today. Plus we've got Bittersweet and Reversal Pervy. So honestly, 4 amazing teams and lots of representation across the board to make it out of that open bracket.
Yeah, don't sleep on these open bracket squads. Huge props not only to the 2 NA squads that made it out of open bracket, but you had Mexico representation and ANZ representation, which I just, oh man, that gets me excited. That gets me out of bed this morning because of the fact that those 2 regions were denied guaranteed access to pool play, and here they earn it back in blood. Hopping on board here with Orderly for now, but he goes down. Now on board with Tiger, and the last member alive for Bittersweet. Sentinels with a 60% to 30% or so lead on this hill as they look to close things out. Lethal goes down to 1 HP. Diagram with more shots. Love the positioning here from Diagram to give his team an advantageous situation off spawn, and with that last shot, Diagram makes it count with a double kill, and this all started with the last Spartan standing play from Diagram. Because of him, Bittersweet has a chance on hill #1.
Exactly right. These guys are playing incredibly well, and they have been for a while now. For them to make it into Pool B, which is already the pool of death, I mean, Bittersweet are facing Sentinels, OpTic, and Quadrant today. This is just the first of the matches they played today, but this is a team that's given some of these top teams some issues, so I would not be surprised to see a Bittersweet upset somewhere along the way. But a team like Sentinels really want to stamp their way into that winner's bracket, especially after a disappointing finish in Arlington. Guys are playing with a lot of extra fire this tournament. Valkated already 7-3, by the way, already having a good game.
Never count out Halo players. They got something to prove, and I look across the roster for Bittersweet, and what I think about every single one of these guys drop in roster mania's chaos, and now looking to fight for a chance on the line to qualify not only for pool play, which they've already done, but a chance to extend in the bracket and not start off in lower one, where you lose that bracket reset potential. Back pocket, back token, winner's bracket. Now gone as Sentinels go 4 down. Bittersweet 3 alive, and they might just do this, Eli. Lethal would have to overextend off here. He does get a split spawn. 2 on the snipe side, Lethal on the U-turn side. I don't think you press this, so I think you play for next, and that's exactly why. Bittersweet go up in the lead, 1-0.
Not only that, but they forced the spawn onto the snipe side. Sentinels have to cross the entire map just to get there. We would do it quickly off spawn, but that entire hill diagram just kind of controlled bottom center basically perfectly. He's just hitting every single shot in a not great position, but it doesn't matter how bad your position is. If you're hitting every single shot and you've got your teammates to watch your back from above, it's able to somehow stay alive for long enough to get that hill cap. And when you have the early rotation on this next hill, that's a quick recipe for a 2-0 lead. Can they hold on to it though? This is the type of situation Sentinels have to take their time. They cannot get staggered, which they have so far, to be honest. They've got to slow down, set up a push, and make sure they're approaching this hill from multiple angles.
Look at the domino effect of that, Eli. Lethal overextends, and if I'm Chig in the ear of Sentinels right there, I'm telling Lethal, dude, play for next. Go for that A hill that you've just been gifted by spawning on that side of the map. Instead, Lethal pushes forward, tries to hero it, and instead goes down 1v4. It's an 0-1 start. Bittersweet in the lead, and because of what you just mentioned, Eli, they've already got 50% on the hill. 3 go down for Sentinels. Boo Boo Doo with the last Barn standing on LR. Not looking to take the L here. Goes down to 1 HP, stays alive, and is going to get back that positioning and go down shortly after. So the timing staggered out our Sentinels, and that's all, again, a cause and effect of Lethal's overextension on a hill that he had no chance of winning. 2 more go down for Sentinels, 2 down for Bittersweet. Precision looking to push through. Massive opportunity here, but Mortally takes him down with a punch to the face. Bittersweet could just jump out to a 2-0 lead.
Bittersweet are playing this so effectively. I almost feel like they intentionally staggered out Boo Boo there in that position. They know that Sentinels want all 4 of their members alive to make a solid push. So Boo Boo scurrying away 1 shot, and then only 5 seconds later do they finally kill him. It seems almost by design. However, Valkated somehow finds his way into the yard side. Precision getting a kill right now, and this is the best they've looked since this hill rotated. If they can just hold off the push coming in from both Flowers and LR, they could potentially cap this point, but they're going to have to get a couple more slays. Love the way Valkated's played this, just making sure Piggy dies, but he gets taken down shortly after, and that means Envor has the camo.
It's early, but this is a must-win hill for Sentinels. Each of these 2 hills have taken a minute and a half plus to secure. Hill number 2 hasn't even been secured yet, and at 2-0 with a minute 20 on the clock, Sentinels don't have the time to do it. They have to do it right here, right now. The sense of urgency comes up quickly here, and a game 1. Wow, unbelievable. Bittersweet fighting for their life, but Sentinels do in fact score. And now, Eli, it feels like next hill might just win with so little time left on the clock.
Very likely. This game type often goes to, I've seen this game type go to 1-0. I've seen all 5 minutes elapse where one team got 1 hill. It's usually very difficult to cap a hill, so I think you're exactly right. I think whoever gets this next one should be the victor in this game. Would not be surprised at all for overtime to be where it's activated. Boo Boo, last player alive for Sentinels right now. It looks like he is currently contesting this snipe side. Now the snipe side spawn so important for this hill. It's not only important to hold the blue side, but also to have the snipe side. You don't want your opponent just spawning and killing your hill player.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to LBT Halo's presentation of HCS London. The sun just came up. We've been up for about 3 hours now, casting all of the action here in pool play as these open bracket teams take on the pool play teams that have already secured that position in pools. And Quadrant gets out to a fast start 1-0, but Bittersweet answer right back. We're tied 1-1.
To set the stage here, this is a do or die moment for both teams. Both teams currently 0-2. This was the pool of death. Both teams losing to Sentinels and OpTic along the way. So whoever loses this series will be out of the tournament entirely. Winner goes on to the lower bracket round 1, where they have a chance to make a run and still have life in the tournament. But right now it is tied neck and neck, 1-1. 8-minute mark about to come across your screen. That's when that overshield comes up. Could be a big difference maker here in a moment.
Bittersweet could leave a bitter taste in the mouth of Quadrant, your hosts of this HCS London tournament. And it's almost like walking into a dinner party, right? They're hosting, they've got steaks and turkeys and vegetables, mashed potatoes out on the table, and then you just flip it over. That's what Bittersweet's looking to do here as Envor pushes in through to the red base, has shots onto Sika. A little bit of that overshield keeps him alive for now. A pull occurs, but there's way more meat left on the bone. Envor, not a lot of shields left, looking to stay alive, sensing a push maybe from the Fridge side, but it doesn't come through quite yet, and Envor is going to extend it a little further. Got to take down Sika in the mid-map. It's got to be someone behind him. There's that player behind him that he expected from the Fridge. A little missed timing there as SLG takes him down.
Right now, looks like Quadrant just trying to maintain positioning in this utility side. Big shots out of Snipe Drone. By the way, this guy was playing unbelievable yesterday. I think he put up nearly 50 kills in an oddball game, and just he was playing as the most kills in the lobby against OpTic. So, I mean, Snipe Drone definitely on fire this weekend, playing on home turf, home field advantage, maybe, but this Quadrant roster should not be overlooked. They're looking very strong, had a close series against Sentinels as well. Bittersweet on the other side, they've also looked very good, but maybe didn't put up as good of a fight in the series against those two top teams. So right now, Quadrant has the flag out, but so do Bittersweet. Bittersweet looking better poised to cap this if they can return their own flag. Piggy gonna elect to try to fight in front of the flag for now, just to guarantee this flag cap. Let's see if it pays off.
Oh, another back smack comes through. Hold the line, hold the goal line stand. SLG has another monster back smack that might just give Quadrant the counter cap. It does. 3 go down for Bittersweet. Diagram's the last player alive, and oh my gosh, what a time to lose that as the OS is up as well. Can Quadrant utilize this? Take a 2-1 lead?
Enemy flag returned.
Piggy probably kicking himself there. Thought that maybe he needed to watch out for another player rotating through the car side, but realistically might have been able to just return the flag and cap it there. That will potentially come back to bite them, as they do have to relinquish that flag cap. And now all of a sudden, Quadrant, the ones in control. They've got 2 dead. They've got the flag running. Flag player taking some damage, but when he rounds that corner, he's going to be safe to get at least halfway across the map. Snipe Drone trying to cut off the spawners here. Done a good job so far. Gets 2. Piggy and Envor, last 2 players alive, but they're in no position to stop this flag cap. Quadrant go up 2-1.
Oh man, SLG not only stops Bittersweet from taking a 2-1 lead, but he flips the match on its head. A little bit of an elongated counter cap. The first one doesn't go through, but the second one does, as it's Quadrant in the lead 2-1, and that's a moment in the match you could look back on as the difference maker. SLG and Sika combining to be the difference maker as they combine for 2, and oh, Bittersweet got to worry about this one. A potential 3-1 with less than 4 or so to go, and the momentum we're seeing mount for Quadrant. This is a big one right here.
This is very important. Bittersweet need to stop this cap. It feels like momentum rolling a little bit too strong in favor of Quadrant. They get 3 dead though. They stop the flag short. This looks like a very easy return now for Diagram. They've got to predict the spawns though. Spawners could spawn as far as Car 2 and P1. They do. Snipe Drone and Sika both spawn P1. It's because Bittersweet are controlling a little bit too much of this side of the map, so they're not going to be able to get this flag home unless they get this return, but also slay out on their side of the map.
Yeah, Quadrant pushing through on the Fridge and Generator side of the map gives the opposition those advantageous spawns. 2 go down on each side, split scenario. Bittersweet looking to counter of their own. Oh, and Diagram with this OS could help tie this matchup at 2.
Such an important OS grab when things are starting to look grim. Huge reset. They're now in the Quadrant base. Diagram just playing extra careful, checking all of his corners, making sure nobody is here to backsmack him. Wants to get more value out of this OS. Frag grenade bounces off of literally nothing, gets stuck and does some damage on himself. Bit unfortunate there. However, looks like the flag is all the way out, and maybe Quadrant has a chance to cap this. Piggy's the last player alive to try to stop the situation, but he's buying enough time for his teammates to come off and potentially stop it as well.
75% of Quadrant slays in this Aqua CTF have come via teamwork and assist. Teamwork makes the dream work. It also puts in the 3rd score for Quadrant, and that's been their win condition. Help each other out, keep each other alive. Unbelievable grouping on the side of Quadrant. I always say, if you've got all 4 members within 4 kills or assists of each other, that means everybody's playing their 25%. That's exactly what we see here. Everybody but SLG with a flag score of their own. This is perfect team Halo being played by Quadrant, and they're in the lead because of it.
If you'll recall back to that last Quadrant roster, including Legends and Chick, they were very good at capture the flag and seemed to always work well together. Not a surprise that they are finally clicking. It felt like this specific version of Quadrant took a while to start clicking, but they definitely are now. They're looking to cap a 4th flag. Bittersweet go 3 dead. They did get a pull, but I don't think it's going to be enough to stop this one. They should be able to get this return and get this cap. SLG is going to slide in, grab the flag. That flag might just return on its own. SLG looks to put it in, but no. Envor here at the last second. He's going to get the pull, throw it out into the courtyard just to buy his team a little bit more time. It's absolutely necessary right now. Who got this overshield, though? Overshield just came up 10 seconds ago. Snipe drone with the triple kill. Mortally with the flag return, but he's going to have to do a lot more than that if Bittersweet are going to win this one.
Unbelievable. Every time it feels like Bittersweet have a glimmer of hope. You've got somebody for Quadrant shutting it down with Doom and Darkness. There was Snipe Drone with the triple kill. Continuing on, taking down Piggy. And he's just looking to stay alive here. 3-1. And my God, Quadrant have another flag out. If they score this, it is all but over. 3 go down for Bittersweet. And it could be 3 down for Quadrant. It is. SLG's the last player alive for Quadrant. I'm amazed he's able to get it this far into the base. He's going to have to stop short here and make sure he regains his shields, play his process. Again, a dueling flag out scenario. 3-1 with 1 minute left. This is a win condition for Bittersweet. They could elongate this situation for 60 seconds. And that'd be the game, but they might not need to. Another multi-kill from SLG. Multiple scores. 4-1 in total as Quadrant are going to take this game 1, if not for a Cloud9-esque Season 1 comeback.
I don't think Bittersweet are even moving off their spawn. I mean, they might play for a few more slays, but game is over. It's mathematically impossible. There's just not enough time left on the clock. So very impressive plays by Quadrant. Like you said, all really playing within that same grouping. Towards the end game, the slays heavily leaning towards Quadrant. It felt like for a majority of this game, maybe 60-70% of it, the slays were even. But going into the closing moments of this game, Quadrant really just turned up the pressure. Now just padding the score sheet as they take down Piggy in the util, but sorry, in the fridge side. But wow, the Quadrant playing very effective.
And in this do or die pool play round 3, which is really lower bracket round 1 if you think about it. Both of these two teams will either start in lower bracket. Best case scenario, worst case scenario, you go home. And I think this is another situation just like that, as Native Gaming need a win over SWAT Esports. ITB, though, previously losing. I don't remember who won the series between ITB and Native Gaming, but this is another one of those highly consequential pool play matches here as we get towards the latter parts of pool play. All of these open bracket teams wrapping up their matches against the pro squads.
ITB did defeat Native in a game 5, but fell to SWAT Esports 3-0. Now, Native Gaming, I think, have not yet won a series, so they went to game 5. So I think this is a potential tiebreaker type scenario if Native does win this against SWAT Esports. there would be a 3-way tie, and then it would go to map count, I believe.
Yep.
So this could be very consequential. The fact that ITB lost 3-0 to SWAT Esports means that Native probably need to win this one 3-0 to tie that performance.
Man, the situation could not be more dire for some of these squads as the open bracket teams have come to play, looking to steal the spots, steal the hearts of some of these existing long-standing staple professional teams in the HCS. It's 2 go down for SWAT Esports after the double kill from Noble, 2 go down for Native Gaming, but it's 3 in total. Make it 4 after the double from Barcode. It's a double-double, no in and out, as Barcode goes straight into the hill.
Barcode, such an exciting player to watch, so efficient on the map, able to deal so much damage. 15 kills, 11 assists as well, only 10 deaths. Really the standout performer so far. And he's putting the Disruptor to work. We don't see that gun get used a whole lot. Not yet, at least. Probably deserves a little bit more love, but now it's tapping buttons in the hill. So great push out of SWAT Esports coming off spawn, able to shut down Native Gaming. And really didn't take them that long. Native only able to get about 45% of this hill before they get shut down.
2-1 here. Native Gaming have the lead as we join this match in progress. 2 minutes left in regulation, and 2 more go down on each side of the map. It feels like for the last 2 minutes, it's been all 2v2s. Who's going to win out? That classic Halo scenario. The birthplace of competitive Halo, you could argue, was born with 2v2, and we're seeing a lot of it here. APG, been playing Halo since he was born, it feels like, as he's locking down this side of the map. Gilkey with a huge double kill. Looks like could help secure a 3-1 lead for Native Gaming. One final chance to stop it for SWAT. And this is the question you have to ask. Do they even overextend to stop a hill that they likely can't, or rotate for next? That's the strategical question, as Native Gaming will in fact take that 3-1 lead.
This next camo going to be quite important as well. Snipe Side Hill can be shut down. We've seen it capped very quickly. We've also seen it hotly contested, but beginning of the hill going to be all the info we need. This Acid wins a crucial 1v1 against APG in order to grab the camo that's going to secure the hill. And they've only got 1.5 minutes on the regulation clock, so they want to cap this one in a hurry to give themselves a chance to tie it up and force overtime.
Curious what Hoaxer has in his mind, the coach for Native Gaming. Do they play to milk the clock? Do they play for slays, or do we see Native Gaming step foot in the hill and go for the 4-1 victory? Barcode pushing in, but this could just be to take down the opposing player Noble at Snipe. We'll know right here what their strategy is. Native Gaming are going to play for the 4-1 win.
I like this call. I mean, this hill can be shut down. It's also pretty easy to apply pressure from within this hill. You've got a lot of cover, natural cover with the cement blocks here, but a couple do go down. It's 2 down on each side. Bigwin does have this shock rifle, and if he can get a couple headshots, he might just close out the game.
Native 0-2 in pool play, needing this victory here, needing what you'd think is a 3-0 sweep after SWAT 3-0 sweep ITB. Native Gaming, this would be one way to start that Cinderella run.
We only need 1 second, but is it enough? Wow, an insane push there. I was worried that it was a little bit premature, but no, there was 2 members of Native there ready to shut that down. They take a nice win in game 1. That's some good momentum going into the rest of the series. Also, just a single win in this series could be consequential, even if I think SWAT Esports now wins the rest of the games. I think Native, or no, that would mean Native goes 0-3 in pool, so they still need to win this series. On the other side, SWAT need to at least take a game to win a tiebreaker, I believe.
If SWAT wins 1 game, they take the spot from Native Gaming. Unbelievable. As we switch gears here, Quadrant versus Bittersweet. We've been casting so much continuous action. We haven't had a chance to thank you guys in the chat for all of your support, but we see those gifted subs. Purple, thanks, homie. See those prime subs from the likes of DeBrian94 and everybody else. Thank you guys so much for supporting this entirely community-funded, entirely grassroots effort here from the LVT crew as we hop on board here with Snipe Drone on the net side of the map, looking to push on through. 2v1 on Diagram, but his teammate splits from him. Diagram's going to take the fight to him and take advantage of that little split as he takes down Snipe Drone. Split in the feed as well. Clory goes down again. And this is looking like an opportunity for Bittersweet to roll on their numbers.
Here we go. SLG using that repulsor to relocate to top mid. Shuts down Mortally. That's a big kill because Mortally was kind of shutting down this side of the map. SLG is going to take that position from himself. Also finds the sniper rifle. And I tell you what, called this guy one of the best snipers in the world. And his Twitter feed will tell you why. As he will tell you why right here. Oh, could have hit the triple, but barely misses. But we can see some early shades of why SLG is a very feared sniper rifle.
Quadrant and the sniper on live fire. Neighbor, name a better duo. I'll wait. My God. And they're looking for it again. 3 go down for Bittersweet, and Quadrant are going to have the snipe back in their hands, if not for Envor. And this is a smart play here. Last Spartan standing. He's just going to waste out those 4 shots. This is such a smart play from Lee. I love this. And then he earns the assist on Sika. So now he's got a little bit of snipe to work with after that heads-up play. This is... Again, we're seeing such high-level, heady Halo being played. Now Envor looks to take some heads himself.
Yeah, spurning the first half of the clip just in case he is taken down, but still wants to utilize the rest of the clip offensively. Spurning another one. Gets the shot, though, with the last bullet in the clip. And when his team has a 2-kill deficit to make up, just denying any opportunity for Quadrant to continue mounting a lead is massive. They've now tied it up. Need to do so to stay alive here.
Envor pushing through, 3 pushing through the big door, so he's got teammate support. Looks like 3 stacked for Quadrant as well after SLG goes down. And those 3 members of Quadrant are pushing up on the nest side. Envor with the low ground. A couple grenades here could be deadly. He finds a way to stay alive. Finds a way to get a slay onto Sika. Trades out, and that is massive. Keeping it close. What Bittersweet has been doing a really good job of here. Mortally wins another 1v1 over Snipe Drone. Trades out ultimately in the feed that trickles down to your scoreboard. 25 all at the halfway mark.
Sika just trying to make it annoying for Bittersweet to get into the garage side, but decides to relocate. I kind of like this play, trying to be sneaky, also get some pressure on the other side. Don't know if they know Mortalley's here yet. Oh, they must. He gets stuck by Glory. That's a 2 dead for Quadrant. Looks like Diagram gets spotted out, beat down by Sika. All of a sudden, Quadrant in a position to potentially spawn kill. Looks like they did purposefully take enough space around tower and screen side to force a green spawn. And that's why they're able to continue building this lead.
Sika pushing up on the turbine. Camo's up now, and it's a battle for it. A 3 go down for Quadrant. This should give Bittersweet the edge for it. Don't want to burn it in this scenario where you only have 1 player alive for Quadrant. And try as they might, they do not burn that camo. Piggy and Bittersweet with a 2-kill lead and 20 seconds left on this camo. This is an opportunity to grow on your lead, but Piggy starts taking some instantaneous shots. Great recognition of Mortally there. Noticing the attention is on Piggy. He gets back involved in the gunfight, and now it's a deja vu, vice versa of that. Piggy now noticing the attention was on Mortally, takes the fight to Quadrant, and they still have that lead up by 2, and it feels like this next snipe could be crucial. Numbers are dwindling for Quadrant. Feels like they've been 3 down more often than not in the last 3 minutes, and that reflects in the scoreboard. 35-39 Mortally, and Bittersweet looking to put the finishing touches on a tied series.
Bittersweet so good at this game type. If you'll recall, this was the same team that beat SSG in Live Fire Slayer. After losing a Argyle CTF in 1 minute and 40 seconds, they bounced back to win this very game type, and they're looking to show why they're so good at it against a team like Quadrant, who've always been good on Live Fire. But they're now up by 5 going into the end game. Got Snipe Drone caught out on the screen, but Sika pressuring through top center. This is a good looking setup for Quadrant to push in and potentially collapse.
38-42. Now 40-42 after the double in the feed. Diagram and Piggy go down, and there it is. There's that snipe in the hands of Snipe Drone, and despite not having the lead, they have what feels like a potential win condition in their hands. Snipe Drone lining up his first shot, misses. But now his location has been alerted, and I love this reposition here. Adding some mystery and intrigue to his location. Bittersweet, based on the timing of this, might not know exactly where he is. We'll find out depending on if he gets some side of the headshots or back of the headshots. Snipe Drone repositioning once again off the top of Snipe Tower. Now down over to the dummy door, but my God, Diagram picks it out. Incredible communication and awareness. Not enough so for Mortally, but he slides through, doesn't have to pay for it, doesn't go down. Snipe drone just looking to make a play, looking to make an impact with the snipe, but his numbers, his teammates go down all the while. And here's where I think he's going to try to bait this camo. He's got a teammate on it, so they might just grab it. 43-45 Quadrant. Can they come back? 44-46 now. No scope lined up. Snipe drone with the killing spree. Lee looking to shut it down. But he does not. Glory takes him down instead. Bait and switch goes through. 45-46.
I think Bittersweet might have snagged that camo and scurried away with it. Got a trio going to the tower side. Love to see this teamwork. As we see, Diagram gets a clutch kill on Glory. Now they just one kill away from closing this out and tying up the series. Piggy's got the camo as well. What an impressive in-game sequence from Bittersweet.
I would have really liked to seen Quadrant bait that camo there. When you knew Bittersweet were going for it, you could line out that reticle. We see so many players at the professional level take that quote-unquote free headshot, but instead Piggy and Bittersweet steal the camo. They steal game 2 as well. We're tied in this do or die series. The loser goes home. Tied 1-1 for now as we hop back on board here with another consequential series. Native not only needing the win in this one, but they need to do it via 3-0 sweep, and they're up by 8 in the Slayer. And this is what I arguably expect from a team with so many veterans, so much talent, to ice up when it matters most. You've got some of the best players in the world on this Native Gaming roster looking to put it to work.
Absolutely. And quick shout out to Powerful Snail. What a username. Love that with the 10 gifted in the chat. We see you, sir. Thank you so much for your continued support, as we are thankful for everybody else in the chat. Purple Zors also gifting 8 as well. But hopping back into the action, yes, huge lead right now for Native Gaming, up by 10. And this is that back against the wall, do or die. We sat down with Mick on our podcast last week, and he said that this team, he knows they have a different gear. He knows they're capable of playing at a high level. Just haven't found a way to find that gear all the time. But I can tell you this right now, it looks like they're in that gear right now.
Well, like we see so often in HCS play, when your back's against the wall, that's when we see the best from these professional players, and that's what Native Gaming are looking at right now. Back against the wall, do or die, and for now, they're doing it. Up by 7, 31-38. We hop on board here with Drift. He's got the shock, so this could bring SWAT back. Lands one headshot. Noob combo misses from Gilkey, and despite that, Drift finds the killing spree. Gilkey trades out with Drift, though, so that's massive. Noble goes down as well. But for now, a 7-kill lead heading into the 40s, and McWin could shut the door on it right here. Perfect headshot with the shock. Looking to zip line his way through. Gets the double and an assist on the player at the back of Elevator. And now Native Gaming get back that 10-kill lead.
Noble maybe pushing a few too many buttons while Dead somehow just jumped right after he spawned. It leads to an easy headshot for McWin. So he's going to continue to apply pressure, use this grapple to reposition, got this player to one shot, tries to deny any escape opportunity, but he's going to meet multiple opponents when he rounds that corner. He gets taken down, but I think the pressure and the damage has been done. It's now a 7-kill lead. Native just need another 6 to close it out. Barcode's going to get one of those to bring it down to 5, and this one cannot go to time. This next camo could be a potential way for SWAT to get back into this, but it's going to be stolen and delivered to McWin. Gilkey just playing kamikaze, grabs it and throws the camo at his teammate's forehead. McWin said, all right, bro, thanks, I guess. Let me put this on real quick, but he loves the selfless play out of Gilkey to make sure his team gets that.
Another one of those plays that you expect from the veteran. McWin lining up Sticky, lines up the reticle on Acid instead. Quick flick, headshot takes him down. Throws another potential defensive grenade. He thinks tapping buttons is still there. APG pushing on through. Wow, it's Noble still there. And Noble with that grenade toss from McWin. Oh my God. Geometrical, angular velocity takes down Noble and takes down SWAT Esports. Native Gaming on the verge of one of the iciest 3-0 sweeps that we've seen, and they need it. They've got the sweep here, and we're going to take a quick break. While these guys reset, we will as well. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Halo.
Light speed, work it longer. We a different breed, living larger, chasing the dream. started. Let's get it started. Pave the way, roads uncharted. No problem, we ain't solving. 1, 2, 3. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Come play with the big boys. Ain't no rest, we make noise. Love it when you see it so good that you can't avoid. Pedal to the metal, we going far. Going far. Foot on the gas, just getting started. Let's get it started. Pave the way, roads uncharted. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Let's get it started. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Are you ready? Here we go. Started. Let's get it. Started. Let's get it. Yeah. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Let's get it started. Let's get it. Let's get it started.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
All right, here we go. Back at it again. Quadrant versus Bittersweet in a do or die series where the loser goes home early before even getting an opportunity to compete in champ bracket. Right now, it's Quadrant with the early edge, though, as they look to double up on Bittersweet with the Oddball in control as well, as Glory looks to lock down that push through the A overpass. Piggy gets the opening break. But SLG continues to milk time, expecting a reset now. There it is, out the back door, and Quadrant have a 44-18 lead.
Oh, such a huge kill from Sika there on Diagram, who had camo and has also been popping off already. 6 and 4, but Sika with the 5 perfect shots on the camo player. Very difficult fight to win there, but it's going to be absolutely massive. Quadrant going to maintain control because of it. New shock rifle is up. We'll have to see which player can grab it. SLG's got that battle rifle in hand, so these long range shots if necessary. And all of Bittersweet are pushing into the pipe side. Knew that this ball would be reset, and they want to take positioning for it.
SLG with that Season 1 battle rifle, it feels like. Helps take down 1. Now looking cross map for 2. Drops the battle rifle now. Picks up the shot. Picks up the oddball. Starts to rotate. And now it's on the fulcrum. Does he want to go to C? Does he want to go to gold? With players spawning in C, Sika probably communicates, I just spawned C. What that means for SLG and the rest of the boys to make their way to that location. They do just that. Love the communication, love the positioning here from Quadrant as they're finding ways to manufacture 10 seconds at a time. Manufacturing slays as well. Nice double kill. Make it a potential triple. No, not going to be the triple, but impressive shots nonetheless from SLG. But he goes down shortly after, and the shock maintains in favor of Quadrant. This is huge. It could switch over to Bittersweet, but if not for Snipe Drone taking the face of Envor. Unbelievable sniping we're seeing from Quadrant, and it makes sense. They're one of the best sniper teams in the HCS.
Unbelievable. I mean, there's just something about that French blood, man. There's just, they know how to snipe. Snipe Drone, not French, but he's gonna hit some headshots as well. These guys are absolutely putting on a clinic. You can almost feel that they are willing themselves to stay alive. I mean, this is their tournament. They do not want to go home right now. This would be awful for them. They want to put on a show for the crowd. Lots of people came to watch these guys play, and they're showing exactly why.
SLG looking to hit that ghost ledge jump to potentially avoid that fragmentation damage. Does not, and goes down, but he burns the camo. Double kill now for Diagram as Quadrant go 4 down, and this is Bittersweet's best look at oddball control. Really curious as to where they're going to take it. It looks like they're going to look at the lockdown location, so they do have an opportunity there to play the oddball out that top A door. No, they're going to actually rotate it over to C, so after 4 go down, they will reset back into the drink, and oddball goes right back into the hands of Quadrant, looking to put the finishing touches on round number 1, needing less than 20 seconds.
Quadrant looking absolutely unreal so far this game. Look at the other side, though. Diagram has the most kills in the lobby. He's 14 and 9, and I swear every time I've looked up, he's just got the most kills on his team. Mortally's been putting up big numbers in a lot of the other games, but not this one. Yet to get much momentum going. He's got 8 assists, though, so it's not like he's been off the map entirely, but I really feel like it's just the backs of those snipe plays out of Quadrant, just getting so much value out of the shock rifle. It's been kind of rare so far this tournament. It doesn't seem like players are hitting as many shots. You know, on land, you're going to be facing even more pressure than usual. It feels like you take a bit more damage since your opponent's shots are connecting a bit better. And Quadrant close out round 1. If they can put on a similar performance with the shock in round 2, they could close this one out in a hurry.
All right, here we go. Taking a look at that Native Gaming versus SWAT Esports series. Native Gaming needing a 3-0 sweep are up 1-0 in game 3. What a series win this would be after Alpha sweep ITB. You'd think that this series is going to be much more highly contested, but Native Gaming have second thoughts as we're into the second round here. And Oddball recharge. Oddball off the rip gets taken and rotated over to A. Diagram, the only player alive for Bittersweet, and I hate to say this, but it feels like he's the only player doing work in the slaying department. He's got most of, if not all of, the slays.
Yeah, nearly matching the rest of his team combined in slays so far, but I mean, his teammates are definitely helping him earn these kills. It just feels like Quadrant are just kind of outgunning them at the moment. Look at this. See multiple players pushing through the silo side. Snipe Drone left that play, understanding that his teammate probably had it covered, knowing that the ball is reset. Has to quickly take some space on this side, but look at the spawn understanding. Knew that a player was likely to be spawning an elevator at this moment. Shuts him down. That's going to make it a little bit easier for his teammates to push through on the opposite side.
SLG really likes himself the battle rifle more often than not. When he switched to his POV, he's got it not only in his back pocket, but in his primary loadout. 3 go down, though, for Quadrant. Bittersweet with an opportunity off the reset to take this oddball, but Quadrant have already milked a 20-second head start, so they're going to dare Bittersweet come and take it.
Yeah, interesting play there by SLG. Maybe knew that Diagram was in pipes here. Diagram's going to be the one with the shock rifle, and he's the guy that needs to start popping off. He's already been popping off, but if he can push the envelope even further, maybe take some inspiration from his twin brother Suppress doing work on Shopify. You can start playing, putting up numbers like that, can make a big difference. But so far, unable to land that perfect headshot, able to do a lot of damage, but needs the rest of his team to show up to make this push work.
Oh, swipe headshot from Diagram there as he continues to pop off. Double kill. Perfect reversal. And now he's doing work with the oddball time. I mean, this is an unbelievable performance. You said earlier, Eli, that Quadrant were willing themselves to a win here, which I agree with. But on the other side, it's Diagram willing his team right back.
Enemy has the ball.
A war of the wills. Which will is stronger? Right now, it's Glory positioning himself for what could have been an overkill, but Snipe Drone's gonna edge him out of that one. Here we go. Glory, bottom A tower, and they've got a nice looking setup. Snipe Drone's got some space over at the battery. Sika's long haul. Looks like Mortally maybe a bit overzealous in his push. Finds the trade, but I don't think that's going to be enough. This should be a significant hold here for Quadrant.
Victory.
58 and rolling, just as Bittersweet looked like they were going to get back in the mix. Quadrant are going to run away with a massive Game 3 win, tied 1-all. Outside of a Game 5, this is the win to take right here. You give yourself a huge edge, putting the other team on match point, only needing 1. Your opponents 2. As Glory, we're going to rack up more oddball time. Sensing a rotation, misses the oddball grab, but again, Eli, with this 75-15 lead, you don't feel as bad about something like that. It's just kind of like, oh well, we'll just go back to A.
Yeah, I mean, the Quadrant looking unbelievable with the shock rifle this game. Snipe Drone just adding more highlights. Are they trying to make a montage out of a single game? Were they challenged? Someone say I'll drop 10 gifted in the chat if you guys make a montage in a single game. I mean, these guys are unbelievable, and this game looked easy for them. Bittersweet got to step it up going into the rest of the series.
Oh, Native up 2-0 in the series and up 2-0 with less than 5 minutes left. This could be the match that stamps their ticket through to the championship bracket and gives the boys in blue a chance to show us what they got. We know that they're some of the best players in the league, and they will get that opportunity. Native Gaming clutch up, ice up in a series where they not only needed the win, they needed the sweep, and they got it.
Oh my God, that is so huge for Native. I don't know exactly how the tiebreaker is going to function. That now means because they won that, there should be a 3-way tie in that bracket between Native, ITB, and SWAT Esports. So to admins, going to take a look at the tiebreaker rules, calculate that one, see who places where. It's going to be very intriguing to see how that one plays out. But hopping onto the other side, we've got Mind Freak versus BH3 Esports. So BH3, the team that qualified via points in Europe. They did have the most points after, I believe it was Quadrant, to win that tournament. And it's Mind Freak coming out of the open bracket all the way from Australia. This could be a highly contested one.
And this could be history for ANZ, I believe, with a top 12 finish on the line. This is another one of those mirror matchups where loser goes home. Sways looking to work his way to the back of Sunrise, ends up taking him down eventually. And with Camo and Grapple to work with, this could be the door shutting. BH3 goes 2 down, and unbelievable double on both sides, it feels like, as numbers are mounting for Mind Freak. An 8-kill lead with 4 to go for them. This is all but over.
Impressive stuff here out of Mind Freak. They're already up 1-0 in the series as well. And you're exactly right. This would be history for the complete ANZ New Zealand region. First team to come out of that region and finish top 12. Could Mind Freak make history here? They've got to close this game out and just win one more to do so.
Would be so deserving of a guy like Scoopmeister, a pioneer in the HCS. Never stopped competing, never stopped fighting, despite ANZ and Mexico losing their right to pool play via online. They had to come through the open bracket and earn it on LAN. And how cool is that to see the chip on the shoulder of both of those two regions, and they're taking it. They're looking good. Plasma on the top side of A, just looking to prevent the cross. And this is, again, that body language telling me, hey, BH3, you guys are down 7. You guys got to come to us. We're going to watch the cross. Scoopmeister watching just that with the shock rifle on the other side. Takes down Kimbo. One final slay is all that's needed, and they take it. Mind Freak on the verge of making history for Australia.
Scoopmeister 18-8 plus 10 differential. Massive numbers out of the mouse and keyboard phenom. But we are going to take a quick break. We're getting towards the very end of pool play matches. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to HCS London, presented by LVT Halo. Snipe drone in the B hill, looking to capture that. It's Quadrant off to a doubled up start on Bittersweet, doubled up in this series as well. And this is huge. Bittersweet backs are against the wall, needing this victory, 2 in a row at that, to stay alive in champ bracket. And Quadrant on their own home turf, hosting this event themselves. They don't want to go home early.
We don't have any mics on the audience right now, but I'm sure the Quadrant fans are losing their minds. This is being played on the main stage. These guys have been putting on a show last game, hitting so many snipes with that shock. And so far, riding that momentum here in game 4. Have the lead. They've got the forced spawns on the bunker side, and that's not a great place to spawn if you're Bittersweet. Yes, you're next to one of the enemy strongholds to cap, but the problem is you can't even get into it. A little bit too risky to drop out. Now the split spawns onto the Carbine side are coming in, and I mean, this was one of the best Strongholds teams last season, and they're showing why they are so difficult to play against. They are once again forcing the spawns. This is a la the Quadrant of last year on Recharge.
And this is looking like a Quadrant that's ready to seize the opportunity. Carpe diem. A snipe drone pushes up again on that B side. Carpe the frenzy. Holy, unbelievable. Popping off on the main stage. And Eli, like you said, that Quadrant crowd behind him, we can't hear him, but you can almost feel the roar.
Oh my God, these guys are playing unbelievable right now, just applying so much pressure on all parts of the map. So important to control this top center area where the thruster spawns, also pretty close to where the overshield spawns, and Piggy finally going to be able to take control of it, but not before snipe drone is going to push him out of the play. This next overshield is what Piggy is waiting for. Wanted to make sure he stayed alive for it. He does a good job, and this is exactly what Bittersweet needed to bounce back in this very important game 4.
This is huge for Bittersweet. You don't want to compound on something like that killing frenzy for Quadrant, right? Killing frenzy into trip cap. Instead, it's Bittersweet looking at a potential trip cap. But just as I say that, 2 caps go in favor of Quadrant. It's the AC split. Piggy looking to make use of the final bits of overshield that he has. I'll work his way over to A to score more points. It's a 100-point lead for Quadrant, but like we see in Stronghold so often, it's not enough to feel secure with the victory. Quadrant need a little bit left. Bittersweet, though, are making him earn it. Oh my God, C had 99% on it, but Quadrant are able to regain it. Piggy frying right now with the killing spree, but it's points going all in favor of Quadrant. Needs to win another one here. Trades out instead. So I imagine Quadrant will be able to regain A. No, that does go back to Bittersweet, but Quadrant continue the scoring going into the 200s, 50 seconds away from extending their life championship bracket.
Slays heavily in favor of Quadrant right now, and that's why they have such a massive lead. They've just been controlling the spawns, making it so difficult for the members of Bittersweet to find any comfortable footing. Snipe drone playing his life so well here, does some damage and quickly reroutes, has teammates on both his left and right. The teamwork astronomical right now. Orderly going to be spawning on that Carbine side. He does get a kill before dying, which is pretty massive, but doesn't matter. Quadrant regains scoring position. Next set of spawners from Bittersweet should either be Nest or Carbine. Yes, first spawner is going to be Nest. And because Snipe Drone immediately pushes this player, the next spawner will spawn further away. This is how you control the entire map. Just make it so the other team has no chance to work together.
Piggy down to 1 HP, and the trade comes through with the spike sticky from Quadrant. Unbelievable play there. Snipe Drone, whether he's got the snipe in his hand or a brute spike grenade, he is finding ways to clutch up massive plays, and that double trickles down to an overshield possession here for Quadrant. Looking to secure the finishing touches on this series, and I just don't see it for Bittersweet, as they'll go home early, won't get an opportunity to compete in the champ bracket. A little bit of a pop-off stand-up there from Glory, and why not after that performance? Quadrant advanced to lower round 1.
So impressive out of Quadrant to just make sure that they can stamp their ticket, but only got one more series left in pool play. It's the one on your screen here. We will go to a quick break while we wait for this one to start up.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back once again. Mikowski here alongside Eli the Ninja as we are live from HCS London with continuous coverage from LVT Halo 3 going down for Mindfreak off the start. They got a 2-0 lead in this series, but it looks like BH3 might take the first lead of Game 3. If Millsy can get through the long haul uncontested, which he does, that'll do it. Gets a little bit of extra juice off that movement tech we've seen invented from Legend, and wow, that looked Legend-esque. A very clean run there from Millsy. BH3 up 1-0.
Millsy definitely taking a page out of Legend's books there. I don't think it's fair to say Legend invented it, but he's popularized it to say the least. Maybe Millsy inspired. That was a very clean flag run. Very clean start for BH3 when they need it most, by the way. Down 2-0 in the series. I mean, this is do or die. Both these teams need to win this one to advance into that championship bracket. And this is great start, but I gotta say, if Mindfreak can get a hold of some snipers, this could turn around in a hurry.
2v2. Flag gets pulled, but that's not going much further. 3 ultimately go down for BH3 Esports. It's going to give Sways and the rest of Mindfreak mid-map control and then some. Millsy off spawn takes 5 shots. Thought it was 5 perfect shots. 6 will count it. As Millsy goes down, Sways pushing on through. Looking like a potential almost a counter cap, it feels like, here for BH3, despite not utilizing many resources to score the flag. Shortly after, they do start to lose resources. Nice grenade, bounce toss there. Bounce pass from Sways. Just needs to get through the long haul like we previously saw from BH3. Can Sways do the same? Having a difficult time staying alive, and a huge double from Zove stops that run for now.
Huge stop. Can I just trust that that flag gets returned? Going to use that wall jump technique to get to the long haul just a little bit faster, and that little bit of extra time can be so important. Might have just been there in time to block a flag spawn. So we're going to try to get some shots onto Scoob and another member of Mindfreak on this sword side, but ultimately gets taken down. This flag's going to get stopped short for now, but maybe all a distraction so that this teammate could grab the OS, but it's Sways that has the rockets.
Dueling ragdoll effect there as both players go down, one with overshield, one with shotgun. There's multiple players going down along the green hall. Dove down to 1 HP. It'd be a huge gunfight to win, but Plasma gets the double instead. And snipers up soon. This might be the opportunity for Mindfreak to break through. Have gotten through to the other side of the base. AR shots going out into Commando. The Scoobmeister cleans it up instead.
Important stuff there. Kimbo with a nice late jump there to come out on top, by the way. We've got Scoobmeister in possession of the rockets. Finds an unsuspecting target here. That's Millsy. Important player to shut down. I think he is a standout performer for this squad. Scoob just trying to push back these players from the tower side so his teammate can safely get out with the flag, but looks like he's losing multiple teammates. Last 2 members alive, kind of trapped here in this needle side. And that's going to be shut down quick by BH3.
All right, BH3 are showing some life here. Down 2-0 in the series, but up 1-0 in this match. And on the previous 2 times through the green and long haul for Mindfreak, where it looked like they might have mid-map control, go down shortly after. Now it's Zove and the rest of BH3 pushing through with pressure on another pull. They do, in fact, get it out. 2 players on the snipe tower. And they might just respawn there again. I mean, this is looking like a spawn trap potential. They do spawn S1 again. So this should be another score for BH3, icing up in a game 3 where they need it most.
Here we go. Kimbo about to put in the second cap. Emphatic lead now, putting Mind Freak back against the wall, at least for this game, but BH3 looking to turn this series around, starting with the win here in game 3. That would be absolutely massive. They're gonna have to hold off the pressure from Mind Freak for the rest of this game though. Scoopmeister gets a frag grenade kill onto Millsy. It's gonna make Plasma feel a bit more comfortable to push through the green hall. Finds himself between multiple enemies, trying to stay alive here on the green side, but spent a little bit too much time on the opposition side. I think he was ultimately killed by a spawner. 3 dead for Mind Freak. Sunrise sees an avenue to pull the flag, but wisely gonna just leave it there. Wants to help his team get this set of rocket launcher and OS. But look at this push from Rice. Quick rotation through the pit, and that's gonna shut him down in a hurry.
Oh, repulsor used there. Doesn't want to take any collateral damage with the rockets. Goes down nonetheless. 3 go down nonetheless for BH3, and this is looking like a chance for BH3 to make it a 3-0 game right there. I thought maybe seeing a little 80% speed run action like you always say, Eli, but Mind Freak have a chance off of that team wipe on BH3. Mind Freak have the numbers. They're in the base of BH3, and with 4 up for Mind Freak, 2 down for BH3. Curious as to how many shots we see go into the back of Plasma. None so far as he crosses the Plasmas, crosses the long haul, and this should be a 2-1 match at the halfway mark. Massive, and there's enough slays here where if someone's positioned on the other side of the map, they could go for a double cap.
Wow, huge cap, so efficient, and you're exactly right. They still maintain presence on the BH3 esports side. Also got the new sniper. Can they steal the opposition sniper on top of that? Right now, Rice gonna try to grab it. Looks like he's being pressured by Sunrise. Rice still alive though with the BH3 sniper. Plasma trying to stay alive here. Burning a bit of snipe ammo. Does get a body shot there, which Scoopmeister is able to follow up on. Sway's getting a kill as well, and the pressure is still on BH3.
Plasma, 5 shots to work with in that snipe, lining up the reticle on the Sunrise. Sunrise is dipped, makes their way to the cuts and now to the flag side of the map. Plasma's setting up for it, but now the push through the long haul and green hall. Defensive effort here from Plasma. Really needs to make sure that they stop a potential run here. Great frag toss there. Just taking the player down to 1 HP prevents Plasma from getting that defensive stop. A solo play here, a solo stop to stop that run, but it gets through the long haul for now. There's that shot we were looking for. Body shot cleaning up. Yes, he does get it on the Zove, but Zove is able to toss it a little bit further into first BR, but oh my god, there's not one player up for BH3. This is going to be a counter cap, tied to all, unless BH3 can sprint through bottom bridge, but no, they're working back into the flag. They want to make sure that they clear out the rest of Mind Freak so they don't have a similar situation they had previously where Mind Freak could go for the double cap. Mind Freak coming back. We're tied 2-all.
That happened so fast. I mean, just as fast as BH3 go up 2-0, they're now tied 2-2. Look at this, new overshield's up. Scoopmeister gonna grab it. Still got a bullet of snipe to work with. Oh, 4 bullets of snipe to work with. So this could be a good recipe for success. Not sure what happened with the rockets on the other side, but with Rice getting a kill, make that a double kill.
Ooh.
Scoop sees an opening. We see another kill as well. Will they make the reverse sweep in game number 3 as he turns mid flag run to no scope, headshot the player on green, and that might have just sealed it.
Scoop Meister, more like Scoop Monster, as Mind Freak looking to reverse sweep in this game and sweep this series. They do. ANZ makes history with their first finish in the top 12.
Wow, that was insane. Huge ups to Australia. Congratulations for making it all the way to the champ bracket. Traveled halfway across the globe to do so, and I mean to beat BH3 so handily here. Impressive stuff. They're gonna find their way into the lower bracket. Let's see how far they can make it there.
Man, I'm clapping over here across the pond in NA for Scoopmeister and the rest of Mind Freak. Scoopmeister, such an influence. He gets others to play on mouse and keyboard, and he pulls another one on his squad. Eli, a team comprised of half mouse and keyboard players just got top 12 in Halo, which has been dominated by controller competitors for 20 years. I know Active is somewhere in the chat just absolutely losing his mind. You talk about biased. Probably probably the biggest Mind Freak fan in the world has got to be Active just because of that mouse and keyboard representation. Have yourself a series. Have yourself a tournament. Unbelievable performance from Mind Freak. They earned it.
Absolutely. I mean, congrats to Active more than anybody. I don't know why we're congratulating the team. I mean, Active's the biggest winner out of this series. I see him in chat. He's going to have lots to say about this squad. But, man, that was really fun to watch. I can't wait to see what these guys do. I mean, this guy, Rice, I think this is the first time that I've seen him at all, and he's been very impressive. Keep in mind, they played through the entire open bracket, so they were playing on Xboxes on mouse and keyboard, which means they're playing on 125 hertz. That's what the Xbox is capped at. The input delay is definitely felt, but they found a way to make it work and beat some good teams along the way. Congratulations.
I wore my mouse and keyboard shirt today in anticipation of history. I wrote the script, Eli. I don't know if you knew this, but I woke up at 3 a.m. to write the script for an hour, then started casting, and that's how we're here now. So
makes sense why you're wearing the shirt.
Yeah, exactly. I actually stole it from Scoopmeister. That's why it's unplugged. There we go. Connects to my heart and soul. I'm a mouse and keyboard fan, man. I'm just a fan of gamers, dude. I always make the case. I used to play another game not named Halo, and it was dominated by mouse and keyboard players. I played on controller, and I got a lot of crap for that. I got a lot of hate for that, and I always argued that the input device is the person playing the game. The input device is the gamer. I think we actually maybe make too much of a big deal or an emphasis on the controller or the mouse and keyboard. The input device is Active. The input device is you, Eli, when you're playing whatever game you like to play on whatever input device you like to use. So shout out to all the gamers in chat because we are the ultimate input devices. Ooh, as we see a powerful snail 10 bomb. These guys, powerful snail in purple. I wanted to just break down and stop down and thank these guys the whole time, but we were red zoning for the last 4 hours. They've been having a little gifted sub battle going on this whole time. And the notification is so big at the top of our screen, I can't even see how many total gifteds they both given. But shout out to Powerful Snail in purple for absolutely going ham with the gifted subs. It's a powerful 10 bomb there from Powerful Snail.
Definitely the most powerful snail I've ever seen. Keep the salt away from this man. We cannot lose him. I think salt is really bad for snails, right? I don't know. Hopefully I got my biology right, but
well, he wouldn't survive in Halo if that's the case.
We see another 10 gifted from Hexus as well. You guys are going bonkers right now. Glad that you guys are enjoying the show. I mean, right now, HCS said that their casters don't come on until 3, so we woke up at 4 in the morning to give you guys some casted coverage. Make sure that you guys were taken aboard and I guess what's the word, escorted through the games, I suppose, by myself and Mikowski. So hopefully you guys enjoyed the show. There's still a ton more Halo today as well, and we're just getting started.
All right, we are going to throw it to a quick break. I think that's going to do it for us. I've got more casting work throughout the day, so I'm going till 6 p.m. tonight. So 4 a.m. to 6 p.m. Dave Rumi, I'm like a little slapstick silly after this fun run that we've had, but I think that'll do it for us today. Eli, any final words before we take a break?
Man, love you guys. Love Halo. Cannot wait until we get to cast more. The stream is not ending, guys. We have other casters coming in behind me and Mikowski. There's still a ton more Halo today and tomorrow, so don't go anywhere. We will be back in just a short while.
And welcome back to LBT Halo's continuous coverage of HCS. They're about to get another flag tactic with
at one point. Formal did kind of spawn in the perfect position on util, and Falcated didn't expect it. He was starting to run the flag that direction, but perhaps another member of Sentinels was too close to the fridge spawn to block it, and that might be what caused that spawn out. But they've got to get that tightened up and make sure nobody's in the wrong spot if they're going to control spawns against a team like OpTic.
Welcome to game 2 as Sentinels, OpTic kicking things off early here. Formal with camo and snipe off the start. You imagine he could really pop off with it, but for now it's Trippy instead of the feed with the double. Matt sets his sights towards the rat tunnel for the no-scope, and that's huge. 3 go down for OpTic Gaming, and they don't allow anything relatively out of that camo snipe combo.
Here we go. Boo Boo Doo Boo just trying to get immediate intel on this sandbag side, get an angle maybe they don't expect. Also overlooking the sniper. Goes 3 dead for OpTic once again, and Boo Boo with the sniper. If he can take out Trippy here, they should have a good position to maybe start spawn killing with this sniper rifle.
Just feels wrong to see Boo Boo Doo Boo for Sentinels with that green OpTic sniper in his hands, but it signifies the fact that they took it out of the cold dead hands of Formal, and now Sentinels and Boo Boo Doo Boo looking to heat up with it. No scope rings out across the middle of the map, doesn't connect as he sets his sights instead towards the garage door, just like we saw with Trippy in the feed getting the double kill off screen. It's Falcated now with a double of his own, and Sentinels have built a 1 team wipe lead early. 14-9 now. It's a multi-possession lead at that, so Sentinels could potentially spawn trap here, but there's going to be split, it looks like, instead, as OpTic in a little bit of a mini blender. Not quite the full blender off the start, but Sentinels look much better here in game 2.
You're exactly right. I mean, they've played their advantage very well. OpTic have been falling into their traps. This is kind of what I predicted, not to pat myself on the back here, but Sentinels really the type of team that can do this against any team. OpTic right now trying to fight through bottom center. Their plan here is to just get some space on the other side of camo before it comes up, but looks like Sentinels predicted that. They stop it short, and all this time that Falcated has wasted from Lucid means that Sentinels will get a free camo.
19-12. This is approaching a 3-possession game where OpTic need 3 clean team wipes to get back in this one, and it's still early, 19-12, but as we start to get into the 30s, you take a 3-possession lead into that. That's difficult for any team to come back from, as we see a full 2 team wipes, 8 kills plus now, as the lead's built into double digits. OpTic are in that blender that we felt could be brewing in the early goings of this game. Absolutely getting blended up right now. Strawberry banana smoothie. Our Sentinels making out of OpTic Gaming 22-12.
They're just predicting everything that OpTic's going to go for. They know where that OpTic are spawning. They know what plays OpTic like to go for, and we called out Precision, who's hitting the no scope. It just seems like no matter where OpTic go, there are 2 members of Sentinels attacking them, and look at the confidence out of Precision. Went for the rechow no scope. They know there's still 4 bullets left to snipe there, but they're gonna wait and probably go for that later. Boo Boo still has this sniper from the beginning. He's had this single bullet in the clip for the last 5 minutes straight, it feels like.
I mean, Sentinels, they're owning OpTic right now, and they're owning their sniper rifle in particular. But the numbers are starting to dwindle here as OpTic need to start to find their form. 27-17 now, and Sentinels do look to take that multi-possession, multi-team wipe lead into the 30s as Trippy looking to prevent any push through the cuts, has help and support on the big door and B side. 1v1 now with Falcated. And after both get down to low shields, Falcated calls for help on the dummy ramp, and Precision delivers it. Trippy goes down to 1 HP and eventually goes down. What a grenade there. Geometrical takes down Trippy, and Sentinels maintain that 10-kill lead.
I think that might have been a teammate. I don't know where that could have come from, where were all of Sentinels in that moment, but either way, Trippy going down is a big deal on that side of the map. Sentinels can now hold strong. Looks like it's getting very mixy. Bottom center here, Repulse being put to good use. Still a 10-kill lead for Sentinels, and every trade just gets them closer to the end. Boo Boo Doo Boo wisely backs out of this fight. No reason for him to reach out if he knows he has a teammate nearby. Just trust that his teammate will finish the kill. And what a perfect grenade now with camo coming up. Boo Boo's in best position to contest it, but needs more help because 3 members of OpTic are here.
35-23. It's a 12-kill game heading into the mid-30s, and at this point, Eli, all Sentinels have to do is trade out, and you might even see them start to strategically play for that. His Precision goes for it, but Trippy takes him down, and that's big. 4 go down for Sentinels, so that makes that 3-team wipe feel like more of a 2-team wipe edge, but my God, do OpTic need to stay alive. They need to almost play an elimination style of Halo, where if they lose their life, it's over. It's already at that point. 38-29, dead zone with a double kill, and he needs more.
Yeah, he
gets
this
it, triple kill.
This looks really good, but what you don't see on the screen right now is the fact that Sentinels were in the worst possible position. Back green getting collapsed on, and somehow got 2 kills out of it. So I think if OpTic were going to come back and win this, they kind of had to come back, or they had to really come out on top in that situation. As I say that, though, they continue to slay out without dying, which is massive. They brought it down to just within 6, and it's a 4 dead for Sentinels.
40-35 with the sniper up, and Dead Zone's going to take it. Why not? He's got the hot hand. No, instead drops it to one of his teammates. I'm not sure exactly who he dropped that to. It's Formal. Makes sense. One of the best snipers across Call of Duty, Halo, any first-person shooter title. He's got the snipe back in his hands. Now down to 1 HP. Just wants to stay alive. Cannot lose this resource. Down by 4. Now 5. You need Formal with the snipe, but he goes down with it instead.
Killing spree.
Wow, killing spree for Dead Zone, stepping up when his team needs it. Lethal does finally take him down. They do maintain a 5-kill lead into the 40s, but OpTic have roared back in this. Once down by, what, 12 kills earlier? And look at this rotation going all the way back around the tower. I don't know if Sentinels expects this. Sentinels are left just gathering intel. They've got to look around the map, figure out where OpTic has rotated, but this is a very smart rotation from OpTic. Just get straight to top tower with the sniper, but Formal's gonna, or Lucid is actually the one with the sniper. He's gonna have to start hitting some shots here.
OpTic's rallying cry is to bring it within 4 kills. Once it gets to the end of 40, that way they can come back in one fell swoop. They need a clean team wipe, all 4 down, nobody down for them to come back in it. But just as I say that, the lead balloons to 7. Allocated now with the sniper in his hand. 47-40. Repulsor doesn't repulse that grenade back, it looks like, and instead we're almost going to have the snipe in his hands. Down by 6. OpTic can't go down. If they do, Sentinel should have it.
Lethal just caught in a terrible position. He's going to get taken down. Got camo, sniper, 2 bullets to work with. Formal patiently lines up the first shot. Not as patient with the next, but still able to clean up Boo Boo. They can only afford 2 deaths, though, so they've got to play close together. If you're on the side of Sentinels, you got to look for some trades potentially.
This is that 48-49 win condition that OpTic Gaming got themselves back into, needing 1 team wipe to tie up the match. And at that point, it's anybody's game. But did Formal just walk by an opponent? I don't think so. I don't think they recognized him. Formal finds the back of A, and it's just his teammates there. Rat Tunnel has 2 in it, and 2 go down for OpTic. Unbelievable. It ends up being a 6-kill match, 6-kill win for Sentinels. Just as it looked like OpTic were storming back, they fall short. And I just feel like Eli, in the middle of that match, when it was 12 kills, 35 to 20, 22, 23 or so, they just didn't give themselves enough time or space to come back in that one. They needed way too many slays. And despite the comeback, it just wasn't enough. Sentinels take it and tie the series.
For this game type, though, I want to highlight kind of the way the meta has developed on this, and that's, you know, if a team can have control of both that A side and gold pipes, they're going to elect for that classic A-B stronghold setup, watch each other's crosses. But if you only have one or the other, teams are often just going to rotate this ball over to C and just set up around the silo, get some time out there. But I expect this one to be quite scrappy. There's going to be a lot of slaying on both sides before one team feels comfortable to grab the ball. As I say that, though, an early grab from OpTic means that they should take a strong lead here going into the early game.
Opening break win for OpTic here, and still on respawn are Sentinels finally back in the mix, and Boo Boo Doo Boo heads right back to it. And OpTic, we talk about the checkpoints or check marks on Oddball. You get to 30 seconds first over the opponent. That's a massive advantage. You get there with 30 uncontested seconds and 1 fell swoop, 1 hold, and that is a great start for OpTic Gaming. They're in fact going to reach that checkpoint. 30 uncontested seconds before Sentinels even get a chance to push through. Lucid with the shock ends up trading out. That'll go down, but not before 2 more go down for Sentinels.
This is exactly what I talked about. If you've only got control of A, it might be a good idea to rotate it to C. OpTic didn't feel comfortable enough to do that. Precision's going to now push in through the top, and this could be a Sentinels hold. If not for Formal just being such a difficult kill down here, just buying a little bit of extra time. The OpTic members that come off spawn, Trippy's going to get a kill, but this fight is going to continue. I don't think Sentinels are going to be comfortable to hold on to this ball for very long. This fight is not yet over.
And this all started, if they can finish off on this sequence with Precision, reaching behind his back to prevent the reset down into bottom mid on that oddball. And that heads-up play from Precision actually allows OpTic to get right back to the hold on top A. So it would have otherwise had to scurry down to Camo, maybe rotate it to C, but that heads-up play for Precision ends up turning into more points for OpTic.
Right, and this Camo is coming up right now. It looks like Both teams stopping to hold the ball for now, just to grab it. 4 go down for Sentinels. Lethal, the first spawner. It's going to spawn up at C side. I think the rest of Sentinels will spawn on this long haul side. That's exactly what OpTic want, though. They want Sentinels to spawn on that side so they can comfortably hold the ball in A. Now that they have top gold, this setup is much stronger than it was previously, and they look to potentially shut out Sentinels. They continue to cycle the spawners. They have been staggered this entire time, and the Oddball has just been held the entire time as well.
Well, it's interesting to note too that OpTic are doing this. They're not just holding down the fort today. They got Lucid over at gold. They previously had Trippy in the white tower. So I mean, OpTic are fully putting down the clamps on Sentinels. We hardly ever saw Sentinels even break through to where they could contest the Oddball. And when you got Formal centering with that shock rifle, make it a double. Look in the wrong direction for the triple, but now sets his sights towards the long haul. Had Falcated potentially creeping down on the stairs. And OpTic are going to inch their way, I should say, sprint their way to a 100-0 start here. Talk about regaining the momentum. Unbelievable here from OpTic.
This has been a masterclass in how to adapt and adjust your strategy on the fly. Finally, it's not going to be a shutout. Sentinels are on the board, but they've got to play perfect if they're going to win this round. They do take 2 down. They need to extend out to the gold side if they're going to get a setup here, though. Right now, when they spawn at C, this is what I talk about. Just rotate it towards your spawners at C. Try to hold it on the silo. The problem is, if they end up having to play this ball, OpTic can just grab it off the spawn point.
Consolation prize if Sentinels do end up losing this round 1. At least they got a chance to see and look and feel what it's like to have control of the Oddball in this one, as they do in fact get that rotation over to C. Booba Dooba down to 1 HP, just looking to stay alive, and I don't think he's going to have the opportunity to toss it off into the drink. You really have to stretch and press for more time, because OpTic have way too much of it, needing only 3 more seconds. They can play their pace, they can play patient here. As Formal has another camo, this could put the finishing touches on round 1.
Oh, huge kill there. I think that he was shooting precision. Lethal got the kill, though, and Lethal's in the spot to guard the Oddball. This is exactly what Sentinels needed to do. And look at this. OpTic are spawning on the C side. This looks like Sentinels could potentially chuck this ball into A and get another hold, but for now, they're going to continue to slay out.
And this is where things, you almost could argue, get a little dangerous for OpTic, in the sense that they only need 2 seconds. This is where we see even the best players in the world sometimes reach a little too early for it, where they don't have the slays, they don't have the numbers advantage to go instead for those 2 seconds when they need 2 more slays instead. 2 down for OpTic right now, and it's Lethal holding down the cross and stopping what could be a push through from Trippy, looking to take the elevator. As he lands what looks like the sticky. Wow. No, he does not. Ooh, a little bit of a confusing melee battle there for Lethal. Misses a couple, but finally finishes off Trippy. 2 go down for OpTic and Eli. Sentinels have cut this lead in half.
This is insane. They've been playing so well since the trade, but that stick could be a big shutdown. No, Falcade is going to get that kill. Sentinels continue to hold the ball, but Trippy is relentless, just coming off spawn and applying pressure every single time. This looks like it should be the end of the round. Yes, it will be. So finally, after Sentinels roar back and show signs of life, that's the kind of momentum you like carrying with you into the second round.
I totally agree. Again, it goes back to confidence time there for Sentinels. They got a chance to see and feel what it looks like to have a lead, as they not only had, or excuse me, a hold, not only had a hold, but they had firm control of it and almost brought it back. Round number 2 now, OpTic in the lead, 1-0, 1-1 in the series, as Trippy starts off with that camo, has support on the batteries. Curious to see if he goes for the shock, maybe tries to toss up the Oddball, grabs the shock instead, lining up his sights towards the tower and the C side. Precision, gets his face peeled with the perfect shot there from Trippy. 3 go down, and this is looking a lot like more what we saw in round number 1. There's a little bit of a deja vu.
Trippy so patient with that shot, almost turns 2, but Lethal with the Gandhi hop, pulling out some tech from the Halo 2 days, making that headshot a little bit harder to hit. Lethal, though, or Lucid, has the ball at glass, so now that his teammates are spawning at C, likely to rotate the ball towards them. But I think recognizing that all members of Sentinels are currently alive, they're going to try to fight as well.
If OpTic are able to get 2 30-second head starts in each of these rounds. No, this time it's Sentinels, and this is big. Previously, we saw OpTic run away with it. 60+ uncontested seconds before Sentinels got a hold of it. Now they're much closer and much more in the fight. Booba Dooba redirects his shots towards the camo box, takes down 1. Looking for 2 with the use of the grapple, swings in like Spider-Man. is not able to take down one, but he does take down Trippy instead. Unbelievable here from Boo Boo Dubu and the rest of Sentinels to regain the lead. This is part of that confidence that they built in round one. Sure, they lost it, but they gained so much from that experience. Now in control, only by 1 second though.
Once again, have the ball at C. They're going to have to play it, though, soon here. The pressure coming in. No, wisely actually do not play it. Maybe understand they have a good chance to win this fight. This is kind of a risk-reward type situation. Don't want to play it too early and risk OpTic getting a hold of it, but they got 3 dead. They can just hold it once again. With Camo coming up, they're going to have to leave the ball player, at least for now. Runs into Formal and another member of OpTic, so OpTic should be able to get this Camo, but will they be able to force the reset as well?
3 go down for Sentinels, and now is the time to reset that. I loved that play there previously. 3 going down for OpTic. They could have spawned on gold and had the best chance at pulling the ball off the reset. Instead, Sentinels play it perfectly. Despite that, though, OpTic have a little bit of a rotation going. They don't have the numbers, but they do have the rotation. Precision meets up on the long haul, takes down 2, looking for Trippy, who I think is weak. Yes, Trippy does in fact go down, and Precision has the shock. Where do Sentinels want to take this oddball? Back to gold or over to C? It looks like they're going to take it to C.
Wisely so. They know that gold really isn't that strong of a position if you don't also have control of A. And look at the push so fast from OpTic to immediately push from A into gold, shut down the shock rifle player. That's going to give them the opening to push through long haul, which is just an easier place to push in from that than the Whitehall side. And now if they can force another reset, they might be able to get the ball. But Sentinels have done such a good job of just maintaining the ball on the map as long as they can.
Wow.
And they might actually be able to hold it for even longer back here.
2 for 2 are Sentinels on those do or die situations where you make the wrong call there and that could flip the map. Will at least flip the oddball, but for now it remains in possession of Sentinels, and they are really finding their form at the back of C. 2 incredible holds where OpTic push on through, but they go 3 down. And just like we saw in the previous time, OpTic off spawn are able to take down members of Sentinels, and then they play the oddball. Not before building an 81-26 lead here. Sentinels are coming back.
Huge kill from Trippy here. If he trades out right there, no chance that OpTic can get any ball time, but because he gets that kill without trading, all of a sudden they do have a good looking hold. Dead zone controlling space on that glass side, but it looks like Valkyrie gets through. No, he was spotted, and this shutdown is massive. This should be an even longer hold for OpTic.
Trippy is stepping up as the guy right now. A little hero ball being played as he maintains possession in 2 sequences for OpTic Gaming. To go down again. Trippy still with that oddball. Curious as to what he'd like to do with it. So it looks like he has it at the back of gold, and despite OpTic not having the numbers advantage, they're continuing to score oddball time. Unbelievable rotation here from Trippy as he's just playing a game of keep away.
Lethal, I don't know how he survived as long as he did on the grapple, perhaps the most exposed part of the entire map. Ubudu is going to clean up the damage that Lethal dealt as well. Oh, Trippy's so tricky with his movement. He gets taken down, and Booba says, all right, I don't need to kill that last guy. I'm just going to run this ball away. I think Falcated killed the player that was chasing him. Precision with the trade. That's massive. Lucid, last player alive for OpTic, means that Sentinels might be able to close out this round.
Lucid going to be forced to overextend here, and I don't think he has the chance. Boo Boo does take down Lucid with the oddball smack to the face. What a way to secure round number 2, and we said this series tied 1-1 going to a game 3. This oddball probably will as well, and it does. Deadlocked at 1.
So impressive, the bounce back from Sentinels. I mean, the beginning of first round, let's be honest, OpTic just had all of the items. Sentinels were kind of staggering themselves a bit, so that's going to lead to a huge early lead. What was it, 97-0 before Sentinels got a touch on the oddball. So ever since then, though, Sentinels have cleaned up their timing. They're hitting their space a little bit better, making sure they team shoot. They're also getting the ball out with as many opportunities as is possible, whereas they weren't able to do so in that first round.
Oh, this is big to maintain possession of the camo. Lethal does as he takes down Trippy and goes down shortly after. Great comms there, I imagine, from Trippy to call out Lethal on that box as he gets taken down shortly after. Doesn't get to go on a run with the Predator camo. 3 go down for Sentinels. Last player alive is Falcated up against the Plasma Pistol and Lucid as Lucid wins it. He's got a shock rifle there as well. He's got the oddball to grab as well. And the grenade on the Sneaky is going to take him down. Trippy now working through all of the different utilities and items on that Sneaky, and impressively does it quickly enough to rotate instantly into gold. Trippy has been very quick with not only his decision making, but his rotations as well. And that's been a big reason why OpTic are in it. He's also slaying out 26, 9, and 20. Make it 27 after he earns the shock rifle reversal headshot. Looking to clean up here on Lethal. But Lethal goes down and Trippy heads back to the oddball. The timing, positioning, and accuracy from Trippy has been on point.
You're exactly right. This game type is all about taking advantage of those small windows of opportunity to get the ball to safety. And I think Trippy has done such a good job of that. As soon as he can sense the map is safe enough to grab it, he's done so. And that's why OpTic have taken the lead in this third round. But look at the peak shots coming in from Lethal, maybe taking a page out of his young gun teammate Precision's book. But Trippy's just going to barrel stuff him with the shock rifle. And Precision's going to need to shut that down. There he goes.
Trippy's been the MVP for OpTic, but they might need a little bit more. We are close here in round 3. Only 4 seconds, and that'll dwindle down. Separate these two teams. We're virtually tied now, as Sentinels do, in fact, take the lead. Take possession of the oddball. Another deja vu occurrence with that camo on that box. This time it's OpTic Formal instead of Lethal, as OpTic Formal looks to stay alive. Has the reshield, has the reposition, instantly locks back onto the player on Needles. My God. And that was Precision too. That's a pretty good gunny he's going up against. Does enough damage on the oddball carrier to help take him down shortly after, and Formal starting to heat up.
That's what you like to see from your multi-FPS champion. This has been an all-out brawl in the third round. It was heavily in OpTic's favor round 1, heavily in Sentinels round 2. And what better way to finish than a barn burner round 3? Sentinels do have a 16-point lead, but we know how fast that can change. If OpTic can win this next fight, they could tie up the rounds. But so many kills are going back and forth here. It's 4 dead for OpTic, though. And look at this. Precision going to chuck the ball to his teammate. And now that they see their teammates have spawned in A, they can accurately predict where OpTic are coming from next. Perfectly times the new grab of the shock, and he needs to hit a few headshots here.
I like how Precision didn't even wait to, do I want to jump across to grab shock? No, I'm going to grab it with the grapple so I can instantly start to put some shots down onto OpTic Gaming. Bodyguard medal means he's protected a teammate 5 different times with a perfect shot there. 67-30 Sentinels, and it all goes back to that round 1, Eli, where they're getting dominated. OpTic looked like they were about to win 100-0, but the regain, the bounce back from Sentinels has trickled down into the rest of this game. But just as I say that, 3 go down, make it 4 for Sentinels. OpTic could get control of it safely to the back of C, but other Sentinels are spawning there. Dead Zone, despite pushing up onto the white hole, has 2 players now to worry about. The Shroud screen, another thing to worry about. Blind fire with the grenade takes down 1, but those spawns on the C side for Sentinels make it a little bit harder for OpTic to get control. They finally do. Dead Zone takes it back to C, and can they get back in this?
Look like favorable spawns for Sentinels, but OpTic played it perfect to shut those players down. It ends up being a non-factor. Trippy with the camo here is going to try to rotate around the push from Sentinels. It just seems like the Sentinels are somehow scurrying to their death, but no, Lethal stays alive with help from his teammate. That's massive. The communication must be on point. OpTic forced to play the ball, and what could have been an ugly situation for Sentinels has suddenly turned back into a complete reset.
Sentinels with a reset of their own, drop it into the stacks. Oddball gets rotated shortly towards the white hall. Trippy now stands close to it, but he's got Boo Boo and Lethal to worry about in the long haul. That's Formal's battle to fight now. Oh, and he almost trickles down onto Boo Boo Doo for a potential out DMR, but no. Boo Boo Doo going to stay alive, take down Formal. Now looks back to Lucid on the Sneaky. Lucid takes him down. It's a mix and medley of opponents in the back C side of the map. That Oddball gets all the way back out towards the gold side. Formal or OpTic, somebody with a big brain rotation gets it back to gold, and OpTic get back in the lead.
This is exactly what OpTic need right now, but how do Sentinels play this? Looks like they're just flooding into gold quickly, but the nades are coming in. Dead Zone's going to trade out. Formal recognizes he has no more teammates left to protect him in gold, so he's going to rotate it towards the C side. Precision gets a kill in the kill feed, and Formal is starting to wonder, what does he do here? He knows he's probably screwed, but somehow turns a kill. That's actually a huge kill in a situation that I don't think many people would find a kill.
Big trade, but a big answer back here from Sentinels. We just saw the lead go back into OpTic's favor. It could go back into Sentinels, but a huge grenade there from Lucid. Gets a good spawn on Mauler or Elevator and gets quickly over to C. Wins the 1v1 against Lethal with the 5 perfect shots. That oddball has been reset. It's back towards the initial starting point. Falcated looking to grapple himself away, but he gets whiplashed instead. Camo goes into the suited dead zone. Can they keep him alive? No, he goes down. 5-second game with 90 seconds left in regulation.
At some point, these teams got to start thinking about playing for time. I don't know if it will. If one team can just get a clean squad wipe, it could be the end of this game. And look at that. It looks like it might be OpTic. Yes, they get the clean squad wipe. Lethal first spawner, but he's not going to be able to get in any type of position to stop this. And it has to be a perfect push right here, right now. I don't know if they have time, though.
Trippy has been so good at playing keep away here, and as long as he gets the communication that Sentinels spawn on the C side of the map, you assume Trippy will take it over towards the A side, which he is. Both frag door, but you gotta watch out. OpTic for the last alive. Oh my god! 97-74. 4 go down for OpTic Gaming, and Sentinels have life.
That was such a big brain shroud screen from Boo-Boo-Doo. He spawned blue pipes and he shrouded off the angle so he could not be seen from top gold. Quickly jumps up with the teammate and they just overpower their way into the pipes. And this looks like OpTic have to do the same thing right back to them. It's 2 dead for Sentinels right now. They've got to continue the push. This looks bad for Sentinels.
97 all, 3 go down for Sentinels, and it looks like OpTic are gonna milk out the win. Wow. Unbelievable stretch finish where multiple lead changes, multiple possessions changed hands, but OpTic ice up in the end, take a 2-1 lead in this series, and Eli, 1-1 tied. Historically in Halo, the winner of that game 3 has a 75 to 80% chance to win the series, which is so crucial, especially when you consider the fact that Sentinels have looked like the best team on Interference Online. So you could argue that was a must-win there for OpTic. They do. What a nail-biter of a match. My God, that was electric and exciting. As OpTic take the series lead, 2-1. Here we go. Stronghold's game number 4. A closeout opportunity for OpTic, but it's going to be difficult going up against the Sentinels that has done so well in scrims online on this particular map in game mode. But just I say that Trippy with the early double kill will secure position of a flipped A.
Love his opening strat. He just flew all the way through the open bottom nest to E1 and just gets all the way behind the Sentinels push. Don't really see that play very often, but clearly thought out. Maybe they've done some homework on Sentinels opening strat and knew something like that would work. But while they went around and flipped A, Sentinels went and flipped C and now also have control of B. So it's Sentinels with the early scoring position, but Lucid did get that first overshield.
B in control of Sentinels, but it's A and C in control of OpTic. And just like we saw with that oddball end game there, it's back and forth. C now trickling in favor of Sentinels, but 4 go down for OpTic Gaming. That's going to give Sentinels the first trip cap of the match. Oh no, A gets to protect it. So an impressive job off the regain bunker spawns by OpTic. Keeps B and C in control of Sentinels instead.
Yeah, I think Sentinel's game plan is definitely to force the other team to spawn bunker, but also let them split spawn out to carbine occasionally. You can force the split spawns. It makes it very difficult for the other team to do anything about it. OpTic do a good job to not only cap A off their spawn, but also make their way over to B. But this is going to be a very mixy game. You're going to see all of these strongholds get flipped constantly. These teams are mostly going to go for trip cap opportunities, which means they're going to have to apply pressure to the entire map.
How difficult it is. Just as it looked like A was going to go in favor of Sentinels, Formal gets 1 slay. Not enough to prevent Sentinels from getting A, but it wasn't easy. And Formal's right back in A. Looking to stay alive. A little bait and switch with Trippy, but Boo-Boo-Doo has the thrust to get back to safety. Boo-Boo-Doo has the chase grenade onto Trippy to take him down as Formal takes A, but an impressive 1v2 sequence there nonetheless from Boo-Boo-Doo.
Yeah, I have no idea how he turned that situation. Looked like he was dead to rights. But it is OpTic getting the second overshield as well. Overshield's so important in this game type. Sometimes you can just use it to brute force your way into a stronghold capture, as OpTic look to do that here on the C side. But Sentinels are going to have to start getting some more overshields to prevent what could be a runaway victory for OpTic, as 3 go dead once again. Precision, huge kill here while the rest of his team were coming off spawn. To land a slay means that his teammates all spawn in an advantage state.
Overshield control has been in OpTic's favor throughout this series, dating back to that game 1 Aqua CTF. It was the overshield control that gave them a 3-2 win. Could the overshield control here in a game 4 give them a narrow victory, which would end the series 3-1? Sentinels now with the control of B and C, coming back in this one. Only down by 20 seconds as Lethal put some cross shots into the tower. 2 players pushing through on OpTic. They're going to take down Falcated easily, and seeing a lot of 1v2 spot from Sentinels here, but they're still in it, if not with a trip cap. So I don't know, maybe 1v2 is the new 2v1.
I mean, these guys just icing up. They're playing their cover very well. It looks like a 2v1, but they usually have a teammate shooting from afar, just able to take up so much space. They've got a lot of angles to work with. Falcated's going to get a kill on Trippy, and Lucid maybe trying to chase a player, maybe over chasing in a spot like that, and looks to be punished for it. Right now, Sentinels know the spawners are coming on that C side. Looks to collapse on the spawn point.
At Elite Switch, Sentinels retain it. Up by 20 seconds now and rolling. And Stronghold, it's always close, but you don't want to let Sentinels run away with a 30-plus second point spree, as they might be the first team to reach the 100-point threshold. 3 go down for OpTic Gaming, and I would imagine they absolutely will. Luce is the last player alive, and I don't imagine he's going to be able to grab A as the last player alive. He goes down shortly after, and what a time to not stay alive as the overshield is up. And in the suit of Sentinels, like we said, this was OpTic's advantage in game 1. Now it looks like Sentinels contesting the overshield much more here in game 4, and they're in the lead, partly because of it.
It's exactly what I talked about here. They're so good at momentarily opening the bunker spawn, going back to collapse on it. Now they open the barrels and carbine spawns, and now they're collapsing back onto this side of the map. OpTic don't really have a lot of good options here. Falcate to get the killing spree double kill. Lethal controlling space on the outside, Precision covering the other side, and there's nowhere for OpTic to go. They're going to set foot in A momentarily, but you have to imagine the members of Sentinels are on their way. Yes, they are. They're going to shut that down in a hurry.
That's a couple of back-to-back futile attempts at A, where OpTic don't have the numbers advantage, and when you step into that hill, it's almost like lighting the beacon for Batman and a couple of robbers in the alleyways. They're going to get taken down more often than not, as that's exactly what happens to OpTic here. Both A and C trickling and flipping, but favor retains for Sentinels. BC control is their route to a triple up on this lead, it looks like, if not for OpTic regaining C. Lethal looking to stay alive here, utilizing every single one of the nooks and crannies on interference, and another 2v1 outcome advantage for OpTic takes down Sentinels. Can they take back one of these cap points to regain some form of control? 3 go down for Sentinels, and it looks like OpTic will do just that.
Finally, OpTic getting their footing. So many cycles in a row getting taken down. Huge win from Precision. Not easy to win the 1v1 against the Thrust player. This new overshield coming up here shortly going to be so important right now. Seems like Sentinels are just comfortable in every configuration. It doesn't matter if they have AB, if they have BC, if they have AC. Every single configuration of Strongholds, they're able to maintain a comfortable advantage. They've also got control of top center, which means they do get this overshield. And now, with all members of OpTic spawning at A, they just all dogpile in the Stronghold to just force the capture. But I don't know if that's the play, if they're going to go down shortly thereafter.
That was absolutely massive. Precision was the last Spartan standing for Sentinels in a 1v1 with Dead Zone, and he wins it. Because of that, that fork in the road leads to Sentinels trip capping A, B, and C. A goes back to OpTic, but they've been stuck in the back of bunker, almost like hiding from grenade damage this whole time. They have not been on the offensive now. Finding a way to somehow trickle out to C through the tower location, are able to take it, but Sentinels take A right back, and I go back to that 1v1 for the win, potentially, from Precision on Dead Zone. What an incredible sequence there. Dead Zone with the double, though, brings OpTic back in it, but they don't have much time left to work with. Sentinels are almost in the 200s, and OpTic only have a minute.
They do try to at least pressure the trip cap here, but Trippy's going to have to back up. Now, a couple more kills go right back in Sentinels' favor. It seems like whenever OpTic have a small semblance of control, Sentinels have just fought their way back and gotten a few kills immediately. We'll have to see how long OpTic could potentially hold one of these scoring positions. And once OpTic started to get more kills, okay, finally, they do stop the C conversion, and that's massive. This could be what OpTic needed to start coming back in this game.
Lucid with the help of Dead Zone able to take down Lethal. Now it's going to be Sentinels with those bunker spawns. This is what Sentinels were doing to OpTic previously to maintain a firm control on it, but it's now Boo Boo Doo Boo inside of B as he takes down two cap points in possession of Sentinels, and they roar into the 200s, doubling up on OpTic Gaming. Stretch run finish here could send us to a game 5.
It was a perfect time for Booba to cap B with the overshot coming up. It did just come up now, though, and OpTic actually got the slays. Dead Zone finally puts it in the suit, and this could be massive. This could be a good chance for OpTic to get back into this. Trippy also just got 2 kills of his own, and finally, Dead Zone's in the fight with that OS, helps secure A, and if OpTic can start rolling, they could actually bring this one back, but could it be too little too late?
Predictable carbine spawns here for Sentinels, but Dead Zone's not able to take advantage of it. Instead, Sentinels and Boo push through, regain control of B, and they can take down Lucid here. Regain map control as well. Could be the finishing touch on it. Lucid does take down Lethal. Lethal takes down Trippy, so an ultimate trade out in the feed as Sentinels work their way to A. Boo like a turret here, just occupying the B space on the map. Formal cross map shots from C. Boo takes him down to 1 HP. Dead Zone goes down to 1 HP. Boo with 2 members of OpTic at 1 shot. And now he just looks to play keep away. Just stay alive. That grenade trickles in. Doesn't take down his shields. Doesn't connect. And because of that, he's able to take down Dead Zone with the hands. Look at his health. He's got 1 centimeter, a worm's worth of HP. And it was all because of the positioning on the back of B. And he rolls it into 2 onto Formal. Boo popping off in the end game.
So many clutch kills there. That's such a hard spot on this map to stay alive. Usually those grenades come in and just dismantle you in a hurry, but keep Sentinels alive. This could have been a trip cap rolling for OpTic, but all those plays slow it down. OpTic are coming back a little bit here, though. They've been having a lot better map presence in the latter half of this game. Currently has scoring position as well. Trippy just trying to find a way into this fight, but can't get into it now. Finally finds precision, but all of his teammates die in the process. This looks very bad for OpTic as he finally gets hunted down. Where does Dead Zone spawn? That's going to make a big difference here.
235 and rolling to 125. This could be it for Sentinels. Formal pushes into A off of that bunker spawn again, and it has been spawn manipulation 101 here for Sentinels. Looks like one of the reasons they're so talented online and scrims on this game type is because of that. 244 to 125 now. A trickling in favor of OpTic Gaming, but it's falcated with the OS. Taking shots onto Trippy as he looks for the back smack. Doesn't need it. Has the teammate support, and that will do it. Eli, we thought this one would go to a game 5. It is.
What you're going to see here is a lot of aggression whenever a team gets the advantage, and this is new. I haven't seen anyone beeline the commando and immediately put it to work, but Lethal getting some great damage down early here.
Lethal goes down, but he gets a lot of damage down onto OpTic, and 2 go down for OpTic. Boo. Lethal's damage right here, you could argue he goes down, but he allows Boo to sneak away with the camo, and he's now putting it to work, taking down Formal, and now he has the shock. I actually believe his teammate took the shock. Interesting, but not so much in the sense when you consider how Boo likes to play. He likes to play aggressive. He likes when his teammates are pulling distraction and bait, and that's exactly what happens here. Boo gets the free headshot onto Lucid, gets the assist with the use of the shock rifle on his previous teammate, now turns it into 3. Optimal value out of this camo off the start has Sentinels in the lead.
So patient to go for the 3-shot beatdown. A lot of people panic in that situation and maybe melee too early. Boo too stoic for that. He's going to calmly get the 3-shot beatdown on Trippy, and that does give them a 2-kill lead. It looks like it could have been more, though. I mean, you could argue with camo shock should have a bit more than just a 2-kill lead going into this stage of the game, but let's see how they play from here.
Sentinels do a good job. They lose some numbers, but I don't believe they've lost the shock, an important power weapon to hold on Solitude. Nice bait and switch there. Falcated, working through with his duo, with his buddy on the planner side of the map, and that was executed to perfection. But just like you talked about, Eli, you feel like Sentinels, based on the eye test, should be in the lead, maybe even by more, but this one's tied, 10-all.
Not only that, but Lucid has the shock. He's only got 1 burst to work with. Don't let that extra bullet fool you. It's not going to do much of anything. But they know Lucid's location. They got some great grenades here in the lift side. Lucid doing his best to dodge the next set of nades, but this camo is coming up right now, and he probably wants to get a kill to make his team have an easier time grabbing it.
Camo spawning now, and you want to make sure Boo can't get it. He can't. He's on the respawn screen. One of the best camo players in the world gets neutralized. Lucid taking down 1 more with the assist, takes down 2, and now OpTic have their first lead of the match, 14-11.
Not only that, but they have 4 Sentinels to spawn blue, and this is the famous spawn that got Strongholds taken out of the game. But how do Sentinels play it? Looks like they are going to try to hold off space on both sides. Precision going to be caught by the camo player, though. Dead Zone looks like he's forced his way to the A ledge, and it's a clean squad wipe for OpTic. Not a single kill in favor of Sentinels, and this is the type of momentum that you do not want the other team to have on Solitude. They have forced another condensed set of spawns out of Sentinels. Sentinels need to play out of this if they're going to somehow stay in this game.
OpTic are doing exactly what Sentinels did to them in game 2. The only difference, this is a do or die decisive game 5 where your pool play finish can be on the line. Both teams vying for a first place finish in pools, looking to advance as far along as they can in the championship bracket. Shock back in the hands of Precision, and that's huge. Lucid wanted it, but Precision takes him down, and sitting at 1 and 6, this is Precision's chance to get back on the board, and if he does, Sentinels could get right back in this.
Exactly right. He finds 2 spawners, gets 2 body shots. I think he forgot about this player hotel, though. There should still be a player behind him. No, maybe that... Okay, Formal was taken down by his teammate, so now he can just move forward without concern. Has teammates both left and right. That is exactly what you want to see if you're the sniper player. You want to see your teammates taking some of the pressure off of you. Hits 2 shots, but he's been unable to land a headshot so far, and that's a big deal. OpTic are able to survive.
Precision just trying to maintain his life, but falls into Lethal's chase grenade. 19 to 23 now, so Sentinels have brought it back, but again, I don't think they can win this unless Precision is the Precision we know and love. Lethal with the killing spree goes down shortly after. 20 to 26 now, as OpTic still have a 6-kill lead. First camo went into the suit of Booba Dooba, but it's been all OpTic ever since. They've possessed both of the next 2 camos. And at that 6-minute mark, like you were talking about, Eli, I gotta imagine Sentinels gotta have it. They want to have the win.
It's the only way I think they can come back into this right now. OpTic are rolling, trying to get more value out of this camo. Lucid also has the repulse just in case. Does put it to work here. Has another teammate there pushing in from LR. Dead Zone just perfectly placed to follow up on that kill. Now Sentinels are stuck spawning away from each other. This spawner is at snipe, but you know with Trippy there, the other spawners are spawning at Tram. So Sentinels really being put in the blender here.
Man, that is tough for Sentinels. Disadvantageous squad spawns where they're all 4 holding hands. Disadvantageous split spawns where they're split from each other and not able to really have the angles and support that they need to keep each other alive. And at this point, that's the name of the game. 22 to 32 now as OpTic continue to roll. Another 3 go down. Formal repulses up to the top of LR, works his way towards an opponent. That's Booba Dooba looking to scurry away, and that's going to be tough for him to stay alive. 2 go down for Sentinels once again. OpTic are rolling here in game 5, icing up.
Sentinels really at this point are banking on the camo shock at 6 minutes, but I don't know if OpTic are even going to let them have a chance at it. Who does get a clutch kill here, does secure this side of the map, but why is he going to retreat back to his teammates? Also grab the thrust pack on the way. But 10 seconds until that camo and shock come up. Who's going to win this next fight?
Formal looking to stay alive at 1 HP, throws a chase grenade out. And right now at 27 to 38, Eli just staying alive is a win condition. Even just trading out here is a massive win condition. Instead, he just stays alive. He just won't die. Formal started off a little rough there in that game 1. Wasn't able to get on the board for a couple minutes, actually, in the slay department at least. I believe he was 0-5 and 5, so he was contributing via assist, but now we're seeing the Formal we're used to seeing. 12-7 and 7 now as he leads OpTic Gaming, and he's got the shot.
The way Lucid moving around the map,
so this is a map mode.
Looks like he was finally shut down, as we had a little picture-in-picture from the other series. We'll get you guys updated on that, but this one looks like it is over. OpTic have been absolutely running away with it, controlling the whole map, controlling the sandbox. It's up to Formal to get a stylish finish as he gets the headshot killing spree on Lethal. And I think Sentinels know it at this point, but they're going to keep trying. Oh my God, Formal, can you miss a shot?
Wow. Formal 2.0 KD, and almost feels like we're seeing and witnessing Formal 2.0. The evolution of a player who's been around for decades just continues to get better and better as OpTic Gaming take game 5 50-33.
You're my best kept secret. I don't know why, but I still try to keep it.
Good morning, gamers, and welcome to LBT Halo's continuous coverage of HCS London live over on the NA side of the pond, 4:38 Central Standard Time, and we're not tired yet. We can't be tired yet. We're just getting things started. Mikowski on the mic, joined by my duo, Eli the Ninja. We got Sentinels versus Bittersweet here. We got Reversal Pervy versus Cloud9. That's going to be our main match. We're going to red zone a little bit, hop back and forth, so hope you guys got your coffee ready. Let's do this.
Got an entire pot of coffee brewing for today just to bring you guys this action. So, yeah, I cannot wait to see some of the early matches here. So many good matches. A lot of great teams came out of that open bracket. That #1 team from Mexico that's been making waves at every tournament. One of the teams to make it out. Also, Mind Freak, team that made it all the way out from Australia. They're going to be one of the players, or one of the teams we see today. Plus, we've got Bittersweet and Reversal Pervy. So, honestly, 4 amazing teams and lots of representation across the board to make it out of that open bracket.
Yeah, don't sleep on these open bracket squads. Huge props, not only to the 2 NA squads that made it out of open bracket, but you had Mexico representation and ANZ representation, which I just, oh man, that gets me excited. That gets me out of bed this morning because of the fact that those 2 regions were denied guaranteed access to pool play, and here they earn it back in blood. Hopping on board here with Orderly for now, but he goes down. Now on board with Tiger, and the last member alive for Bittersweet. Sentinels with a 60% to 30% or so lead on this hill as they look to close things out. Lethal goes down to 1 HP. Diagram with more shots. Love the positioning here from Diagram to give his team an advantageous situation off spawn, and with that last shot, Diagram makes it count with a double kill, and this all started with the last Spartan standing play from Diagram. Because of him, Bittersweet has a chance on hill #1.
Exactly right. These guys are playing incredibly well, and they have been for a while now. For them to make it into Pool B, which is already the pool of death, I mean, Bittersweet are facing Sentinels, OpTic, and Quadrant today. This is just the first of the matches they played today, but this is a team that's given some of these top teams some issues, so I would not be surprised to see a Bittersweet upset somewhere along the way. But a team like Sentinels really want to stamp their way into that winner's bracket, especially after a disappointing finish in Arlington. You guys are playing with a lot of extra fire this tournament. Valkated already 7-3, by the way, already having a good game.
Never count out Halo players. They got something to prove, and I look across the roster for Bittersweet, and what I think about every single one of these guys. Drop in roster mania's chaos, and now looking to fight for a chance on the line to qualify not only for pool play, which they've already done, but a chance to extend in the bracket and not start off in lower 1, where you lose that bracket reset potential. Back pocket, back token, winner's bracket now gone as Sentinels go 4 down. Bittersweet 3 alive, and they might just do this, Eli. Lethal would have to overextend off here. He does get a split spawn. 2 on the snipe side, Lethal on the U-turn side. I don't think you press this, so I think you play for next, and that's exactly why. Bittersweet go up in the lead, 1-0.
Not only that, but they forced the spawn onto the snipe side. Sentinels have to cross the entire map just to get there. We would do it quickly off spawn, but that entire hill, Diagram just kind of controlled bottom center basically perfectly. He's just hitting every single shot in a not great position, but it doesn't matter how bad your position is. If you're hitting every single shot and you've got your teammates to watch your back from above, it's able to somehow stay alive for long enough to get that hill cap. And when you have the early rotation on this next hill, that's a quick recipe for a 2-0 lead. Can they hold on to it though? This is the type of situation Sentinels have to take their time. They cannot get staggered, which they have so far, to be honest. They've got to slow down down, set up a push, and make sure they're approaching this hill from multiple angles.
Look at the domino effect of that, Eli. Lethal overextends, and if I'm Chig in the ear of Sentinels right there, I'm telling Lethal, dude, play for next. Go for that A hill that you've just been gifted by spawning on that side of the map. Instead, Lethal pushes forward, tries to hero it, and instead goes down 1v4. It's an 0-1 start. Bittersweet in the lead, and because of what you just mentioned, Eli, they've already got 50% on the hill. 3 go down for Sentinels. Boo Boo Doo with the last barn standing on LR. Not looking to take the L here. Goes down to 1 HP, stays alive, and is going to get back that positioning and go down shortly after. So the timing staggered out our Sentinels, and that's all, again, a cause and effect of Lethal's overextension on a hill that he had no chance of winning. 2 more go down for Sentinels, 2 down for Bittersweet. Precision looking to push through. Massive opportunity here, but mortally takes him down with a punch to the face. Bittersweet could just jump out to a 2-0 lead.
Bittersweet are playing this so effectively. I almost feel like they intentionally staggered out Boo Boo there in that position. They know that Sentinels want all 4 of their members alive to make a solid push. So Boo Boo scurrying away 1 shot, and then only 5 seconds later do they finally kill him. It seems almost by design. However, Falcated somehow finds his way into the yard side. Precision getting a kill right now, and this is the best they've looked since this hill rotated. If they can just hold off the push coming in from both Flowers and LR, they could potentially cap this point, but they're going to have to get a couple more slays. Love the way Falcated's played this, just making sure Piggy dies, but he gets taken down shortly after, and that means Envor has the camo.
It's early, but this is a must-win hill for Sentinels. Each of these 2 hills have taken a minute and a half plus to secure. Hill number 2 hasn't even been secured yet, and at 2-0 with a minute 20 on the clock, Sentinels don't have the time to do it. They have to do it right here, right now. The sense of urgency comes up quickly here in a game 1. Wow, unbelievable. Bittersweet fighting for their life, but Sentinels do in fact score. And now, Eli, it feels like next hill might just win with so little time left on the clock.
Very likely. This game type often goes to, I've seen this game type go to 1-0. I've seen all 5 minutes elapse where one team got 1 hill. It's usually very difficult to cap a hill, so I think you're exactly right. I think whoever gets this next one should be the victor in this game. Would not be surprised at all for overtime to be where it's activated. Boo Boo, last player alive for Sentinels right now. It looks like he is currently contesting the snipe side. Now the snipe side spawn so important for this hill. It's not only important to hold the blue side, but also to have the snipe side. You don't want your opponent just spawning and killing your hill player right away. So love the way Boo Boo is prioritizing this. Diagram knows it though. He's going to rotate and kill one of his best friends here. These guys play together all the time, so you know Diagram knows what he's going for. He's going to pick up a second as well.
Unbelievable positioning there from Diagram. A little bit of shooting fish in a barrel, I guess punching fish in a barrel as he takes down the opponent, lifting up his top snipes, mortally, and Diagram taking proper positioning. Diagram now rotating with that snipe. He's only got 7 bolts to work with, so 2 shots, but that's all he needs. And 2 hills is all Bittersweet might need to take the win. However, they do it so efficiently, Eli, that there's still a minute left in regulation. Now, here's the question strategically. Do Bittersweet play for time or slays?
I think it's an absolute play for time situation. I mean, this hill is so difficult to get control of for an extended period of time. It's so exposed in the driveway, so easily grenaded. I think that if they can get control of the tram side, especially, and can deny that access point on that glass side, this would be a great time to play time. But here we go. Looks like Precision just trying to shut down this entire blue side of the map, and even just shooting these spawners once or twice to slow them down is a big deal, but he's going to do more than that. He's going to get an assist and a kill. This camo will go in the suit of Piggy though, so this is a perfect time for Piggy to use it to shut down Sentinels, but I am shocked at how much uncontested time Sentinels has already gotten. They really only have, what, 5 seconds left to go in this hill, so Bittersweet have to play perfect from here.
Oh, and it looks like they're finding a route to play perfect Halo, but oh my god, massive takedown there from Falcated. It's gonna stop the clock just short. The Sentinels tied 2-2 situation. 30 seconds left, and they're already back in the hill. Eli, the efficiency on these previous 2 hills is 4 times what we saw on the first 2 hills, and Sentinels look like they are going to tie it. 3 go down for Bittersweet. Now it's Piggy's turn to make sure that they play for the next hill. Do not overextend. Piggy gets a frag grenade. Piggy looks for the double on the LR, but Precision finds the slay, and we've recently seen Falcated and Precision both ice up. Falcated at 23, 5, and 15 is really leading the charge, leading the comeback here for Sentinels. But once again, it's Bittersweet with the early hill time.
I feel like Falcated is just always that guy you can count on to step up when it matters. Look at the push from Sentinels. They're sending 2 through Tram. They want to clear that side. Lethal tries to get through driveway, but Envoy too smart for that. He's going to shut that player down immediately. Ubu does kill mortally, but when 2 go down for Sentinels, look how much time has gotten in this hill already. The push has taken too long, and how have the last 3 hills happened with less than a minute on the clock? I don't even understand. This game has made no sense.
This is blowing my mind, and I don't think it's because it's 4:30 a.m. It is just an unbelievable match, getting us up and excited here early. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We got a barn burner on our hands, 2-2 tie, 12 seconds left in regulation, but that's a moot point. This is already sudden death as we hop on board here with Lethal. He's got the camo, looking to maintain positioning and shots on the opponent, playing a little gatekeeper here on the mid-map control as Diagram spawns out into Cafe. I wonder if Sentinels know about it. Yes, Lethal does. Takes Diagram down to 1 HP. He might even be absolute, looking for a body shot cleanup. He gets it.
Such a clutch kill right there. Diagram stays alive. They have presence on that blue side. They're going to be distracted, but now that he's dead, they can focus all their attention on the other side, and they've taken the lead. What an efficient hill. That is absolutely unreal. It looked like it should trend towards overtime, but now that they've activated the lead here, they can just play time. There's just 5 seconds left in regulation, essentially, and all they have to do is play gatekeeper to this last hill.
I don't know, 4 seconds, that's plenty of time based on what we've seen from these 2 teams recently, but Bittersweet got to get in it. All go down for Sentinels, and with 2 seconds left, Bittersweet half-life. Eli, what do you know?
Don't tell me they do this, man. Like, what are you guys doing to us? It's 4 in the morning over here. I can't even process what's happening on the screen. They're about to cap this. They're so close. They need to get a couple. They got 2 kills as well. And are they going to actually tie this up before the clock dwindles down? No, finally Sentinel's able to push them out at the last hour. And what an insane start to the day.
Oh my God, that might have been my favorite match of the tournament, but we got no time to break it down. We're heading back into that main match of the morning. Reversal Pervy versus Cloud9. This is a Reversal Pervy squad. I think a lot like that previous squad in Bittersweet that we witnessed that very well could have been in pool play. So again, the competition from these open bracket quote-unquote amateur teams is not quite. This is professional level gameplay we're witnessing here, and Reversal Pervy and Bittersweet both have chances to cause some upsets here as we see a very similar score like the one we saw previously, back and forth. 4 minutes left on the clock, so only a minute wasted in regulation here. And after 3 go down for Reversal Pervy, it looks like Cloud9 should have the edge to secure hill number 1. Skeptify with the camo up top, doing what we just saw from Lethal there, playing gatekeeper to top mid, and now playing gatekeeper to this hill. It looks like Cloud9 will take it 1-0.
Reversal Pervy, the only squad to come out of open bracket without dropping a single game. These guys were on fire yesterday in the Passion Pit, and they've got a player that you and I have talked about quite a bit on this squad, and that's going to be Breaking Shot. Now, I actually asked Breaking Shot just because he's been on a lot of different rosters, right? He's had a lot of different teammates. I asked him, what is it about teaming with Common and Haynes that just makes you more comfortable? He said they're the only team that plays with structure. They're actually organized. They actually have setups, you know, and he's used to playing with maybe fast-paced teams, but maybe they play a little bit too fast-paced. So he feels like he can play the best style of his version of Halo when he's in the structure that Common and Haynes bring to the table. Plus you got Cherish, who I feel like is just a perfect glue player. He just fills in exactly as a squad needs him, and he's been one of the most improved players since Season 1 as well. So love this squad for Reversal Pervy.
Hey, you bring up a great point. You see Breaking Shot drop 40 kills in an objective against HCS's top competition, and you think he's just playing fast, holding forward the whole time, but he's very methodical. He's a calculated assassin. As we hop on board here with Tusk, the Woolly Mammoth looking to make some big plays here, has shots and nade damage onto Breaking Shot, but he's got to watch his back. 2 players on the planners putting shots into Tusk, and they're going to clean him up.
That's definitely a big shutdown right there. Breaking Shot gets a kill on Sab. So far, Cloud9 took that first hill, but ever since, the second one has been hotly contested. Usually the team that gets the early control of it team that's going to be able to score it right now. Reversal Pervy looking to put the finishing touches. Big piv by Tusk, but will it be in time? I don't think so. He's gonna have to wait for a shield and just watch that point go over to Reversal Pervy, but trying to get some early shots in the back of Reversal Pervy before they rotate to next.
Tusk with his positioning there, looking to form. It looked like a pinch. You had 2 spawners for Cloud9 on the cafe side. Tusk playing the backside of the A yard, but that plan doesn't come to fruition. Instead, Tusk and Sab go down. Reversal Pervy lose 2 in the process as well, which is why we haven't seen hill times scored yet on hill number 3. Now it's Cloud9 in it. Nice grenade there on to Cherished, and Cloud9 are gonna take the opening points here, and if they can maintain this numbers advantage, which they will, 3 go down for Reversal Pervy, we'll see at least 30 to 40% on the board here for Cloud9 before Reversal Pervy can even get close off of those back A yard spawns. Disadvantageous. Cloud9 could roll here on some points.
This does look like a good recipe for a lot of time. It's curious to see how Reversal Pervy play this. They should have probably focused a little bit harder on taking out Sab, but instead Sab able to get a free kill there. I think maybe another member of Cloud9 had rotated into the yard. Yes, they must have to cause a little bit of mayhem here. Haynes doing his best to stay alive, but this hill looks like it should be a done and dusted finish for Cloud9. How can they rotate to next from here, though? It's going to move to the driveway side, and they do continue to slay out, but they're going to have to take space in this yard here to take care of Haynes if they're going to want comfortable positioning.
Haynes, Common, the 2 veterans on that Reversal Pervy squad. Love those guys. A little biased in the sense that I think they're some great dudes, as Haynes going to do some great damage as he rotates down to the left side. Now works his way back to the right. That space on the window is already occupied. That's why you saw him go right towards the driveway instead, but he's going to be riding towards the respawn screen. 3 go down for Reversal Pervy once again. It's a 2-1 game, 2-1 lead for Cloud9. And again, it looks like they can score some time in bunches after some back seawall spawns now. And got to give credit to Cloud9. This is not by chance. They're forcing and manipulating as far back as you could imagine spawns for the opposition. And that is why they're able to get 25% at minimum on a lot of these different holds. And here you see 25% once again due to that spawn manipulation. Cloud9 looking to roll here, and they do. Cherish, the last player alive for Reversal Pervy, and he'll go down, and you'll probably see some cafe spawns here. You might not just, there it is, there's a cafe spawn. You might just need a latte to come back, though. Cloud9 are starting to roll.
Spectre and Sab just having each other's backs. How many times have we said it? These two have been learning to play together so well, dating back to the days that they first started teaming together. I think first time they teamed together may have been that G1 roster, but these guys stuck it through and just have incredible teamwork on the map together. It just feels like when they are in a certain part of the map together, they're just controlling time and space for the squad and slaying out in the process. 15 and 14 kills. Don't ignore Skeptify, though. He's got 15 of his own, and he's been an incredible player throughout the last season. Tusk, the kind of team captain slash coach slash player. I just enjoy the squad a lot. I'm happy for Spectre as well. This feels like the best team that he's had in a long time.
Yeah, what an OG in the HCS. Competed in the first ever Halo World Championship Grand Finals where he took 2nd place, I believe, on that Nated squad. That was just such a famous and historical tournament, and Spectre is still doing his thing. Hopping on board now with Breaking Shot, looking to advance up to top snipe, but a couple of grenades are going to keep him from doing that. Tusk, I'll be lucky that Breaking Shot didn't have a sticky on him. It looked like that was his thought process. As Skeptify, the free-for-all player turned 4v4 star, takes down another. Numbers advantage, Eli, ever since we started talking about it, and those back A, back C wall spawns has been all in favor of Cloud9. The score reflects that. 3-1 with a minute and a half left.
Look at that little double jump tech coming out from Cherished. I feel like that's one of the lesser used double jumps on the silo. He did it specifically to skip the clamber in case he needed to fight somebody as he went for that camo. All of these players using such tiny advantages to get one over on each other. He does ultimately get taken down, so that camo not going to be put to use, but Cloud9 look to close this out at the same time. Reversal Pervy have done a good job to get control of the snipe side. They've got a lot of ground to cover, though, and only a minute and a half on the clock.
After 3 to 5 minutes of real-time domination from Cloud9, it's Reversal Pervy with some real-time in the hill, and this could be what starts the comeback. You get a minute and a half left on the clock with a flawless hold here, and That's enough time to tie it at 3. So the path to a comeback, while not maybe clear, it's at least paved for them. As we hop on board here with Skeptify. Good shots despite the low ground. Takes down Cherished, and that could have just flipped the tide back in the favor of Cloud9.
Love the confidence. Slide out, reach out, just to hit that last shot. He had to place his crosshair perfectly to predict where his opponent should be, should he show up on the other side of that pillar. They just need 1 second, but Reversal Perfy aren't going to let it happen. Great defensive effort from Reversal Perfy. They could keep this interesting. They kept this, and they have a good rotation to next. We could look at a potential tie game. We saw how many hills were capped with less than a minute on the board in the last game, so it is definitely not out of the question, especially when Breaking Shot is hitting shots like that.
Breaking Shot stopped Cloud9 from taking this game 4-1. Instead, it's 3-2. Cloud9 needed just another second, but Breaking Shot taking people down with TTK at 0-0-0. No seconds, no time wasted, as Breaking Shot is starting to roll. 3 go down for Cloud9, and this is where you could have that spawn manipulation back a wall, but you gotta make sure you're getting hill time here. Nobody in the hill yet for Reversal Perfy, and after 2 go down, it's gonna be even more difficult to do so. Tusk spots out Breaking Shot. That camo provides no advantage. Skeptify goes down to 1 HP. Breaking Shot takes him down. Breaking Shot with the flank on Suspector. He goes down via assist. Now getting some shots on a Sav on the LR. 3 go down for Cloud9. Reversal Perfy are gonna have a chance.
Breaking Shot playing target prioritization perfectly. Looks like he's playing aim hero, just snapping on the targets as he finally will whittle out of this. Camo does finally dissipate. 30 seconds on the clock. This is a difficult hill to sit in for a long stretch of time, but look at the damage output from Breaking Shot, just forcing these players back. Says, go back to where you came from. Let me just chill in this hill.
Oh, the prediction on where that player was pushing from. Sab on the driveway, the centering, the pre-fire lined up perfectly with when he exposed himself, but now Cloud9 have the situation, looks like, under control, and Tusk at the A ledge. That's the first priority here for Reversal Perfy, and Tusk gives up the high ground, actually, so he's not going to have that angle. Instead, he's going to switch it up. Skeptify and Suspector combined for the double, make it a team triple, and Cloud9 will do it. Back-to-back, electric, incredible, phenomenal game 1 Koth Solitude matches that we just got to witness, and we're not stopping now. Back on board here with Sentinels. Hopping on board here with Diagram. He's got the snipe in his hand and looking to push on through. 32-28 as we join this one in progress, and it's getting closer after the double kill killing spree from Diagram.
Diagram was popping off in game 1, picking up right where he left off. He's 10-5 in this game, and man, if this guy is awake and full of energy, he is an absolute problem on the map, and he is proving so. They're still down by 1, but if Diagram can keep up the pace that he's playing, he could will this team to victory.
34-32 now. Precision, the top performer in this lobby. He's the new player on Sentinels. As he looks to push on through, has teammate support here. This is someone you'd love to bait and switch with. Falcated. Precision doesn't need it for now as the pinch comes through on the C side with the other members of Sentinels. Perfectly timed pinch and push there for Sentinels. Gives them a multi-possession 5-kill lead.
I feel like this is kind of where the meta has gone for this game type. You just kind of want to run as a duo or trio around the perimeter of the map, baiting and switching like you said. Finally, player goes down. Boobadoo gets the sticky trade though, and he knows that win condition.
Yo, what's up, ladies and gentlemen? Louis V Titan here. You're watching LVT Halo, and we're prepping for OpTic Gaming versus Proton. I got Tools and I got Active here with me. Welcome, boys. Let's go ahead and take a look at pool play. And Tools, we'll start with you. Does anything jump out to you from the results of pool play?
I mean, obviously, I feel like there's one, a couple of 0-3s for a team that's grayed out at the bottom of Pool C, right? You know what I'm saying? The Complexity boys didn't even get to play today. Spartan caught doing a little a little tempering with the SSDs, unfortunately. I haven't heard from him yet, right? I think he's tweeted out some things, but very curious what the investigation looked like over there as we get more news on what potentially happened over there. But teams that did play, I think Pool D is where all the conversation was. SWAT Esports get third in that pool, knocking out ITB, and they 3-0 swept the boys from Europe.
Indeed, and Active, I already know what you're thinking, man. You're looking at Pool A, aren't you?
Absolutely, I am. Mind Freak. Oh, I would have loved to have two M&K teams in the pools, but obviously Mind Freak going to be the only one to make it. ITB does not, but Mind Freak has two mouse and keyboard players already, so I'm really excited to see how Mind Freak does. It's going to be a bit of a rough pool because I do think SSG win this event, but Mind Freak, obviously, congratulations to them making it into pools.
All right, well, let's take a look at the lower bracket here. As you can see, a couple teams just waiting for their enemies in winter round one, but Mind Freak, as just mentioned, here in lower bracket as they got third place. Every team that you see here, third place in their pool. We transition over to the upper bracket, and this is where the action starts. We've got our eyes set on OpTic versus Proton down at the bottom. But Garrett, I want to hear your thoughts on the alpha match, Space Station versus Sentinels.
This is the match that I think can determine so much about today's tournament. Space Station obviously favored to win today's tournament. Sentinels, I think, has something to prove. If they're able to come out and create an early upset, the entire bracket is going to be in shambles.
And Active, anything jump out to you, sir?
Honestly, I'm excited to see how this Proton Gaming roster matchup against OpTic Gaming. I think this Proton Gaming roster has so much potential with how fast they play. I mean, I'm excited to see, how they pace against this OpTic Gaming roster, who I would say play more of a structured game.
Indeed, and here's your series layout for OpTic versus Proton: Streets, Oddball, Livefire, Slayer, Interference, Strongholds, Recharge, King of the Hill, and then last but not least, Aquarius, Slayer. Interference, right? It's kind of the new talking point. New map. This is the first time on land that we're seeing this in HCS official competition. Do you think that makes any difference, Tools?
I think there's going to be teams that are going to be very good on it, and the teams that are going to be very good on it are going to be the teams that were very good at Halo 5. So OpTic Gaming, right? Trippy, Lucid, they're going to know exactly how to play this map. Dead Zone as well. Proton, you got two players that didn't have any experience in Halo 5 compared with two that had experience towards the later end. I think OpTic, with the way that they're situated, are going to be one of the best Interference Strongholds team in the HCS.
Okay, well, as we can see, we're still waiting for OpTic versus Proton to start, but there is a match underway here in the winner bracket. So Active and Tools, I'm gonna leave it to you two as we get into gameplay.
Oh, I love that sound, right? You know, leave it to us, Tim, to make sure that we get back to the gameplay. And this is the team that I am most intrigued about. Shopify Rebellion, in my opinion, will be going to a championship Sunday and be making it to that grand finals. I am very high on this team. I think they can break the big three, and they'll show it off today against Cloud9. I need to see them have a very strong performance, close this one out fast, in my opinion.
Yeah, today's what matters, right? Pool play is one thing. You get the seeding when you get into pool play to enter that bracket play. You want to get the best seeding possible, but now bracket play, everything counts. And honestly, on the other end of things, I'm looking at Cloud9. It's a team with Tusk. I got to talk about Tusk a lot because, you know, he went to the LVT Orlando Halo land that we had just a few weeks ago, and he played phenomenal, and it's really translated here into London. He is having a incredible tournament. He's used to those network changes now on LAN, and it's starting to pay off for him.
I see so far this has been a fantastic setup for Cloud9, able to get a great chunk of time off it before Shopify Rebellion come in for that break. But what did we notice from Cloud9, right? Very much taking space on one half of the map and forcing Shopify Rebellion to push through. I'd like to see Cloud9 set up the ball hold, but then go a step further, right? Push out a little bit, get yourself a bit more space. You're gonna have to be aggressive against the Shopify Rebellion team and meet them on the front lines rather than playing reactive in the back.
Well, if there's one player that's aggressive, it's this man on your screen. One of the most confident players in the game. He does end up going down there. It's suppressed, but he does enough damage to prevent this push from going any further. That being said, the push does come through, and the break does alongside of it. It's going to be Suspector trying to clean up that kill. Got a bit shaky there. Ends up getting another cleanup as well. So this is now control for the side of Cloud9.
The problem for Cloud9, though, is it's control for a second, but you see how fast Shopify Rebellion are to this push. They don't wait for the teammates. They're going to be aggressive, and it's a high-risk, high-reward play, and Suspector might have just done enough to cut it down. Shopify Rebellion, they're not going to be a team that cares too much about making the standard push. They're going to do what they can in order to play fast and aggressive. Expect them to push you if you're isolated on the map.
As you can see in our picture-in-picture there, OpTic Gaming versus Proton Gaming. That is our featured match today. We'll get to that as soon as that game starts. But hopping back into Shopify versus Cloud9, it's, of course, Cloud9 who get that spawn on the back of A. It's going to be Cycle who tries to prevent any push from occurring. It's Tusk who ends up getting that cleanup kill. He's going to be a little bit of a thorn in the side here for Shopify. They're going to look to focus him first, but he has to stay alive and just create time for his team, and that's going to do it right there. The kill on his suppressed will allow his team to push forward, but Ball's still in a play ball spot.
On that open space, Shopify Rebellion, they have to be content with where they're at, but you have to be careful. This can change at any moment, and this is the man that's never gonna let things change. Triple kill right up the middle of the map. Cloud9 not checking the middle, and it's gonna be a huge costly error as Suppress has just decimated his opponents.
Yeah, one of the most confident players in the game, like I said before, but confidence also comes with aggression, which also comes with damage. So much damage being done, a killing spree acquired, and with camo coming up and 3 down for Cloud9, this is the opportunity here for Suppressed, but it looks like that first round will be won. A beautiful first round by the side of Shopify. And Tools, I know you said they're making it to grand finals. That's a good step in the right direction.
Yeah, it's just clean Halo all the way through, and I honestly love to see what Suppress is able to do in that game. 15 in that first round, 15 kills for him. He seems to be really dominating on the score line right now, and I that's what you need from Suppress, right? You need to have that consistent top slaying from him, and he's done so thus far within the top 5 KD of the event. He got up to, I believe, all the way to 3rd place with his results in pool play. Just an absolute demon on the map so far.
On the flip side, you got Suspector, but Suppressed takes that comparison and throws it in the garbage as he takes the kill and the power weapon in the Stalker rifle. Sab does have that ball, though. Getting a bit of time here in round number 2. You see the push from Shopify Rebellion is going to get squashed. Suppressed, the last player alive, but all 3 of his teammates go down, and it'll be Cloud9 with control.
And this is tough for Suppress and the rest of Shopify Rebellion. They want to move forward, but they know that they just can't until they find the pick. And Tusk got a little greedy with the camouflage. Suppressed it with those camo eyes, was able to get a massive kill. And look how fast Shopify Rebellion are always pushing up on the map. They are the fastest team in the HCS.
They look to mirror their gameplay style by that of Space Station Gaming in an interview with SoulSnipe. That's exactly what he said. It looks to be that that's the case here. You see, off a spawn from that C side, the aggression comes in. The bait and switch is pretty clean, but not clean enough. As, of course, Cloud9 have that numbers advantage, and they also have some ball time as well. 36-4 is the lead here for Cloud9.
Cloud9 have to capitalize on every situation that's given to them. If they're able to milk away any bit of time, they have to capitalize. So far, they've had a rough time at hitting the right rotation in order to maximize their time. That's what needs to change in the second half of this game. You got to 4 down, get that ball immediately. But what do you see Shopify Rebellion do? They're always trying to make them uncomfortable. It was a clean 4 down, right, Tim? What is Cloud9 not doing? Getting a second of ball time.
Yeah, it's just due to the fact that Shopify so quick off that spawn. They get that red room spawn close to that PD side. They're able to rotate so quickly there. Cloud9, though, doing a great job of getting the slays on the map. That's going to be 3 down for the side of Shopify. And you can see, hopping in directly to our featured match, what we all want to see. It's OpTic Gaming versus Proton.
Oh, this is it. Proton Gaming have some changes that we must talk about. A week before roster lock, we saw them drop Manny and pick up the man at the top of that scoreboard. Collect, going to be the new player on the block for this team. Keep an eye out on him and seeing if he is the change that is needed for this team to have success.
It's crazy. This team has gone through so many changes. I talk about it often, but my casting career started with this squad, a squad that stayed together for many years, but decided to make 2 large changes. First, removing SoulSnipe, who we see on that Shopify Rebellion roster, and now removing Manny for Collect at the top of the Proton Gaming list. But it's all about OpTic here. It's Trippy on your screen. They've got to lock in on the setup. The spawns come out onto C, and it's Trippy that first point of contact. His objective here, put damage in and play his life. As simple as it sounds, it's not so simple when you have a very aggressive Proton Gaming.
Trippy's getting a little bit mixy with it. Now, nothing happens on screen, right? He doesn't get a kill. He doesn't even get to shoot his gun. But that's OpTic Gaming wanting to be very aggressive in this game. He cuts through the middle of the map while it's even numbers. OpTic Gaming, I think, not giving that much respect to Proton. If they're going to be cutting through the middle of the map like that, it cost Trippy his life that time around. But it honestly makes me a little bit happy to see OpTic Gaming playing a very fast and aggressive game early on against Proton.
Yeah, it feels like the meta has shifted, and OpTic has, adapted to that meta. Formal with the ball here. Inside of PD, it's 2 down for the side of Proton Gaming. They do get the red room spawns, but Trippy quick to get a double there. And that'll be some more ball time now for OpTic Gaming and Camo coming up.
And so far, OpTic's well set up to get this camouflage. You see Lucid just trailing, making sure to watch over it. He's going to be the one that needs to capitalize, but that camo was moved out towards benches. I'm not sure if it was burned. OpTic might still have an opportunity to get towards it, but they're content, right? While Proton's still fighting away for that camouflage, Formal's just laughing at the back of tower, getting time and laying down damage whenever it's needed. Oh, don't do it. Formal from across the map, laser struck down.
This is what makes him a champion, right? The fact that he's able to get that ball time, has that top tower position, and able to do so much damage to any push that Proton tosses towards him, and he stays alive as well. If he gets his kill on the camo, my goodness gracious, it's Talik who ends up besting him in that situation, but it's OpTic Gaming with a 57-16 lead in round number 1.
Well, if there's one player for Proton Gaming that can try to help conquer OpTic in this game, it's going to be Talik, right? He's had a phenomenal tournament thus far. Top 10 in the KDs throughout pool play. Always in that top 10 KD conversation whenever he shows up to a tournament. Just has a natural nose to get into the gunfights, to get that damage down range. He's going to have to be the OpTic killer today. And that might be too much of a title for him. I want to see him really step up to the plate. Right now, double positive. We'll see if he's going to be able to keep that momentum throughout the game.
Well, you can see Proton holding steady as best they can, but the push from OpTic comes in once again. It's going to be 2 down, though, for OpTic. It'll be a numbers advantage here for Proton, but off a spawn, it's Dead Zone, the newest member of this OpTic Gaming roster, pushing in aggressively. Has to create some time for his team here, but he's able to do enough damage to get the first kill onto Druck. That opens things up, but the question is, can he get more? And no, shut down immediately.
Well, OpTic hasn't shut down the outlet that Proton has to the left. Talix basically secured a rotation with Druck spawning all the way on that perimeter. Last Shot knows that he has safety to his left side. OpTic didn't have any numbers and any sort of assurance on the cutoff. Instead, they're going to have to run through the middle of the map to get there, where Proton's going to be well set up to defend.
While Dead Zone makes a singular push towards the bottom of C, and it ends up paying off. He gets 2 down on this side of Proton, but at what cost? It was 3 dead momentarily here for OpTic Gaming. And Lucid doing all he can, and you know exactly what that is going to be. It's a double, almost a triple. Ends up playing his life, still utilizing this camo to its fullest potential.
Lucid's always smart about waiting for the right opportunity. He has that natural sense of timing, understanding when he can be revealed, able to get that double kill. And what I love about it, he focuses first on that objective, throws it back towards his teammate, says, hey, let's finish this off. Don't let Proton get any space without us earning some time on this game.
He's trying to make sure that they can't get that space, staying at the top of C, but Proton end up getting 2 kills. It's Collect now, trying to prevent the rotation. Looks like that ball does get played towards that bottom B stairs area, and the spawns come out on the PD side, so it's up to Collect and Talek here. The duo in tandem trying to make sure that OpTic cannot get space on the B street. Lots of damage goes in. Collect gets the first kill. And OpTic's still pushing up, though. It's up to Collect here to get Formal. This is a big piv by Collect.
Oh, this is the biggest fight of the game, to be honest. And how Formal comes out with it. If Formal dies right there, Proton has an easy hold for the rest of the game. Instead, Formal's going to make this much harder for Proton. You're going to feel a lot of pressure on that right side. And who else but Dead Zone to be on the turn, perfectly timed flank. He's causing mayhem. He's isolated on the island. The rest of Proton have to deal with him. OpTic Gaming break in from the backside. That all starts with Dead Zone, his well-timed flank that prevents Proton from ever being comfortable.
It's the domino effect. That 1 kill from Formal turns lots of time for OpTic Gaming, but Proton have answered back immediately. It's Druck here with the camo. We've seen OpTic. They had the last 2 camos in their hands, but Druck getting this one. He might be able to make an impact on this push that's about to occur. You see Talek and Collect on that B street side. It's a 2-on-2 push here. And that's it. Druck is the last player alive. He has to play this ball. He doesn't do it. It's a C-side setup for OpTic.
This is going to be tough for Proton. They're going to have maybe one more chance at this push. It's going to be Talek and Last Shot pushing up on the right side, but it's a red gun from Lucid that tears them down. Nothing they can do. Hopeless as Proton desperately tries to get to this ball, but they just keep seeing the respawn screen. 1v1. Talek trying to get back towards the help. Lucid doing his best with the red gun. Proton, they're not out of it yet. 5 seconds for OpTic Gaming to win this game, but you're gonna have to take that ball out of the cold, dead hands of Proton. Look at them, a triangle setup at the B side holding this ball.
Yeah, it's that rotation that OpTic trying to stop so fast here. It's 2 kills, though, for Proton Gaming. Lucid somehow gets behind through the bottom middle of the map, though. This is not good for the side of Proton. They had a chance. It's a 2-on-2 situation now. Collect. Playing his life here on the B side.
How was he alive for that long? Gets a little bit too greedy with it. Dead Zone's nade might have just been enough to secure this round. OpTic get the ball around the corner, and there's just nothing Proton can do. Collect needs to value his life just a little bit more there, Tim. As we go back, we see the double kill from Lucid. But Collect did so well to stay alive over there at the B stairs. You can't afford to have that life that you worked so hard to keep be neutralized by a nade that you know is coming at B stairs. Just a little bit too forward on the map, and it cost Proton deeply in that round.
Play by play, it's OpTic Gaming's. OpTic Gaming, the world champion, previous world champion, making sure to win those pivs. Formal multiple times in situations where he should have died. And that causes OpTic to win that first round. It's 3 down for Proton. They're snowballing that into this round 2. and they have control now of the entire A side of the map.
Look at OpTic. They're wanting to take this fight over on the B side. Did you just see what Lucid did right there? He just popped the camouflage. That's because OpTic won the gunfight so early in this game. Lucid picked up the camo and held it on his body for as long as possible. He's going to be able to get that little bit of extra value. That's something that no one else is doing in the game right now that I think has the potential to take the great teams to be some of the best teams possible. OpTic's really showing that you have to adapt to the meta as time goes on. Be aware of when you can and can't get pop that camouflage. Lucid, he stays alive this entire time, basically stops Proton by himself. He was 5 kills below the scoreboard of anyone else on OpTic. Now 18 and 11. Lucid is popping off on the other side of the map with that camo and red gun.
Proton make a breakthrough though. It's that B Street not being watched, and you would expect that B Street to be watched, but they have the cross. And they're able to do so much damage to wipe Proton Gaming once again. Proton have one singular point here in round number 2, and OpTic show no signs of stopping. It's Lucid who showcases he's still one of the best.
That was 7 kills in a row for Lucid there, well on his killing spree as he's finally shut down. But he has single-handedly demolished Proton in this round 2. That was the first 2 minutes of the game. That's the second camouflage that we're seeing right now. 40 seconds of time advantage for OpTic Gaming as that second camo pops up. Unreal efficiency from them in this second round.
See if they can continue that on. It's Tall, like you said, a man that needs to play the role of an OpTic killer, but that's a big green wall you're up against. Pollock does grab the ball, gets a second kill there, but once again, the last 2 OpTic members very quick to swarm. You see the spawns coming out on the B Street side. And looking for any sort of control here is Proton Gaming, but the wall is flimsy for them. And it's Last Shot with some ball time to his name, but he needs to get some slays on the side of OpTic. That first one is formal. He'll be the first to fall, but look at the pressure. It's going to cause the play ball to happen early, and it's Last Shot who needs to live.
It's the delinquent duo of Trippy and Lucid that are causing mayhem for Proton right now. Obviously, Lucid, always one of those top slayers in any tournament he joins, but Trippy having a fantastic London thus far. He's #1 on kills per game, averaging 22 kills a game. An absolutely absurd stat line from him. He really is one of those players that's going to be constantly in the line of fire. He might not have the highest KD at the end of each day, but he loves to get into those quick engagements. He's always going to be involved in gunfights. He just has that natural sense of where to be to maximize damage.
Well, 3 down for Proton. You see the damage was maximized there for them, and it'll be ball time here for OpTic Gaming. 23 seconds for the camo. Curious to see if that camo is delayed here with a clean sweep by either team. But it's ball time for Trippy now. You see the push ensues. Lucid is the first one to fall, and that means OpTic have to do damage on the remaining pushing players. You'll see 3 down with a number disadvantage. It's OpTic Gaming once again to thwart the push of Proton.
Well, OpTic Gaming's been aggressive all game. What do in that last life? They get very passive on the map. They go to Proton into pushing where they cannot go. It was Formal just hiding in a corner, gets that sneaky backsmack, and they're doing it once again. They're letting Proton push up on the map, knowing that they're well positioned to capitalize on any sort of push. And now Lucid's like, hey, I want to go slay. I want to get more kills, but let me just try to win this game real fast. Camo and ball in his hands. He has that indicator right over his head, but he knows what needs to be done.
Yeah, it's only 5 points that remain. I believe Druck was the only player in position to stop this, and it'll be a clean game #1 here for OpTic Gaming. They lead the series 1-0.
I mean, the second round was just a beautiful halo from OpTic through and through. They played it in a way that Proton just could not overcome. And it started right out the gate with Lucid helping get in his opening kills, grabbing that camouflage and recognizing, hey, there's 3-4 players down right now. I don't need to pop this thing. He holds on to it for another 15 seconds and then pops it and then stays alive and gets 7 more kills in a row with that camouflage red gun combination. That was really the big difference maker in round 2. It started at the very beginning of the round with Lucid's big plays off screen.
Lucid in season 1, undoubtedly the best player in the game, but looks to continue that reign here in Season 3 OpTic Gaming. Very dominant, especially in that round number 2. But now we go to Live Fire Slayer. What are your keys to success here for Proton? We talk about Slayers being, I don't know, the pro players say it's that 50-50, right? There's a chance for Proton to play, to have that opportunity to win this game number 2. What does OpTic need to do to stop that?
You must minimize the harm that the sandbox can do to you when it's in OpTic's hands. There's one thing that OpTic Gaming is always better at than any other team in the HCS, and that's controlling and using the sandbox. This map has plenty to work with, right? That quantum translocator, the camouflage, the repulse at bottom mid. You cannot let these things fall into the hands of OpTic Gaming. They're gonna maximize value each time, and on top of that, you have two of the best snipers in the game on this OpTic Gaming roster. Proton, their win condition for them is do not let that sniper fall into the hands of Lucid or Formal. Go get that snipe, waste ammo. Don't even entertain the option of letting OpTic win the game with the long rifle.
Well, there'll be a little bit of a delay here until that game number 2, but it's Barcode from Native Gaming. And he said it on Twitter. He mentioned it. He said, we are ready for bracket play. He's ready to play, and a triple kill showcases that.
Well, yeah, I love going back over, seeing the Aussie pop off. Barcode, remember, played year 1 over in Australia with Australian teams, was scouted out by teams in North America because of how good he was. Had the seal of approval from one of the GOATs in Halo, right? Ogre One said this kid needs to be picked up. You're seeing why. 11-2 to start his game with FaZe. He's making his country proud, and honestly, big tournament for the Australians this far, right? Barcode making it to winner's bracket with Native, but also the Australians getting out of pool play. Mindfreak made it all the way to top 12 minimum and could potentially go farther.
Yeah, of course, Mindfreak, 2 players on mouse and keyboard, which we're not accustomed to seeing here in Halo. But it's Frosty with the snipe here. They do get 3 down for the side of Native. Frosty looking to get that opening kill, but it's not going to happen here. A big lead here for Native. We don't expect to see this, especially against a FaZe roster who is extremely well known for having an incredible Slayer game. Looks like right now, Native have their number.
Barcode is ripping up our FaZe. He's 15-3. Quintuple positive. This man can't lose. Absurd performance from Barcode early on in this game. The thing that's scary though for Native, right? You have this big lead. This game not over yet. FaZe at any point in time, you have 4 players on this roster that will finish top 10 Halo players of all time when their careers are done. At any point in time, they can come back. If you guys want to keep tabs on that game, I believe that's over on the Delta stream, HCS Red. You can keep up with it there. Our priority at the moment, OpTic versus Proton. We're into game 2, and Proton already opening up with a few slays, giving themselves this early lead.
Back to our featured match here. We talked about Slayers being favorable somewhat to those lower chemistry teams, those lower tier teams. There's levels to this, but it's Last Shot showcasing that to be true here. It's a 7-4 lead so far for Proton Gaming, and a camo locked in for Last Shot as well.
What have we seen from Proton early in this game that shows the success that they've had? It's reducing the sandbox of OpTic Gaming. We've seen them go out of their way, make sure that QT didn't get out of hand. We've seen them get the camo. We've seen them pick up the sniper in their hands. They're reducing the ability of OpTic Gaming to be explosive on the map. Can they continue to do so? Truck able to get that double kill. We need to see him step up in particular, right? It's been over a year since we've seen Druck on land with his visa issues getting into the United States. A tournament over in England, he's back on the major stages once again. It's time for him to show why he's been missing the HCS.
This will be a statement tournament if Proton and Druck are able to make something happen here, and it starts right now. A 3-kill lead thus far. The spawns come out on the B. It's Trippy, who needs to play his life, ends up getting pushed by Last Shot, one of the fastest players in the game. Last Shot comes back out, takes out Lucid, gets a double.
This is where OpTic Gaming can start to capitalize, right? They have numbers advantage, and you see Proton, how separated they are in the map. Talik all the way on the tower side while his teammates spawn on the other side. OpTic are quick to take advantage. They know that they have to capitalize at any point where they get numbers. They quickly even up this game, and now taking their first lead. Fantastic work from OpTic, not just playing their numbers, but understanding positions on the map and where they can find their advantages.
You see the difference too. In our last game, we were watching Native and Barcode, 15 kills for him. Last shot's popping off in this game for Proton, but OpTic have kept it close the entire time. You see a very even kill category there for OpTic. Lucid top center with no shields here. It's very important to get this player off of top tower, the most important position on this map, but Lucid not able to do so, ends up falling.
Well, last shot's certainly been terrorizing the players on OpTic Gaming thus far. Remember, last shot, the champion of the FFA at Worlds last year. He was the hot free agent pickup over the offseason, and you're seeing why they went for him. But on the other side, right, the newest player for Proton, added just a week before roster lock, I should say days before roster lock for these teams. Collect, not having his strongest performance, finally is able to get on that board, has his first kill. We're going to need to see him bring a little bit more consistency in the second half this game if Proton's going to even up the series.
Collect, that player who is an entry player for the side of Proton Gaming, has been working, when I talked to him, on putting that entry damage in, but also playing his life, being that first player, but also staying alive. Very difficult to do, especially against an S-tier team like OpTic Gaming. You can see that so far in his stats. Last shot, though, having an incredible game. The man on your screen, 12-4 thus far, and the pace of the game tends to slow here as you look to see Proton Gaming looking for some sort of a chink in the armor.
I think Proton's messing up a little bit here by not pushing and making the play. As we see, Collect finally got that sniper, and well, Collect's going to be able to make a big play with that snipe bandit combination. But one thing Proton can't do right here is let OpTic Gaming dictate the pushes and dictate when this game's going to start going. I'd like to see Proton be proactive on the map. Look for the angles. Let your sniper be the player that starts off this game. Instead, we're seeing, I think, OpTic have a little bit too much control on the map on deciding when they want to get in their gunfights.
It might be a bit of fear as well with the structured hold of OpTic Gaming. A little bit of a missed position, and you end up dying. You saw that there in the bottom center of the map. It was 2 down for Proton, but they answer back with a quick 2 down for OpTic Gaming. Talik pushes in aggressively, waiting for some members of his team to push up, but they don't push up quick enough. It's 3 down for Proton. A very important 1v1 here by Formal, but last shot's gonna come out on top. 15-5 for last shot.
Yeah, you can say he had the last shot there. 15 kills, 5 deaths thus far. Triple positive for him. He's been ripping apart OpTic Gaming on the slays, and it's just enough to keep his team in the game. I'd like to see some help from the side of Proton. Last shot certainly needs it, right? He needs his team to start getting a little bit more positive. Collect's been turning around this game, right? Started off 0-7, has now been 6-4 since that moment, right? So we're starting to see it happen. They have to finish strong, though. Get yourself across this finish line. OpTic Gaming, this is when they're the most deadly. It's at the end game. It's when they need to be clutch. That's when they start finding the important kills.
On the other end of things, you got Talik, 11, 10, and 10. You love to see that assist category being a part of that many kills. Lucid finds an opening here. I love how he plays his life as well. Backs off, gets the kill. Clean kills by OpTic Gaming. It was 2 down for Proton. Sniper coming up here as well shortly.
But you have to feel very good about that trade if you're OpTic, right? You throw that nade, you force Proton to try to neutralize the numbers. Formal is waiting in the back line to help Lucid on that push. And all that play, right? That play happens 20 seconds ago. All of that was to get numbers to start pushing up to get control of the sniper, right? They have the numbers. They are able to find themselves in the right position. Perfect pre-aim, perfect shot. Lucid is starting to help OpTic Gaming run away with this game.
It's crazy how the meta has evolved. A sniper in the hands of Lucid, but that back tower jump up in Season 1 wasn't even a factor, and you see in Season 3, it's predicted. Wait a minute, don't do it to him. Not gonna land the shot, not gonna find a head to click, but still has that sniper to work with, and a 3-kill lead as well. Collect Cover your face as you see Proton Gaming with an aggressive push. Lucid has an opening lane towards the bottom center, though. He'll be able to live with a snipe, and with a 4-kill lead, this is masterful by Lucid.
Lucid's just been so annoying in the perspective of Proton. He keeps moving. He hasn't stayed in the same spot for more than 5 seconds. Proton just don't know where he's at. And well, when you don't know where he's at, he's gonna get easy. Oh no!
Okay, run away!
Hey, great play. Horrendous execution, but it happens. You know, sometimes you're not going to have it go your way, but that might just cost the game. I mean, he had a free kill that just doesn't go his way.
Big Game Trip, though, is going to get a couple of kills in the feed here. He gets a double kill at a very important time in the game. They're going to take him out, but it's still a 2-kill lead here for OpTic Gaming. Formal jumps in, gets the last kill as well. The assist, and OpTic Gaming close out game number 2.
What went wrong for Proton was all that work they did on the first half of the game just went out the window on the second, right? You didn't control the sandbox. The sniper got into the hands of Lucid. The sniper had some huge ramifications in the back half of that game. You are allowing the repulse to make big plays. You just can't do that on the second half, and we need to see a little bit more parity in the slays over on Proton as well. Talik and Last Shot, yeah, they're the 2 slayers of the team, but they can't be trying to slay that hard. You need to have a little bit more support from Collect and Druck in that game. Proton, I think they're going to be very frustrated in that game slipping away from them.
Yeah, that's the game that they had to win, right? It was a very important win for them, and like you said, the slow start from Collect, I would say, was a big factor. You start that slow, you dig yourself a hole, and it's just there's no shovel big enough to climb out. And you see Lucid right there, anticipating the jump on the back of tower. You love to see that because, like I said before, that jump showcased in Season 1. Now everyone expecting that jump to happen.
We got some interim games to show y'all while we wait for OpTic's third game of their series. Native and FaZe still going at it. This is the newest map in the HCS, right? So Interference, a remake of the rig from Halo 5, added into competition just a month ago, and so far has been a favorite of mine. Love the rotations you're going to see on this map. The big thing to know, you're going to want to control the middle hallway in that corner. We call it white corner. You can treat that as a pivot foot, and you have access to all 3 hills. Expect to see a lot of spawn traps on this map over in that back bunker area behind Renegade, and then to the forward and left of Renegade in the Carbine spawns. If you can start trapping teams there, it's very easy for these games to get out of hand.
There's one X factor on this squad of FaZe, and it's on your screen right now. It's Renegade 8-1 thus far. That kill will secure potentially that overshield. If not, these next couple kills will. And you see Renegade zero fear here, trying to challenge APG. APG makes him pay for it, but it'll be FaZe once again in control, and Royal 2 getting that stagger kill is going to potentially give FaZe a triple cap.
Royal 2 needs to be aware of the Carbine spawn. You see how he instantly moves his reticle to the left? What he sees on his screen is his teammates pushing up to that bunker, understanding that where the next spawn is. And what's so dangerous about Royal 2 is they have so much confidence in his ability to stay alive by himself, right? So you'll see the rest of FaZe pushing on the opposite side as Royal 2, he's been fighting the entire team, waiting for reinforcements. The reinforcements come right at the perfect time, and suddenly this trip cap could be a long-term trip cap for FaZe. They are decimating Native on the spawns.
Yeah, you see Renegade trying to peek in there. Not gonna get it. Not gonna get there in time to get that reset, but they'll cap C regardless. The spawns come out on the bunker, and now you see FaZe once again. They look to be in a flow state here. Honestly, the pressure that they're causing on the map, just pushing in tandem, has been really beneficial for the side of FaZe. The back smack, the killing frenzy. We were talking about Renegade, but we forgot about Frosty, 13-2.
I'll say it again. When this guy's career is done, he will be the greatest player of all time. I'll stand on my business. There's a reason why Frosty has been so dominant over the years. He has this just great innate sense of timing, of understanding what the right play is. He's an IGL that can top slay with the rest of them, and you're seeing him cause mayhem to the side of Native Gaming. Back to our main match, OpTic Gaming and Proton going into game 3. Proton, this is our last chance. Be quick on the map, force the spawn trap at bunker, and use that Whitehall to facilitate your rotations. You want to be able to have access to all 3 and consistently play for trip caps. You have to knock OpTic out of this game early. You cannot let this go back and forth.
Well, this OS is going to help things just a bit. It's Druck with the OS in his hands. They take out Dead Zone. But a lot of damage has been done. Overshield no longer a factor. It's ripped apart by the side of OpTic Gaming. So Druck has to play with normal shield. Oh my goodness, the wiggles from Formal. You can't let that happen to you, Druck.
Just ran out of bullets. You know, it happens. You just can't do anything about it. OpTic Gaming, though, will use that misstep to get themselves control for the first time. I'll say, Proton, you have to be pretty happy about getting those first 40 seconds, but you can't be content, right? You have to keep playing you have to keep playing for that jugular blow of a trip cap time and time again. And Talik, he doesn't want to step in A because he doesn't want to give away that information. But at some point, you got to realize I'm away from my team. I have to help.
Without information, OpTic Gaming know where he is regardless. And Talik now has to stay alive on the bunker side of the map. A couple insta-splodes go through. That'll take out Dead Zone. You see OpTic Gaming have a stranglehold on this A side. Proton trying to get all the kills that they can, but it's a Trippy who stays alive in a situation where it seemed difficult. Last shot finally taking him out.
Oh, big play. He had perfect timing to get behind. They stepped in the hill to stall it out. He's able to get this double kill. And now what's most important is they also are able to capitalize and get this overshield. When we talk about the pivot foot on the map, it's this hallway, right? You want to be able to patrol it because you can get access to the carbine and the bunker spawns in very quick succession. So now Proton has this trip cap and they have a player of extra shields that's going to patrol your players off spawn. This is a horrible position for OpTic Gaming to try to fight out of.
Well, his last shot's going to end up going for that melee, so he's going to get melee back, which means he doesn't have any OS to use now, but you can see that Proton Gaming have taken that control that you talked about. C-side is taken by OpTic, though. Last shot doing all he can to put damage into the pushing players. Trippy, the first one to go down. A killing spree for last shot. Continuing on the dominance from that game number 2. But is it enough is the question. This is a must win for Proton here. As OpTic Gaming, of course, 2-0 in the series thus far.
Druck getting aggressive on that backside, trying to stall OpTic Gaming from getting over towards C so that Proton can keep scoring. The problem is they put all of their resources on that backside. There is a rotation available for the OpTic to get towards Nest, but they're not taking it. We've seen it time and time again. OpTic want to push up on the map in a very coordinated way through the tower side, and it's causing Dead Zone to get easy double kills. They're overloading the right side of the map, trying to break in to that yellow corner and then force their way into C. It can be effective if you get the kills.
The newest member of OpTic Gaming brought on this roster to bring another ring home, but he's showcasing that he's got that skill and talent so far in this game. It's a double kill for OpTic. They are 3 down, though. Formal, the last player alive. Overshield coming up. The spawns come out on the bunker side. Formal output of damage needs to be max, but needs to stay alive so we can get this OS. And you see the swarm from Proton Gaming. Heatwave not going to connect, and he goes down.
This kid's 18. And he doesn't know to respect his elders yet. The way that last shot's playing on this map, he just pushed to the middle, said, hey, I'm going to take the one-on-one, and I'm going to win it. I'm going to secure C for my team. OpTic Gaming have done the same thing every life. When they get this back bunker spawn towards A, what do? They try to push out through yellow corner and give themselves the outside spawns at C. They want to play from the outside of the map inside. Proton, every time they spawn bunker, they just go through the middle of the map and just break through the middle door. They say, hey, we'll just break right away. And OpTic haven't been able to do anything about it.
It's all about that confidence. You saw it there in Talik. Last shot once again with a massive 1v1 versus Formal. It'll continued to count up the score here for Proton Gaming. Finally, it's OpTic with an answer on to B, but quickly answered back. Is that cap onto A, and it'll be Proton continuing to score here. Trippy has to stay alive in this situation. He has to anchor the white hall that you talked about.
Well, this is the first time in the game that we've seen OpTic Gaming push out to the B side. The last 3 times they've been in this situation, they pushed through tower and tried to work their way to yellow corner to get to C. Now, OpTic, they have a little bit more space to the left side. Use that left side. Use it as leverage to push your way into the basement. Right now, Proton they're getting kills, but they're not advancing the game state, right? OpTic scoring. You're content with where you're at. Eventually, you're going to find the play where you're able to push through. Dead Zone trying to be that player this time. He dies, but it's no worries. Let your player at Whitehall deal with the rotations over on the A side. It's going to be a big fight for Trippy.
Last shot ends up getting the A cap, and oh my goodness, he pulls Trippy down to no shields as well, and he stays alive. How do you do that? This is what I'm talking about. This is what makes Proton so just dominant in this game thus far. It's players like Last Shot, 16 and 8, playing his life, doing damage. OpTic answer back, but look at B. It's being taken already.
A little peeky from Trippy right there, trying to do his best to stay alive. That's a massive fight that Trippy honestly needed to win. When you don't win over there at C, you're letting Proton keep control that outside, and you can see how much emphasis OpTic has put on getting to Carbine to try to get that outside control. Those slays are going to be a big deal, and you see Lucid and Trippy, the 1-2 tandem, able to push in, and this is where the game could change. Right now, Proton, they don't have an easy way to get into a hill. It's a trip cap for OpTic Gaming, and they are suffocating Proton over in the bunker. What does Proton do?
We'll have to see. They are 3 down. Look at OpTic Gaming ready for the spawns. That is insane. It's a bit of positioning just to make sure the spawns happen on the back of Engine 1, and it's Dead Zone making it happen. The triple cap is going to bring this score closer. OpTic Gaming look like they're in control.
They're not done. This is the win condition that OpTic has been trying to set up all game. Formal doing his Clayster impression as he falls off the map, but we've seen it time and time again from OpTic. They let Proton score for so long, trying to set up this particular game state to try to win the game. Unfortunately, with Formal falling off the map, they're not going to be able to have the numbers to facilitate the trip cap, but they're still scoring. Proton, this second half of the game has been tough for them.
OpTic Gaming answering back. Druck, a man who has not been able to go to LAN in a long time due to visa complications, finally able to make it to London. Can he make things happen here? Gets the trade onto Lucid, but it's OpTic Gaming. Almost a 100-point run here so far as they look to take their first lead in this game, but they're going to need some slays before that happens.
Talik was able to get a kill in that 1v2, but I don't think that's going to be enough for Proton. Right now, OpTic have a great situation where they can just look at this overshield. They don't necessarily need to get it right away, but just keep yourself occupied on the left and right side of the map. Get the overshield when you can, and Formal, I don't know how Formal got away with that, but perfect timing. Proton go 4 down. This is bad news bears for Proton. And Formal, look how Formal doesn't go for that trip cap. He's coming back because they want to force the spawns over at Carbine and immediately collapse. Unfortunately for OpTic, that spawn doesn't quite come the way that they want it. They get that nest spawn instead, and they just weren't set up for it. The nest spawn's a perfect spawn trap, but you have to be set up for it.
Formal has the heat wave in his hands. You see a pinch onto Proton Gaming. OpTic have a stranglehold, and they're not letting go whatsoever. It's Proton Gaming that needs something to happen here. Collect, is he the answer? No. Formal shuts him down. Once again, 229 and counting here for OpTic.
This is it for Proton. You got one last shot at this. And remember how much Proton was winning by in the early game? Completely different game on the second half. And Formal, maybe I thought that back damage might have been enough for him to go down, but no, that's it. Proton Gaming, there's just nothing they can do. OpTic Gaming will win this series 3-0, and it's been because of the power of OpTic in the power positions on the map. It was that white hall in the back half that's allowed them to have access to hill after hill and just eviscerate Proton. Fantastic game. And yeah, if you were watching that game early on, you probably thought OpTic was not that good at interference. But no, the entire game, what it was for them was setting up their win condition. They wanted to force that bunker spawn trap, get the trip cap, and win in one big blow, right? It was like 2 scoring opportunities for OpTic that give them the 250 points. Fantastic work from them, and fantastic first series for OpTic and the LVT Halo channel. If you like the LVT Halo channel, well, let me tell you what, you can help support us in a couple ways. We do this all for free. Just up to the channel. It helps, guys. It certainly helps what we're doing out here today. We do this all for free. You know, a couple subs here and there. They certainly help us continue doing our coverage here today, but I'm sure we got other matches going on other places, Tim. You know, we got 4 games going on at the same time. OpTic wins theirs 3-0, but we have other matches to look at. FaZe up 2-1 against Native Gaming in the series right now.
FaZe, it was a tie series. They win a must-win game here to take the lead. And you saw it was Renegade and Frosty popping off in that game number 3, but we'll see what they're able to do here. In game number 4, it's Snakebite with that camo, trying to take space on the map. APG, he's the first one to fall. Snakebite looking crispy as he gets 2.
And FaZe right now, this is the setup that they, I think, need to win. You don't want to let Native go up 2-0 in this game. When a team goes up by 2 hills at a King of the Hill, suddenly it starts to become a game about time rather than score. And for FaZe and Native, you want to keep this at 1 apiece, right? Try to keep it as close as possible.
All 3 down for Native Gaming. It's an opportunity for FaZe, but FaZe are 3 down as well. So a 1v1 situation. Frosty with the shock in his hands, and he takes out Barcode, who's on a heater today. That's a big kill out of Frosty. Shock rifle will be down though, as well as the grapple, and Gilkey will pick that up. And it'll be potentially some hill time here for Native. Drought screen is up as well. I'm sure Gilkey will let his teammates know about that, but he's gonna aggress with this grapple. Very important to take FaZe off their spawn, do as much damage as possible. They take a little time out of that hill, but will that come back to bite them is the question.
Gilkey's been holding it down for Native Gaming at that backside with the shock rifle. Renegade's looking for him, but Gilkey's put him in a blender. He's like, where is Gilkey? And by the time he figures it out, APG's already come on the help. This has been fantastic from Native to get control of this hill. Now it's just about maintaining this control. FaZe is going to have one good opportunity to break this. Native, you hold off for one more hill, you can make this a 2-hill game and start making this more about time.
My goodness, Renegade with a massive win on the Mikwin. It's 4 down for Native Gaming. And a camo now for Renegade. A perfectly timed 4 down. Will give FaZe the advantage here in this next fight. But right now, you gotta look at Renegade. It's up to him to make a play here. Some damage comes out, cutting the angle on the bottom A. Not able to hit enough shots, and Mikwin takes them out pretty cleanly. And that'll be a cap for Native. It's tied 1-1.
Yeah, a little bit of an uncharacteristic miss from Renegade there. Usually he's going to hit that shot and just be able to use that camo advantage to win it. But APG dodges, and well, you can see that it cost Renegade's life. The problem for Native is that they just haven't been able to finish the play, right? They've had great moments where they get the big kill. It looks like they're set up right. But then we see FaZe just have that last player trickle in. When it's the last player alive, they're finding the big trade. They're finding the big kill that prevents Native Gaming from being truly set up. And APG's on a long flank. He better play this fast because he could be giving FaZe the spawns that they want. And if he doesn't win while he's on this flank, he's really just not helping Native at all.
Yeah, some of that damage on bottom tower, not going to do too much.
Oh, I love that.
But he does
though.
Flank. This is beautiful.
Oh,
a double kill out of him.
Double kill.
Yeah, that might be one of the best routes you'll see from APG. He let them be aware that, hey, I'm at C, try to pull that player out of white, jump through the middle of the map. That's great understanding of what you can and can't get away with, and it helps him get the double kill in the hill.
Renegade, though, on that top glass area, raining down fire. Snakebite will clean up that kill, and it's Frosty on the bat ledge. What do you do if you're Native in this scenario? You can't cross whatsoever. Damage is being done. Barcode does make it through towards the elevator side, though. I'm not sure if FaZe are ready for that, but Roll 2 on the bottom of tower looking for an opening on the APG. That body shot will do enough damage. FaZe gets a cap. all while this is happening, and camo coming up. With the numbers advantage, FaZe have an opportunity to get this camo as well.
Frosty said it's all or nothing. He jumps out. He's committed at that point. He had to hit the shot, and well, hit the shot he does. FaZe has quickly turned this game in their direction, and Frosty's doing Frosty things. This is prime Frosty, and you better watch out, Gilt. Ooh, just below the head. Not going to be enough for Frosty's triple.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked about Frosty before. I do feel like he's one of those players that, you know, shows up when he's needed, right? He's better than all of us playing normally, but there's this switch that he flips, and when the lights are turned on and he's playing like this is where FaZe can win tournaments. You got Renegade and Royal 2 and Snakebite on the squad as well. At any moment, any of these players turn up, it's just a different FaZe, and you can see that right now. Close to capping hill number 3.
Renegade trying to play sneaky. He's caught out, but wins the gunfight, doesn't care. That's what I love about these players on FaZe, right? Is, yeah, sometimes they're not going to make the perfect play, and the other opponents are going to know, but the gun skill that they have in combination of their Halo IQ is what makes them so dangerous and why they're so hard to beat, even when they haven't been looking their best, right? But the last month of online competition hasn't been going great for them. They're still going to be a dangerous team at any point in time. They're gonna push you to a game 5, and you're going to have to clutch against them.
Well, FaZe looking in prime position to close out this series with this win here, but looks like with 1 minute and 15 seconds left, they look to be playing time at the moment. Well, they get in the hill now with 4 dead. This is an opportunity to make sure that this hill is at least in a position to get taken if they get pushed. Looks like another 2 dead here. Renegade gets the kill on the barcode. That'll be hill number 3 right there. And FaZe take the lead by 2. This could be it.
One thing I would have liked to see from FaZe right there, get that hill captured almost all the way, then jump out of it and try to milk off as much of that clock as possible. I think that's the only way that could have been a little bit better. But right now, FaZe has just completely shifted the momentum of this game. It was native when we came into it, and it's been all FaZe since. Every player from FaZe, I feel like, has taken their turn at putting on a show. And it's Royal 2's turn. You best be coming up. He's going to get a ninja. Oh, bro, he was going for the 1080 ninja.
Well, FaZe are having fun. You love to see it. Frosty, 19 and 10. You love to see domination, 16 and 9 out of Renegade. And like I said, this is what makes this roster capable of winning every event. They just have to show up. They have to show up like this, and we're seeing that here against Native at least. Native, we saw Barcode having an incredible Slayer game, but oh boy, we have to shift our focus.
Tusk has a sniper. Shopify Rebellion, these are the games that you have to win. When everything's against you, you don't have snipe, you don't have a power-up, you have to make that happen. 49.
49. Surprise! Oh my goodness, the Spectre wins the 1v1! That is the 1v1 that you live for right there! And Spectre closes it out to give them a victory in the series.
Oh, it looks like that was a game reset, so they must have had a crash or something, because I think there was like 5 kills in that game. Man, that's a rough one to start off a new game. Oh, Suppress almost got the job done, but he had no business almost getting the job done in that gunfight. He was down early, so Spectre just gets the shot off in time, and it'll be 1-1 in that series as we see FaZe win theirs 3-1.
Jeez.
And now we will shift our focus completely to that Shopify and Cloud9 series. That'll be our next series up. But fantastic work from FaZe getting that job done. Look at the interference game, 250 to 86.
Yeah.
Domination.
It's crazy. I think they're playing well, and obviously, you know, Native had their moment there in game number 2. Barcode obviously having an incredible game. It's good to see what he's capable of, but oh, baby. Look at that, Tools. We got FaZe versus OpTic Gaming. The first, I would say, big test for both of these teams. And of course, it happens, as always, in the winners semis. I can't wait to see that match.
It feels like we always see the same winner semifinal of FaZe versus OpTic. And right now, I mean, OpTic just look dangerous. I would not want to be FaZe in that situation, but you know, it's land. It's any given day. We'll have to see who comes out on top later in the broadcast. On the top side, you see that Space Station Sentinels is in game 1. We just saw game 2 conclude of Rebellion and Cloud9. So our winners bracket starting to develop as we get further and further in this tournament.
We're shaping up here. I'm getting giddy. This is fun. I'm having a blast. A lot of good matches as well. Obviously, you can see that Rebellion and Cloud9 series, it's the closest one we've had thus far, but I mean, it was Native and FaZe that were 1-1 at one point as well, and then FaZe just turn up. I know you're saying that FaZe and OpTic, you know, FaZe have to be scared, but if you're playing like Renegade and Frosty are playing right now, you are not scared if you're FaZe. I mean, I love OpTic, obviously, I love FaZe. I'm not a biased caster by any means, but I will say FaZe look dangerous right now. And sometimes all you need to do is slay, and FaZe are slaying today. And I love to see it. Bracket play is where these teams come to play. But let's take a look at the series loud here. It's Cloud9 versus Shopify Rebellion. Obviously, Cloud9, it's Suspector versus Suppressed. Suspector wins the 1v1 fight to give Cloud9 their victory there. But the question is, can they close out the objectives? We got Interference Strongholds coming up next.
Yeah, newest map in the HCS, the remake of the Rig. We have another remake from Halo 5 coming to Halo Infinite shortly with Coliseum. Ooh. Now renamed Origin will be making its way to the fray. So lots of great maps being added. I'll say for all the I'm a Halo 5 truther, but for all the people that don't like Halo 5, well, we've seen a lot of great maps come from Halo 5. While we wait for that game 3, let's focus in on the alpha stream. We'll listen in with the casters over on the main stage. We'll be back when that game 3 starts.
It's looking like Space Station is struggling to deal with it a little bit.
Certainly does. Right now, very good triple team coming in the back of tower, but guess what? That ball is still played. Bound gets taken down by a perfect grenade coming in. Still a momentary man advantage coming in for the side of SSG. It will be a delayed 2 dead, continuing the spawn cycle as well. So off of those kills, you would think here SSG will take the lead in just a few moments' time.
They should be able to with just the distance that you can see Sentinels have to cover before they can engage with Stella, but they picked up a couple of kills elsewhere, and Bound is going to be challenging, but look at the teamwork. Doesn't even get the opportunity to be finished because Boo Boo is there to keep him alive, and Sentinels keep applying this pressure. SSG find themselves 2 dead once again. Eco's on the flank here. Stella's trying to engage with Precision inside of PD, and it's a little 2v2 here at the back of tower.
Big 2v2 moment, just as you say. Eco tries to go heaven. Wow, big shots coming from Eco to still take out Foul. He needs to stay alive. They're going to try to push out of tires here, 2v2 yet again.
2v2, but Oddball in the hands of Sentinels. Boo Boo now finds himself as the last alive, and you can see how difficult it is sometimes to find that player who is last alive. Legend sniffs him out and says, time for you to have a little bit of a think in the respawn screen as SSG will grab that Oddball once more, and they're starting to find just a little bit of rhythm here as Sentinels find themselves 2 dead once more, and the lead is starting to grow here for SSG.
It's a trade that Sentinel's going to be happy with. Something's up in Laundry. Things are getting dicey over there. Any battle that takes place in that Laundry window is just getting awfully interesting here. All 8 players alive, and right now SSG with a heavy lead here. They're going to cross the 90-point mark, only 10 points away.
Yeah, so it's a really strong push on the arcade side coming in from Sentinels. They want to try and overwhelm the numbers. And it looks like this 2v2, they've got the opening damage. Legend now finds himself with no shield. He's waiting for Bound to come in and try and clean up some of the damage before he can re-challenge, but Falcated, he's done well enough to get one trade. Legend's trying to finish him off, but the pole dancing, it falls in the favor of Legend. He shakes it best and he comes out with that Oddball.
2 dead here. They're just going to continue to hold. You have to wonder if the play ball will come in. Looks like the pressure will not come in time. Legend should be able to close it out.
It will be indeed. I was going to say, surely no, but Precision flies in. And SSG with just 1 second remaining to close out this round now have to do a little bit more work. Lethal will find a kill as well, and Bounce found himself alone on the tire, saying, I thought we had this round won.
Thought it was over. Decides to go in. Precision actually wins the battle. Now it will need to be absolutely perfect plays, but it was a momentary 3 dead. Can Legend get a grab here? We'll have to see. Not going to be easy. Pressure might still come in. Precision or someone should finish. Yes, they do. That will keep 3 dead. Stellar was your last player alive. It's not over yet.
Strap yourselves in here, everybody. Precision versus Stellar, not for the first time. It's damage, but it's not the kill. Eco gets another one as well, when you would expect, with Sentinels finding themselves 3 dead, make it 4 dead. The final second and point will be collected by SSG, who are back into this game number 1.
Big moves there from SSG. Let's not forget, this game was tied at right around 60 points or so, and all of a sudden it's 90 to 60 in favor of SSG. They are still being outslayed pretty heavily by 12 kills. It's 96-84 overall, but guess what? We wouldn't have it any other way. One round will decide it between these two in game number 1.
And one thing that's standing out for me a little bit statistically is you're looking at Stellar and you're looking at the stats 17 and 21. It's not what you're used to seeing, but you're also not used to seeing him having over a minute of ball time in this game so far. So Stellar showing that the objective is never frightened of it, and he's been the man that's been tasked to be responsible for getting those points on the board.
See what Stellar can do. So often in these early games, it's a player fighting from the L. We've seen time and time again just trying to make sure you can push out very good shots. A little reversal comes in against Falcated. That was 3 dead momentarily. Bubu's your last player alive. Probably will. So glad I didn't speak too soon. Leave it to Bubu Dubu. Somehow stays alive with the camo.
Lethal said, I got you, buddy. Don't worry about it. You use that camo to get us back into this round. You use this to break this setup, and that's exactly what Bubu is doing. Damage from the red gun. It can't really be matched, apart from if he's got a bulldog. However, here's Falcated to keep Bubu alive. Everybody taking turns to keep each other in this.
And with 3 dead, we've seen what Bubu can do. Let's get into a listening here with Sentinels.
Charge up. Yeah, and Nest. One shot Nesty, go. One shot Nest. I have to back up.
Yeah, back up.
Purple a little.
Yo, up driveway. We have purple.
Be a hard first death. Yeah, top driveway.
They're all gonna be B.
Yeah, and RD music. And
IV steps.
In PD. I have death cam PD.
Trash weak. One shot trash.
He's back hitting back right now. He went top. He went top.
Bro. Help Ethan.
25 camo. Nice.
One B guys.
I spawned your PD. I have your PD.
Watch my mid cross.
Yeah, I am. Could be there already. I just got it. Yo, on me, heaven.
Drive it up,
could be PD or something.
Yo, arcade weak. Arcade will die. Purple, I think.
Yeah, camo guys.
Already purple, I'm weak.
I'm here. Weak bound.
Dude, I got
2. 2 here.
Oh, I'm netting.
Go one shot.
You put your cabin down.
Keep trying to 2 shot bound. 2 shot on the. He went ATM window.
Camo's up.
2 there, different guy. The other guy went ATM.
They have camo, B turns. One turn, absolute one bullet. ATM window. Yo, front A. No more front ATM window. Bottom A. Bottom A and cafe. Hey, we're dead. Yeah, 2 sides. Literally 2 sides. Back A. Bottom A, one shot. That's nice. We're dead.
Bottom mid or something.
Let's go. Trash. Weak. You want B real fast?
Give
me pillars. I'm about to flank piece here.
Yeah, already caution. Pull.
Lance, one shot tiger, one shot.
One shot PD.
Target dead.
Back PD door. Back PD door.
Yo, purple.
Back PD door. Yeah, weak legend.
I'm by B.
Weak back PD.
Cafe, one shot.
Yeah, weak heaven. He went hollow.
Bottom A chasing bottom mid.
Back A.
One thing that's impressed me from that listen is you can see Sentinels as they go 4 dead. I will say it's just the communication in making sure they're prioritizing the kill in the comms. What is the most important one to go for? And they all collapse and work towards that target.
Also with amazing performance once again, continuing to slay heavily and also now leading 53-24. Amazingly calm in that listen. You even have Precision just absolutely just breaking some ankles there with Stellar on the bottom A battle, and just really impressed with how calm and collected this team is.
One thing we've got to keep in mind, though, is how many times do we see teams run the big 3 close, but when it comes to the big moments at the end of the game, that's where the difference is made. We might be seeing that again in this round number 3 here, as SSG have kind of started to just creep up on that score. It's just 10 points between the 2 teams. And this is getting to the dicey moments. This is where the 1v1s start to mean even more than they did a few moments ago.
Yeah, just like you said, 2 dead there momentarily at Space Station, but these next kills over these next 3 minutes of play are absolutely going to be vital in terms of controlling the map, locking down as much time as you can. First kill does come in for Sentinels.
It's a very heavy push coming in on the pink side here from Space Station. They committed 3 players to it. Bound is going to move and try and take a flank, but he'll be taken down as well. Excuse me, not taken down immediately. Finally, Lethal does. Last player alive is going to be Legend. It's 4 dead here for Space Station. And like I mentioned, when we came out the listening, Sentinels were the team who are 4 dead. It's a perfect break coming in from them.
V-Spawn's coming in. Oh, Stellar just wraps the corner at the imperfect time there. You really can't blame Stellar. Just unfortunate that he wraps caution at the exact incorrect time in terms of where the players were on the side of Sen. That will continue to be a killing and slaying advantage coming in as 2 will fall for SSG yet again.
SSG under pressure here. You can see Falcated wants to take down Legend and take him down. He does. The PD is clear now. Sentinels might be thinking about grabbing that ball and bringing it back to the safety of Falcated, who's up on heaven at the moment and looking for any information he can find.
You have to wonder with B-Spawns there if SSG should have waited a moment, right? They got a little bit of a gift there. If they just sat in music, they maybe had an opportunity to put together an even stronger push. Falcated with another kill, 2v2 on the map momentarily. 90 points on the board for Sentinels and rising.
Last player alive, though, is going to be Precision, and he's no shields back tower. Legend Looking to take this 1v1. It's a beat down, and Precision will actually win it, which now allows the rest of Sentinels to get towards him and fight for this oddball. If he does not win that, then SSG have great map presence, great map control, and they have it.
All right, folks, if you want to see the finish of that Sentinels game, you can do so over on the main stream. But we have Shopify Rebellion, Cloud9 starting up on interference. And so far, Shopify Rebellion been dominating on the slays. Look at that overshield away. And it's a BC hold with Cloud9 just stuck in the back bunker.
All the 2-cap is locked in here. And that back bunker spawn is going to come back to bite Cloud9 as they go 4 down. The triple cap locked in. Where the spawn's gonna happen though, it looks to be Carbine.
And this could be a game that's over quickly at this point. Shopify Rebellion are going to spawn trap them over at Nest. If these kills go into the favor of Shopify Rebellion, I would not be surprised if we don't see Cloud9 score a point this game. That's how out of hand this can get if you don't deal with the spawn trap early. Sab, though, getting that kill was important because it also gave him this heat wave to get out of the hands of Shopify.
He also does enough damage to take out Suppress as well, or to get Suppress cleaned up. That may give them A, but no, it gets reset immediately. And like you said, the triple cap locked in, going to be very difficult for Cloud9 to get out of this, but you see they do get that bunker spawn. It's still reset again. Cloud9 are not able to get A whatsoever. Septify, the last player alive, he's gonna go down as well. Cycle though, last player alive for Shopify, maybe Cloud9 gets C.
Cloud9 will have a little bit more freedom because they spawn over on the open side. They'll have a little bit more space. But when you're in that Spunker bond trap between Spunker and Nest, that is a game play where you're not going to get any movement on the map. You are just going to have to win a piv. And so far, I mean, Cloud9 can't seem to win any gunfight against these players over on Shopify Rebellion, and they've just been perfect thus far. And the next overshield already in Mental's hands. Though, Cloud9, to their credit, deal with it quickly this time. And that might be enough for them to potentially get in scoring position.
To get one, they're going to get A, but they've got a lot of work to do to get another one, to get a double cap. 173-0 thus far for Shopify Rebellion. You talked about this team being in the grand finals. You said you had a hunch, and right now it's looking like they're primed and ready for that. As Cloud9, they're just not able to find anything. Finally, they get a kill onto Soul Snipe. That's the Spectre with a stick, but it's immediately traded out by Suppressed.
Oh, he did leave him. The Unicorn down underneath. Septify will go down. And Shopify Rebellion, they're looking for the trip cap once again. Mental bullying his way back into the bunker. And it might be a perfect game for Shopify Rebellion at this point.
Mental, he makes sure to cap A. And like you said, a perfect game is on the horizon. You can see the sun rising right now. 2:18 and counting. Does Cloud9 get a point is the question right now. Not do they win. The question is, will they get 1 point in this game?
Oh, they're so aware. Sav is just obliterated off the spawn. They have the perfect spawn trap. There's nothing they can do. It's over. GG. Call it. Oh my God, what's the time of death? 8:50 in the morning. This is over.
This is insane. Look, they're pushing through the catwalk side. They're going to try to get B right now, but look at the cross damage. Look at the cross damage. 250-0. Shopify making a statement.
Oh my Lord. What's crazy about that game is you can see it happen when the score was 0-30. I said they're gonna win this game without giving up a point. It's because of the setup that they had. You know, we put in interference because Solitude was a swingy game type. Interference, it's great, but it has the same problem if you get a specific spawn trap. And well, you can see the damage is done. Cloud9 will have to lick their wounds as they look for a reapproach and recharge King of the Hill.
That is just perfect positioning, perfect execution by the side of Shopify. It's going to allow them to have confidence, I would say, going into this recharge King of the Hill. Cloud9 looking for something here. They get that game 2. You got to have so much confidence going into that game 3, but not enough apparently. As you can see, a look at our winners bracket side. It's FaZe versus OpTic Gaming in the winners semis. You have Sentinels winning over Space Station. That's the team I said would win this whole thing. Tools. Sentinels get the first victory. What's going on there?
What's going on is God wants Rebellion to make it to the grand finals. The mandate has been laid down. No, but this team over at Sentinels is very good. I think Precision. People have been calling him the next Shotzi. I think he's the next Precision. You know what I'm saying? He's his own kind, and we'll see if he's able to put up another performance as Sentinels is in game 2. Let's kick it over to the Alpha Casters once again as they bring you the action.
Keep an eye on power up here.
Easy shot for the talented player like Booba Dooby to hit that one. But it looks like they might have to give up the camo in this situation. And now Booba's going to have to hit another shot. It's going to be onto Eco with that camo. Doesn't land the beat down, but the trade comes in immediately. That means the snipe's down. It means the camo is out of commission. And it means Sentinels keep that slender lead.
Once again, very, very good buddy system coming in. Always you're seeing them travel in packs. And otherwise, those two battles that we just saw at Scoreboard and Rat Tunnel would be very different in 1v1s. As you just saw, they could have completely different fates. But we always see Sentinels coming in with the backup as well. However, as 2 fall, the game now just becomes within 1, 9-8 lead for Sentinels.
Space Station trying to keep the pressure on. They want to pressure and make these shots with the S7 as difficult to hit as possible, and doesn't even get the opportunity to really pull it out and fire some shots without that pressure on top of him. Falcated. Space Station now tie the game up at 11 as they flood through the garage, and you mentioned packs. Well, they're hunting as a pack at the moment.
See what they can do. They slow things down just a bit, and they really do well with the timing here. Speaking of doing well, Stellar with unbelievable shots from A-Plat. He'll pick up that kill as well. Now going to a narrow lead here at 14-12.
Precision last alive as well, and you can see he's just had to run away. He's just trying to play his life at the moment. And a slender lead now goes back over to the side of Space Station. So they've done a great job, actually, of getting into a position to trade out kills, but also get away a couple of times to get that kill advantage back in their favor. Attention going to turn over to the power-up side of the map in around 20 seconds as well, because the camo will be popping once again as Lethal challenges Stellar and gets put on his back.
Never a surprise, but my God, is Stellar shooting well. 3 dead momentarily. Legend is your only player alive. Here as things now come back within 1 kill between these two. Such a back-and-forth series already as we get just about a third of the way through the game.
Legend with the QT as well, so it has a little chance to overextend here to make the play. However, Lethal's watching that port. He's going to take him down as soon as he comes back through. Attention from the port back up.
Welcome back. Just one more game needed for Shopify Rebellion against Cloud9 in this best of 5. I'm Tools. Joined with me is Active. And we just got off one of the biggest blowouts you'll see all week in a 250-0 on interference is what led up to this point.
I mean, is interference going to end up with another Solitude situation? I mean, it's a very steamrolly map as well. It seems like these maps coming from Halo 5 can really put you in a blender if you just make one mistake. And honestly, I think that's cool because then you have to play perfect Halo on both sides of things. It's Shopify Rebellion looking to continue that dominance here in this game number 4. I'm sorry. But finally, Cloud9 have a little bit of an answer. They get in the hill, battery side hill, very difficult to hold. It'll be Tusk who's got that initial damage, but the spawns come out and there's 3 people looking at him. He goes down.
The thing for Cloud9, right? They give that setup, but Shopify Rebellion, they didn't really care. I mean, look how fast they jumped in that hill. There's still 2 players alive for Cloud9 in the pipes, but they just had no confidence that they could push out and keep their life. Shopify Rebellion, if I'm them, I would have maybe just not even gotten that hill, trying to milk out some time to take that 1-0 lead and say, hey, we're just going to play this clock a little bit, play a little Slayer, but they're more disciplined than I.
You can see Cloud9 have that tower side presence, but it's just immediately melted by the side of Shopify. It's a triple for Soul Snipe and a camo acquired for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, Cycle, let's get the camo. He's in the mid-map. This is bad for Cloud9. It's going to be tough to get back. What do you see Cloud9 doing? They're prioritizing the pipe side push. They're going to try to battle their way through the high side of the map.
Oh, it's Soul Snipe trying to stop that right now against Tusk with another player dropped on top of him. Cloud9, they're just not able to find anything right now. Soul Snipe on a killing spree. Shopify looking to cap this second hill. What is going on? Cloud9 just can't find an answer.
The Soul Snipe got Goomba stopped and still won the gunfight. That's just it really feels like Shopify Rebellion have the mandate right now of winning this tournament. They look fantastic against Cloud9. Now, obviously, there's levels to Halo and Cloud9. We wouldn't necessarily put them on the same level as an OpTic or a Space Station, but you need to eviscerate teams that aren't on the same level, and that's what we've seen in these last 2 games. Shopify Rebellion are eviscerating Cloud9.
It's just important to do so, right? Because you end up in that scenario where if you play you're 100% the entire tournament and you get into that kind of mode early on, it can snowball into what you said, a potential grand finals here for Shopify. We got a lot of work to do, but still, domination is the first step, regardless of the tier of team you're playing. 25 seconds for that camo. It's control trying to be taken here by Shopify. They take that step-by-step process. Cloud9 able to stop them though, but it's 2 members of Cloud9 that are down, and Shopify somehow still find a way in.
For Shopify right now, that there really is no pressure for them to step in the hill, so they have a lot more freedom to play the perimeters and look for the opening picks before they necessarily even focus on the objective. It just makes the game of Halo a little bit easier for them. And Cloud9, they have to be very mindful of the clock at this point. Even though we have 3 minutes left in this game, you can't really afford to play this long, drawn-out Slayer battle with Shopify Rebellion, or else you're just not going to have time to get back in this game. And Surprise is about to get himself another double kill.
Look, like they just got this setup locked in. It really brings me back to like 2005, where you have Final Boss on lockout with the Oddball in Green Room. Like, this setup is just impossible to penetrate through, and it's just, they can't do anything. It's 3 down again for the side of Cloud9, and Shopify Rebellion looking to get their 3rd cap.
Yeah, look at this early rotation. I mean, they're winning the rotation over to C as well. This is going to be one of the cleanest 4-0s you'll see in a game, as long as they're able to deal with this underneath push from Cloud9. And Suppress very aware of where the pressure, where the danger level is. He finds the player that tries to rat underneath. He's looking for a triple, but Mento will steal it away first. Suppress might be having the tournament of the year right now. When you look at his stats, 13-5 in this game. He's top 3 KD, and he might be the top KD when we finish this series on the weekend.
Oh, look at Boo Boo!
He's giving the Dark Boo Boo! It's the Dark Boo Boo!
What is it? This is great. Sentinels up 2-0, as you can clearly see with Darth Boo Boo on your screen right there, making a statement. And you gotta see, right? You gotta think about it. First of all, we gotta talk about Shopify 4-0 in that game. Absolute domination out of them. But Sentinels beating SSG, Arlington champs. I mean, that's insane to me. They make a change. They've got Precision on the roster, and Lethal looking to potentially make it to the grand finals and stamp even more accolades on his name. I mean, this is crazy.
This is fantastic for Sentinels. I love that we're seeing Boo Boo Doo get loud, get proud the way that he is. I love that we're seeing Shopify Rebellion play as well as they are playing. This is one of my favorite tournaments thus far when it comes to gameplay on the screen. We have seen fantastic Halo, and we will continue to see fantastic Halo. Space Station back against the wall once again, down 0-2 in that series, right? We've seen them do it before, though, and this is when they perform their best. So always be mindful of that. The other thing to keep in mind, folks, is that what we do here today is all community driven. So if you've been enjoying the stream, maybe think about subbing to it. You can also see in the bottom right corner of the screen, Tim asked me last night how to get my nut, and I told him,
wait, what?
I'll go ask some people. So I called up Ninja. I said, hey man, like my co-caster really wants this nut. How do I get him some nuts? He said, bro, I got the perfect thing for you. Nutcase, $5 off, you get it off. They have a vanilla and chocolate premium cashew milk. It's very good. Go check it out. I believe the vanilla's in stock right now. You get $5 off. Yep. And you just use code LVT and you can get the nut needed. As you mark nut in chat.
Did you know I had some nut and it was gluten-free, dairy-free, there was no oils, and it was plant-based. And it's naturally sweetened. So you got to get that sweet tooth. Sometimes I got a sweet tooth, let me tell you. Like, I need some sweet tooth action. And this did it for me. So please, do yourself a favor and get yourself some nut.
All right, folks, we're going to move it over to the alpha stage. Oh, wait, we got 20 gifted. Whoa.
25.
25 gifted for White. Dude, I was about to go. Nah, White's Edge out here supporting. Yo, thank you, White's Edge, for the support, man. That means a lot to us over here. He's always been out here supporting, but thank you to White's Edge. Thank you to anyone that got those subs. And, you know, you're going to have an ad-free experience for the rest of the day.
I just want to quickly say, someone in the chat said, I love that nutcase stuff. It's amazing, and it's better than milk, to be honest. There you go. There you go. I don't lie to you guys. I'm not here to lie to the chat, okay? I am a truth teller only. Right, Tools?
Truth teller.
There you go.
Just like me, bro. I tell you, man, he's asking about them nuts all day, and I say, hey, I'll go get you a nut. And, you know, I don't know. You seemed really apprehensive about, like, when I told you this morning about the nutcase stuff. You're like, oh, you seemed like a little disappointed.
Yeah, I was expecting one different.
You were like expecting something else, but then you had a nutcase.
Yep.
And, you know, your life has changed. And,
it has.
Anyone else in the chat can use code LVT, $5 off.
That's a lot.
Order, not even the first order, just any order of nutcase. You can order all the nutcase that you want.
Listen, chat. This is the deal, all right? We get to go to these LAN events. We get to put on our LANs like the Titans of Orlando. But, you know, things have to happen for that to happen. And why not have yourself some nut and help us out with that? You know what I'm saying? Like, try it out. I want to know what you think. I thought it was great. Give it a shot and let us know. You know what I mean? $5 off is a lot. But as you can see, the championship bracket on your screen. I honestly, Tools, do Sentinels close this out in 3-0 fashion? Or are Space Station Gaming going to get angry? Because I had Space Station winning this whole thing. If Sentinels win, then you're going to freaking potentially be right here about Shopify going to the grand finals.
I mean, Sentinels could win against Shopify. I'm just saying, there's a lot of good teams. I'm just saying, I don't think it's a big three anymore. I think there's 6 teams, in my opinion, that can win any given tournament now. I think SSG is still, in my opinion, the favorite in any given tournament, but it's certainly not out of reach for teams like Shopify Rebellion, teams like Sentinels, that are trying to pave their way through.
Well, we'll see if they are able to do so. As you can see, the elimination bracket is on your screen. Mindfreak and Cloud9. That's the match that I'm staring at. Don't get mad at me for it, all right? It's mouse and keyboard players, man. And we got, listen, I want to tell you about this trumpet guy right here, all right? This is very important to understand. This guy, trumpets are this is a different game. I know a lot of you probably don't watch it. Trumpets are a big part of CS, Counter-Strike. Yes, Counter-Strike. Trumpets are a big part of the crowd, and it hypes everyone up. Listen, it hypes everyone up. When you blow on that trumpet, it gets the crowd riling. Like, it's great. So, you know, obviously, having trumpets at every event is definitely a must now.
We'll have to hire out the trumpet players. I'll say, I don't see the Pedialyte from Bound. We need to see the Pedialyte or potentially
some nutcase.
Yeah. On there, where it's $5 off. White Sage gave another sub. I want to say thank you to that. We also got resubs from Pre-Star with the 5 months sub on Prime, and then I believe we also had Infraud with 21 months in a row. Yeah, shout out to Infraud, 21 months.
That's awesome.
Love to see that.
Appreciate all the love.
Yeah, remember, folks, ! Nut. Go get your go try it out. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you like, you know, chocolate milk, vanilla milk, it's not dairy, it's cashew milk, but it's very good.
Very yummy.
It's much healthier than other like vanilla chocolate milks out there. So just try it out. You know what? Try some of my nut, please. It's $5 off.
It's got like like a potassium. It's It's good for like, you know, the thirsty cells and, you know, get those minerals in your bloodstream. It's more than a banana. So, you know, instead of getting a banana in your mouth, get some nut and skip the whole process.
Shout out to Clutch Academy, 5 gifted subs to the channel. Clutch Academy just threw a good tournament over the weekend. I competed in it. I got top 4, Tim.
No, you didn't.
I did get top 4.
Baloney.
Yeah, I was frying. I was playing great. Shout out to Clutch Academy. Thank you for throwing on what they do over there. If you're looking to play 8s or just play in some draft tournaments, they do them pretty often over there. Go join the Clutch Academy Discord. But thank you for the 5 gifted subs. We also got a gifted sub from Envy Sty Boy. Envy Sty Boy FPS. Thank you. If I mispronounce your name, I'm so sorry.
Nasty Boy. My goodness.
Nasty,
Tools.
dude. How am I supposed to get that, bro? I see Envy. I think of like the esports org, Envy. But yeah, Nasty Boy definitely makes sense.
Oh man, guys, if you end up getting some nutcase, make sure you let us know in the chat, man. I'll give you a shout out personally. Use code LVT, $5 off, and I'm gonna get some more because you know, I need some nutcase in my life.
Yeah, I mean, he's been asking about the nut. I tell you, every time after stream, he's been, dude, y'all got some nut I can have, and I said, bro, I don't know what you mean, but I'll see what I can do. And well, we talked to Ninja. He said, hey man, I'm releasing this new drink. We said we want to be the Halo boys for your new drink. So you know, we got some of that nutcase. And shout out to Ninja for releasing a new drink that tastes great. Right? I think this thing is it really hits the right spot. It's like if you like chocolate milk, vanilla milk, you're gonna love some of my chocolate nut, some of my vanilla nut. But here we go, guys. Game number 3 is on the way. Let's hop in with the Alpha Casters. Clutch, not Clutch, I think it's Onset and Bravo. Take it away.
But a big win coming in here at A. It looks like Sentinels are trying to aggressively flip A early and switch those spawns over.
Yeah, early BC hold coming in here for the side of SSG. However, they do find themselves 3 dead. Legend was your last player alive momentarily.
Make it 3 dead. Overshield is still up and Lethal will be able to collect that one. So Boo now turns his attention to B. And it looks like they're going to try and hold the inside of the map here on interference. And having got the numbers back on the map now, they're going to have to go up against a full SSG, but Lethal still has that overshield as he puts shots onto Legend on the car.
Yeah, still 50% or so, just under overshield to play with. He's going to want to use this as best that he can to get to the action right away.
Bound just peeking though. And look, Lethal can't find any targets that are really easy kills at the moment. Bound with the thrust, Bound with the heat wave, but oh, Lethal with the double kill.
A veteran play from Lethal. 3 dead. Bound is your last player alive yet again. That will be more points on the board for Sentinels. A veteran play from a man who has many, many hours on the rig. Take a look at that. It was an attempted bait and switch in the White Hall against the overshield player. Lethal was so wise to it. He does not follow that kill left. He waits, he backs up, he anticipates a player pushing right, and he turns that into a double kill. And that will also turn into continued scoring now. 50-12 in favor of Sentinels.
And not for the first time, Lethal took the hands took the heat wave out of the hands of Space Station there. He did it twice, and that means with the narrow hallways that you have and the ability to kind of loop around and pick up kills with that close range weapon, it means they don't have to worry about that too much. So one important kill is great. Picking up a +1 is always good, but if you're taking that weapon out of the hands of your opposition, it gives you a little bit more freedom on the map.
Another double kill comes in here. Overshield popping right now. Should be a grab. Let's see, I think it was Falcated who jumps on it. Legend tries to get an angle from the sewers, so will not be able to do so. It's another overshield for Sentinels, and they will continue to put kills on the board right now, outslaying 13-10.
It's a reset on A, it's a conversion of B, and look at this, Falcade already pushing elbow, trying to see if he can get some shots and pressurize the spawners. All of SSG at the moment are trapped on the back railing and in the long haul, and they're going to find that out at the moment, and they're not going to worry about pushing. They know that Fal has that overshield. They can put damage down. They might be thinking triple cap here.
They might be. I love the timing, just like you said, the pace, not rushing anything that they don't need to. Fal somehow just staying alive yet again. Eventually he's taken down, but it was 3 dead. A 1v1 precision should be able to take this one. Didn't need to trade, but once again, right away, Boo Boo is there to get the reset on C. They will continue scoring. They've crossed the 80-point mark.
So important for them as well to manage to pick that up, because if they didn't get that reset, they didn't manage to convert C, then SSG had done a pretty good job there of getting hold of A, and that would have been scoring momentarily, going back over to SSG. But if you're looking at kills at the moment, the last few moments you felt it's been all Sentinels, 98 points and rising. They're about to hit 3 figures here, and hit 3 figures they do.
And they do it, and as they cross that 100-point mark, let's get into a listen-in again to Sentinels.
Snipe behind you, snipe.
Yeah. Another one, E2. Yeah. So I hit him once.
E2 to white.
Dropping sewers, dropping sewers, one shot.
E2 weak.
Shot it past 2. In basement.
It's okay if they get basement. It's okay.
Okay, yeah. E2 or something.
Yep.
Hey, look at B. One shot B.
I
need your snipe, Ethan.
Yeah,
30 for Obi, guys. 30 Obi.
One shot to be still. One shot to be still.
Yo, basement window.
Close down, Mike. Close down, Mike.
One shot basement window, Ethan.
And one will be. One shot sewers.
One shot sewers. Nice. And an A.
A and bottom nest. He's going open field. Open field. He's going open field. He's throwing.
15 Obi.
They're gonna rush you. They're gonna rush you from barrels.
Yes.
I'm here though. I'm here.
We spawn there. 10 Obi, guys. 10 Obi. 10 seconds.
On tower on me.
I pop. Yeah, and top tower fighting you.
Yeah, down one. Come go ahead. Hey, Mike. I killed the basement window that was. Still in the corner. Yeah, close right now. One corner, guys. And under
me down. 2 one-shot barrels.
Hey, one shot. And what's the top snipe? Going snipe all of us. Snipe all of us.
Nice.
Snipe all of us. Just milk him. Just buy time. One sewers under nest bridge. Got me. Carbine no camo. Or us.
Where's the bottom nest?
I don't know.
Where's sewers?
He's bottom nest. One shot under nest bridge.
He's in sewers.
Don't cap this. Do not cap this.
I've death cam.
We come out of the Sentinels listening and back into the game, and momentum has completely shifted. It is a triple cap that came in for a few seconds, and then 1v1s, then team kills started to happen, and all of a sudden you can see SSG have held this triple for quite some time, and the score is about to flip as well. Sentinels find themselves 3 dead, and you can see Legend, he's chasing down the final kill on Boo as well.
Wow, I mean, an unbelievable run here coming in from SSG. They were also trailing, by the way, 24-17 in slays, and now they are outslaying Sentinels for really the first time in this series, if we're completely honest. It's a very, very different game, as you said, than when the listening started. Just like that, 150 to 115, essentially a 90-point unanswered run.
Well, finally they get some kills here, Sentinels, but they've been on a split spawn for the last 60 seconds or so, it felt, where they've just been able to flood one of the strongholds, use their numbers effectively to get the kills, and then off the back of it, reset one of those strongholds, 165 and rising. And for the first time in this series, you really feel like Sentinels are being asked questions here. How do you play off the back foot? Falcao are going to slow things down momentarily. Legend trying to clean up the damage, but it looks like Sentinels will quell the bleeding for a few moments.
Yeah, not able to do it just yet, but Legend waits for the help, wisely so, as he picks up another kill here at C. They will now continue scoring with an AC hold, and it must be said, Mark, how about you see SSG's first overshield of the game, and just like that, they go on really a terrifying now 150-point run, unanswered, continuing to trip cap. The next overshield's in 15 seconds. They could decide the game.
Yeah, they have an absolute stranglehold on the map at the moment. Falcao gets 1 kill again. Booby's trying to convert A. They've just got to play for 1 at the moment. If they can get 1 stronghold, then they can play around it, get players back on the map, and this is their opportunity to do so. SSG went 2 dead. Legend is going to be trying to clean up more, but 2 dead doesn't mean too much when you've got Legend still on the map. The overshield will be picked up as well, and SSG are rolling as all of Sentinels have gone to sleep.
Well, Lethal tried to get away. He almost dropped there to basement, almost got away with the overshield at the very last second. You could see the animation happening thanks to the player outlines. Lethal was split second, milliseconds away from finishing that overshield pop. Instead, it's a trip cap at 235. Overshield still in hand. This one is all but over.
Look at them, they're trapped. They're absolutely trapped at the moment. The overshield is still here. As you can see that the takeover is complete from SSG. And from nearly 100 points down, if you turned away for a few moments, you would not have seen what SSG just did. That was dominant.
Dominant, and to be honest, I think it's what you and I, basically what we talked about, the amount of proficiency on the rig in Halo 5 from players like this on the side of SSG. That's what we expected. Now, it took them 3 overshield rotations to get that first OV, but once they did, they never looked back. That game ends 250 to 115. We'll take a look at some highlights, and you're going to notice something here. There's a big shift that happened in this game. SSG just runs away with it.
Yeah, you look at the individual plays at the start of the game, it was Sentinels who were winning those little battles, but the overshield, like you say, it was a pivotal moment. It allowed freedom on the map. It allowed SSG to take a straight 4v4 for the first time, it felt, without having to go up against someone. And yeah, just these little wins at the end of the game. Every single time that they picked up 1 or 2 kills, the split spawns, they were collapsing so quickly. And Sentinels just couldn't get back on the map. I can't really remember a last time in that 60 seconds that Sentinels had 4 alive.
No, I absolutely can't either. By the way, thanks to those highlights, we did get to see what the exact run was. Essentially an uncontested 180-point run in that game to close it out in the end. 250 to 115. Unsurprisingly, they will also outslay in the end, 43 to 34. So it looked like it might be a fast first series of the day. SSG says, I don't think so. They will send us to a game number 4 at minimum, King of the Hill on recharge, and look to force a game number 5 reverse sweep as well.
It's interesting, isn't it? We were saying, you know, is this going to be a good game type, a bad one? Well, SSG have just shown that they know how to play that map and that mode extremely well. King of the Hill, though, that's what we need to focus on now, as we can see the records so far. Space Station with a 5-2 record, whereas Sentinels straight down the middle, 2v2 for them.
I mean, how about it? If you wanted any reason that we thought we were going to force a game number 5 in this series, this is the exact stats card that would suggest that that will be the case. SSG looking to make this a bit of a longer series, perhaps, than everyone expected.
I want to know what's said on these breaks when SSG step off the stage, by the way, because whatever it is, it's inspirational words, and they just seem to come back looking like a completely different team. I think for Sentinels, though, you've got to put yourself in the headspace of, hey, we're still one up in this series. You know, it's still 2-1. We're still on the precipice, one game away from knocking SSG down to the elimination bracket and really making a statement here. King of the Hill, a game type that traditionally you would say, I would say the past for previous Sentinels lineups they like, because they can set up, they can move around the map, and SSG a little bit more dynamic, maybe not theirs, but with the way this series has gone at the moment, I really feel like this is just a straight 50-50.
Exactly, I think all bets are off, and luckily I think Sentinels and their fans are also going to feel the same way. We've been talking a lot about historical stats between these teams, but let's not forget this is a brand new Sentinels roster that's coming in, and of course based on the first 2 games alone, they're playing, and even their Friday as well, they're playing a very, very different game. We're going to get it now into game number 4, SSG versus Sentinels. Sentinels leading 2-1, they want to end it here.
SSG looking to send us to a game 5. Sentinels looking to close out. Camo battle going to be the main focus at the start of this game, understandably so, and it looks like it should be won by Space Station. The Sentinels find themselves 3 dead, but Boo Boo as last alive. He's going to challenge, and Stellar has more work to do.
Yeah, Stellar doubles right back in the end. That'll be traded out, though, so still no grab on the power-up just yet. We'll keep a very close eye on that. Big shout-out to Observers for also keeping an eye on that here. Picture it is grabbed in the end. Looks like a Sentinels grab. It will be lethal with the camo. All 8 players alive. Big play coming up right now.
Yeah, fantastic dynamic on the map right now, because Legend has the shock. He gets the first kill. Pipe control, that is all belonging to Space Station at the moment, but the camo gives you an opportunity to break. However, with the kills being picked up by SSG, Lethal has to make the most out of this camo. Gets the beat down, manages to not get traded out or take damage himself, and now he's looking for the second, and Lethal with the camo has broken. He's given them an opportunity now to try and wrestle back Pipe's control.
You really can't ask for much more than that. Boo Boo now going to also try to get into the mix. This is not going to be easy against a player like Stellar. Finally, they win it. As you say, they cause enough chaos, though, but maybe a little bit too late on this first hill, 2v2 on the map.
2v2, but Pipe control and spawns will be still good for SSG. You would expect them to be closest to the hill when they come off that respawn, and of course the shot is still down as well. Allbound trying to escape with that grapple. Not going to be able to do so, but should be able to at least get that shock rifle back into the hands of his teammates. Stellar will pick it up, and in a few moments' time, if he can hit a few shots and keep Boo Boo away, then they might be closing out this first hill. Precision, he's trying to extend this hill a little bit more. He's trying to milk his life, and he might have just done so.
Yeah, able to stay alive as long as he can, but Lethal is your last player alive, and with that, that will certainly be the first hill for SSG.
Boo Boo trying to desperately make a play at the end of this, but not going to be able to. Plays his life instead, gets that kill. But SSG go up by 1 here, and this is a different looking Space Station Gaming.
It really is. Sentinels let a few too many points get on the board there in that first hill. Yeah, I had a feeling that they were going to have a second life, but really they left themselves no room for error in that first hill, and as a result, we will now see SSG leading 1-0, and you can't help but think it's a very different SSG than we saw before the break.
2 camos in a row for Sentinels, excuse me. Not really going to be put to use, though. Damage was good, but nothing turned into a kill. As this battle and this flood through the tower does continue. Sentinels controlling the hill for now. They're almost halfway done on this, so even though the scrappy battle hasn't really been won, the trades are good enough for Sentinels to keep that spawn over Blue.
Stellar also gets taken down. That's a really big kill to keep them on bat spawns, and another big kill that comes in from Sentinels now, as they're all lethal, excuse me, as SSG is trying to make this push as a team of 2. Not going to be easy. This could be the hill right now.
Could be the hill unless Stellar can get around this corner and cause some damage. However, the call out should be there. However, no one in position. Sentinels find themselves 2 dead. 2 no-shield players in the hill, but nobody there to capitalize. And as close as Sentinels are, they can't call it their hill quite yet because Space Station have managed to break.
Somehow, from a man disadvantage, they make that push happen. It looked like it was going to be over. There were only players at Whirlpool and Longhall. Somehow they get across the map, and they're now just about to tie it here on this second hill.
Problem is here for Sentinels, they're trapped on the Longhall. They have to make a Hail Mary play. They have to try and flood through one of these chokeholds.
Oh,
but
no.
Stellar with the stick, and Stellar with the double. He's going to shut it down.
Oh, no.
Sentinels get shut down. It's 4 dead, and SSG should be able to close this hill out.
I don't want to speak too soon, but we could watch that play back as a pretty historic turning point in this series. That is a hill as Stellar continues his reign of terror. That is a hill that they had no business winning. That was about 75 or 80% of the way to 0. And as a team of 2 against 4, they somehow make the push happen. And like you said, that long haul funnel, that choke, that gauntlet, Sentinels cannot push through in the end. They get forced into the SSG blender, and just like that, SSG leads 2-0.
Look at Legend, he's feeling confident, he's challenging. Even though he knows Falcate's got the upper hand in that fight, gets damage down. 2v2 on the map, and Space Station get their first camo in quite some time. Eco, though, he gets beat down, and oh, the camo is going to be useless as Precision goes hunting.
Yeah, Precision, nice little nade there, just kind of pre-nading where he thought the camo was going to be clearly, and he does get the kill in the end off of some help from Lethal as well. That was 2 dead, a momentary 3 dead here off the spawn cycle. Actually, it's a momentary 4 dead based off of the staggered kills. This will be an opportunity for Sentinels to find some footing, and hopefully for their sake, not let history repeat itself.
I was going to say, getting those last 2 kills on Elevator was so important, just to make sure that the spawns weren't going to be close to that hill. They flush him out perfectly. Boo Boo gets that double, and they also get that hill. Boo Boo has a shock rifle, and Sentinels answer back after the heartbreak of that second hill.
And it's still 3 dead, staggered 4 dead again. This is your first spawner here in Long Haul. Not going to be an easy battle for Precision. We'll see if somehow eventually stays alive long enough, though, for continued 4 dead. So this game and the pace is unbelievable. Let's not forget, only about 20 seconds have gone across the game clock while they got that first hill. So there's still a lot of time for them to play with here, and they're only down by 1 hill. Now the pressure goes back on the side of Space Station. They need to make sure they close it out here.
Boo Boo tickles with a shock. Now turns his attention to helping his teammate in tower. It's 2 dead again here for Space Station. Eco's going to be no shields on the back right battery. Legend, he's going to pose. Wow. Go! Lethal's going to clean it up as Boo Boo shocks the heart for just a few seconds to slow that heart rate down.
Push coming in here, though, bottom Hydro. That's where Legend went. They lost track of him for a moment. We'll see if Legend can jump up here. He does. Legend and Bound work together on a very good push that could change the way this hill goes.
Eco gets another as well, and now Sentinel's starting to get a little bit trapped again. Lethal's got to buy time here. He's got to stay alive as long as he can. Bound's trying to do the same, and it's going to be SSG who win that final scrap with the 2v2. Now camo coming up as well. Bound inside of this hill. Sentinels with a good start on this 4th hill, but not really a solid enough hold to call it their own.
This camo's big. All 8 players alive on the map. Wherever this camo goes could really determine the way the game goes.
2 players on the needles. That nade could be special. Bound is going to fly through. He should be able to clean up 1, but his teammates are going to get there first. And they say to him, we've done the heavy work. Grab yourself a camo and come back and help us claim this hill.
Very, very calm, very cool and collected here, coming in from not just Bound, but all of the SSG side. They knew they had the advantage here. They had the hold. They were going to force Sentinels into them. They play that camo perfectly now, and they're likely going to steal this hill right out from under Sentinels.
This might be the last push for Sentinels as well, because Bound, with this camo, is going to recognize where the play is coming in, where the kills are coming in as well. And he's saying, hey, with 3 dead, it doesn't matter if we've got camo. I'm going to grab a little bit extra time here. And Sentinels may have 1 more push on this, or they might have to give it up.
They might have to. Take a look at this. I don't think they have the time. They need to make sure they don't also lose too many numbers here, but they're about to lose both, if you ask me. The hill goes, and right now they're going to continue trying to fight for long haul, but it won't be easy. Eventually, they do manage to keep things interesting. 2 dead. Legend, though, exchanged out with a perfect kill of his own, but more importantly, looking at the scoreboard, Space Station assures that the game does not go 2-2. They now lead 3-1. They are 1 hill away from forcing a game number 5.
And it's such a tough hill to hold, isn't it? Bottom middle, it's such a scrappy hill and so difficult to get the time on the board. You can constantly be contested. There's always a line of sight, you feel, towards that player in the hill. And Sentinels, the one thing they have on their side here is time. 2 minutes and 18 seconds left on this game clock. If they get this next hill in the next minute or so, then there is going to be an opportunity to maybe tie this up.
2 dead, 3 dead now. Precision is your last player alive. See what Legend could do. The assist does come in. That means it's a staggered 4 dead. As you can
sweet Jesus!
Caden was your first spawner. But before I could even say that, he's already been taken down. So it'll be continued 4 dead spawns, and they're going to have to wait for each other here because this game could be over very quickly.
Shock rifle in the hands of Legend is a terrifying thing. And Sentinels are finding that out right now. It looks like at the moment that they are just baiting Sentinels into that hill. They know they have to go for it. Camo's up as well, but Legend's just thinking about adding some more shock rifle kills. Can't quite connect this time, but will secure the camo for his team. Bounder's got away with it, I think, but he just got traded out. Precision, he's inside of the hill. Legend deals with him.
Looks like the power-up still might have dropped there, but most importantly, we're taking a look at the scoreboard here. It will be Space Station leading on this hill as well. Only about 25% of the way, away from closing it out. 2 dead still for Sentinels.
Sentinels just been really struggling to get out of the spawn, to find some map control, and having to be forced constantly with SSG stepping into that hill to extend themselves. Makes their decisions so much more difficult to make. Eco with another trade. Trades, if you're in the lead, are absolutely fine. If you're chasing, you need to make sure that you're staying alive on the map.
It's been a narrow slaying game. It's really only just about 10 kills separating the 2, 3 dead. And now this should be the final moments here of the game.
SSG looking to send us to a game 5 here. It has been a comeback of epic proportions as they send us the distance here in London. It's going to be a game 5 as SSG will win King of the Hill.
You might say we were always headed here. A game number 5. The defending champs were not going to go down this easy, but let's not forget, in game number 3, they were trailing by about 90 points. They have mounted a comeback in that game, and they have not looked back since. A fantastic piece of play to ensure that that game did not go 2-2. Instead, it went 3-1, and then closed out 4-1. Send us to a 5th and final game of the series. Here's a look at some highlights.
I mean, the takeover around that, I think it was the heartbreak of losing that second hill that really affected Sentinels. They managed to get 1 hill on the board at the back of it, but the control of that bottom middle hill, I have to say, from SSG, it looked unbreakable at times. They just constantly had numbers, constantly getting that first pick. They could just kind of bide their time when they wanted to step into it. And it almost felt like at the start, they were like, hey, let's just play time. We feel like we can kill them for 2 minutes. And then they were like, hey, we can actually do this from the hill. And they stepped inside of it. They closed the game out without it going to time. And SSG look very different now that we head to the game 5 in comparison to what they did after 2.
They really do. And I have to say, I think that hill, like you said, that second hill getting lost, it felt like it in the moment, and it feels like it now as well, that was going to be a piece of play that we look back on as a very, very important part of this series. And it now has been confirmed indeed as we go to a 5th and final game to decide it. That 4-1 win is a big one, and now so much, not only victories on the board for SSG, but it feels like momentum as well.
What would hurt more for Sentinels than to go to a game 5 of OpTic, lose? Go to a game 5 of SSG and lose? They're the margins, right? We talk about the big 3. They're the big 3 for a reason. It's because they can close out close games. They can close out the close series against teams who are so talented. So for Sentinels, a lot riding on this game. The same, of course, can be said for Space Station, but they know they can do it. For Sentinels, with a new player on the team, this is a new challenge for them.
It is. We took a look at both of these 2 before the series started. They have now each tracked and clocked 2 games apiece to send us to 1 final game to end the series. Those 2 guys, no strangers to Game 5 Slayers. They're going to need to know exactly what they need to do to close this one out. But let's not forget, historically, we've seen a huge margin for SSG and Slayers. But game number 2, it was a 50-45, a pretty convincing margin at this level, by the way. A 50-45 win for Sentinels in game number 2. Can they repeat and make sure they still close out the series, or will we see SSG complete the reverse sweep in game number 5? That's the question.
Well, here we go then, London. A game 5 is in front of us. Let's get this thing going. One thing to talk out a little bit before we get into this, the difference between game 2 Slayer and game 5 Slayer here is the lack of power weapons, right? This is Aquarius, it's Arena, it's traditional. You're gonna have to rely on that DMR.
This is gonna be guns blazing here. We'll see what Eco might be able to do. Overshield's still up. Looks like Legend thought about going towards it. He does. He grabs it as well, and that's going to be some early kills exchanged. 2-2 on the board, but a nice Overshield. Wow, a lethal somehow with unbelievable bleed-through damage there to make sure he gets that kill. And what we thought was going to be a momentary advantage for SSG off that Overshield slows down immediately. Sentinels actually goes into a lead.
Little moments in series, little moments in games can change the fortune of who we call the winner at the end of it. And maybe, just maybe, that play early on for Lethal could be one we talk about as we get to the end of the series. Lethal picks up another one, but look how, again, the pace of this game is relentless. It's 5-5, and everybody is engaging, taking those 1v1s. But Stella has the thrust in that one.
Very nice thrust there on the final shot to make sure to close that out. Now he and Bound will start to move together as a unit. Look at this from Stellar, not afraid, even though his shields were still flashing, not afraid to fly right back into the back of the base. They pick up the first 2 as they need to do, and just like that, it's a 2-kill lead.
Precision trying to extend for this kill, manages to get it, traded out immediately, though, by Bound, who has had an electric start to this game 5. 5-0 for the man on your screen right now, and it's because of that thrust that he adds the 6th kill to his tally. Double positive at the start of this game, 11-8 the score.
Great score. Great start for them as well. 11-10. 12-10 now. As we said, this one's going to be just as fast as we saw in the earlier games of the series, just back and forth with teams just flying and knowing the second a possible advantage opens up, these players are going to be flying as fast as they possibly can. 14-11 now.
Sentinels have got a tough job here because the overshield is coming up in around 10 seconds time and they're trapped on the car side of the map. So they've got to make a decision. Do we try and fight across for this, or do we just play for the green gun that's going to spawn on our side and try and neutralize the overshield that way? Space Station, you can see, they're not moving from this P side. They know they can control this and get that power up. And with a 3-kill advantage, if you get that overshield, that could go one way very quickly.
Just trying to make something happen. He will trade it out in the end. However, it still should be SSG numbers on the overshield itself. We'll keep a very close eye. It is Legend. He does pop it, turns the 180, turns back again to make sure they secure this overshield, and he still has a little bit of additional shields to play with.
Precision's flying in. Precision gets the trade, and I have to say, even though it was an overshield going to the side of Space Station, the way Sentinels rotated around and picked up kills just as it came up meant they had guns up. When Legend had that overshield, he wasn't able to impact the game as much as he would have wanted to, and Sentinels now bring this game within one.
Couldn't agree more. Precision leading the team in kills, also making sure he's there. Not only did he start that overshield battle with the top car jump up, he also flies in to trade the overshield out, just getting right back into the action right away. That keeps the game within just 1 kill.
Boobu's got the heat wave as well, so weapons. Oh, Sentinels have got him. Thrust is also in his hands. He's got one to play with. And think about what Bound managed to do at the start of this game with the thrust. Well, Boobu's not going to be able to match that because he gets taken down, and that's thrust going to be used up. It's going to mean the heat wave is down as well as Stella goes hunting, but there's nowhere to find because Sentinels were 4 dead.
Brilliant exchange of play coming from SSG. As we said, it was just 1 kill. Now it's 4 kills, separating them at 23-19. And Stellar just going to look to hold ping 2 as long as he can. Already getting a lot of information as well on the whereabouts of the other opponents. This could be quick work coming in. Here comes the collapse. 3 dead, 4 dead again, back to back. 4 deads coming in. SSG now lead by 7.
They are starting to roll here, Space Station Gaming. This is a different looking SSG than what we saw earlier in the series. They are hunting in packs. They are looking to extend this lead and punish Sentinels inside of this base. And Sentinels are just trying to fight out the moment. They're trying to get any kind of map presence, but even the nades, 2 nades, 3 nades can't take him down until Precision finally steps out with that bandit rifle and picks up a double.
Steps out, as you said, the double kill keeps the game close. It was 3 dead momentarily, now 4 for the side of SSG. Now 24-29. SSG answers back with a 4 dead, Sentinels answers back with a 4 dead of their own, and they get an overshield off the back of the perfectly timed 4 dead. So what was a 7-kill game is now just a 5-kill game with an overshield advantage. Let's see if Falcated can collapse here.
This is the opportunity, this is the chance, this is what you needed to do. Eco gets taken down as well. SSG are 3 dead, and Sentinels are coming back into this game once again. It's 3 kills between the 2 teams, and again, the overshield is the difference as Bubu top middle, he grabs that thrust as well.
Unbelievable. You thought that we might see them run away with it here. A 7-kill lead at a moment like that could have been an opportunity to just run away with this game. Instead, Sentinels, they answer back with perfectly timed kills, and now only trail 33-30. We'll see if Precision can make the push here.
Well, Precision wants to push. You can see he wants to be aggressive. All of SSG are trapped in the base. Falcade is cleaning up damage, but trades are still coming in from SSG in this base. Fal's trying to clean up more damage, but there's more spawners. Wow. Now he has to back out. You have to say, he's playing this perfectly, this situation. Not getting overzealous for kills, making sure that he keeps his deaths down as well.
Love the trigger discipline there. Also the target selection coming in from Falcated. Eventually he picks up another one against Eco. Finally he's taken down. Kills will be traded again. Still a 4-kill game, 38-34. This is your home stretch.
Next overshield could be the difference maker in this game. It's not quite up yet, but you imagine with the game and the way it's going and the time that's elapsing, there's going to be time for another. Bound trying to put some shots down onto the players exiting from the P side. Lethal picks up 1 kill. Bound taking a lot of damage, and I don't think he's sure where from, but Legend and Stella, they get 2 to keep this lead in the favor of SSG as the overshield battle starts.
This is really do or die here. Sentinels cannot afford to let this overshield go, but SSG is going to continue to apply the pressure. Somehow Bound stays alive, eventually taken down. Kills will be exchanged. 7 seconds until the overshield, and a 4-kill game.
Precision gets taken down. 2 dead on either side. But Stella, he's got the line of sight onto this overshield. Legend's in front of him, but Legend will fall. The shields are stripped from Stella as well, and this is an opportunity maybe for this overshield to be contested. Eco, he finds 1. Precision gets taken down as well. Sentinels are 3 dead. Falcated last alive. He has the overshield, but he explodes in a cloud of blue, and what a play that might have won Space Station this series.
Stellar essentially hits the stick into Explode on the Overshield player to, as you say, probably win the series here. 47-41, 3 kills to go.
3 kills to go. Damage already been done. It's 2 dead. It's 3 dead. It's the series and the reverse sweep going to the side of Sentinels. And Eco lets them know.
And he had to watch a lot of Boo Boo standing up early on the series, right? And it feels like ages ago that we saw Boo Boo getting loud and staring.
Welcome back, and we got some M&K action up to. Joined with me is the M&K Phenom, man, baby. Active as we got Cloud9 going up against Mindfreak. And, you know, Mindfreak making history right here, right? Top 12, first time an Australian team has gotten top 12, I believe. And, well, they're looking for more. A top 8 finish could be a reality. Cloud9 didn't have the most fun on this map just a series ago. And we'll see if Mindfreak can maybe replicate some of that Shopify Rebellion success.
Yeah, it was 250-0, and now they have to play it again. And it looks like Mindfreak has the edge thus far. Gonna be Tusk, though. Immediately goes for that flank onto Plasma, gets him. And now with Sab getting B as well, Tusk in a really great position here on the Whitehall. You call it the anchor side of the map. You can get some kills, it'll be huge, but ends up falling. It'll be Cloud9, though, getting some points.
Yeah, Whitehall is so powerful in this game type. It just allows you to have access to so many attack vectors that are so important to the map, right? You can see A, B, and C at the same time. You're really going to be the one that dictates what your team's playing for and how you can defend your setup.
Great shots by Sab, though. His OS gets completely melted. Suspector gonna clean up the damage that he caused, and that'll allow Cloud9 to get some control on the map. You see the spawns come out on the bunker side, and here comes the push from the side of Cloud9. Mindfreak make it through, though. Rice gets a kill, and now Scoopmeister's on B, so this is really good for the side of Mindfreak. They're able to make their way out of that bunker side spawn, regardless of the pressure that Cloud9 caused.
Rice has been fantastic in the backside for Mindfreak. He's opened up the entire map with the kills that he was able to get. Unfortunately, they weren't able to continue on with that success on the inside half of the map, but Mindfreak are going to be able to buy themselves some space towards yellow corner. We're going to start seeing some rotations left and right. It'll be important to see if Mindfreak can out-rotate Cloud9.
Right now, Cloud9 look to be ahead on those rotations. Rice can do all he can here. Put some damage in. Has to stay alive, though. If you're not aware, Rice and Scoopmeister are the M&K players on this Mindfreak roster. And to be honest, I haven't seen much of Rice. But you can see that he's doing tons of damage, staying alive. He's going to get triple team there. Ends up falling because of it. And Cloud9 will get a 2 cap because of it. Potentially a triple cap.
Oh, the overshield coming up. This is a great spot for Cloud9, right? They have access to that overshield immediately. They know where Mindfreak's at. So for them, it's just get that first pick, then get away with the overshield. Now you can kind of think about getting that trip cap. Sorry, had a cake moment. Thought Tusk was definitely falling off the map. Wasn't it right there?
That would have been scary, but he ends up having the entire OS to use. Gonna push in, get the kill onto Rice. Decides to try and get some more damage onto other players. Gets beat down, though, so that OS is pretty much gone. It is gone. He's down to half shield as well. Decides to peek anyway. Nice shots by Tusk. Gets the killing spree locked in, and Cloud9 will lock in a double cap once again. 133 lead to 67.
And this is the setup that you're pretty happy with if you're Cloud9. Mindfreak's going to try to work their way out towards B, but you have to go through a very open position on the map, and it's going to be Cloud9 that wants to attack on the backside once they try to commit to that. Rice, I think, in my opinion, the best player in Australia. He's been fantastic for Mindfreak in today's tournament. I want to see him really step up to the plate and try to guarantee that this is the Goliath versus David moment in the tournament, period. If Mindfreak can get top 8, that's something that I don't think anyone ever thought would happen. Most people didn't even have Mindfreak getting out of open bracket into pools. If they can get a top 8 finish here, this would truly be a historic moment in Halo.
It's going to be tough, though, against this Cloud9 roster. A lot of pressure coming out from Mindfreak, though. They're going to end up getting B. Finally, we see a bit of control here by Mindfreak, but immediately after they get that control, it is lost. 3 down for the side of Mindfreak, and 3 down again as Rice goes down. 4 dead. The stagger spawns are getting melted.
This is where the game got out of hand for Cloud9 just a series ago when they played against Shopify Rebellion. It was the same spawn trap. Now, Mindfreak are going to have to find a way to battle their way out. It all starts with the first pick, finding that first kill. And, well, they opened up the map. Are they going to be able to push through and secure this overshield?
They gotta kill Septify. He's been no shields for like 10 seconds. Finally, he gets taken out, but all the while, it's Cloud9. And this is where it comes to adapting and learning from previous matches. That's what Cloud9 does here. They try to lock in this triple cap. They do lose it, though. A bit loose on the setup, and that'll allow Mindfreak another chance at life here.
Tim, they really have to be careful right now. Cloud9 are potentially going to be in a trap that could cause the end of this game quicker than you expect. Mindfreak, if they're able to find these kills over at C, they could potentially try to throw them into a trip cap scenario. Unfortunately, that overshield just got a little bit too ahead of themselves. Right, timing is always king in Halo. You might have the better equipment, the better position on the map, but if you don't have the timing, you will lose your gunfight. You need to wait for your teammates there and make that coordinated push, even if it costs a couple seconds of time on the scoreboard.
Well, a couple seconds has definitely been costed here for the side of Mindfreak. 8 more points and Cloud9 will close out this game number 1. Finally, Mindfreak getting some points on the board, but immediately answered back as Cloud9 attempt to get A. Plasma doing his best impression to stay alive here. 3 down for Cloud9, a bit of life being shown, and a triple cap potentially locked in. It's Cloud9 who get the bunker spawns. Mindfreak not able to get this triple cap, though, as the bunker spawns come out and Cloud9 are fighting their way through their spawn.
This is good for Mindfreak. They have the trap. So notice how they're spawning over at Nest. Sab's working on getting that, but they should be able to get there in time to at least fight him out. Big loss right there for Mindfreak over on Engine 2. You have to win that fight on the player at Nest. That's your win condition. Get the trip cap in and start working the spawns at Cloud9. Now with Suspector getting this overshield, it just feels like it's a matter of time before Cloud9 are able to be back in a scoring position.
Yeah, you lose that fight on Engine 2. You lose the OS as well. Not able to kill Suspector going for this overshield. And now a contested C is all that Mindfreak have left right now, but look who's pushing on in. It's Suspector with a double and an assist as well to close things out. Cloud9 take game 1.
Yeah, you know, I got a little nut milky. Code LBT, nutcase. Get your $5 off towards the end, but Cloud9 get the job done in game 1 against Mindfreak. And it's a big bounce back, right? Cloud9, it felt like they got eviscerated from Shopify Rebellion just a series ago. So to come back and play strong like that, big props to them. We shift our focus over to Proton Gaming, SWAT Esports, right? Mindfreak out of Australia. SWAT Esports going to be our team from Mexico. A lot of hype behind this roster. And it looks like we're maybe having some technical difficulties over on the Proton side. So they're going to get that game restarted as soon as they can. But, you know, this has been a massive tournament for international Halo. When you think just, 6 months, it's only been like 3 to 6 months since it was announced that Australia and Mexico would lose their guaranteed pool play spots, and most of the Halo community agreed that they weren't earning it. Now suddenly we see Mindfreak and SWAT Esports battling to show the Halo world that yes, global representation of Mexico and Australia in the pool play stages is needed. If they're able to both get top 8 today, like, I think they've made a strong case for that.
It's going to be tough, but here's a look at the elimination bracket set up here. Cloud9 obviously taking that game number 1. We saw a little bit of Proton. They take their game number 1 against SWAT. They won that game 1, 250-22. So a little bit of the same domination that we saw in Cloud9 versus Mindfreak happened as well in Proton versus SWAT. And of course, Native are going to be going up against Quadrant, which will be an interesting matchup. I think I'm not sure who takes that one. I think that'll be a close matchup if you ask me. And then of course at the top, it's Sentinels against Reversal Perfy, and Sentinels losing their game again, or their series, I'm sorry, against SSG in reverse sweep fashion. They had a 2-0 lead, did Sentinels, and they ended up losing that. But now, of course, Tools, we take a look at the winner's side of things.
Yeah, this is where the two matches are going to be on main stage. Space Station and Rebellion, FaZe versus OpTic. It's what we've seen all year. Expect to get comfortable with that all year as well. It seems like these four consistently make their way to this position in the bracket. You know, while we wait for our next match to come up, right now there's no Halo being played. We're just waiting for the next game to come up. You want to play a game with me, Tim? Just a one game?
As long as it has nothing to do with nuts.
Hey, code LVT for $5 off your nut case today. But let's play a little Guess That Halo Pro. Get your $5 off with nut case right there. A little Guess That Halo Pro. Folks, who is it? Who is this Halo Pro?
I'm gonna say Tools.
Who is this? Oh, you think I'm not on it, bro? I'm not on it. I promise.
Oh, why? You're a pro.
Dude, I will say that the one secret to this whole game is I believe they're all headshots from London. So it's players from London. So all right, let's clear it up a little bit. Let's see if we can get a clear silhouette here.
Yeah.
Who is this?
Barcode.
Oh.
No, Mikwin. No, Mikwin.
Ah, dude, who is this? Dude, is it international? It might be an international player. Is it Rice? I'm gonna guess Rice. Is it Rice? I'm going Rice.
I don't know. I'm gonna say Barcode. I'm gonna go with Barcode.
All right, let's reveal it. Is anyone in chat good enough? It could be Barcode. It does look like wow. Dude. I'm getting destroyed over here. I'm getting destroyed. All right, let's do another one. Let's do another one. Oh man, hey yo. If you're watching over on the Scump Watch Party, if you guys ever want to use this in Call of Duty, you know, just give LVT some credit. 5 gifted subs, and we'll let the Scump Watch Party take this over. But let's go. Guess this Halo Pro. Who we got? Who we got?
I don't know. I think we need to clear it up. This is a hard one. I don't know. This is tough.
Dude, someone is spamming bound, bro. They said they think it's bound.
There's no it's so hard to tell until it's cleared up. Like,
does it not kind of look like Scoob?
Nah.
Little Scoob Meister?
I don't know.
We're seeing a lot of boo boo, a lot of bounds. All right, let's clear it up. Let's clear it up a little bit. Oh, whoa.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. You can't say it until it's cleared up. It's tough. I'm gonna go with
Dead Zone.
I'm gonna go with. Oh wait.
I'm going Dead Zone.
Oh, that's not fair, man. All right, yeah, I think it's Dead Zone or it's Lethal. Probably Dead Zone. Yeah,
I don't think it's Lethal. The hair's not Lethal's hair, but all right, let's clear it up. Ah, dude, I'm too good. I'm too good.
Yeah, 1-1. We're 1-1 now. Go to the next one.
All right. Let's see. Are we gonna get a best of 3? We're doing this until we get a game, right? So whoever has the best score until we get to the
Formal.
game. Falcated.
Formal.
Oh, okay. All right.
Wait. Formal doesn't put his hand up like that though.
Nah, I think that's too corny for Formal.
Yeah, he does not do that. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta take that back. Shoot. I don't know.
Oh, it's Tusk. It's Tusk.
Okay.
All right. We got some gameplay. Let's get back into it. Mindfreak versus Cloud9. Back on your screen. We're into game 2. The Australians tried to keep their top 8 hopes alive.
Double kill.
Septify and Cloud9 trying to secure their top 8 finish.
Well, for those of you guys that are just joining us, Mindfreak here have 2 M&K players. Of course, as an M&K player myself, I'm a little bit biased in that regard, but we'll see if they can pull it out. You said if they win this, they'll get top 8. It's against the Cloud9 roster, I would say.
Well, right now, Mindfreak is completely standing on top of each other. Look, they're four-stacking their way out. And Cloud9, well, they've rotated all the way on the opposite side. And this has been a counter rotation on both sides. Mindfreak takes control of the position that Cloud9 just had. Cloud9 find themselves in Pipes where Mindfreak just left.
Yeah, Pipes, I would say, is the weaker position, depending on how you look at it. Maybe some aggression coming out of Mindfreak here. but Acceptify playing extremely slow. You can definitely hear this plasma pistol, and that's why the nade gets tossed. Tusk gets the kill on the kill feed, though, with that shock rifle, and Acceptify looking for as much damage as possible. The confidence is there, but the shots are not.
With Camouflage coming up, Mindfreak suddenly finds themselves in a better position to fight for it, right? You usually want that C-side of Plasma. Oh boy, big gunfight to win. Camo is up. Mindfreak start to win the gunfights. If they can find one more, they're going to be able to secure this camo. This is the first step to getting back in this game. The second one, getting that shock rifle that's down on the body of Tusk.
Well, it'll be up in a minute. Looks like it does run out of ammo. It'll be Tusk that ends up falling. Lots of scrappy play here out of both these rosters, but it's Cloud9 that come out on top of the scrap, 16-9 thus far. Let's see if Sab can stay alive in the back of Hydro. An important spot to be on recharge, especially if he can get spawns for his teammates, which is exactly what he does. And now a bit of a pinch comes together here for the side of Cloud9, and it's successful. A kill comes out for Acceptify.
I like how Cloud9 are holding hands, right? They're daisy chaining their way throughout this map. Right now, with how much of a lead that you have, right? You have 2 rounds of slays on your side. The most important thing is just to play trades. You just have to trade out with your teammates. So if you play close, you're guaranteeing this game. And that's what Sav and Suspect are doing masterfully right now on the white side.
Yeah, I think what the Cloud9 are doing masterfully as a team as well is just cleaning up the damage that's done. It just seems really quick that they get that damage in like they did on those 2 players in tower, and they're just so fast to rotate towards that tower, get that cleanup double kill, and it's given them a 10 kill lead thus far. It's Sab now looking for an entrance inside of the pipes. He's gonna get taken out by Sways. That will make things a little bit better here for the side of Mindfreak, but much more work to do.
Acceptify is just playing a perfect flank, and you know, he's gonna get this great timing on the players of Mindfreak, but Mindfreak have to be aware of that left lane and not letting a player have that easy of a flank. It's gonna cause them to go forward down, and this could be demoralizing as a shock rifle also goes into the hands of Cloud9. This is how games quickly get out of hand.
Now you see they force the spawn on that C-side, get that shock after a minute of the respawn. I like Scoob though, pushing aggressively on the glass here. Gonna get peeked, but a great denial nade sent through. Scoob ends up dying to Sab. That's a bad death. There was 2 down for Cloud9. Mindfreak could have gotten control there.
Unfortunately, that's not going to come to fruition for them. Acceptify, for him, play long angles, right? Just stay away from Mindfreak. The only way they really get back into this game is by giving them a power weapon like shock rifle to start that comeback. If you just deny that opportunity, you're going to see Cloud9 just run away with this game, and they've done a great job of just staying close together, right? Every time we see Mindfreak try to attempt to push, there's 2 players of Mindfreak at minimum there, but hey, Sway's little triple kill might be the starter that they needed.
Well, they're still down by 10, but yeah, I 100% agree. They could go and build into more for this squad. You see Scoob now does some damage of his own. Great job playing his life as well. He takes minimal damage there, but able to output a lot. Plasma does go down though. And now Scoob's gonna end up in a 2v1 situation. He gets 1, but cannot do any damage to Suspector, who's gonna be able to roam free here on the back of Hydra.
Like to see Suspector win his fight and basically secure their flank, right? You want to make sure that you always have your backside secured. As Suspector does that, now Mindfreak has to play into Cloud9, and as long as Cloud9 can keep Mindfreak in front of them, they shouldn't be a path forward for Mindfreak to make this comeback happen. So far, Cloud9's just played an extremely clean game at reducing the variables that allow Mindfreak to find a victory here.
Yeah, I don't see Mindfreak coming back from this easily. They do get a kill on the feed though. You see, that's what's gonna need to happen. A couple of clean kills, and that's another one. Beautiful job out of Sways right there. That brings it to 8, but still more work to do. Scoob has that top glass area. He's got the cross, but you see the double push there on the C side, on the long side of the map. And you see Sways rotating towards the help of Scoob. Scoob's gonna be in trouble here though. This shock rifle's gonna come into play. Let's see if he's able to hit some shots with it. Tusk peeking his face. Sway stays alive.
What?
I don't know. I don't know.
That was crazy looking. Right now, you see Cloud9, they've split themselves 2 sides on each round. We call this a 2-2 split. Mindfreak can take advantage if they're able to get the split, the 2 players across the map, not looking at the cross. They can try to collapse in on the 2 players and just win a piv. Unfortunately for them, they just aren't able to win without trading. I think Cloud9 was giving them an opportunity there to come back in this game by being so split on the map. But with those kills going that way, Mindfreak, they have 1 round of slays to get this job done. You're just running out of time.
Yeah, we need some clean slays here. 100% by Mindfreak. Tusk gets a double kill in the feed, and now what looked very difficult is almost looking impossible at this point. Another trade comes out for the side of Mindfreak. Cloud9 are happy with it. They've got the spawns locked in too. They're going in for the kill, and that's exactly what they'll get here. 49-37. Scoob, the last player alive on this side of the map. He'll get a kill, but Sab will get an overkill, and that'll be another victory for Cloud9.
Could you ask for a better exclamation point, a little overkill to secure the win? We're gonna go, we saw the Aussies. Let's go and check in with Proton Gaming going up against SWAT. SWAT, the team from Mexico. Looks to be in a almost eerily similar situation, right? Almost the exact same scoreline as Proton looks to clean this one up.
And Talik, he's going to be the one pushing aggressively here. Collect ends up trading at the bottom center of the map, and it'll be Talik now. Pushing in very aggressively, takes a lot of damage here, but it doesn't really matter. Last shot's able to clean up his damage, and they'll get that kill as well, and Proton will get their victory in the series. Lots of red zone action coming your way, of course, ladies and gentlemen. Cloud9 and Mindfreak, this series 2-0 thus far. Mindfreak, can they make a reverse sweep happen against this Cloud9 roster who look extremely good right now?
Oh, I believe. I think Mindfreak is definitely good enough to make it happen. Same with SWAT. I think these teams have the talent, right? It's just they don't necessarily have the same experience as the teams that they're playing against. And this is where you have to prove it, that you're able to stay with the rest of these North American teams and compete. It's not going to be easy. It's going to take a lot of challenges along the way, but you can do it. You have to have confidence. First thing first, right? You have to have confidence that you can win these games. And I want to see players like Rice, players like Scoob, and Tapping Buttons show that confidence in these next games.
Well, you know, I love myself a Mindfreak. 2 mouse and keyboard players on the squad, but I'm telling you right now, you got to show me a little bit more, all right? Cloud9 looking very good. If you look at that series layout, going into Aquarius CTF, it's going to be a little more difficult, I would say. I think one of the biggest things about M&K is those close range engagements where, you know, on Aquarius, I feel like you have a lot more of that than you have the long range engagements. So those pivs, those 1v1s that are, you know, in that close to mid range area are going to be a little bit tough for the side of Rice and Scoob, but Scoob's been at it for a long time. I absolutely love, you know, he's kind of the one that started everything. He's the one that brought M&K to a high level, and then obviously now we've got Wootum, we've got Rice now. I think even Monster has taken on M&K. But great to see this squad, and hopefully they can make this series interesting.
Well, folks, let's have a little bit of fun once again, and we're gonna figure out who's this next Halo pro. And Frosty. You know what? I think I'm gonna throw this. I feel like this is one of the AM players. I feel like this looks like Tapping to me.
Oh, that's a good one, actually. No, that's a good one. I do agree. That's a good one. I don't know.
Let's clear it up a little bit for the folks at home. Ooh, okay. Is it an Eco? That kind of looks like Eco.
I said Frosty, but yeah, Eco looks pretty good too.
Definitely not Frosty. You definitely get off the Frosty. I think it's Eco or Tapping.
Which one are you going with?
I feel like it's more likely that it's Eco.
All right, I'll do Tapping.
Eco. Oh wow, I see how it is. All right, let's reveal it.
Eco, darn it.
Eco.
I tried to swindle you and it didn't work.
All right, I believe we have our Cloud9 Mindfreak action back. Let's get back into some Halo for you folks over at home, huh?
I like that. Here we go. Mindfreak, Cloud9, game number 3. A chance for potentially Mindfreak to start to show some life here, but they've got a flag out, but they're 3 down. And it's Cloud9 who have a flag of their own entering in the utility.
Yeah, just smart positioning from Tusk to take advantage of the slays, right? He plays really far into the base of Mindfreak, and he doesn't necessarily do much on the map when it comes to putting damage down, but just his position alone alongside the slays that his teammates get allow for an essentially flag run that not even a bit of damage comes down from Mindfreak to stop.
Tusk playing that P1 side, understands the spawns are coming out in the fridge, and he's got immediate contact with the spawners. Scoop's gonna try to sneak his way through the utility side. They're gonna get another cap though. No one's really in position here. Tusk is gonna immediately go to top P, stop the players shooting across the map, and it'll be cap number 2 for Cloud9. But let's shift our focus over to Sentinels versus Reversal Perfy. Game number 1, Sentinels coming off of a reverse sweep loss versus Space Station Gaming. They have to not be feeling so good about themselves, but it's time to move on and get to the series.
Yeah, folks, if you're interested in that Mindfreak game, you will be able to go watch it on one of the side streams. Go check out HCS Red or HCS Blue to finish off that series. In the meantime, Sentinels, they just played a heartbreaker against SSG and a Legend. Now they're gonna have to, I think, release some of that pent-up energy that they have from that game, right? Take down a team from the open bracket. Reversal Perfy is in their way, but you have to be careful about taking on the squad. This is the team that won through the winners bracket on the open in the open bracket, and you have 4 players that, in my opinion, have a chip on their shoulder. I think they're a bit underrated when you talk about, when people are talking about Halo players. These guys kind of get left behind and forgotten about occasionally, and they're always putting up decent results when it comes to tournament time.
Well, if there's a player putting up decent results, it's Breaking Shot. Of course, he's one of the players that ended up attending the LVT Titans of Orlando LAN that we had a couple of weeks ago, and he was on the team with Gunplexion that placed in 3rd. So he's got that LAN practice locked in, and it looks to be benefiting him once again. He's 8-2. We're seeing this all weekend long. Go to LANs, get some LANs going, and you play like this man on your screen.
Breaking Shot. I mean, Breaking Shot's been so consistent on LAN. It's honestly surprising to me that he hasn't had an opportunity on some of these salaried rosters like we've seen in the HCS. Now, Reversal Perfy's putting on a performance. I mean, look at this. They're up by over 100 points, and it doesn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. The trip cap effect is in.
Yeah, this map is going to be complained about. There's a steamroll effect on this map, and I love it. As a viewer, it's so fun to watch if you are able to play well enough to get these teams locked towards a bunker spawn. Like you see once again here out of Reversal Perfy, you can really make them pay for mispositioning. But this, I mean, we're constantly seeing steamrolls out of this map and game type combination. A 176-15 lead versus the Sentinels, who they're wounded. I mean, they just lost a reverse sweep against the team that won Arlington. They're not 100% right now, and Reversal Perfy are taking advantage of that.
Yeah, but we saw OpTic, right, in their match earlier in the winners bracket against Proton. You can be down quite a bit in this map as long as you get to your spot and are able to force the spawn trap that you've been playing for. At any point, you can make a huge run on this game type map combination. So Reversal Perfy, for them, it's about playing clean and consistent for the rest of this game. You are right at that finish line. Just 50 more points to go. Do not let up anytime soon.
I love this double push right here, and you see Breaking Shot. He was no shields for a very long time, but ends up getting a kill off of that. You see a lot of pressure being caused here on the side of C. They end up getting C, and they're going to... Oh, Boo Boo wins a big fight. But look how much damage has been done. 227-15. Sentinels not able to get out of this whatsoever. They may get B, but it's going to be Reversal Perfy continuing to score.
I love this pressure that Common's applying. He's not letting them get any space on the map to try to even stop the scoring. Boo Boo Doo wins a crucial fight at C to at least stop them from losing the game, but it's still Haynes that's there to follow up, and the rest of Reversal Perfy come to solidify the wall at C. This has been fantastic work from this team thus far. They are putting the hurt on Sentinels.
Anything could happen though. This game is not over yet, especially on this map and game type combination. We'll see if Sentinels can bring this back. 240 to 25, 250 the score to win. You see a lot of kills go in the side of Reversal Perpy. It's 2 down for the side of Sentinels. A big kill here by Common. Not able to win that, but it's still a double cap, and it's still points being had for Reversal Perpy. I don't think anyone's in position to stop this right now.
No,
Lethal's not gonna make the jump, and it's Reversal Perpy taking game 1.
That's so good. They just didn't play bad the entire time. They didn't give Sentinels an opportunity to exploit a weakness. That was just clean Halo. Reversal Perfy putting the hurt on Sentinels, 250 to 25. And well, we come back to Mindfreak and Cloud9, and suddenly it's a close game. Scoopmeister pushing back the potential game tying flag.
What the frick is going on here? This is insane. This is one of the best tournaments I've witnessed here in Halo Infinite, and you expect to see this in year 3. You expect to see some teams decide it's time. After all the hard work they've put in, after the hours of grinding, it's now time to showcase that. And that's what we're seeing out of Mindfreak here. A tie game now, 3-3. 2 mouse and keyboard players looking to make something happen, and they do it. Scoop with a massive win, gets the double as well.
Just everything going right at the moment for Mindfreak, as they've been getting big kills after big kill. Cloud9, they're still in striking position, but you have to be able to find that slate. I think so Spectre maybe getting too ahead of himself. You gotta wait for some help on some side, some distraction. All the players of Mindfreak were just able to focus their attention on him, and that's gonna give some much needed numbers advantage to Mindfreak.
Mindfreak looking for control of the utility side. A trade will commence, and that will be in favor of Mindfreak as they can clearly push up here towards the top center of the map. You see there was a slight numbers advantage for Cloud9. Mindfreak will delete that advantage immediately. Plasma getting that kill on car 3.
Cloud9 were able to bounce back with a couple slays over here in 5 seconds with that overshield coming up. Mindfreak see the respawn screen at just the wrong time. They're not really going to have much of an option but to let that overshield go to Cloud9, and that overshield could be the difference between this 4 flag being there for Cloud9 and Mindfreak.
It's Heatwave in the hands of Sways. See if he can make something happen with 3 down. For the side of Cloud9, it's immediate top control here for Mindfreak. Lots of damage coming in. Septify does have that OS, but it's immediately deleted. Or at least a lot of damage has been done to it. Suspector now has Heatwave in his hands, and it'll get removed. So now, once again, the sandbox in the hands of Mindfreak. Are they going to be able to utilize that as their flag is taken out?
some nades left over to get the job done for Rice, but Spectre playing some strong defense in his back base, just holding on that high perch. Nothing that they can do to break their way in, and Mindfreak have to be very aware off the spawn of where this push is coming from, and find the support right away. As Cloud9 is trying to break through the doors.
Yeah, this is great by Tusk, utilizing that thruster so many times. Now that the equipment is red racked, I still don't think it's important enough to some of these players in these, I would say, lower tier teams. But you see Tusk making sure to utilize it to his best ability. That'll be on a 1-minute respawn. You see Cloud9, this is where the aggression gets a bit scary. You see the flag being pulled there. Mindfreak pulling Cloud9's flag. They get a couple of slays as well. That's 3 down. They've got to run this flag more, but Tusk is the last player alive, and this flag is not moving right now.
It's just down in the middle of the map. Where is the players from Cloud9 to stop this? They're nowhere to be seen. Mindfreak from down 0-2 in the series and 0-2 in the flag suddenly are in a position to potentially put the final one in. Plasma with those extra shields isn't enough.
That is not good. Plasma dying there. He had overshield. This flag very close to being capped. They've got a curb slide. off that platform right now. They're gonna do it. Yep, there it is. A beautiful job you saw to jump. Even if your legs touch the flag platform, you can still get that cap in. If your legs touch the flag that's on the platform, the cap will still be good. But now Cloud9, they're looking for a counter cap situation. A minute and 22 seconds left. It's 4-3 in favor of Mindfreak. This is a must-win for Mindfreak, obviously, as they're down 2-0 in the series. But they've got to get past the Cloud9 roster that's playing very aggressively.
Oh, can Mindfreak do it? This is a position that they just have not been in Halo. The Aussies just 1 minute away from taking their first map in the series and working towards that top 8 finish, something that's never happened for an Australian team in the history of the Halo Championship Series. Oh, Rice! I'm telling you, this guy's built different. He is the best player in Australia. The things that Rice has done this tournament have been filthy.
23 kills, 16 assists, and only 19 deaths. And you saw that target switch potential, right? Hitting that nade at a perfect time. The MNK players, for those of you guys just joining us, are Rice and Scoobmeister. MNK starting to be on the rise, and you'll love to see it. Put a smile on my face.
They might as well be LeBron and D Wade right now. I mean, like 23 and 24 apiece. These two are just tag team in Cloud9, and 5 more seconds to go.
Way.
3, 2, 1.
Wow.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. They get it done. Let's go.
Oh, man.
Mindfreak, they're not done yet. Cloud9. You best be careful. The Aussies are coming for you.
Scoob and Rice are kangaroos, and they've got their team in their pouches. But that was terrible. My gosh, that was terrible. But here we go. Moving on to the Sentinels reversal perfy game. Reversal perfy have a 1-0 lead versus Sentinels. If you watch that, it was a dominating lead by Reversal perfy. I did say, Tools, I don't like to pat myself on the back, but I'm gonna do it. I did say that this tournament was gonna have a winner that we didn't expect. Okay, you said that it could potentially be Shopify Rebellion, but I don't think one of the big 3 are gonna win this event. Everyone's just playing so well.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bold prediction. I like it, though. Sentinels is a team that certainly was in a position to do it just moments ago. It felt like it was almost a conclusion when we saw them up 2-0 against Space Station, but how the tables turn. Now you have Breaking Shot unleashing on you in the first round of the losers bracket, down 0-1 in the series. Sentinels were at the highest of highs. Now suddenly could be potentially down 0-2 in losers bracket round 1.
I mean, this is nuts. Reversal perfy holding down the glass like it's their job. 30-26. Sentinels do take over that pipe side area, and because of that pipe side control, they'll cut this lead just a bit. Still 31-28 though. Grapple's up, but Boo Boo's got the shock rifle. That timing's insane. That timing's insane. Looks away. Oh my gosh. They take out the shock rifle player in Boo Boo, and that'll open things up just a bit for them to cross through and be aggressive on the map.
Play fast. I like how Breaking Shot cuts through. He wants to get into that perimeter spot over on the stairs to put pressure onto the pipes. The problem for Breaking Shot is that help isn't quite there in time, but oh boy, did they have great timing on that push. Common, I mean, getting a little ahead of himself on the nade, but Reversal perfy, they are taking some nice routes and having just the help at the right time.
I'm telling you, like, I always talk about the mental of the game, and yes, you know, when you're a professional, you just gotta let things go sometimes, right? You gotta like move on from events that happen in the tournament, but sometimes it's a little bit tough. You're on the brink of upsetting the Arlington champions. You are up 2-0 in the series, and you end up losing in a reverse sweep fashion. Especially after you talk trash. Like, I love Boo Boo to death. He was doing the Darth Boo Boo grip of death on the team of SSG, and all it did was wake them up, and now they end up in a scenario where they're playing Reversal perfy, and Reversal perfy are doing a phenomenal job at saying, hey, Sentinels are weak right now. Sentinels are down and out. We got to take advantage of it. But all this jibber jabber I just did, Sentinels showcase they're still in the game. It's 34-42.
Yeah, things going right for Sentinels, right? They have position on the camouflage. They're going to be able to get away with it. You're not out of this game yet. Just get this, do it a kill by a time, right? A kill by kill. You can get this job done. And perfect shots like that are helping. Look, Reversal Perfy hasn't traded out 1 kill in the last 4 deaths, and it might just turn into more. This comeback is on the horizon.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. If Sentinels win this game, they win the whole series at this point, right? This is a recovery game as well. Regardless of getting that reverse sweep, letting that happen, you win this game, you're able to recover in this series, you're able to recover completely. We'll see if that's the case here. Boo Boo does have that shock rifle. Haynes and Breaking Shot are the first ones to fall for Reversal Perfy. They will spawn up. And Reversal Perfy still have that 2-kill lead. They make it 3. Breaking Shot's the player to watch here. He can pop off, but you gotta watch out for Boo Boo with a shot.
They didn't even expect Boo Boo. Like, he was just in a perfect position to get that kill, and it's tied. That massive lead that Reversal Perfy had, it was double digits. That's just completely evaporated. And now they have no momentum. A 3-man push on the left side. I mean, on the right side, Boo Boo, he's gonna have a one-on-one with,
Huge, gets him down to no shields. Boo Boo doesn't stay alive. Haynes gets the kill. Haynes now has to live from the pressure from tower. He's gonna get his shields back, which is the most important. Look how much damage he's able to do. Can they capitalize on this damage though? You see Common, he's not playing very fast here. Doesn't want to give up any lives. They have a 1-kill lead. Camo's coming up in 20 seconds. You got to pick up those stickies so you don't get remote detonated. And Haynes is going to play this slow. You see the cross being washed here. That's going to be communication from Haynes. They're double pushing through the long haul side. Great switch there. Cherish gets the kill. He gets assassinated. 47-46, Sentinels lead.
It was all 4 players fighting, getting an engagement at once, but a 1 advantage for Sentinels, and Lethal obliterates one off spawn. They keep coming forward. Lethal has demolished Reversal Perfy, and there's just nothing they can do. The comeback's complete. Sentinels down double digits, win game 2, and what was looking like an 0-2 start in the losers bracket is suddenly on equal ground. Oh my, Sentinels, what a comeback. A much needed comeback. Man, imagine being down 0-2 in this series. Now Sentinels, they have that momentum going into game 3.
100%, and they're going to carry that all the way through. I promise you that. That is going to be a very difficult series for Sentinels to lose. And on the other end of things, we swap over to Cloud9 versus Mindfreak. Mindfreak, we're down 0-2. End up getting that last win in Aquarius CTF. Now we move over to Livefire King of the Hill. And it's Rice, the man to watch. The player you said was the best in ANZ. We'll see if he's able to do anything here. Lots of damage comes out. This is what I'm talking about. I'm telling you right now, these players are going to get M&K nerfed. They need to relax.
An absolute insane target prioritization, and that's the one thing you can do on mouse and keyboard, right, is you can be in one spot and shoot 3 different places in a split second. Mindfreak, they were down 0-2 in this series. They won the flag at the last minute of the game. Now find themselves up 1-0 in King of the Hill against Cloud9, trying to get the highest placing for Australia, and Rice is just bulldozing his way in this tower. This is fantastic work from him. This is rising his stock. I'm telling you, man, it's the year of Rice. Some of the plays he's made this tournament have really raised his stock, in my opinion.
5-7 and 3, 7 assists, going positive in the game as well. I wish shout out to all the observers, but I wish I could. 90 was observing right. I could tell him stay on Rice, man, the entire game. This guy is insane. Sab though, he's on your screen. He's the last player alive for Cloud9, and he makes it happen. Takes out Rice, shuts us up. It's 1 cap each side.
That's a tough pill to swallow for Mindfreak, right? You had such a great advantage on that side of the map for quite a while, but not quite able to get that last part done, right? Going up 2-0, having any sort of 2 capture lead in King of the Hill can oftentimes feel like a GG go next on the other side, where you can just start to play a little bit more nut milky on the backside. Code LVT at Nutcase, $5 off your order. But so far, Mindfreak have been doing a great job of getting position on this hill. This is the push that Cloud9 has been setting up for. If they don't win this push, they might as well just go next.
Yeah, those couple of shots that were missed there might cost them. Did they go next anyway? It looks like they're playing to rotate out. Looks like Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a rotation out. They're going to give up this hill, which is very interesting.
They didn't give up. They never even tried.
Camo's coming up. They should have went for it. At least got control of the outside here, because now Camo potentially now in the hands of Mindfreak. Mindfreak are taking over this game right now.
At least they burned off the Camo. Cloud9 able to find some solace there. They have position on the hill. Mindfreak will wait till they're 4 up and make their push. Sap's position here is dangerous for Mindfreak. They're gonna opt to rotate all the way through, and it's usually because if you give up a player over at green, it is so hard to break through that sandbags or big door when there's a player waiting back here.
Well, they have information on him at least, and it'll force him to move. He decides to go towards the top center. 3 players of Mindfreak are in the mud right now. And Rice is going to be the first point of contact. Cloud9 will break everything open here. It's all 4 down for Mindfreak.
That's a great job by Sab. I mean, remember, he traversed all the way from green to get to that spot. That's what he realized, like, his job was done when he was in green, and he forced them to rotate to the high side. Then he just simply came through and finished the collapse on the back side. Fantastic life. 5 in a row for Sab before he's cut down.
Well, now the hill moves towards the top center of the map, and with 3 down for Mindfreak, it's Cloud9 and Septify immediately taking control of the tower side. You see Suspector swapping out here. He's got the snipe. He's going to watch for these B spawns. Rice looking for that sniper, wants it in his hands, but all the while, it's Cloud9, 25% of the meter, and growing for them.
Suspector needs to be careful with this snipe. You can't give it to one of these mouse and keyboard players for free. I'd be popping some shots or just get back behind your teammates over on Cloud9. It's okay to get out of the hill as long as the sniper doesn't go into the hands of Mindfreak. That's really going to be their way to control this game.
Well, you see Proton Gaming there. They're going to win that game. That's going to be game number 3 against SWAT. So that'll be a big series for Proton. They'll move on. Hopping back over to Cloud9 versus Mindfreak. The sniper still in the hands of Suspector. You talked about how he had to stay alive with it, play slow. That's exactly what he does. Literally not a move out of position here. Just now takes damage for the first time in a minute. Also, really not able to do much of anything with the snipe. No value really being given out of this sniper. And finally, it's Mindfreak who take it away in the hands of Sway now.
They hunted him down. I thought like he had an opportunity to potentially play a little bit more aggressive on that sandbag side earlier into that hill, but he opted just to keep it away from Mindfreak. And well, keep away might not have been enough with how much time Mindfreak has been able to accumulate in this top hill. They have the camouflage and snipe as well. Tusk is gonna have to find this camoed player. Oh, this is so tough for Sways. He wants to jump into that hill. He has camo just around the corner, but they're not going to be able to get in there in time. And once again, another hill that is just stolen away from Mindfreak. That has to be devastating to them.
Yeah, it's rough. 100%. It's one more hill for Cloud9, especially with the fact that if they win this, they will win this series. Mindfreak looking for any sort of life here. Septify on the nest side. He stays alive somehow. He's gonna get a trade as well. That is just a big blunder for the side of Mindfreak. They also don't get the repulse kill. Thankfully, it's Scoob there to clean things up. They get a bit of control now. 2 down for Cloud9.
Well, they got the great setup here, right? This is exactly what you've been looking for. Now, notice how Cloud9, they're wrapping on the outside. They're going to go to the high side, and they're want to get a player probably into that pillar door. Right now, it seems like Scoob's still expecting them to come from sandbags, but Tusk is just waiting for that push over on the dice side, and once that's known, he's going to make his play. And wow, Cloud9, that's so interesting to go. They're doing this for 2 reasons, right? One, you're giving yourself a better angle to potentially fight this hill, but the second thing is that you're securing the next rotation spawn. So if you're unsuccessful, then at least you have a player over on tower side to work on that final hill.
Well, it looks like Mindfreak will get their 3rd hill. The final hill is what's in question right now. 2 minutes remaining on the clock. Not going to matter whatsoever. One of the mouse and keyboard players of Mindfreak on your screen. Oh my goodness, do it to him. It's 2 down for Cloud9, and Scoop takes top tower. Oh my goodness, he almost does it. It's 3 down for Cloud9, but Cloud9 come out on top. They'll have the snipe, they'll have tower control if Tusk can find that sniper, of course.
Very impressive kill by Scoob, but the man didn't even move his reticle. He just said, "You're gonna jiggle peek. I can hit you. Like you're not getting any cover." Was able to get the kill, and so far, Cloud9 still getting time on this hill. Mindfreak's had a couple good pushes, but haven't been able to fully push the players at Cloud9 out of this spot. Tusk wants to get that sniper that's on the ground, but Mindfreak's just doing a great job of denying that snipe from the hands of Cloud9.
It might despawn, honestly. I'm not sure if anyone was able to touch it.
I think that player top tower's got it.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, you're absolutely right. With that snipe on the top tower, this is looking locked in here for Cloud9. They've got full control. They've got 2 down on the side of Mindfreak. That's an aggressive push, but it's because of the QT usage. That's Rice, not able to do really any damage. He's 15, 11, and 13. 11 assists. He's going to try again. That's Plasmid, actually, with that QT. Tries to do as much damage as possible. Tries to pressure, but it's just not enough. Him going down and Scoob going down as well may be all she wrote for this hill. And this kill will potentially solidify it.
Yeah, remember the Cloud9, they set up for this hill well into the last hill's rotation, and you can see it pays dividends off for them. Mindfreak, they were so close. And honestly, I think this is a performance that they can be very proud of. I want to give all my props to those boys that came over, right? They had a long journey from Australia, and to play as well as they did and to get that top 12 finish, that is commendable. And they're so close to a top 8 there, just not able to win that King of the Hill. I'm sure they'll have lots to ponder on, but I think they did their region proud.
100% agreed. Congratulations to them, but we swap over to Sentinels versus Reversal Perfy. Sentinels receiving the reversal sweep against SSG previously. Now, with that one victory that was given to Reversal Perfy, Reversal Perfy earned that one victory. It's Sentinels who answer back, and now up 2-0 in game number 3 as well.
This has been great work from Boo Boo just to be a back player and to understand the value of his life, right? He could have been a little bit more aggressive and tried to get more kills on the map, but he understood his position is just to fill in the map and to help teammates when they need it. He's been masterful at it thus far, and really needs to Lethal having a very easy run back of the flag to go up 3-0 against Reversal Perfy. This is a Sentinels team renewed from what we saw at the beginning of game 1 and frankly most of game 2.
Yeah, game 2 was Reversal Perfy's chance to, of course, like we talked about, go up 2-0 in the series. And I mentioned that if they didn't win that game, and Sentinels did, Sentinels would come away with the series, and it's looking like that may be the case. Still a lot of series to go. But Common's been in the game for so long. He's been a part of Halo for such a long period of time. We'll see if the veteranship of him and the rest of the roster can pull them through this tough situation, being down 0-3.
You see this overshield flying into that back base. Reversal Perfy gonna have a chance here at some sort of opportunity on this flag with Falke being the last alive. What can he do? And at bottom mid is holding off 2 players in that back base. Impressive work for him. You know, he doesn't get any kills, but he certainly slows down Reversal Perfy as Sentinels is gonna try to find an answer on the rotation.
Sentinels do make it through the P side. It's Boo Boo Doo who's the first one there. He does get shot at, so there will be info. And a lot of damage done to Lethal here. This kill on the Lethal will be big, but I think the cap would be more important. Now Common, because he takes a lot of damage, ends up going down here. The cap does go in, but there's a potential counter cap situation unfolding.
That's going to be a little bit of a poison flag as you get the flag in, but you had to give up so much to do so. It almost always it comes down to the other team just immediately answering with their own. And if you're Sentinels, you'll take it, right? It's okay to let the other team have a flag as long as you get yourself one step closer to that to that 5th flag to go home for your team.
A little life being shown by Reversal Perfy, but like you said, it's one more cap for the side of Sentinels, and they will close out this game number 3. Some work to be done though. You got to get past Breaking Shot, who's having a phenomenal series. This game 9-11. But you can just tell what kind of impact he's being on the map. I absolutely love the live there, covering the angle, waiting to see if someone peeks. No one does. The cleanup happens, and now the flag pulled, but instantly answered back.
Lethal gets the kill and gets the return.
Great work from him thus far in this series. I mean, I think Lethal's having probably the best tournament that we've seen him have in quite some time. It's really just impressive what he's done. I feel like he's been the player to step up when they needed him to step up in particular. Remember that Slayer? He had 17 kills in just 10 deaths, plus 7 in a crucial game where they had to come back from double digits down.
It's a massive win by Precision right there. Agreed on Lethal. Has been playing really well. It may not be showcased in the stats, even if it is, the impact he's able to bring to every single game and every series has been phenomenal. Ends up going down there, but again, 5 minutes left to work with. It's not over for the side of Reversal Perfy. They can definitely bring this back. We've seen crazier comebacks in Aquarius Flag. This could be one of those, but it's 2 down for Reversal Perfy once again. No control being gained.
5 minutes on the clock, you know, it seems like a small amount of time, but there's still plenty of time to get 4 flags in. We've seen it happen before at Orlando, where we saw a team capture 4 flags in a matter of 2 minutes. So this is never over for Reversal Perfy. You need to play like that. You know that at any point in time, you can completely take control of this map and get these flags for your team.
Well, Boo-Boo's going to return that flag. Again, another flag very close to being capped here, and this with 3 down could provide for an opportunity to kill Reversal Perfy off their spawn. And they know they have the information on 3 spawners. Falcade going to play pretty heavy on that side of the map. And it looks like they'll try and slay through this pull, which is definitely possible, especially with that kill on the B side and that kill inside the fridge. So this will be a run here with this flag. 1 shot of damage has been taken, but this flag looks like it may go in.
That's a great job by Sentinels to be dynamic with their setup. You don't normally see the B-side run, but when you have a player already in the fridge while you're getting slayed, just throw it out over on the B-side. Get the timing, right? Timing is always the most important thing in Halo. If the timing says run at B-side, run at B-side. Yes, 90% of the flags that you're going to see on Aquarius are going to be run through the car side, but the most potent ones are run through the P side because you can only do it when you have perfect timing.
Well, let's take a look at the elimination bracket here. We've got Proton and Cloud9 moving on thus far. You previously saw Sentinels versus Reversal Perfy, and you see Quadrant up 2-0 in their game versus Native Gaming. So the bracket's starting to shape up just a bit.
And we've had some nutty Halo today, just like how y'all folks at home can have some nutty milk. Code LVT over at Nutcase, guys. This is a new cashew milk drink. Co-founder was Ninja. We said, hey, we know we like Ninja. We want to get involved. So we've gotten a code with Nutcase, and so far, I mean, guys, it's great. It's a smaller can, just 8 fluid ounces in each can, and you get, I think, some of the best tasting cashew. No, I shouldn't say just cashew, just milk, dude. It's just like it's chocolate milk or vanilla milk that isn't terrible for you, which I think is good. Like that's what you need as we get adults. You know, like when you talk to all these Halo pros as they get older, the one thing they'll always say is like, "Man, I wish I took care of myself a little bit better." Well, you take care of yourself a little bit better with these nut cases.
Yeah, gluten-free, dairy-free, no oils, plant-based. I mean, what could go wrong? Definitely get yourself some. Well, here we are, a little look at the A stream, I believe. Quadrant versus Native. And from what I've seen, the energy extremely good in London. Obviously, I don't know. What time is it in London right now, Tools? Do you know?
I don't know, ask me. I know what time it is here. I've been up since 2 a.m. It's 10:30 in the morning. I feel like it's 8 o'clock at night right now. How this tournament has gone, but no, it's still early in the morning for us over at the West Coast. Looks like Quadrant Native Gaming are loading into that game 3. Let's stop in and listen to the Alpha stream while we wait for our match to come back.
We were seeing in these last 2. I feel like this CTF Aquarius could last as long as those last 2 games combined. So they have a shot. Yes, it's going to be fast-paced, but they have their opportunity. Native Gaming need to step it up immediately and get back into this series.
All eyes will be focused on that overshow that spawns pink 1 at the start of the game. An opening break is something Native are praying for to win at this point, Dave.
Yeah, I feel like it's all eyes and Snipe Drone's hands that are going to be on the overshield at the beginning of this game. Let's see if that holds true. Mikwin trying to make an early play over towards Bomb Card. Gets a one-on-one and drops it to Snipe Drone.
It's the same thing we've been seeing so far in game 1 and game 2. Snipe Drone wins his piv on the Mikwin, creates a lot of space and opportunity for the rest of Quadrant. And Glory, still alive, still in the bait, made his way into the base of Native Gaming, and they're going to try and get a flagpole. It does fall down to the box. It does look like a couple members of Quadrant are going down as APG finally has something to say about this series.
I was going to say, you need people to step it up, and no one else on Native has a kill yet. APG has 4 slays. He's taking matters into his own hands, getting the kills on the board. I originally questioned, can Quadrant keep up in slaying department with Native? It's actually the reverse right now. Can Native step up and match the slaying power that we are seeing coming out of these Quadrant boys?
Well, unfortunately, ever since then, 3 go down for Native Gaming, and all of a sudden the slays and the flag starting to go in their favor. The flag getting into the util closet. There is a player in Mikwin bottom card that's going to try and delay this, but you're seeing Sika take the pink route. They're going to cut off reinforcements. That's APG. Perfect shots onto him. Barcode is able to get a kill himself, and 2 members from Quadrant are going down as Sika's on the opposite side of the map of the flag run. These kills are great, but that flag is going to get returned.
Yeah, Gilkey and Barcode putting up a couple numbers, because I was going to say another team, Quadrant here, might be playing their own version of Goose Hunt here in a little bit, but now that is out of the question. Every single player has kills on the board, but Sika has a flag moving.
Oh, that was ridiculous. Sika's being ridiculous right now, running the flag, hitting the G side.
Welcome back to potentially the final game in this series. It's match point for Sentinels as they're going up against Reversal Perfy. If y'all wanted to see that action that we just left, that's over there on the main stream. Go check it out on twitch.tv/Halo. But this match has been intense from the start. Reversal Perfy trying to create a massive upset here.
It's going to be tough. And it starts with 4 down for the side of Reversal Perfy. Sentinels are on a little bit of a revenge arc at the moment. Precision with that sniper. The newest pickup of Sentinels and Lethal, a player we said has been playing phenomenal all tournament long. Has that camo. The push comes up towards the top center of the map. Lethal looking to stop that push. Who's gonna get that first kill? You see a player towards the back of B as well. So this player is gonna be caught out, and this is the thing. It's just a staggered push by the side of Reversal Perfy. They do get 2 down, but it's still time for Sentinels.
Lethal back against the wall, almost gets the shot to land in the head, but he'll take a body instead. Breaking shot, and the rest of Reversal Perfy suddenly find themselves in a great position to fight for this hill. Sentinels gonna have to walk through a sniper in order to get there, and I guess Sentinels just knows exactly what they need to do every time, huh, Tim? It feels like every time they needed to find the break on Reversal Perfy, they've been able to do so.
Well, that break has definitely happened here. But again, it's back and forth trades. Breaking shot. Decides to try and find an opening, but Alcated's ready for it on the nest bridge. And because of his death, it'll be Common falling as well. And now, Cherish and Breaking Shot have to wait off a spot. There's a player on top tower, though. Set up for that next hill, potentially. Are they going to toss this one is the question. Looks like they don't want to. They're going to push through. Falcon is the only one in position. They get 3 down. This could be a hill for Reversal Perfy.
I like it. Bold play by Reversal Perfy, right? They could have given up so much, and they gave up that hill and the rotation. But they coordinate together. They're able to get it just in time. And Sentinels, having the first hill stolen away from them.
Yeah, they had that rotation too. Well, they had a player ready for it on the top of tower, did Reversal Perfy. So I was expecting them to just toss that hill, but now they've got the hill. They've got the immediate control of tower. They've already got some time on this hill. Reversal Perfy. When I thought all was lost for this squad, they've come together and gained some energy here to put up a fight. This is exactly what they need, especially with this being match point for Sentinels.
We saw 2 players, reversal perfy, go down, and it makes it harder for these players on tower side, right? And suddenly the job for them is no longer the objective. It's just to try to live and buy time for your teammates to come up. Unfortunately, no time was available for that player at tower, and Sentinels not quick to get into this hill, understanding they need to find every player that could potentially cause mayhem, and they're isolating their gunfights. They're able to win off these 1v1s. Now is the time for them to put on some hill time, and at the perfect time as well, right? 4 going down for reversal perfy. It's gonna take quite some time for them to even be in a position to contest.
That's the thing though, right? It was a 4 dead, but it was a clean 4 dead. Not one person of Sentinels went down there. Like you said, isolating the angles is the big thing there. You isolate the angles, you allow your team to clean up the kills. Hane's gonna make a very aggressive push on the Brute side of the map. He does get a kill, but taken out very quickly. Common falls as well. Cherish next. All 4 down once again. Reversal perfy go.
And reversal perfy at this point have to be thinking that we're just gonna have to give this one up. There's no chance they're gonna get to this hill in time and be able to coordinate enough to push Sentinels out.
Oh no.
And that's a shame for reversal perfy, because they look to be in a good position to go up 2-0. Now they haven't even really won this rotation to the next hill yet. Boo Boo Doo causing mayhem on the screen side.
That's the thing. They were in that hill. They decided to just push out aggressively towards that camo side. There was an easy kill onto Lethal. They weren't able to get that. And they had the control, like you said. They were tossing the hill, had the control. Haynes decided to push aggressively, and now they've lost control. They've lost time on this hill, on hill number 3. This is just really tough for them. They've got to pick things up very quickly here, or Sentinels are going to run away with this one. Oh my goodness gracious, no freaking way.
This man just doing the dirty. Boo Boo Doo Boo puts him in a forced choke hold, and well, he's gonna be able to find the first kill, and with camo on body, Boo Boo Doo Boo. I was gonna say look fine with that sniper. Unfortunately, he gets down early, but I don't think it's gonna matter for Sentinels. They look to be in complete control of this hill. Okay, I mean, reversal perfy. This is dangerous because I would have just rotated. Right now, Sentinels are still getting a good spawn to contest this hill. Reversal perfy have to be mindful that how close Sentinels are to capturing this, and be mindful of their rotation.
Yeah, see, I think Sentinels maybe thought that reversal perfy was tossing that, so they sent resources towards that side of the map, but it ends up paying off here for reversal perfy. Sentinels now have to backtrack. His precision waiting for the sniper. Precise he needs to be. It's a very big couple of kills. They do get 1 kill onto Haynes, but it's traded out for Boo Boo and Falcated. So now it's up to Precision to hit a couple shots here. That QT is so fearless play out of the QT there. And now it's reversal perfy still in control.
Enemy team took the hill.
And finally, it took a lot of work, but Sentinels finally gets the job done. And if I'm reversal perfy, I'm looking at the situation, I'm saying, was that worth it, right? Like, you took a lot of neutral time off the clock in order to fight for that hill. You got close, but the end result is all the same. I'd almost rather have that neutral time back to play with on this next rotation.
Yeah, you know, it's really tough for the side of reversal perfy. That very close game. They had the chance to go up 2-0. Not all of us can flow like water, you know, in the mental space, and sometimes it's you dig yourself too deep of a hole in the mental side of things. Looks like Sentinels are taking advantage of everything they can right now. Finally, reversal perfy though find themselves in the hill. It's Haynes. 2 minutes left of neutral time. This is not over just yet, but it's gonna be tough.
It's a great job by reversal perfy just to play together, keep those bandits connected. Lethal, man, Lethal just has a great sense of timing and understanding where the weak side is, and finds the perfect flank to get that shot, and that just causes the entire defensive position of reversal perfy to dissipate. Boo Boo Doo Boo, last player alive with his camouflage. He just needs to do enough to deny access for reversal perfy, wait for his teammates to be there in time to break this hill.
Some great teamwork there by reversal perfy though. Some great bait and switch action. It's a big kill. Ah, there it is. That's 3 down for the side of Reversal Perfy. They do get the brute spawns once again, though.
They have quick access. Yeah, quick access to get back in this hill.
We'll see if they're able to do so. Those brute spawns could come to help them out. Sentinels have a lot of time, though, now. QT in the hands of Boo Boo. Couple players towards the mud side. Sentinels still, with this time, a kill on both sides of the map as well. Common now looking for the push. This is the push they need right now. 2 players really weak on that pillar side. Common's there to clean them up. Falcated pushing up through as well. That's 3 down and a hill for Reversal Perfy.
Common doesn't get 1 kill in that final hill, but he's the reason why they get the hill. Staying alive at back tower, forcing those players to be aware of you, eventually allows Reversal Perfy to be in the perfect position to pinch. And once they did so, Sentinels just had no chance. Great macro work from the side of Reversal Perfy to be in a position to capture that hill.
Well, now this hill goes towards that top center side. When we talk about how important it is to control the tower side of the map, Lethal is aware of that, though. He's done so much damage. 2 players down to no shields. No Sentinels players in sight, though, to clean up those kills. And because of that, Reversal Perfy almost halfway towards their hill number 3.
Precision looking for this angle with the sniper. I'd like to see him be patient and just wait for the easy shot, right?
Yeah.
I don't think they need to force anything here if you're Sentinels. Be confident that you can get the job done as a team.
That spawn comes out on the back of tower, though. Precision's ready for it. A very unconventional spot for the snipe at the top center of the map, but it ends up working out. That's 3 down for Reversal Perfy. Falcated trying to get the last kill. That's the 4th player down. 1 just spawned. It's Cherished spawning on that A side, I believe, alongside with Haynes and Breaking Shot. And now it's up to Reversal Perfy to try and push through. Cherished with a massive kill on that cut side, and he has camo as well. Look how aggressive he's playing. Waits for his shields to come back up, but still pushing all the while. Does he have the timing is my question. And he does. A nade. Gonna clean up Lethal. This could be a hill for Reversal Perfy, but they need more kills.
Yeah, they need to find at least 1 more, and that's the problem, is that Sentinels has done such a great job of just not giving out a free death.
This is huge.
Down to a big fight. Precision double kill. They're getting the hill. Reversal Perfy in the final moments have the lead.
Wow.
And there's only a minute left on this clock to work with. Sentinels have their back against the wall.
That Cherished is like absolutely massive. I don't know what to say. That was the biggest double kill I've seen today thus far. But Precision, 2 Guardian Angel medals, saves 2 of his teammates, a clean 2 kills for Sentinels. They're looking for another one on the QT player. All 4 dead for Reversal Perfy. 2 come off a spawn, but they spawn all the way across the map on that camo side.
Still trying to find the right angle. Reversal Perfy, they can be a little bit more patient with this hill, but the big thing is you cannot lose this hill and also lose the rotation. You're gonna choose one or the other, right? You can give up this hill, it's fine if you do, but you have to win the rotation. 4 go down for Sentinels. Reversal Perfy are planting their flag in this hill. 1-2 more round of slays and they'll push us to a game 5.
Well, Sentinels only have 1 choice, and it is to push this hill. No rotation choice for them. A snipe in the hands of Precision now. Pushes in, gets the kill onto Haynes. All 4 down for Reversal Perfy. The spawn snipes onto Common. My goodness gracious, where's your head?
That might be the cleanest snipe we'll see all day, and he does it again. Deja vu.
That's what you love to see.
The Sentinels have done it. 3 all. 1 hill decides it all.
1 hill.
1 minute remaining.
3 down for the side of Reversal Perfy. Camo up as well. Precision not missing a shot. The players come off a spawn and immediately taken out. Put down to no shields. And Sentinels in the hill once again. 54 seconds and counting. And the camo in the hands of Precision now.
Precision is single-handedly winning this game for Sentinels. These sniper shots that he's hit has completely stunted Reversal Pervy. It was a close game. It looked like Reversal Pervy was gonna win this game, and then precision happened. He just completely popped off.
Oh, he just not. It's just there's no missing happening right now. He wants more too. He's got the camo. They're finally gonna push him back on the map, and that'll allow them to get a little bit of time here, which is good, right? They end up tying it in this fourth and final hill. 26 and 22 for Falcated, 26, 20 and 15 for Precision. 20 assists alongside 26 kills is incredible, and he's not stopping anytime soon.
Breaking shot, just making a potentially game-saving play by getting that spawn and hunting down that player from Sentinels that pushed a little too far from home. Reversal Pervy were 3-4 down. Looked like it could be over. Now have firm control of this hill. Sentinels, they're gonna have to look for a break at a dire time.
90 said this earlier, and I 100% agree. It's about who's hungrier. When you see Breaking Shot's POV, he looks very hungry to get this win, but what does he have to do? What tools does he have to work with? There was 3 down for Reversal Pervy. Spawns come up. Falcated doing his best to stay alive on the tower side. This is a massive live by Falcated. They know how important he is. They take him out, but at what cost? It's all 4 down for Reversal Pervy.
Falcated just got way too much value out of his life. He was isolated, alone at tower, and still ends up with 2 kills for his team. Is that enough to slow Reversal Pervy down? They're flying to this hill.
Breaking Shot jumps up with no shields, no one in position, a couple players in position, but they both get taken out, and you gotta know there's a pop-off that happens. All 4 down, and Sentinels, my goodness gracious, popped off when they needed to the most. They win the series, and they will move on in the elimination bracket.
Such an important series for Sentinels to bounce back from. I mean, they got decimated in that first game of the series. Bounced back 3 in a row. Hard-fought battles in game 2 and game 4. They'll continue on to Cloud9 next. And that was the rivalry that we thought was always going to be the mainstay in Halo when it was first announced. Remember that classic Cloud9 roster?
Yep.
3/4 of what is now, or I guess it's only half of what is now SSG, and then Sentinels, who are now, half FaZe. And we still got Lethal over there, but it's just fun to see how these teams have developed as time goes on. And then look at that, Quadrant 3-0ing Native on the mainstream. Shout out to Quadrant putting on a show for the home crowd. Native will drop out at top 12. Both the international teams, SWAT and Mindfreak, will be in top 12. And the Reversal Pervy, the team that came from open bracket, also top 12 in today's tournament. Top 8 to be determined. And then over on the winner's side, right, we got some spicy action that will be coming soon. We got that matchup between Shopify Rebellion and Space Station Gaming, OpTic versus FaZe, right? So many good matches to come.
I'm very excited, and again, I said that one of the big 3 would not win this event. At this point, I think they've all woken up. Like, everyone's playing phenomenal. Even Sentinels is playing really well. I mean, they brought SSG to a game 5, and I'm excited to see how they pan out. SSG obviously waking up as well, looking pretty dominant. That's an exciting series for me, is SSG versus Rebellion, because I mean, how many times have we seen that same game, that same matchup online? Like a ton. So I'm excited to finally see it on LAN.
All right, folks. No more Halo games going on yet, but let me tell you about a little bit what we're doing over here at LBT and how you guys can support, right? This is all community funded. We don't have any big sponsor behind us that's allowing us to do what we do, right? It's all you guys at home with the subs and just watching the ads and really being the lifeblood of Halo. So we appreciate y'all. If you want to keep helping with what we're doing here today, just a simple tier 1 sub goes a long way for us. Or like what Jordan Caps did, 5 gifted subs to the channel. Thank you, Jordan. I also saw that we had, I think Stacks gave some subs to the chat earlier as well. Shout out to Stacks, brother Septify.
Whoa.
25, my God. Yo, thank you, Godly Devil, with the 25 gifted subs, helping people watch without the ads. Folks,
beast.
That's awesome.
He takes third. He takes third.
That's crazy.
He takes third for the week. Look at that. Third place now is Godly out of nowhere. Third place in the top gifters of the week. I love to see it. Appreciate you.
Oh man, hey, we got 100 biddies as well from Snuggle Primes. You matter, man. You matter. Love that from y'all. Hope you guys have been enjoying the tournament. Oh my God.
Never mind.
Some more. He's got another 10 gifted subs. He gets the number 50.
He takes first now. Oh, baby. I love to see it. Love to see the support. Guys, listen, let me tell you, just real quick. I get to cast with this beautiful guy every week that we have HCS events because of you guys. So thank you. We get to go to events and all these. We had a LAN event a couple weeks ago, and it's all because of you guys. So again, a shout out to the LVT community. Without support like that, we wouldn't be able to do what we do. And I know a lot of you guys are like, dude, 10 ads. Well, guess what? You watching ads, essentially feeds my kids. So thank you. Thank you guys for supporting LVT. Seriously, I get to do what I love. Tools gets to do what he loves, and we're all happy. You guys get to watch some great content. I'm hoping you're enjoying yourself.
Hey, y'all, I didn't forget you guys over at the YouTube. We hit 9,000 subs on the YouTube just yesterday, I believe. So thank y'all over there. If you're watching on the YouTube, anything that we do is live streamed to both platforms, thanks to Twitch's new policies. If you want to sub over there, that always helps us out with what we're trying to accomplish. We post our VODs over there on the live, and then we'll also post like good games and other things that happen throughout the day. Exclamation mark YouTube in the Twitch chat if you want to get involved over there as well. It's great to see the growth that we've had on both sides and how much you guys have been supporting the LVT Halo brand. And we also have some new support from Nutcase, right? One of the sponsors that we're really happy to be working with. Ninja was a co-founder, and we got our first code, right? Code LVT. If you use exclamation mark nut in the chat, it'll give you $5 off. It's a cashew milk drink. Think of it more like a replacement for your really heavy sugar chocolate milks and vanilla milks that you get at the grocery store. This one, it still hits that same sort of indulgent taste, but a lot healthier for you. You're not gonna feel as sugar loaded whenever you do it. And it's code L. Someone's asking for the code LVT, guys. Code LVT. Get yourself some Nutcase here today.
Yeah, let me know what you guys think too. I want to know what you think of it. So if you end up buying it, let us know in the chat as well, and we want to give you a shout out. Make sure to get those $5 off. Don't forget to use that code. And yeah, let us know what you think. Again, for those of you guys that are interested, it is gluten-free, dairy-free, no oils, and plant-based. And of course, co-founder Ninja, a huge part of Halo for such a long period of time. So it's great to see things go full circle.
Yeah, some news around the world of Halo. Ryan Newbot unfortunately wasn't able to play on stream today because his team got forfeited with some recent developments that happened with Spartan. But he did win the free-for-all over in London. So shout out to Ryan Noob going back to his roots. Honestly, he probably made more money winning the free-for-all than he probably would have made if he played well with Complexity this tournament. So I'm just glad that he was able to come home with a little something because his team wasn't able to play in those 4v4s.
Yeah, he's gotta be hungry, I'm sure, to get that free-for-all win. So shout out to him. Gotta love to see that. But I'm just excited for the rest of this tournament. Honestly, there's so many matches to watch. Of course, we took a look at the winners bracket. There's the two big juggernaut matches that I'm very excited for. I can't wait to see how those pan out. You can see them right there. Space Station versus Rebellion. We've seen that online so many different times. Now we get to take it to LAN. And of course, FaZe versus OpTic Gaming. Two matches that honestly I could say go either way. I don't see any of these matches being one-sided whatsoever, to be honest.
Right, and you can see what is set for today. We still have that Space Station versus Shopify Rebellion matchup to come, as well as OpTic Gaming versus FaZe, and then also our elimination quarter final. So plenty of stuff to come, but I want to go back through and see how we got to the point where we are today, and run through our winners round 1 and some of the action that happened there. And it all started over on the main stage, right? Sentinels going up against Space Station, a 5-game series that went the distance. And it all started with hot for Sentinels. Let's go back and watch through what the Sentinels and Space Station match was like. Oh, never mind. You know what? We'll save that one. You know, that was a special one. Let's go back to some other ones. You know, OpTic Gaming going up against Proton, and I almost called you Tony.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay, man.
Tim, this was such a close round 1, right?
Yeah.
And it was surprising at how round 2 was not close at all. But between these two teams, it really felt like OpTic turned a switch on at some point in this game.
Yeah, I mean, you can just turn that, you can flip that switch, and if there's one team to do it, I would definitely say it's OpTic Gaming. They did it here.
It was fantastic work from them. You see Lucid was able to get those final seconds. They win round 1, and we'll be back, guys. Enjoy the highlights of our winners round 1 today. We're gonna go take a little get a little break, get some water, all that. We'll have more Halo action for you guys soon.
Enemy halfway to victory. Enemy team score. Enemy team score. Defeat.
You're my best kept secret. I don't know why, but I still try to keep it.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball reset. Ball incoming. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. 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 Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Team nearing victory. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball reset. Ball incoming. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Hello and welcome back. Our next game in the elimination bracket is ready. Sentinels taking on Cloud9. On the Bravo stream, we'll be bringing you guys all the action. Cass, and of course, I'm cool. Joining me is Active. And we just saw Sentinels come off a 3-1 victory against Reversal Pervy, where it looked dire at moments.
Yeah, Sentinels have had a rough road thus far in this tournament, but they've come out on top. And that's the most important thing, right? It's just about now continuing on that domination as this series goes on. Cloud9 are going to be a little bit of a tougher opponent. I think they've been playing phenomenal in London, and if they can continue that towards Sentinels, they can go pretty far. But again, Sentinels, I think they've already hit that point where they're, you know, they broke past that wall, right? There's always dips and valleys in everything you do, and they've already passed that really tough point in the tournament. I think it's only upwards from here.
Tusk has been having a fantastic tournament for Cloud9. I'd like to see him kind of continue on that trend. They're gonna have success here today, but Septify with this sniper getting some big shots. If he can continue on that rampage, potentially find some space for his team to grab this ball and to get some much needed time.
Yeah, Septify does have sniper. He's gonna go towards the top tower, and this will be a little bit of time here for Cloud9, but very quickly to push through. It's gonna be Sentinels. It's 3 down for Cloud9. Last player alive is Suspector, and you see that he's on that cut side. He's going to be taken out pretty quickly. The problem is that's a staggered spawner. So now it's going to be Cloud9 who have to wait for him to spawn back up before they can make any push happen.
And this is such a tough spot for Cloud9 because you see Precision just waiting for the word that he can come in on the flank, and he is feasting on the players at Cloud9. That Quadrant translocator will let him get away, but I don't think it's going to make much of a difference on the status of Cloud9's push, as Precision has been just dominating his way throughout that map. This is fantastic from Precision. That's exactly why you pick up a player like him. Just a great nose to getting into that damage, was able to play that perfectly. And if he could be aware of this rotation here, I'd like to, I'd like to see him maybe try to hit this thing towards cuts, but he's gonna take it head on.
Yeah, it looks like that push will come through the big door, and it's going to be Sentinels who are not really ready for it. Cloud9 make a break. They get 3 down. I think that rotation would have been the right play, but you see, with 3 down, they wait about 3 seconds to pick up that ball. It's things like that that could really add up for this Cloud9 roster. This ball time needs to be acquired, and it's, again, ball down, waiting for an opportunity to get these slays. And look, Sentinels just grab the ball, and they're going to rotate it towards B. I don't know what kind of ball control this is, but it's not good.
Great shots from the side of Sentinels. Laser those players of Cloud9 coming through the door, and Cloud9's just been struggling at getting the kills and then finding the setup, right? They've been able to get the kills, but there hasn't been that follow-up played. Oh my, used the body, said, hey, that's not going anywhere. The repulse was not enough. And oh boy, new turn for body block, right? Not just taking damage, but blocking balls off the map.
All right, well, Cloud9, they find a spark of brilliance here. They hit that setup onto A. It's going to be Tusk on the top of tower. Talked about him as an individual player and what he's been capable of doing in this tournament, how he's been playing. And would 100% agree, this is probably one of the best tournaments we've seen Tusk play in thus far. He continues on that domination. A quick play ball coming out from Septify. Tusk trying to find a little bit of a kill here on that B side. And my goodness, Tusk is not missing a killing spree for him.
Right, Tusk, you know, he's not expected to be that main slayer for the team, right? Normally known as like a glue player and an IGL, but he's definitely stepped up at moments in the tournament this weekend to be that slayer. Has a 0.96 for the weekend, just behind Suspector at Sav at 1.03, now 1.02. Cloud9 have been playing a very tight game with all 4 of those players really having close work on the kill death ratios.
Well, Sentinels take out Tusk, and with that they get tower control and ball as well. 3 down for the side of Sentinels though. So although Sentinels will look to have that control, a couple of kills from this Cloud9 roster will allow them to get that ball rotated towards the A side. The problem is their anchor player in Tusk did end up dying on that side of the map. So now Sav's got to play a bit of a slow game here. on that key door. Suspector does help him out and assist him in that kill. It's going to be 1 down for each side. Sab understands a push is coming towards the bottom center, looking for an opportunity to maybe get a kill or two. And it's 2 down for Cloud9, so he's got a lot of work ahead of him, and he gets taken out quick.
I love how fast Sentinels is on finding a player and finishing off that kill. They are soaring ahead whenever they find someone and having a lot of confidence that they're going to be able to find that kill. And just those one-off kills just make it a lot easier to make the next decision, right? It's a lot easier for the player to decide, do I pick up this ball and just hold it out? Do I need to go push out and find the next spawn? And I love that. I love how Precision throws it off the boo-boo doo. He says, hey, I got this quad translocator. I'm going to go have some fun. Will you finish off this ball time for the team?
Boo-boo's got that repulse as well. We could potentially see that ball getting repulsed off the map. No, there's a lot of nades coming. He's not going to be able to play this ball. Cloud9 are so fast to get to the back of green. And because of that, I'll have a bit of a couple of seconds of time. That mind the gap will be good. Only 11 points needed for the side of Sentinels to close out this round number 1. And it's up to Cloud9 to make sure and try and stop that. But look, it looks like it's all but over. Look at the setup here. Sentinels locked in on this back green side. They will get round number 1 in very, very good fashion.
Yeah, just really punishing plays all around from the boys over on Sentinels. Cloud9 never felt like they had a true setup the entire game. They're getting outslayed, but it's not like a massive outslay, right? Like, it's a few round of slays. It's just the kills for Sentinels are immediately acted upon. They're doing a fantastic job of getting ball time and translating slays into objective time.
Ball drop.
2 slays go down for Sentinels. Can Cloud9 translate that? Ball is down on the top of C-Plat. Sab gets a kill on that C-Plat with the snipe, but ends up trading out and loses it. 2 down for each side. No one really able to get any sort of control. It's 3 down for Sentinels, but the last player on Sentinels is going to be Falcated, and he has the camo to work with. This camo is vital in this situation. He can utilize it to create time for his team to push up, get a couple of quick kills. He gets 1 with an assist, and takes another player on top tower down to no shields, but quickly gets removed directly after that.
Patient on this pillar. Knows he's getting surrounded on both sides. Almost would like to see an early play of that sniper, understanding that, yeah, my teammates are spawning that far away. It's probably better that I just don't give Cloud9 the option to have this snipe, because for the first time in this game now, we're seeing Cloud9 have a true setup. With Suspector hitting the headshot off a player at Sentinels off spawn, Sentinels are going to be a little bit more slow to act on this oddball, meaning that Cloud9, for the first time in this game, are going to be able to accumulate a bit of time.
Optify accumulating that time inside of mud. There is a player on the top tower side. You see the bottom center push from pillars. And of course, it's Septify who realizes it. Decides to play the ball early. And that will allow Cloud9 maybe to come off a spawn and throw a couple of nades, but I believe Sentinels are going to have control, especially with this repulse down bottom center. But 2 kills go in the hands of Cloud9, and that's huge for them. That early play ball ended up panning out.
All right, Cloud9's been doing a fantastic job this round of completely changing what went wrong, right? Making those small adjustments from round 1 to round 2. And that's a big thing for the team to realize in the middle of a game where you're losing, what is going wrong, right? And sometimes it can be pretty hard to identify what exactly is not going right. Cloud9 has clearly made a concerted effort to be more efficient with their ball time this time around, to get themselves set up and ready for these ball holds, and it's paid off with a 34-second lead early in the second round.
And they have 2 down for the side of Sentinels. Make that 3. Falcon goes down as well. Lethal, last player alive. It's going to be a camo now in the hands of Tusk. Decides to pop it immediately. You saw a couple of camo holds previous on, let's say, Lucid from OpTic, but a quick pop of the camo and being on the other side of the map could maybe bite him in the butt. It's Sniper at the top center, though. Decides to take the route towards that. I just feel like this camo, a lot of time has been wasted, and not a lot has been done with it.
Yeah, I feel that Tusk could have been a little bit more risky with it, just off what we were seeing. Though I don't necessarily hate the pop right away because you have a big lead, right? The way how the Sentinels get back into a game, it's by giving a camouflage that you had on your hand into the opposing team. So I understand why you pop it, but I feel like Cloud9 with how they've been playing, you should be pretty confident when you have that 3-4 down to try to stretch the value of a power up.
I 100% agree. We'll see if that continues to happen as this game goes on. The route is what really concerned me there. But he's got Sniper still. Ends up taking the ball back towards A. It's one down on the side of Sentinels in precision. He has one bullet of snipe to work with. And again, this ball sits on that A pillar. No ball time being acquired here. Finally, someone picks up the ball. It's going to be Septify. But they're just so concerned about this push, right? Septify gets the kill. Sab gets the kill. 3 down immediately. And you hear me talking about the fact that that ball should be picked up, but because that ball wasn't picked up, it's an immediate sweep of the Sentinels roster.
This has been fantastic for Cloud9. This is a team renewed in the way that they're playing. This is promising as we go into the series. I thought this was almost going to be a Sentinels 3-0, not even an attempt from Cloud9 when we watched that first round, but I'm glad to see that this team is being resilient, and that shows that they have leadership behind their team. Like they're listening to each other, they're trusting each other on how to make these changes, and looks like it's going to result in a successful second round, barring any big plays by Lethal and the crew in these final moments.
I love this play by Tusk, isolating so many different angles here. Ends up getting the kill as well with the spawn coming out on that camo side. This will be also camo control for the side of Cloud9. 2 players from Sentinels, though, on that C side, decides to take a risky jump on top of the platform. Camo now stuck up there, but Suspector in a position to get a massive kill. He's got to get this kill onto Falcated. If he can do that, he can get camo, but Falcated comes out on top of that one. Septify does have positioning on that camo, and he just popped it. So this is Cloud9's round to win.
Falcade, I'm surprised he was even able to get a trade out there. He was the last player alive. Cloud9 let him live for longer, which I don't necessarily hate, because if you wait longer, then you can try to get him on the respawn while his teammates go up to try to inherently put Sentinels down more numbers, and I think that plan works to a T. Just 9 more seconds for Cloud9 to tie this thing up as we go into a round 3.
Yeah, that I honestly agree that was a phenomenal round. I think there was a couple of slip-ups there by Cloud9, but they pulled it together. The teamwork looks really solid. They're able to force the spawns consistently in positions where they were free to get that ball time. I also like that they dropped the ball many times when a push is about to occur, so they're all 4 guns up in order to stop that push. We'll see if they can continue that here in round number 3. This would be a massive game number 1 win here for Cloud9 if they're able to pull this off.
Something that Sentinels was been familiar with in the last round, though, right? They lost that first game to Reversal Perfy. They still made their comeback throughout. What I want to see is these top 2 slayers on Cloud9, Suspector and Sab, to keep that consistency throughout this entire series. Right now, they're playing incredible Halo. Oftentimes, though, we see that burnout. They need to prevent that from happening. Keep playing on this high level, challenge Sentinels at all facets of the game, and go toe-to-toe with these slayers of Precision and Falcated.
Oh, I cannot believe he gets spotted right there. That's camo now out of the hands of Cloud9. In fact, turn it into a double there for Falcated. 3 down, but Suspector, last player alive, gets a double, almost gets a triple as well. That would have been massive, but he ends up falling, and that 20-point lead is stopped by Sentinels, and now they have a setup on the tower side with the snipe in the hands of Boo Boo.
Trying to get aggressive over here on the green side. And I like how aggressive they are pushing out that green side, but they're putting a lot of faith on Precision to win over on the tower side. He does just that for his team for the moment. But when you're aggressive on your outlet push, it gives your ball player an option to rotate early, and that's how you get huge chunks of time. Unfortunately for Sentinels, though, they're just not quite able to string together the slays needed to have that fluid rotation.
Falcated picks up the snipe from Boo Boo's body and is able to utilize it to get a kill for himself. Cloud9 getting some scrappy time here. I really like this. End up playing the ball now, but that scrappy time they definitely needed. That being said, it's 2 Cloud9 players that spawn on the back of green. Sab still alive back there, but he somehow finds a way to get out. And him living is very important just due to the fact that this camo is coming up in about 5 seconds. Cloud9 need to take control of this, and they need to take this player off a top tower and Falcated first.
You can see Sentinels have clearly set themselves off opposite of the camo. They're essentially giving this away. They're going to let Precision maybe try to get a kill on that camo player isolated, and he'll be able to get the trade. Precision does his job, right? He takes down the camo, but they are playing for time, and they're able to extract some good time. The question is, would you have rather given up that time and kept your sniper and potentially get a camouflage to go with it? Or do you really want to try to just extract as much ball time and objective efficiency off every kill that you're getting?
Well, that objective efficiency is definitely shining through as they rotate the ball towards the bottom center of the map. Sab, you asked for him to continue to slay, and that's exactly what he's doing. 31, 10, and 24. 40 points for Cloud9. Sentinels, though, they wipe the face of Cloud9 in that A side, and because of that, they're able to take control for themselves. Lethal, a staggered player on that B side. They understand the importance of taking him out. He's the first one to fall, and now the push will commence. It's up to Tusk to get some early damage. He gets 1 kill and some damage into Boo Boo as well. This will be a break here for the side of Cloud9.
Enemy has the ball.
And unfortunately for Sentinels, the spawn's not going to be anywhere close for them to contest this ball. Right now, they're getting outslayed. That's a surprising thing to say about the Sentinels team, but it's the stack team duo, Sav and Suspector, 32 apiece, right? 64 kills between these 2 players. It's causing mayhem for Sentinels. They're just not quite sure how to exactly handle it yet. So far, Sentinels is in this game because of how efficient they've been when they've been able to slay out Cloud9. But this muscle work, Suspector and Sab, is helping Cloud9 get to the finish line.
Can they keep it up here? Very close to that game 1 win. 74 points now. Some great communication. They'll clean up that kill onto Precision. Couple of trades go through, though. Lethal, the last player alive for Sentinels. Cloud9 continue to get this ball time. Lethal waiting patiently for that QT, but it will not be used. Intelligent by the player on the Cloud9 to not use that. And now 11 points is all Cloud9 need to close out game number 1.
Lethal having a game to forget right now. He's been playing so well all tournament, but this game is been giving him issues. And Cloud9, they just keep winning the numbers game. Every time Sentinels is getting a kill, it's being equally traded out by Cloud9, and they're just playing catch at the back of A. This is a game for Cloud9. What a bounce back, right? Round 1 was not close whatsoever. Round 2, round 3 clearly go to Cloud9, and fantastic from them to go up 1-0 in this series.
I mean, very convincing too. They looked so comfortable for that second round and third round, and we'll see. Like you said before, and you made a good point, Sentinels lost that first game in that previous series and came back to win it. So we'll see if Sentinels can bounce back here. Taking a look at the damage, it's Sab with 9,400 damage in that game. That is what you love to see. And it's 2 minutes and 44 seconds there for Septify ball time. You love to see those stats out of that squad. And yeah, we'll see if Cloud9 can continue on that dominance here in game number 2.
Yeah, when you look at game 2 for Cloud9, you have to feel pretty happy about seeing Streets in the rotation. When you see Streets, it's a map where if you get control, it can swing your way, right? You want one of those momentum maps, and Street Slayer is probably the most momentum based map in the Slayer pool. Try to carry on what you did in round 2 and round 3, winning in an oddball, right? That battle of attrition, so impressive to do against a team like Sentinels. Try to keep that on, try to keep that up and go up 2-0 in the series. But we can see map 2 starting over on the main stage. Let's head back over with the Alpha Casters as we wait for our game 2 to start. We'll be right back.
In London, back on familiar territory, but Rebellion, they're doing just that. They're causing an upset here. Already upset the apple cart, 1-0 to the good. 2 away from a winners finals.
Well, it was 50-45 when Rebellion won this back in Arlington. Can Space Station close that gap, or can they just completely turn this one around and get back into this series? We're underway then into Slayer Streets. And I am curious whether we're going to see the same kind of control out of Rebellion that we just saw in the previous map. They were covering everything for each other. And Space Station need to be playing a little bit more together than they did in the previous.
Mental doing good damage, pushing forward. Bound in tires, already down in shots, waiting for his teammates to come up. Soul Snipe on hand, capitalizing the damage dealt by Mental. That's something they're doing so well. When they get a player weak, it's getting cleaned up time and time again.
Yeah, and that's down to the communication, yet again. Making sure everything's direct. No communication is getting left behind with these teams. It's an early lead for Shopify, but Space Station will be looking at it and saying, all right, as long as we don't get on any sort of split spawn here, it's not going to be too much of an issue, but Bound needs to win, the fight doesn't. And now that split spawn does begin to happen. Space Station just 2 alive, and Shopify Rebellion may take advantage of this, just try and crush those players over towards Arcade before the spawners come.
3 kills, a point of difference for now. Make it 2, make it 1. Just like that, Legend and Eco combine. Pick up a couple. Trade. 3 dead for Rebellion. Mental's going to be under serious pressure here off spawn from Stellar. Mental wins it. How big that could be. Just make sure staggered spawns don't continue. A double kill, reversal for Bound, hitting shots. We need Space Station to show a little bit more signs of life.
But those are the kind of individual battles you expect to see from Space Station, being able to turn around, being able to get those reversals. Once they start to get flowing, that's when they start to scare their opposition and really start to feel their way into the map with some confidence. The fact they're able to deny Rebellion from being able to kind of force them into a split spawn and constantly push them back and forth. And they're very quick off their spawn to try and find those areas to not allow Rebellion to push up and take too much space.
Space Station just limping into this map number 2. This is only a matter of time before they awaken the beast. Bulldog from Psycho does massive damage, gets a kill as well, stays alive, down to no shields. Heads up towards Tram now. Teammates are getting kills around them, and Eco's desperately trying to survive, doing damage, trying to get the kill, and Cycle gets another. They're getting all the kills, they're doing all the damage. Suppressed has the camouflage as well, and Space Station are being pinned back every single time they spawn.
Well, this lead is starting to get concerning for Space Station. Rebellion just seem to be relentless with their pushes, but that's the kind of fights they don't want to be taking. You don't want to give a ticket back into the...
Back to game 2, early start as the Slays come out from both sides even. Because Cloud9 just got done winning a round 3 oddball that was crucial to their success, right? Winning those objectives are going to be a big deal for this Cloud9 team.
Yeah, 100%. If they can get this Slayer game as well, I mean, Cloud9 are looking very good to win this series. We've seen some crazy things happen. You were just watching, of course, Shopify versus SSG. That'll be continuing on the mainstream, but we'll keep you updated on it regardless. It's 5-5 now in the Slayer. Well, I guess you can break that table. I didn't know you could break the tables anymore because there's one on B you cannot break. Very interesting, but those always kind of, if you break those, you get a little bit of a deeper angle to stay alive. Complicated not going to utilize that angle, though. He's going to push on the spawns at Cloud9, who are all trapped at C.
And Sentinels is a dangerous team to play in Slayer because of how team-oriented they are. They're very aware of the timings of each other and coordinating on their pushes. Rocket's going to get some nice timing on that play. And the way that you can tell that, right, is when you go look at this team's stats on Slayer. The player with the lowest KD, Boo Boo Doo. He has a .88 in their Slayers. But when you go look at the highest kill assessed death ratio, suddenly it changes. Boo Boo Doo, the top player on Sentinels in Slayer in this tournament with a 1.63. So there's so much involvement in that teamwork between everyone on this team, right? Someone's gonna have their slaying time, but you're always gonna see high assists whenever you watch a Sentinel Slayer game.
We're definitely seeing that happen now. It's already 6 assists for them. Only 1 assist difference, but that'll change as this game goes on. Falcated with that camo. A little bit of damage being done here, but there's the cleanup he was looking for. A killing spree now for Falcated. To get some split spawns on the C side. And look how quickly he is to push Suspector here. This is not going to allow anyone from the side of Cloud9 to spawn near Suspector, but he's got to find him first. And it looks like Suspector, he's going to end up falling. 1 in 5 for him to start this game. Not the start he's looking for.
No, certainly not. And that's tough. I'll say over on Cloud9, right? The player that's been performing for this team in Slayers has been Septified. It's surprising, right? When we look at his stats in their normal 4v4, when we're talking about every game type, he has the lowest KD on the team with a 0.9. But in the Slayers, he leads his team with a 1.09. He really likes to have that freedom on the map without that gravitational well of objective. He's very good at finding the precise moments and getting behind people and using empty space on the map to get kills.
Well, Septify, you're going to see him get 2. That freedom being utilized now, but he's got to be careful. Right now, him and Tusk are the only 2 players left on the Cafe side of the map, and Tusk is playing his life really well. You see he's not really peeking an angle. All the nades being thrown, none of them connecting. Lethal, because of that, has to push up. Septify going to take him out. That entire time Septify lived, created an opportunity for the players to come off a spawn from Cloud9, and Sab somehow staying alive as well, but he'll get taken out piece by piece. Sentinels are able to pick apart this Cloud9 team.
Falcade's been incredible with his play thus far, and Precision will come in and save his life at the final moments, but only 1 death from him thus far, and it's not like he hasn't been aggressive on the map. This guy's the first man in oftentimes. He's just able to know what he can and can't get away with. Impressive to watch thus far.
He's still on a run too. I mean, 1 death is insane in a Slayer, and it's Sentinels up by 3 right now. Such a big deal to not die in Slayers, as simple as it sounds. And it'll be Sentinels in control of the Bulldog as well. Cloud9 playing a bit slow here, and you can expect that. Looking for some sort of an opportunity. Precision's gonna get Sab in the kill feed. That'll be the very first kill. You see Sab's dead body there, but now the lead has grown to 5 for Sentinels.
Falcade's been interesting this game. He's playing a little bit similar to what you'd see a Royal 2 play in a game. Very isolated on the map and then coming back towards his team to help him. He finally goes down as Sentinels, I think, a little bit too disjointed on their push there. 2 players going down on the right side. Falcade takes the opportunity to try to finish up that damage, but the timing not quite there in order to get the job done.
We'll see if Tusk can stay alive here on the Tram side of the map. He's doing a lot of damage. That player on the purple side, that damage will push him back, but now he's in trouble. It could potentially be pushed on the C stairs, and he's ready for that push, but nothing does come out just yet. Instead, he's pushed on every angle. They make sure to take him out of Tram. Very important player to take off the map is that player on the top of Tram, and they do so.
Where's his backside? Man, right when Cloud9 was getting back in this game, right? We see Sentinels put that distance back on. This shroud screen is going to be vital for getting this camouflage away. I think they're a little bit too early on popping that shroud screen. It almost works against them, right? Cloud9, set yourself up, wait for Sentinels to make the play, get the pick, then play for the camouflage. I think they got the orders of operation just a little bit mixed up there. And then because of that, Sentinels not only able to burn the camouflage, something that Cloud9 needed to start putting some untraded kills on the board, but also just go trade for trade out, which just furthers the win condition for Sentinels.
Great job by Suspector to play his life there. Does a lot of damage to Boo Boo, who's on that arcade side of the map. They take him out. They actually get 2. This will be the 3rd if they can kill this player on the bottom of B stairs. That'll bring it to a 4-kill lead, but there it is. They finally do. Did they put themselves out of position? Yes. So again, trade for trade is not what you want to see here for the side of Sentinels. They still have a 5-kill lead.
It just seems to be just maintained right at this point. We're seeing a 3-stack push from Sentinels on that B side. They want to get that high ground. For them, they're not really interested about pushing. They want to force Cloud9 to play into them. And until they find a spot where they can find an advantage, which they do on the purple side. Suspector didn't suspect a thing, and just a tough situation from Cloud9. Sentinels spent time to feel that play out, Tim, right? They had all those players on the B side. They waited and said, hey, I think there's too many players on one side. We're going to go push purple because there's no one to watch that cross, and ends up working for them.
As you see, it's not over yet. Cloud9 look to show a bit of life here, but Sentinels are once again allowed inside a C. Cloud9 get away with this Bulldog, which could come to benefit them, but that triple push, lots of nades come out. It's like Sentinels are able to read that push because of the nades that come out. Precision gets a kill. Suspector, though, trying to set himself up for camo. He's a bit too late, and Sentinels take him out as well.
And Cloud9 not getting the timing right. And it costing them dearly in this game. The camouflage able to get away, and players are just going to get hunted down at this point. Cloud9 has to be very careful about how they take these challenges. You can't have too much open ground to let the players of Sentinels follow up and get the kills.
Yeah, and they can't clean up Precision here. It's going to be rough. Husk gets him. Suspector gets kill as well. It's a 5-kill game.
They have to take Lubu down with that guy and trade it out, and that just does not happen. Tusk getting caught out over at the commando side. Gets Sentinels 1 kill closer, but it also removes that pressure that Boo Dubu is feeling, giving Sentinels a rotation towards B, allowing them to find space on the map.
Yeah, they just have half the map to themselves, and Lethal gonna get a kill in the feed now. That brings them to 48. This is all but over here. 49 now to 44. Only 1 kill is what you need. Tusk using the Shroud screen to potentially stay alive, but one little bit out of position and he will go down, and Sentinels will tie the series at 1.
Once again, it's a well-assisted game from Sentinels that makes the difference, right? We see 7 to 8 assists for each player on the team. They're all getting involved in their gunfights, and the reality is those 5 to 6 kill differences that we're seeing in these Slayers when they play, it's the teamwork that's causing it.
Just an update as well, Space Station Gaming lose another game to Shopify Rebellion and will now be down 0-2. You can see next game
happening
coming up next, and gosh, man, we're not going to hear the end of it because you're going to be right. You're going to be right.
If I'm right about this, I'm actually goated at my job. Let's just see. Let's go in. Game 3 on its way. Let's listen in with the folks over on the Alpha stream.
Send them to the elimination bracket here and now. We're about to find out. On board with Legend.
You really need one of your superstars to step up to the plate and show what you're made of now. Stella wasn't able to get that sniper rifle going on Forbidden. He was shut down immediately at the start of the game. There's only one sniper rifle on live fire. Put it to good use, and it could change the entire fortune of your team for this series.
You speak of superstars, there are a few brighter than that man on your screens right now with the sniper rifle. SSG's is stellar, capable of turning a game on its head. Can he be the difference maker here for his team? As he so often is. Legend with the camouflage, they have all the goodies they need. Rebellion have a little bit of progress on this first hill. SSG happy to sacrifice the time at the beginning. 3 dead, and they will now move in. They will collapse on cycle. They'll clear out the riffraff, and they'll start to score.
That's a lot of time, though, for Rebellion. They'll be pretty happy. Get it over halfway. 1 push, all 4 dead, and they might be able to put this first point on the board, but the same could be said for Space Station. 1 more wipe, and that could be the start of said wipe. 2 have fallen. Nice use as well, just to be able to push that grenade away. But Rebellion, they're just trying to sneak around, and Suppress just needs to stay alive for as long as he can here and delay.
Delay he can. Delay he shall. Snipe shot connects with the body. It's going to force Cycle to back down. Cycle has to be cautious not to take too much more damage. Sellers there standing strong. Up against Mental. Mental wins it. You spoke about how you were concerned about the progress they had made. They're back in the hill now.
Yeah, and they have that opportunity to get the first one. Space Station maybe the chance to push once more, but they might just leave this one and start to think about the second. Legend already trying to make waves and go around the other side. So Space Station said, look, we'll give it up. We'll start to focus elsewhere. Let's see if we can get round towards tower. And Mental's under a little bit of pressure, but he's doing very well just to lead the rest of Space Station into a trap. Sure, Legend's been able to get a double kill, but at least Space Station weren't able to set up for this next kill, and that was mainly just the positioning from Mental and the information he was able to give to the rest of the team.
Mental sent them down the garden path. Now on top tower. It's a strong position to be in. Desperately waiting for teammates to arrive. They're not going to come quick enough. Suppressed is going to eliminate him from the equation. Stellar back tower will get a kill on the cycle, but members of Rebellion dropping down to clear him out. Eco's died elsewhere. Stellar, somehow, some way, eventually gets taken down. They have control of the hill, but they have to try and play for camouflage at the same time. Bound has it in his chest, but can he survive? It's pivotal that he can. Cycle gets a kill elsewhere. A trade here and there. Bound has camo, and Bound pushing forward. But unfortunately, he's the last man alive.
Yeah, last man alive with the camouflage, and a lot to do here because the Rebellion hold hill and hold all the positions. You can see they're watching every angle possible. And Mental again is going to do enough just to be a nuisance here. Force Bound away, and sadly Bound falls to Suppressed. And Rebellion just seem to have the upper hand in every single scenario against Space Station right now.
These pesky rebels continue to cause chaos and carnage. Legend over towards tower. Thinks about going one way, goes the other instead. Bound slides in, hits an ill-timed grenade though. Unfortunately, he's no longer a part of the equation. Legend back tower again, desperately trying to stay alive, trying to do damage. Stellar gets a kill, gets killed, excuse me. And Legend's still there, but he can't have an influence, can't do anything. Space Station looks so disjointed in Rebellion. It's food and drink to them.
Of course, there was a LAN prior to this event, and we saw members of Space Station go on to win that entire LAN, go on to beat the likes of Shopify Rebellion, but Rebellion have come back with a vengeance and say, well, maybe we'll win the ones that matter. 2-0 up against the reigning champs. 3 minutes 19 on the clock, so it's not like Space Station really need to worry too much about time right now, but this hill is so crucial. But 4 have gone down now for SSG. And Rebellion have the opportunity to go 3-0 up here, and that might just be curtains if they can get a third on the board. The clock will then really play to their advantage.
You say they don't have to worry about time, but they have to worry about their performance level right now. They have not shown enough against Rebellion. This is not the SSG we're used to seeing. That's a big credit to Rebellion, shutting them down. It's imperative now that Mental and Co. continue to do what's found success for them here. Apply pressure, pull points of contact. And Cycle's looking to do that here and now.
SSG look like they've been rocked. And it's been Rebellion rocking their way potentially here into the winners final. It was a great comeback for SSG against Sentinels, but at the moment with the way Rebellion are playing, they look flawless. They don't seem to have any chinks in the armor. Nothing that Space Station could find to break through. And if they're able to get yet another camouflage, it denies any sort of play attempt for Space Station to break this. Cycle's happy to hold. There's Bound with a last-ditch attempt, but it has to be a push now. You can't afford to go 3-0 down.
Space Station in big trouble here. They've got to get forward. They've got to get to the hill. Eco's gonna fall. Cycle cuts him down. This hill is huge. Stellar will get there. Cycle desperately trying to stay alive. He will get cut apart. But how good is the hold from SSG? Stellar will live for now. Legend is there. 3 dead. This has got to be a perfect hold for Space Station.
Yeah, this is a last stand now from Space Station. If they get this hill, there's still a real opportunity. They can break their way back into this game and they can just start to crush the spirits of Rebellion. But off spawn Rebellion, at the moment, it's a 2-2 split. And it's whether they're going to try and go for some sort of pinch here. Eco may be aware of it, and I think he's calling it out to the rest of the team. If you sense a pinch is happening, you try and isolate 2 of the players, but they're unable to do so at the moment. Rebellion, they push in at the same time, but Legend gets a big kill. But it's not big enough because Rebellion have been able to get all 4, and it's 3-0 now to Rebellion. Space Station are well and truly on the ropes and on the verge of being sent to the elimination bracket.
Sniper rifle for Suppressed. It goes from bad to worse for Space Station. The QT will save SSG's life for now. Suppressed though, connects with the body. Eco could be his latest victim, fires 2, swings and misses, and backs away, plays his life.
And now I said earlier, the clock was not against Space Station. Now it most certainly is, 1 minute 54. And Rebellion, they can use it to their advantage. Force Space Station into the hill and then start to surround them. And Suppressed again putting the sniper to good use. Oh, one more! Just for good luck for again. And Rebellion, they can taste that winner's final.
When people hit shots like that against you, it's just not your night. And now the hold. But the decision is, we're gonna play time instead. Suppress holds the line. Finds the body, Mental gets taken care of elsewhere. Cycle answers back. 3v3 on the map, but shield advantage for Rebellion. Soul Snipe will fall, but Space Station have made a beautiful little flank over towards Tower. But they need to control it now, because like you say, it's a 4v5. Time also against them.
How many times have we said the big three this, the big three that? Space Station, FaZe, OpTic Gaming. Will anyone bridge that gap? Will anyone push themselves to be in that conversation? Rebellion are doing more than push themselves. They are forcing their way into that top three with a dominant performance, but it is not quite done yet. Space Station still have a slither of hope, and they have to hope that maybe Rebellion will slip up, but at the moment they do not look like that will happen whatsoever.
There's still a chance. By God, count out Space Station at your own peril. Soul Snipe's camo will dissipate. Ego just about finds the visor. But as he tries to close the distance to the hill, he gets cut down. Mental in trouble here, caught between a rock and a hard place, gets taken down. And perhaps Space Station can answer back here, and maybe the dream is still alive.
Space Station are digging their heels in and are going to give absolutely everything to try and get back into not just this game, but this series. One on the board, and one step closer, but they are still so far away from getting back into the game. It's now the top middle hill, arguably one of the most difficult hills to hold in the game. But if they can get tower presence, if they can get a couple of kills here, Rebellion will be on a weird spawn.
Important for Rebellion to not chase late last cause, excuse me. A Soul Snipe gets one when he really shouldn't have. As long as they stay out of the hill, they're winning. Soul Snipe absolutely running the server right now. 23, 10, and 19. Can't be stopped, won't be stopped.
Sniper rifle in the hill for Stella though. If he can hit some big shots, which he will not, denied by Cycle instantly. 40 seconds now, it's Space.
We were popping off in the background, I'll let you know, but we do have another match going on, and we are in game number 3 so far. Looks like Cloud9 off to a hot start, getting that camouflage, and Tusk putting Falcon into the respawn screen right away. We have 2 massive upsets happen today. Cloud9 trying to take down Sentinels, as Shopify Rebellion seem to be just moments away from sweeping on the main stage.
What is going on? Like, what is going on? If you want to continue to watch that, we'll keep you updated here, but you can also find it on the main stream. We got to watch Cloud9 to see if, like you said, they can make an upset happen on the side of Sentinels. It's Septify now. He's going to be able to get A. Nice shots by him. Takes control of the top of elevator. They get A, and they'll continue to score. That stick was from downtown by Boo Boo Doo. That kills one player on that A side. It'll be Sentinels trying to go for B, but oh my gosh, Cloud9 are slaying the side of Sentinels here. Falcon is doing all he can to live.
Sweet.
Right now, Cloud9. Oh, look at the boys are popping off. Wow. Dottie has words on the other side. Oh boy, Shopify Rebellion make the upset happen over there. Can't the next upset happen as well? Cloud9 off to a hot start against Sentinels, up by over 60 points, just dominant in the beginning of this Strongholds.
Ah, this is spicy. This is what you love to see. You love to see that bit of drama. Keep Halo alive, and that's exactly what's going to do it. Beautiful job, though, by Cloud9. They're looking to make their own upset right now. I mean, there's so many people that are right. Tools, you're right about potentially Shopify going to that grand finals, but I just think that the energy in the room is telling me that a team not in the big 3 is going to win this event, and it's just crazy to see. Look at Cloud9, 114 points to 1.
They are blitzing through this map at the moment. Sentinels just cannot get themselves to be comfortable. Falcon might just make the play that'll open everything up, but no, a missed shot is devastating to their cause. This will allow Tusk to get back to B for free, and now it comes down to a crucial fight to get Tusk out of B before he captures.
Wow, and he does just that. The nade explodes at the perfect moment. B is reset by Precision, and he stays alive as well. Massive play by Precision. Still alive. not able to get the trade. That's going to be 2 down for the side of Sentinels, and a chance for Cloud9 with 3 dead for Sentinels to get B and continue to score.
I'd like to see Sentinel play fast, let his teammate kind of help his teammate Tusk at the top, but what's been denying that is Lethal over on the C plat. Just basically helps his teammates all the way across, right? He's nowhere near A, but he helps those players not have to deal with a pinch coming in with both sides. It allows Sentinels to get into a scoring position once again. The problem for Sentinels is it too little too late, right? You let Cloud9 put on 144 points before you got to this setup. It's time to play just about flawless.
Oh, if there's one thing that could bring this score back for the side of Sentinels, it's what's happening right now, and that's a triple cap for Sentinels. That'll really even things out in a very quick fashion. Boo Boo with the camo as well. We'll see what he's able to do with this. The value he's able to extract from this camo could either win the game for Sentinels or send Cloud9 to the victory screen. A stick will do it, but a stick answer back as well as Sentinels continue to get points.
Well, what was 100 points down is suddenly being chipped away slowly but surely. Sentinels hasn't tried to push in for that trip cap. Very comfortable with the position that they're in now. The question is, how long do they stay comfortable? I think at some point you have to try to make the decision of trying to close this game out rather than withstand a battle of attrition. And here we go. Sentinels flooded the players into A. Valkyrie is going to have a big responsibility here at the back of pipes to take down this player that's behind everyone else.
Now we talk about playing the process. That's exactly what Sentinels do. Falcated is the first one to get that player out of that pipe side, to get him out of B. It's 113 and counting, and like I said, completely diminished is that score line. Sentinels look to be in control here. Multiple players from the side of Cloud9 stuck inside that pipe. Sentinel stuck in batteries. He's gonna need assistance, but it does not come in time. 2 down for Cloud9.
Suspector, the last player alive. The problem is he's getting these kills, but it's so far away from where he needs to be. He wants to get more space on the map, but what helps you get there? The grapple. Oh, not just enough. Shock rifle down in the pit. Boo Boo Doo get a little greedy for it. We'll see if these kills can help Cloud9 get back into a scoring spot. And last time we left off, it was 144 to under 10 points. We come back, Sentinels had scored 143 now. This is an even game.
There's that lead change that was potentially going to happen for the side of Sentinels, but Cloud9 answer back very quickly and continue to score. They've got all of Sentinels trapped on that C side. It's Septify looking for that first kill on the push. He gets a nade onto Precision. That'll keep him inside a tower, not allow him to push up. But you see the rest of Sentinels very quick to take out Septify in A. They know how important he is, but he's able to get away with his life, get a kill as well. And now 3 down for Sentinels. This will be the 4th kill.
Oh, this is so smart. Oh, I would like to see Septify stay patient there. Tusk was on his way to help. He could have stayed alive at the same time, but Cloud9 stands strong at the AV setup. It's been this strong cross between the two players at top gold and top A that have prevented Sentinels from getting much space. Sentinels changed their game plan completely. This time, sending their numbers through long haul to push up through pipes. It's going to be up to Tusk to hit some big shots through the cross.
He decides to overextend towards tower. I really like this play, but this player from tower gets away or tries to. It's lethal. He goes to transfer over to C. And with B being taken by the Sentinels roster, the 2 players that went down for Cloud9 will spawn behind him on Hydro, and this C will be a cap.
Tusk makes a big play, right? You give up the A spawn, but you trust your teammates to win at B. Unfortunately for them, it just doesn't happen. Sentinels back into a scoring position, but Tusk has been fantastic at getting these rotations in time to put pressure on hills. You essentially give yourself the setup that you've been looking for. AC is the new meta. You love to have an AC setup, but you also need to have players to defend it. And right now, Precision's ripping him apart. There's no one left behind. Overkill for the young man.
That was masterfully played by Precision. A beautiful job playing his life, getting the cleanup kills, listening to those communication, the players pushing through to A. And with that, it's a triple cap for the side of Sentinels. A camo picked up as well as Sentinels look to potentially close this out, but they've got to get that camo. And it's Cloud9 that get 3 down on the side of Sentinels, and they answer back with a BC cap.
They have to be quick on these setups. They have the scoring potential. Septify can't lose this gunfight. Lethal with a huge kill. The help came just in time. They're going to be able to battle out the sea, and look how Lethal's pushing up on the map. He's trying to give his teammate as much time isolated in the hill to grab it for his team. Sentinels, they're not out of this yet.
AB setup locked in. There's a player on the top of glass as well to prevent anyone from Sentinels crossing through, and all they need is 13 more points. Falcated gonna try and take that player off of top glass. A very important player to take out. Somehow they sneak inside a B with camo. The rest of the squad pushes through. 2 down for Cloud9.
Tim.
No one goes down for Sentinels.
Look how fast they left their setup as soon as they got B. Lethal immediately pushes over to White Tower. They don't necessarily want to be in B, but they want to capture it. They want to put that pressure on C. They're okay with giving up B as long as they hit the rotation to C. That's what Boo Boo Doobu's waiting for over at the C flat. He's waiting for the word that he can push into C.
Here it is. This is it right here. The end game has come upon us. 238 to 227. Sentinels have a 2-cap locked in. It's one play that could change everything right now, and it's this play. 2 players from the side of Cloud9 pushing.
Cloud9 has to commit their players. Say, hey, they're just out of time.
They're not
No,
going.
they're going to go through the middle of the map. There's no one to watch the cross.
They're not going. Tusk goes down. Boo Boo falls for the side of Sentinels. They do end up getting B. They're getting A as well. Wait a minute here. Lethal has to stop this player on A. Wait, this play! No! Oh my goodness, no way! Septify with a massive play to kill Lethal. They'll cap A. Sentinels will cap C, but it's points for Cloud9 to potentially win this game, and they do just that. A 2-1 lead for Cloud9.
Septify just waited up the ledge. They never checked the corner. Look both ways. Septify with a game-winning play. Absolutely unreal. Cloud9 survived the comeback from Sentinels. And this is just fantastic. I mean, look how patient he is. He's waiting, just waiting. Lethal trying to clear out. He expected him to be in the left corner. No, he's in the right. And right here, you have time, right? They're not capturing anything. Spend a little bit of time. Check your right, check your left. I felt like he gets too caught up in the moment there. And it's a huge blunder and a big play from Septify that secures the game.
Mind games, baby. It's chess with weapons. That's what Halo is. And we see a mind game played right there that literally won the game for Cloud9. That has got to be devastating. That has to be just hurtful for the side of Sentinels going into this CTF Argyle. My goodness gracious, are we going to see another upset here? This could be massive if Cloud9 win this.
Argyle flag can determine it all, and oh, I cannot wait to see the snipers get put into work. But this is one of the best games you're going to see all weekend. This overkill, I thought it could have been over with this. This is how Sentinels get themselves in their trip cap. I think Sentinels gets too caught up on this camouflage, right? You know the team is going to be towards C. You don't have to push out and make the big play for camo. This camouflage causes Sentinels to go 3 down. I think maybe just a bit too aggressive with it. And, you know, maybe things change if he's able to pick up that player at Septify over at Blue Pipes. But just Cloud9, I feel like they didn't put enough hurt on them when they had them in this trip cap. They should have tried to end the game here, bait the camouflage instead.
Wow. What incredible Halo we have watched this weekend so far, and it's not even close to over. It's just Saturday, and we still have matches remaining. You love to see this high-level play 3 years into Halo Infinite. Just want to give a shout out to everyone watching the stream. Of course, we can't do this without your support. We are community funded, which means we don't get paid to do these streams. We don't receive revenue from HCS or any sponsorships or anything like that. It's you guys watching ads and subbing to the channel that help out.
Think about it. If we didn't have the supported channel, if you all weren't subbing to us, that game that just happened would just like went on cast. You know what I'm saying? Like, no one would have seen the start to finish of that. You know, we want to make sure that every game that we can cast can be casted. That was our mission when LVT was started, right? We saw back in Halo 5 that they're gonna have a bunch of official HCS tournaments that just weren't gonna have casters on them. And wasn't going to have a broadcast at all. And we wanted to step up and provide that to the community. And well, what is it, like 4 or 5 years later, it feels like? Man, it's been a long journey. Well, we're here today covering these LANs, going out to most of them. This is the first LAN we haven't been having a presence at since the inception of Halo Infinite. And at least we're able to cover it from home because, man, the matches today have just been incredible to watch.
Yeah, and I mean, you like we said, you can support with a sub, you can support by watching ads, but if you don't want to do either one of those, you can have yourself a nut. !nut in the chat. Get yourself some nut milk. It is delicious. As you can see, you get $5 off by using code LVT. Ninja, if you guys know Ninja, the big time streamer, also Halo aficionado, he's a co-founder of that as well. So definitely check it out if you want to support LVT in another way. Get yourself some nut milk.
Here we go. Game number 4. Sentinels. Tournament life is on the line. Cloud9 trying to make the upset of the tournament happen. Remember, just a series ago, Sentinels had SSG on the ropes, up 2-0 in the winner's bracket. Now, tournament life on the line.
Nice shot by Suspector, and a great way to start this game off. They really got to start off strong here, Tools. If I'm being completely honest, you cannot let up whatsoever on the Sentinels roster. One slip up, one maybe, you know, not giving 100% the entirety of this game is going to cost you, and Sentinels will sniff that out immediately. So if you're Cloud9, you really have to go full throttle here, use everything you've got, and then take a break afterwards. But this is a very important game here for the side of Cloud9.
Oh, look how slow this has been. We're almost a minute and a half in. How many kills have been on the map? 2 kills. We're averaging a kill a minute in the game right now. Come on, move up. But that's how much respect. This is a serious game. And well, the first pick's in. Here we go. Cloud9, they're going to look for a push.
Very important here. This push is going to be massive. It's Falcated who finds the kill on Deceptify. Suspector evens things up just a bit. A nice shot to answer back, but he has to live. Has the sniper inside of vents, one of the most powerful positions on Argyle, and he's putting it to work. Precision goes down as well.
Suspector's been unbelievable in the clutch today. Killing spree for him as he's been popping off with the sniper. The skulls of his opponents will be added to the body of this sniper in his hands. This has been incredible to watch from him. Stepping up in the big moments. The only thing I have to criticize for Cloud9, you're getting all these good kills.
Yeah.
There hasn't been any offensive action behind it.
It's so difficult on Argyle. You got to slay multiple times, but you're right. You got to be aggressive. You got to take action and take space on the map. And right now, Cloud9 haven't done that, and it allowed Sentinels to get control of the vents themselves. Sniper's going to be out of ammo for Precision here, but still, vent control going to be important. Deceptify does fall. Precision just waiting for a free kill. If you can get that free kill, if you're Sentinels, it'll just work out so well. He's got Repulsor as well to live, so he's in a very good position here. Also starting this game 4-2-1, so having a very solid start as well.
Well, I think we've probably seen a combined 10 seconds at most of teams crossing the half line, right? There has been no work on the other side of the map for either of these sides really in this game yet. And at some point, someone's going to have to try to make a play. And my question is, who's going to be the one that does it? That's brilliant work from Precision. He knew there was a player coming up. What do? You use that repulse to guarantee that you get your shields back. You live to fight another day.
All it takes is 5 seconds to get those shields back. We'll see what Precision's able to do here, though. No more repulse. Got a bandit to work with, though. There is a player inside of vents, I believe, that will drop on him, but he's ready for it. Killing spree for Precision. And with that kill, they will take that space you talk so much about And Boo Boo with that kill will solidify control of the map.
Precision's been playing masterfully on this half line, and here we go. Sentinels, this is their chance. You have to come away with a flag cap here. This is a game at the pace that is being played is probably going to finish 1-0 with how these teams have been giving each other respect.
Yeah, they have to fight off this push, though. Cloud9 really need to get a couple of kills here. Lots of nades will go out.
Great
Sab
play.
is the first one to die. Precision finds that kill. And with that, with 2 down for the side of Cloud9, they will now look for an opening. Suspector waiting for that, but he'll go down. Due to the information, they'll get a trade with Tusk, but that flag has been pulled.
And Lethal's doing a great job of just holding back the players from coming out of the base easy enough. And although he goes down only getting 1 kill, what he did was he tried to buy his flag carrier as much time as possible. Precision's wrapping the corner. Can he push this flag in? It's at home. No, he goes down. That flag's at the home stand. Cloud9, can you make a goal line stand?
It's 3 dead, but they spawn on the back of base. So they have an opportunity to get the slays that they need. They do so. There could be a cap. It will be a cap. 2 down. Septify's not in position. Sentinels are taking a safe route, but they'll get that cap in. A 1-0 lead here for Sentinels.
Suddenly, Cloud9 going down 2 at a time. This opens up the map for Sentinels, right? They've had to play such closed positions for such a long time. I'd like to see them try to get into that similar spot where they can start moving up on the map once again. Last time was Precision that caused everything to start to move forward with his play over at the vent. Falcon is going to take his turn as Precision sitting in the back of his base, I believe, with possibly a sniper in his hands.
The pace slows once again. The QT at the top center. 12 seconds on that, but there's Lethal with that first kill. Boo Boo ends up getting traded out, though. The push ensues. Septify gonna get 1. He's traded out. So 2-on-2 situation now. Tusk finds a way through. He's gonna get killed as well. It's Falcated now on a killing spree. First you had Precision. Now you have Falcated. 9-3 for Precision. And Falcated 8-4. Really big game out of both of those guys.
Well, Falcade and the rest of Sentinels are treating these vents as if it's Thermopylae. Like, it is the choke point that they've been holding down. It's the key to success. Once again, they get another 2 kills, and Falcade making a risky play to get that flag out. It's in the front base, but Cloud9 certainly have a chance to get a quick return here.
Yeah, it's plays like that. If you continue to cycle them through, it will hurt you. But I understand wanting to up the pace of the game just a bit. Septify somehow gets alive or stays alive there. I don't know how.
I like this from Precision. Yeah, what a cheeky angle using that QT. I'd like to see him just go back.
Yeah.
Take the fight.
I feel like QT's not used as much as it should be. Still, I think that
3 down.
That's really big. This could be a pull here. The spawns come out on the back of base as well.
Does Cloud9 even have a chance to contest this? I mean, look how powerful this setup is. Boo Boo Doobu's top mid shooting down on the spawners. Precision sees anyone that comes out of the base. They don't even have a chance to contest, and Boo Boo Doobu rips the face of Tusk.
Well, they get a couple that fall through, but yeah, they end up getting slayed. Their Tusk and Sap both fall. You do get 2 trades, but being at the bottom center of the map, not what you want if you're a Suspector, but he's going to just try and live and maybe potentially nade the snipe off the map. I'm not sure if it will go off the map or if it went towards him, but regardless, Boo Boo, oh my goodness gracious. Boo Boo somehow stays alive, has 2 bullets left to snipe, and will continue to live on his side, playing a bit of defense as 2 of his teammates fall.
Cloud9, you're 0-2 in the game right now. What you've been doing, it certainly has not been working. Sentinels is outplaying you at your own game.
True.
It's time to completely change how you play this. Play fast, get aggressive, try to go for some knockout blows.
Well, Boo Boo takes the knockout blow to Tusk's face. The Spectre tries to find a hole, tries to make it through. He gets taken out as well. Boo Boo, 12-5. We're talking about Precision. We talked about Falcated. But I mean, my goodness gracious, this Sentinels roster has come alive. And what a time to do so. Especially in the elimination bracket. They do not want to go out this early to Cloud9.
Cloud9, I mean, you're running out of time. Just just over 3 minutes on this clock. We saw how long it took to get the first flag on board, and now Sentinels seem to be flowing on the map much easier than before. This is dangerous, and Boo Boo Doo he knows there's only one player on the map. I'm pulling this thing back home. This is the promised land ahead. Game 5 almost looks to be a certainty at this point. It's all overextensions from Cloud9. This is their final moment. They have to find a return.
Well, 2 of them end up falling. They end up getting falcated for that, but they've got to deal with Precision, who has not been missing a shot today. Sniper picked up, though, I believe. That flag going to make it through. Sab gets a kill onto Lethal. Boo Boo makes sure to kill Sab. No one there to touch, but all they have to do is take care of Tusk, and those spawners, or Sab as a spawner, will come through. Looks like they do pull it. There's still 2 minutes left. This is not over just yet, but it's 3 down for the side of Cloud9. That potentially is gonna be it. We will, unless a miracle happens, be going to a game 5.
Sab trying to 1v4 the team. Unfortunately, nothing's gonna come of that. They're just flooding through the middle, and Sentinels just knows it's done. We're going to game 5.
There it is. Sentinels looking a bit diffy in that game. 18, 10, and 7 out of Precision. What a massive game. One that you needed, right? You bring it to a game 5. You give yourselves another chance. Obviously not happy at the reverse sweep that SSG had given them. They're looking for revenge, and they'll get it if they can close out this game 5. But Cloud9, previous Slayer, they lost 45-50. Cloud9, I wouldn't say is one of the strongest teams in the HCS at Slayer, so we're gonna have a little bit of a tough game on their hands.
This is tough. I mean, all of the momentum that Cloud9 had in this series just got zapped away. Let's be clear, right? The games were close, all 3 until you got to that one, and there was nothing close about it. Cloud9, they played the mid line. They played very defensive, and it just wasn't the answer. You have to find a solution and completely change what happened in game 4 when you come into this next Slayer.
I think a break is in order here. Step away for a minute. Talk things out. Whatever you need to do to clear your head. You're obviously at a point to contest these guys. I will say, though, I feel like in that game 4 is a very different Sentinels, right? Even that game 3, obviously it was a very close game, but Sentinels look really good in game 4. Maybe a strong game type map combination for them, but now we go to live fire once again, a map where Cloud9 won in game number 1. Is obviously Oddball. But like you said before, and I agree with you, and it's very obvious, but you have a lot less to worry about in a Slayer, right? So if Cloud9 can do that well in terms of the Oddball, they can continue that here in Slayer. Either way, I'd love to have a great game 5 ahead of us. This could be a massive upset for Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, it's still on the table, right? You've done all that work to get to game 5. Clear the mind. Make sure that you are that you're in top shape and that you're ready to compete. One way that these players could stay in top shape, they might need a little bit of a boost. Might be getting a little bit hungry, maybe a little thirsty on the stage. Well, wouldn't it be great if they had a nutcase to pop open? You can use code LVT right now, folks. Get $5 off nutcase. It's a new drink hitting the markets. Ninja, a co-founder of it, we got really excited about it. Figured that we wanted to be involved and be the people that lead the charge for nutcase over in the Halo community. Help support us by supporting them. $5 off whenever you order, and it looks like OpTic Gaming versus FaZe has started. We'll jump in with the Alpha Casters here when we come back. A game 5 will be on your screen.
Close games, each and every one of them. But off the rip here, a little bit of an advantage immediately going over to the side of FaZe. Oh! Good evening, Frosty. An overkill off the rip in game 1.
An unbelievable start. We may have never even seen that at all on Forbidden CTF on the main stage. What a start here for FaZe Clan.
A great start, but you can see nothing really comes off the back of it. It seems like OpTic managed to get a few trades themselves, managed to get back on the map, and Deadzone's found himself a snipe to play with as well. Unfortunately for him, it looks like the ammo has disappeared before he can do some real damage, as now we see a 2v2 on the map. Renegade should be able to deal with it.
Ooh, nice little work. He manages to stay on as well. A very nice ledge there. And I was maybe, almost hits the full Dipsy Doodle Renegade's grenade at the end. Takes him down.
Renegade with that kill. It looks like he's trying to pressure the snipe side here of the OpTic base. 2 players for him to deal with. Has the sidekick if anyone tries to get too close, and he can hit the old pop, pop, pop. Get those shields dropping. Royal 2 elsewhere. Managing to find a kill himself. And Renegade's just trying to buy time. Just trying to allow the rest of FaZe Clan to do work on the other side of the map while he distracts the rest of OpTic.
See what Frosty could do. Only 1 shot left. Does not connect in the end. We'll have to opt for the bandit here.
Flag is moving though. You can see the FaZe are kind of walking this one back. They've got it back to their hut now, and Snakebite is trying to be a little bit sneaky with this one. Knows they need another kill, and Frosty, well, there's a snake in the grass, and he's waiting for his opportunity to strike behind the respawners coming in from OpTic.
Could be a tough 1v2, potentially 1v3 in just a second. He does get taken down. Really good job by OpTic to make sure they don't forfeit any kills there in the end. However, it will be a 3-for-2 trade for just a moment.
Overshield coming up as well. Formal is on it. Royal 2's trying to win the fight, but Formal will take him down. Overshield is still down, but in the meantime, Lucid can't stop this flag. And FaZe, who we questioned about their ability to be consistent in making the right decisions when running that flag back, especially after what we saw in Arlington, they made all the right decisions this time.
And they get the overshield as well. You talked there, Mark, about how Snakebite was delaying the run. He's going to hold it there. They're going to wait to see the battle stop. Maybe in the end, they get the overshield and the flag as well. FaZe Clan will lead 1-0.
So OpTic on the back foot in our game number 1. A little bit of a step jump coming in from Lucid. As Frosty re-challenges. And it will cost him his life this time. FaZe find themselves 2 dead. OpTic with a little bit of top mid control.
FaZe looking so good off the opening. Of course, let's not forget it was also a Frosty overkill to start things. How fitting that he's also 7-3 this early on with 1 flag in. It's a good opportunity to get to an early listening with FaZe Clan.
I need. No, he's our back. Brad. Holy fuck! Nice. Brad. Oh my god! I'm here, Brad. You're good, Brad. You're good. Wait, I got the flag. Yeah, I'm gonna fix it. Someone watch my cross. I'm trying to get you, man. I'm gonna fix it. One's your elbow. Oh, wing. Acid. Hey, watch out, team. The fly side's down. To their hut. Almost on your corner right here. The back flag, one shot. Nice, John. Good. Yeah, the back flag, tell me. The snipe's down there, PJ. Yo, OB and 30 guys? So think about OS. Yeah, he's on the play. How many times? Nice, got someone left. I'm in left. OB is 20. We can get all of this. I'll push him. One hit loose. Yo, they're court. Nice, Matthew. OB and 15 guys. They're from their court and their flag. They're going to flag. Yo, routes for OB. Court is going main ramp. He's their flag. They're main ramp. When it they're out. He's their flag. OB and 5. Our street in their hut. Look at OS. Looking over there. Just kill the guy. One's next to you. One's the pistol. OB's up now, guys.
Yeah, one shot the red tunnel. He's in top right tunnel. Yeah, they're holding for the OB. Yo, he's going for it from their fire. They're gonna get it. Yeah. It's 2 damage.
Yeah, 2 our street.
Alright. Hitting our street.
I'm knocking there all one hit, bro. This guy's up, Brad. I took his also. He's in our flag. He's going our flag right now. Jumping our flag.
One shot flag.
Don't be afraid of the tunnel, guys. I'm in a tunnel.
Will OpTic get that overshield now? After listening, they might have an opportunity to push forward onto the FaZe base and get that flag moving. It's going to be 2 dead momentarily. Frosty just off spawn is trying to get the damage onto the flag to stop this run, but OpTic have got this one moving.
Tries to get through as well, tries to go main ramp. Not going to be easy. You can tell he got the nade damage he needed, but...
Game 5 is here, and Cloud9 coming off an 0-3 defeat on Argyle. Have to clutch up here and now. Suspector has been their top player whenever it comes to the Slayers. He's had a 1.08 KD on the Slayers here today. Expect to see him be involved in any gunfight.
3-2 so far for Sentinels. That sniper sits up top center. Want to see who's able to grab that. It's going to be a kill for Sab and set the 5. Precision walks past the sniper, decides to want to go for this camo, which would have been a little easier maybe with that snipe in his hands, but he gets taken out. Tusk gets a double, and that's now camo in the hands of Cloud9.
Big opportunity for Cloud9. You need to put as much distance on the scoreboard early in the game as possible. We've seen Sentinels already have a double-digit comeback in a massive Slayer game just a series before when they played against Reversal Pervy.
Oh, beautiful double there by Tusk. Can't allow that comeback to happen. And yes, 100% it will be based on this start. If Cloud9 are able to make this upset happen, Sentinels are not going to make it easy. As you can see, Boo not missing the shot there. It's a 1-kill lead for Cloud9, which was once a couple kills, is now tied up 10-10.
This is really going to be the battle, in my opinion, of Precision and Septify. They've been the two players that have been showing out in Slayers for both these teams. Both of them sporting a 1.09 in the competition. Precision averaging just under 14 kills in in the Slayer games that he's played at HCS London.
Yeah, they got to shut him down. Boo playing extremely slow here. Septify is looking for a play inside the vents. He might get it, actually. He will get it. That's a trade. Not what they were expecting. They also didn't expect that double push towards top center. Precision going to run in with the AR. Tony would be proud. And it's a 1-kill lead.
Work.
Yeah.
It's so vital for him to stay alive, right? Getting kills that are untraded is really the key to success when you're playing a Slayer. Now, you have to find the perfect collapse on these players over at Cuts. Camouflage is coming up. This is a big moment for both these teams.
Well, they end up getting a couple trades. Precision and Tusk and Septify. 3 down for Cloud9. Couple trades come out for Sentinels. Falcon going to have that camo. He'll pop that camo and drop the QT, of course. It's a 2-kill lead. Suspector, the first one to fall. Precision, though, falls as well. And look at that. So quickly are Sentinels to aggress off that 1 kill. And now they've got a staggered spawn. Cloud9 needs to be careful here.
The second camouflage is always so important in a Slayer game on live fire because it's when the sniper comes up just after it, right? So you get this camouflage, you're able to find those opening picks and you get yourself space to then get the sniper that allows the map to spiral out of control. Cloud9, this is where your tournament is going to be made or break. Can you stabilize in a position where Sentinels have all the goodies to work with?
Oh my gosh. It is just so much damage being output here. Boo confidently continues to peek through the big door, and he somehow stays alive with 2 players.
Look at the split spawn. Who is that? That's Septify all the way in the back. He gets caught out by Boo Doo. This could be devastating for Cloud9. He just has no help. A tough spawn for him to deal with.
Yeah, this lead is getting out of hand here. Lethal gets a snipe kill in the feed as well. Precision gets his own kill. And now what was once tied is now a 10-kill lead for the side of Sentinels.
And it all started with that camouflage that we saw come up around the 9-minute mark. It's so vital for your team to get away with it because of how it snowballs the map. Sentinels suddenly not only got the camo, they're able to get the snipe in their possession. They're able to control the pace of the game. Now, there's going to be no utility for Cloud9 to work with for a minute here. They're going to have to make up some ground bandit on bandit.
The problem is, as well, as Boo continues to stay alive with no shields. You got to find a way to kill this man. That's the 3rd time in a row now I've seen him on screen living with no shields for such a long period of time. Not able to clean up that damage that you're doing. You're not going to be able to minimize this lead. 30-17.
Precision had a very slow start to this game. Yep. Now we look back, just a cycle through. He's 9 kills for his team, leading the charge. He's been fantastic in the Slayers in London for his team. Lethal with that sniper is holding it down. The win condition is here for Tusk. You have to hold on to this camouflage and find value. The problem is this team just keeps falling down around him. Yeah. And by the time this camo gets into play, he's going to have maybe just 10 seconds left to play with it.
Great shots by him, though. He seems like he's firing on all cylinders right now. But like you said, everyone continues to fall around him. Finally, a bit of life shown here by Cloud9. This kill would be massive onto Boo. He somehow stays alive once again with no shields. Teammate cleans it up, and Tusk will fall because of it.
Boo Dubu's just been incredible with his play in this game, right? We talked about his KD in Slayer. He has the lowest on his team, but when you look at the kill assist death ratio, he has the highest by a significant margin. His ability to stay alive and get assists have been the difference maker for this team today.
A 10-kill lead remains here, 35-25. New snipe is coming up. Cloud9 needs to somehow pull rabbit out of a hat to get this victory. It's going to be tough, but it starts with Tusk getting a kill in the feed, a clean one at that. No deaths here for the side of Cloud9 just yet. Tusk gets away with a sniper as well, but you see the bottom center push is ensuing. Lethal going to be that out player, putting damage in. They've got to kill him. Septify cannot find him, though, and Septify is going to fall because of it.
Sneaky plays by Lethal. Sometimes they're in the place that you never expect them to be. I mean, who stays up in a high position like that when they're one shot? Septify didn't even bother to look.
Another trade comes through. 9-kill lead now. Once you get this lead in Slayer, it's just so difficult to come back from it. You need an outer source. You need like a camo or a sniper, and Cloud9 have had both of those, and they haven't been able to do anything with this scoreline. 20 seconds for camo.
Precision's a dangerous player here, right? When you want to secure this camouflage, usually you come up to sandbags to try to ensure your team can get away with it. What Precision does at back green is he's just waiting for the call. If anyone tries to come up through middle into sandbags, he can spring into action and immediately put damage down. They're not concerned about getting away with the camouflage. All they're concerned right now is about denying Cloud9 getting away with this camouflage for free.
This is one of the resources they need if they want to bring this game back. 4 minutes left. I don't expect this to go to time, as Sentinels have approached 40 almost. But it's a potential.
Lethal wants to make a play. He's waiting for help. He says, hey, I want to go. He's got that repulse. Oh, man. Precision has no fear. You see how Lethal's waiting for anything and anyone to make his play. Precision just goes out the doorway, gets the damage down. Lethal says, hey, I'll clean it all up. Tusk has a sniper, but his teammates fall around behind him. Precision gets the back tap as Lethal sends up the alley-oop. They're putting them all down. This is Sentinels at their best.
It's surgical. I mean, that's just a beautiful play. You saw Lethal waiting for the exact opportunity. Comes up at a perfect time with some information, with some communication, and they're able to take out multiple players on that C side. And if you look at Cloud9, that was one opportunity for them to potentially bring this game back. And now that that's gone, I'm not sure what they can do. They have to wait literally a minute and 15 seconds for the next camo, and all the while not die 5 more times. That's going to be a tough one.
Falcon having an incredible game for his team. 13-7, just about double positive, showing up when it mattered the most. And we talked about how he was going to be the one that needed to show up for his team this tournament, and they're going to play as high. He's that player that they depend on to be that top slayer. He's definitely done so today. Just 4 more kills for Sentinels. Cloud9, they're desperately trying to make something happen, but it's just such a tough position to be in. There really is no right solution. You need everything to line up your way.
Yeah, I understand the damage the Spectre is doing there, but you're challenging no shields when Sentinels only need 4 kills. It's just tough. 30 seconds for this camo to come up, but you see Sentinels are not allowing them to wait for that. Septify does get a kill there onto Precision. They get Falcoted down to no shields. I mean, this is going to be tough.
Well, Sentinels isn't going to give up anything for free, right? So for Sentinels, it's okay for them to take a long time to get this job done. If Cloud9 is going to get back into this game, it's going to be very slow. And with 2 minutes left on the clock, Cloud9 at some point is going to be pressured to make a play. And that's when Sentinels will strike.
Well, sliding out is a play. That's going to take Septify down to no shields. Precision going to look for the cleanup there, but he'll get it, and Lethal will get his kill. 1 more kill is all Sentinels need. Precision the last player alive, but he's got the camo. Decides to run away with it. I don't mind this at all. Just make sure to solidify this win for your squad.
Yeah, you might as well try to style out with this thing, right? You only have 30 seconds on it. I'd like to see him try to make a play. Cloud9, they're all 4-second with each other. They just have to hope that everything goes right.
And it's not going to go right. Septify does get 2, but yeah, there it is. The trade comes out, and that will be it. Sentinels will move on. Cloud9 will go home, but what a close series that was, and almost an upset. We had so many close games, but that Argyle really set Sentinels apart from this Cloud9 roster. You really saw what they were capable of, and even in that game 5. You saw what they were capable of there as well. Some masterful plays that look surgical. I mean, beautiful job by Sentinels.
And the big thing to take away when you watch that series, if you want to apply something into your gameplay at home, is that not every camouflage is as important as the next, right? We saw how important that second camouflage was to Sentinels because of the ramifications of what happens next. With the sniper coming up 30 seconds after that camo comes up, it's the perfect tool to ensure that you get the power weapons in your possession and that you have a moment to run away with the game. That's where Cloud9 lost the game. They went 3 down when the most important power-up came up on the map. And well, look at this. FaZe up 1-0 over OpTic Gaming. Let's get a little nutty with it. Code LVT over at Nutcase. Get your $5 off your Nutcase drink. We're gonna hop in with the alpha stream as OpTic and FaZe go at it.
Coming up as well. Being stuck on respawn, not the best of places to be. Renegade opening a little bit of space though, and Frosty going to be challenging onto Lucid as well. He wants that kill, he wants that Bulldog, and he wants to lock down that camo for FaZe.
Just like that, tied 4-4, camo now up. We'll see what they can do. Minor man advantage for just a second. They will also get the next pick as well. Now 2 dead. It was a momentary 3 dead. Should be a camo grab here for FaZe.
Yeah, really good control of the map there for FaZe. It's 4 dead for OpTic, and Snakebite, he gets the camo off the back of it as well. But the way that they swarmed, they pushed ahead of Snakebite, allowed him to pick up that camo uncontested. So fantastic timing on the push from FaZe. It made Snakebite's life so easy picking up that camo.
Really impressed once again. This is not the first time we've seen it. We saw it all game. They also get 4 dead at the exact timing of the camo pop, and it just feels like FaZe is doing so well with game power up and weapon management, and now info management as well.
OpTic trying to burn this camo, trying to get some time off the clock and make Snakebite make the play, and it's exactly what they've managed to do here. A little bit of damage is going to come in, but here comes Frosty. He flies in and manages to get a trade, but with everybody else, you can see just stuck together at the moment from OpTic. It's about timing this push for FaZe to flush them out.
Let's see, Snakebite going to try to get this finish on formal. He should in the end. That will be 2 dead, but boy, what a trade. Reversal pervy. See it on screen live. Another one then coming in, and great shots. That will now bring the game to 14-9. It has to be said, OpTic Gaming with a pretty good counter to the camo. It took so long that the next camo's already popped, and Lucid's able to grab the second one of the game. It's still just a 4-kill game.
So an exchange of the camos. Now, can Lucid and OpTic Gaming use this to get back into the game? Bulldog going to be dropped off to him as well.
Ooh,
so
Royal 2. Eagle Eye.
Eagle Eye? That's ridiculous.
Lucid is just getting dinged from distance. Not too happy about that. Inevitably, here comes the push.
Snakebite will be taken down, however. Has to play his life a little bit here. Royal 2, we saw him earlier, but Lucid's coming back for more. He gets that kill, it certainly helps to contribute to it. And now you're going to see Frosty a little bit trapped here. Frosty gets taken down as well, and OpTic bring themselves within 2.
Lucid going unconventional there. Camo dissipates at the exact time that he decides to pop back around. Eventually just wins it with a nade and a Bulldog as well. The green wall chant begins as they brought this game back.
OpTic fans getting loud. As OpTic now go into a lead. FaZe are going to find themselves 3 dead momentarily here. Trippy looking for those respawns. Everybody at the moment from FaZe Clan is trapped in the tram.
19-18 here, and the green wall chant sets off OpTic Gaming into a lead. Let's get into a listen in with OpTic.
Yo, guys, listen. You guys should double up.
2 guys.
One shot pillars. Looked it in.
Yeah, they're trying to push. What's Arcade with soccer right now?
Arcade's weak. And they got cuts. Could be flower.
Not pillars yet.
Laundry.
They're pushing mid, guys.
One shot, blue gen. Green gen, one shot, blue gen.
Cafe, 2 shot on me. 2 shot. Cafe weak.
On DMR spawn. He's going green gen.
Green gen. Sitting green, you're going blue gen now to tires. They're repulsor. 2 shot. One shot blue. There's 2 there. There's 2 there now, guys. Blue gen, 1 shot. Blue gen 1. Still blue gen.
I'm dying to shoddy. Look at spikes. Spikes, Matt, weak.
Yeah, turn around, Matt.
1 shot, P Street. 2 shot.
Yeah, guys, I'm 1 shot.
There. One shot,
ATM. Can't see that guy.
Green gen.
Dead. You should die. Dead. Yo, grab anything?
Tires weak. I'm looking PD, Matt. PD, Matt, weak. PD weak. One shot, PD. Nice.
Stay down, guys. Stay down. One shot, commando. Can't help that.
Watch Bureau.
Watching Joey. Cuts maybe. Yo, be cut. He's trash. With a repulsor. Commando with a repulsor. Slow down for a second. Candle.
Yo, Commando, arcade.
Look at arcade.
I can push this. Okay. Driveway weak. Driveway's two shot. Arcade. I'm watching arcade still.
Joey, watch your own back, Joey.
Ivy, sitting Ivy. I've desking, so one's
Camo's almost out soon.
Tommy,
I'm walking
driveway.
I'm getting Ivy weak.
Need a driveway?
Next time, look rail, Joe.
Two guys here.
Driveway row two.
I'm walking into sub right now.
Tommy dead end, guys.
Driveway.
Guys,
I'm one shot here.
Driveway, one shot, roll two. Red room, in B weak, guys, in B one shot, in B one shot. In B one shot. Absolute arcade. Absolute 2 1 shots in B. 2 1 shots in B.
One shot absolute driveway. Close right.
You want me to Tommy? One shot behind you. Tommy will kill him.
All good.
That's Bonder, right? Front sub, aping weak. Shot Ivy, dead. Watch this.
Now the comms back into the game, and I've got to say, how well did FaZe just play that situation? They have no camo, they burn it all, and they pick up all of the kills surrounding Lucid, who had that camo. By the time that the camo ran out, he was left on his own.
I couldn't agree more. It's been amazing to watch the power-up control and then the counterplay from East Side. It has been a chess match between these two. You don't always get to see that kind of counterplay, but at this level, you will see really intentional counters all game from both sides, and as a result, we are still just within 1 kill. FaZe up 31-30.
So camo wasn't the difference maker. Can the Stalker Rifle provide the DPS, the damage output, to give OpTic an opportunity to push? Trippy, he's going to be the man with the responsibility of hitting these shots. Lucid's going to try and poke and create an opening. A stick's going to come in elsewhere, which keeps the score just 2 between the two teams. Royal 2 picks up a double as Trippy hits the perfect. It's a 1v1 at the moment.
1v1 for just a moment, as you say, between Royal 2 and Trippy, the last 2 players alive. Trippy, though, the big perfect kill, brings the game back within 1.
Camo's coming up. Trippy goes to tower to make sure that he can lane anyone. He's trying to get vision on it. On the FaZe side, Frosty having a little poke battle. Nobody really coming out on top of that one right now. Apart from, you could maybe argue, Frosty, because he's using that ammo up with the red gun.
Double push here coming and see stairs. Trippy wisely backs down as the pressure was coming in, but camo grab could be happening soon. Formal's the first to fall in the 4v4.
The last 2 camos have gone the side of OpTic Gaming. FaZe need to get one if they want to have a little bit more of a comfortable ride at closing this out. But at the moment, look at OpTic. They're all trapped inside of PD.
Based on positioning, they should have that camo. We'll make sure and see if someone has it.
There it is. Snakebite gets 2 by using that camo as well. Stays alive as well. Lucid last alive. First off, respawn maybe, and FaZe make another fantastic push. Like you said, based around the timing of that power up.
Yeah, once again, I'm seeing incredible stuff here for the entire FaZe side. Royal 1 obviously included in that mix because they have just been on top of these power-ups and perfect map control once again. The second you saw all these players in PD, you knew that FaZe had to have that, not just map control, but the power-up as well. And as a result of the back of those plays and an early double from Snakebite off the rush, a killing spree is now 43-35 in favor of FaZe.
13-7, 13-8, unfortunately, as we read the stat line for Snakebite leading the way here for FaZe Clan, and now they find themselves within just 6 kills of going up by 2 in this series. OpTic need to find not just 1 or 2 kills here. They need to cycle these spawns. They need to control the next 30 seconds to a minute, and they certainly need to get this camo.
Don't forget, it was just 34-32. This is a 10-4 run coming in, and guess what? Half of those kills, it goes without saying, from Snakebite after that killing spree. They now lead here by 8.
And now you've seen OpTic realize they have to value every death so much more. No more wiggle room for them to play with. Royal 2 with some good shots coming in from the window. Trippy's trying to at least push the pace a little bit here, but every single FaZe Clan member who is having those shields broken, he's getting away and keeping themselves alive. And there's a trade from someone with no shields. OpTic find themselves 3 dead, and the overshield isn't on the map. It's the camo that's going to be picked up by Royal 2.
Look at this play. Just going to probably look to trade here. He does trade 49 on the board, 1 to go for FaZe.
Frosty's going to get that final kill, and FaZe find themselves 2 up in the series. And that is the FaZe that we're used to seeing in Slayers. It was surgical, and the timing of those pushes around the camo, Andy, superb.
And what did everyone say? If there's one thing that's going to fire up FaZe, it is a disappointment like they had in Arlington, and I think everyone in the scene was ready for this team to come back, to fly to London with a completely different game plan and a completely different outlook at this tournament. They win Game 2 Slayer by 10 kills, and as you said, it is unbelievably disciplined. We have seen what this team does with scrim schedules, with VOD reviews. They are relentless, they are ruthless, they are now bringing this here into the series against OpTic as we take a look at some highlights.
We certainly will look at the highlights, and look at this shot, those shots coming in from Snakebite to pick up that double kill. So many players might have thought this is a situation where I go down, but he forces you to hit the perfect shots. He makes you work so hard for every single kill, and it was a situation towards the end of the game where you felt like when we were talking about the counter plays with the camo, you saw the idea from OpTic when FaZe got it to try and just group up, not give information away, but they weren't able to kind of just last long enough, survive long enough to then push off the back of it. Whereas when we saw it from FaZe, they were able to buy so much time before Lucy could get engaged. That's where that gap just started to open. And FaZe, you have to give all of the credit for them the way they played that.
I'm so impressed. I'm not kidding. Every time we cut to them, it feels like every single thing, right? There's these big moments, the tug of war kind of stalemate moments where you're unsure where it's going to go. Moments later, we cut to a Frosty, a Snakebite POV, and they have full control. They've got the power up, and they've either racked up a 4 dead or they have a flag on the board in the case of game number 1. Just so impressed. There's a lot to learn here. If you want rewatch these gameplays, if you want to get better at this game, you want to learn about the strategies across those opening 2 game types, because at times they have been perfect.
Well, speaking of players who played perfect, the one on the right was pretty much perfect in that last game. Snakebite, a fantastic ball
incoming.
The home team crowd is on the brink of elimination, going up against Proton Gaming, a team that was had some big changes over the offseason and just before Arlington, right? Last shot added during the offseason, the FFA World Champion from Seattle, but then they also added Collect, dropping Manny just days before the roster lock. Well, they've secured themselves top 8, looking for a top 6 finish here. Quadrant playing in their home crowd do not want to disappoint.
Yeah, you know the crowd is definitely behind this Quadrant roster. A lot of thought process went into their changes as well. Talking to SLG at Arlington. We'll see if they're able to make those changes worthwhile here. It's 1 down for the side of Quadrant. Snipe Drone's the first one to fall. And Talik and the rest of Proton Gaming will be wary of that as they get another kill. They've got setup as well. We've got the spawns forced onto B, but got to try and milk as much time as possible. They got to get the slays at the same time. Looks like a trade happens in the feed, but 2 down for Quadrant.
Great work by Druk just to try to get that ball as far away from Quadrant as possible. Unfortunately for him, his teammates just go down in the meantime, and this is going to be a battle that's so important, is this battle inside of A. For Snipe Drone, it's just about stalling, waiting for your help to come in from the top side, and Proton playing into Quadrant's hands. They were weak inside inside A, but they never decided to push. Instead, Quadrant are going to be able to collapse in on these players of Proton.
Hey, you saw that push from the big door, but then they decide to be aggressive. That is Quadrant. And because of that, they end up falling. One of them falls now. This is a massive kill here. You see the jab step trying to happen there from, I believe it was Glories. 14-12 though, so far here for the side of Quadrant as they continue to get ball time. And again, up until this point in the game, I haven't seen much control from either squad, but it looks like Quadrant finally has locked in a little tiny bit of a setup here. And with that kill from Collect, it's going to make things a little bit easier for them.
I like how aggressive Quadrant is being out of their setup, right? They get the hold. They're not just standing back and playing safe Halo. They're sending players out to try to meet Proton on the spawn. And because we see SLG push out as quickly as he did, we see that the camouflage gets neutralized while the fight is happening over by ball, allowing Quadrant to have a much easier time holding this on after the respawns.
Well, you see 2 down there for Quadrant. And then Cypress coming up as well. We talk about Druk a lot. His first time back on LAN. And as you said, they've already solidified that top 8, so obviously hasn't dropped a beat just yet. Sika, top center. It's Quadrant with a snipe. A push here comes from Proton Gaming. It was 3 dead momentarily. It is 3 dead again. Collect, the last player alive. He's the first one to spawn on that A side, and he gets a kill because of it. But all the while, it's Quadrant to rotate the ball out.
Yeah, they're going to be quick to play it as well. They've done their job, right? 52 seconds of ball time. You couldn't ask for really much more. Very unusual to get that long of a streak holding on that ball. Great rotations were made by Snipe Drone, a player that in Oddball has been their top slayer, doing a lot of that dirty work with the Oddball this time. He's sporting it. Get this, a 1.3 KD in Oddball in today's at London. Fantastic performances from Snipe Drone all weekend long.
On the other end of things, on the flip side, it's Collect for me. I feel like very incredible individual player, but a little bit inconsistent, I would say.
Double
but
kill.
His ceiling's so extremely high. We know what he's capable of. And if we can see that here on a Proton, I really think this team could get that top 6 and even further potentially. They've got to get through Quadrant first, though. There's Snipe Drone off the map, and there's one way to get through the side of Quadrant. That's one way.
SLG is just a monster. You know, there's no one there for him to strafe out of, but you can see how well acclimated these players are to the movement of Halo Infinite and how to maximize their strafe. I don't think I could hit SLG behind that dummy any day. Proton finally finding their answer back, getting some slays on this map. I'd like to see how efficient they are with his oddball, right? You're getting these 2-3 players down. Can you maximize your value here? Get this oddball and get camouflage at the same time. This is certainly a doable comeback in their current position.
Ooh, camo's not used. That's really bad. Quadrant's gonna have camo and ball setup. Not good for the side of Proton Gaming, who had everything in their hands. Like you said, they had an opportunity to get a couple of kills, get some ball time. They had 2 players dead, but somehow Quadrant come through. With 1 minute and 29 seconds left, Quadrant can just play time here if they want to, but it looks like they will hold the ball for the duration. Here comes the push. Talik can draw, get 2. Sika's gonna get 2 back though. The target switch to last shot. 3 down, go Quadrant. An opportunity for Proton Gaming to get some ball time of their own, but not a lot of neutral time to work with here.
And suddenly the neutral time, yeah, is certainly going to be playing a factor. With just over 60 seconds for Proton to play around with, the sniper already going into the hands of Quadrant. This looks dire for Proton. You're going to have to come up with some big individual wins in your gunfights, and they're just not coming to fruition.
Yep, Quadrant is coming out on top of all these fights. Proton will scurry away with the ball, but it doesn't amount to much. As you see, Snipe Drone just looking for a way to pull Collect out of the back of green. He's not able to do so though. Collect gets 2, but quickly taken out. And again, it's 2 down for the side of Quadrant. But then they answer back once again. It's Glory with a perfect couple of shots to get himself a double kill. And all the while, all these kills that are going in the hands of Proton Gaming, they're just not able to get comfortable enough to get some ball time.
20 seconds remain for Proton, and with 2 players down, it's going to be a victory lap for Quadrant in this first round. Nothing Proton can do in this situation. Just think about what's to come next and how to recover from this tough first round, right? I mean, just nothing really going right for them. But what's interesting about it is look at the kills, right, Tim?
Yeah,
they're keeping up. I mean, they're not getting outslayed. In fact, I think they might be even on the slays. So how is there so much disparity between the score lines? Well, it comes down to that first hold that we saw from Quadrant and how efficient they were at their rotation. If you can maximize value while you're going even on slays, that's when you see score lines like this.
Glory decides to put the QT towards the back of green, and now he's got 2 sides of the map that he can control, but it's going to be up to Snipe Drone to get that kill on the A side. There was 2 down for Proton Gaming. Those 2 will spawn on the big door side. So now it's up to Snipe Drone to potentially get a couple of kills on this side of the map. The aggression from last shot, that's going to be good. He'll get the sniper. He'll get taken out pretty quickly, though. As once again, Quadrant come on top of the Slades. It's 3 down for Proton.
It's a similar situation that we saw at the beginning of round 1, where although the slays were so even throughout all of round 1, it was the beginning slays getting that sniper rifle back, allowing this ball to have dynamic rotations to either camouflage or big door, with the players of Quadrant playing their positions well, is what led to that massive lead that was too much for Proton to overcome. It's deja vu all over again.
Quadrant is looking dominant, and you got to know that even on that featured station, the crowd is behind them. This is a Quadrant major, if you didn't know. Regardless, though, I'd like to see Quadrant break that record placing that they once got in 3rd place. It's going to be a lot of work, though. They've got to get past Proton. Snipe Drone. My goodness, the jab step. What did he Did he drop weapon as well? That's the first time I've seen Hold this in a long time.
Snipe Drone's been absolutely incredible in the tournament this weekend. Sporting a 1.32 KD, one of the best KDs in all of the tournament. He's averaging over 20 kills a game. This is his tournament so far, and you're seeing it play out once again in this game. He's hitting the big snipe shots. He's winning the crucial fights. And remember that oddball hold that they had in the first round?
Yep.
That was all Snipe Drone on the rotations. He is playing a perfect tournament thus far.
23 and 15 out of Snipe Drone. 71 points here for Quadrant. They're looking masterful right now. 3 down for Proton Gaming once again. Ball acquired, and now it's the camo in the hands of Snipe Drone, so we can put more work into that KD. That's exactly what he's going to do. Immediately goes towards the spawning players on that C-Plat side. Tries to potentially prevent a couple of lanes from being pushed, but again, so many players have camo eyes nowadays, Tools. Everyone sees the camo. He's got to be careful.
You gotta have those tips and tricks on deck. They play on great computers, 240 FPS on 240 hertz monitors. Shout out to Zowie over there. But they also do things like lower their brightness on their screens because it makes the camo just a little bit easier to see. They all got their little tricks, and honestly, I mean, can we even call camo power up now? I mean, come on, guys. How many times have we seen camo actually making it down? I'm just kidding. obviously, we've seen much better camo eyes from folks in Halo Infinite than any other Halo before.
Agreed. Nerf it. I mean, buff it. I meant to say buff it. 88 points and counting here for the side of Quadrant. They only need 10, and again, they look so good. Like, this looks like Proton's getting completely outclassed, and it's not something that I would have expected, to be honest. Finally, it's Proton getting 3 down for the side of Quadrant. Couple shots work out.
I don't know how I like that play for SLG, right? They get that opening pick, and it's going to allow Quadrant to push through, but he was last alive. You're only 10 seconds away. Like, in my opinion, you hold that ball, but what we see, because he went out and got that damage, it's made this push that much easier for Quadrant. That's the difference between, your bog standard Onyx, like plat player like myself, and these pro players is they understand, hey, let's just get the value that's needed. All we need is a little bit of damage on a player, not even the kill, and my teammates will capitalize on it. First round, going over the Quadrant, and it was a thorough victory. I mean, at no point was Proton even in the game.
Yeah, 100%. First round was incredible. Second round, even better. And now Quadrant looking to sweep it up here. We've got to look, as we get ready for that game 2, we got to look at OpTic Gaming versus FaZe again.
Oh my God, it's 3-all coming down to the final hill. And remember, OpTic, their winner bracket on the line. Let's listen in with the Alpha stream.
Close it out here and now.
Next hill wins. Simple as that. A couple of kills go in the favor of OpTic, but it's a 2v2. As Royal 2 tries to move in to clean up some damage. Frosty's going to beat him to the kill, though, as OpTic now find themselves 3 dead. Tower control is all FaZe's. If there's one player you want from FaZe on this tower, probably the man on your screen.
This could be devastating. As you said, it was 3 dead. Now this is going to be quite a run here for FaZe. OpTic, oh boy, OpTic has to get a very good push coming up. However, Formal is the first to fall, and especially if you see another one, this could be even more time on the board. You do for FaZe Clan. It's a trade, but it's 2 dead for OpTic. FaZe will continue scoring.
OpTic have proven, though, in this game that they can break this tower setup. But time is a factor. Game clock is a factor. And knowing that there's only one opportunity to get things right is a factor as well. With 1 minute left on the game clock. FaZe find themselves over halfway to capping this hill, but here comes Formal, but here comes Royal 2 as well.
Royal 2 with a big kill there on the 1v1. Eventually those kills will be traded out. However, it does end up with Royal 2 getting the upper hand. 50 seconds left on the game clock. FaZe is 50% done on the hill.
Dead Zone going to be dropping down. He's weak. Renegade flies in, but is he going to be able to get the kill? No, Lucid arrives at just the right time. Lucid escapes from the clutches of Frosty as well. And FaZe now find themselves with just Frosty alive. Tries to take on Dead Zone here in the 1v1. Dead Zone's trying to flush him out of the tower, and Dead Zone will. FaZe will be broken on this hill.
Huge play from Dead Zone to stay alive there on Key Door. It's unbelievable here. Let's not forget, anytime a team is in the hill, that game clock, of course, will stop. So there's a lot of time left to play here at the C Hill. OpTic Gaming will now continue scoring, and the pressure is on FaZe. They will need to construct a push here.
Formal gets taken down. He had the QT, but he wasn't able to survive long enough. Renegade gets 1. With that kill, Frosty gets another. It's 2 dead for OpTic. And this is looking like it might be Renegade running towards the final kills before they lock down this hill.
Look at this, all tied up on the scoreboard here. These two teams just neck and neck here on this final hill. 2 dead for OpTic. FaZe will continue scoring.
The difference on the push here is the camo is there, and I'm sure that OpTic will be thinking, how do we get that? But the problem is the lanes are being locked down by a man called Renegade. It's 2 for him, a double kill for him as FaZe lock it down. FaZe will close out the series, and FaZe will deal OpTic the 3-0.
What an unbelievable back and forth between these two across the entire series. In the end, FaZe Clan will not only win that game 4-3, they will also outslay 85-77 after being outslayed the entire game, and they will close out the series with a final score of 3-0.
Now that is a scary, scary looking FaZe. That is a FaZe on a mission. And I would say even the way that they've just left that main stage right now, they are not done this weekend. They know that the work is not done this weekend. They want to be here in that final, winning it and lifting a trophy. Here is a look at your series layout and how things went down.
I mean, once again, we said this is a game of margins. You're always going to see tight score lines between these two teams. Really the top 3, you could say top 4 now, with Shopify entering the top 3 here for the first time this weekend. But my goodness, what a response from FaZe. Once again, just in case you didn't catch it earlier, OpTic Gaming in their last 2 outings has 3-0'd FaZe both times in Arlington. FaZe answers back in the biggest way possible for FaZe Clan fans across the world. It will be a 3-0 result, and they will move on to your winners final.
An absolutely breathtaking performance in that final game. And again, it's such a unique kind of property that FaZe have, Andy. The ability to play until the last pixel. It's, you know, it's a term that we've got to start coining, right? Because it's not playing to the last second, it's playing to the last pixel. When it comes to those hills, when it comes to that objective, FaZe are never done. When you think you've got a little bit of comfort on the map, you think you've got the hill locked down, you've done it before you know it. Yeah, you've lost the hill when you're fighting uphill.
I mean, it's amazing. You had Formal on Nest Bridge there with Snipe, right? 3 players dead for FaZe. They had to construct the perfect push coming in from pillars, from concrete, right? From Big Door. And somehow in the end, they're able to do it. As you said, perfectly timed. The 2 players enter the hill at the last second, then they isolate those 1v1s. And that from that game specifically is just a perfect encapsulation of what that they can do in each game type. They did it again just now at the end of the game as well. So impressed with FaZe. Of course, as we said, though, OpTic, a lot to be proud of from that series. And if we see them play each other again, the score lines tell the story. We could see a very close series once again.
We certainly could. Well, that's enough from us for the series. The series is done and dusted with FaZe feeling good, and another player who's probably feeling pretty good at the end of it is Renegade. Blaze has got him for an interview.
Thank you so much, Onset and Brob. Give it up for FaZe Clan and Renegade as they move on to the winners finals. And Renegade, just got to ask you off the rip, how does it feel to 3-0 OpTic in front of this crowd and make it back to that winners finals?
This feels amazing. This is one of the best crowds I played with, so it's a really good vibe, you know?
I think they are some good vibes. London, are you guys having a good time? They are. Now, the last time you played OpTic Gaming, it was a 3-0. Now, the first 2 maps was exactly the same. The first score was flipped in your favor, and the second was a 1-cap in your favor. What was the game plan as you guys went back to when you saw those maps, really make those adjustments against OpTic to 3-0 them this time?
Well, yeah, we had to go back to the drawing board because last event they beat us 6-0. We didn't get a single map, so we had to go back and look at all those game types and kind of figure out where we made a mistake. And I think going into this event, we had really good scrims and we had really good game plans, especially on the maps that we lost, and we executed.
You guys definitely did execute for sure. Now, this crowd is in your favor. You're going to go play on Sunday. What do you want to tell these FaZe fans at home, these FaZe fans over here in London, as you guys get ready for tomorrow on Championship Sunday?
I want to say thank you for all the support, as always, much love. And I'm ready for Sunday. I'm ready to get this dub.
He's ready to get this dub, London. Show some more love to FaZe Clan. Lottie, let's break this down.
Thank you so much to Blaze there. Wow, what a series. Look, we said it would be close. It didn't go the distance, right, all the way to game 5, but much like last time, it was very close indeed on those maps and modes, and it was very impressive to see both teams go at it. Tony, I'm coming to you very quickly first, because the results were slightly different this time around, but there are some similarities.
Yeah, things look the same, but obviously a lot different. And last time we saw them on Capture the Flag Forbidden, we did see a 3-2 score line, but clearly it went in favor of OpTic Gaming. And even going into that King of the Hill live fire, that was game number 1 the last time these two matched up. And again, it was a 1 cap difference between the two. And again, it went to OpTic, but this time it was FaZe making the difference. Forbidden and Livefire going their way, and an incredible Slayer. That was so fun to watch.
Clutch, there was one moment that you could tell where this series was going. When was that moment for you?
Yeah, when we go into a listen-in with FaZe, I can instantly tell how good this FaZe team is going to be. And when we went to a listen-in, I believe it was on Forbidden, you could tell how locked in these guys were. The intensity met the moment for FaZe this series. They knew how important this series is if they want to try and rebound after such a poor performance in Arlington. So when you're listening into FaZe's comms, you can tell the level and intensity that they are playing with, how strong of a team they're going to be. And the difference in this series for me was just getting momentum early on. I said it was going to be so important for whatever team jumped up and grabbed momentum, especially in that first game. They were going to have an advantage throughout the rest of the series. Similar to what OpTic did in Arlington, FaZe were able to replicate here in London.
Wes, I have to ask you, who impressed you the most on this FaZe roster? Who really stood out to you having a good game?
It has to be Snakebite. I think Mark said it best when he was casting Onset. Literally, Snakebite is on fire in game 3, and he chooses to still drop the snipe. The awareness to still make the right play, no matter how good you're playing as an individual. You know the snipe in Renegade's hands is always a difference maker, and if he doesn't drop that snipe for Renegade, they probably don't cap that 3rd hill. They probably find themselves in a much different situation and still go into a game 4. But because no matter how good Snakebite is playing, he's always making the right play, and that was one of the best decisions he could have ever made, because Renegade immediately put that snipe to work.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at the stats right now, and obviously I want to give Renegade a shout out with that 1.32 and 18,000 damage, but like you said, Snakebite, 1.28 KD, 46 kills, 2nd most damage, and mind you, he's the one in the flag standoffs holding the flags. He's the one in the hill all of those times and whatnot. So not only is he doing what he's doing in the slays and in the damage department, he's also leading in the objective time as well. That's amazing.
As much as we just gave Snakebite gas, look at the series Renegade just had. 58 and 44, a 1.32, but that damage number in 3 games is absolutely insane. Superstars shine the brightest in the biggest moments. It's a superstar league, and Renegade gave FaZe the advantage with that amount of damage and claimed to be the superstar in this series.
You are completely right. I've got to say, nearly getting 20k damage in 3 games is almost unheard of. It's
yeah, I honestly got chills when I saw that number.
Yeah.
Knowing what has to happen in order for that much damage to go on, Renegade played out of his mind. That's why.
Back into it, Slayer. Quadrant with a dominant game 1 win. Proton never even in the conversation of taking that one away. Now go to the Slayer, the home crowd behind it, and you have to think, Tim, maybe, just maybe, the folks standing behind him might be making the difference right now.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, that crowd really just turns things up for you. If you start hearing the crowd behind you, you start hearing the Quadrant chants, I mean, it just gives you that energy, that extra edge that you need in order to continue to power through, and that's what they're doing right now. I don't know if they've reached their ceiling just yet, Quadrant, but playing really well. It's Glory now with the camo in his hands, the shotgun in the hands of Last Shot, the Bulldog being put to work on the camo player. That's a massive kill for Proton. Now they've got to act off that kill, though. They've got to get more. And it's Quadrant right now trapped inside a tramp. Sika gets a kill off the back foot. But Druck trying to look for the cleanup kill, and he'll get it.
Well, the 2 players to watch out for in this game going to be Snipe Drone and Talik. All Quadrant, the only player that has a positive KD this weekend in Slayer is Snipe Drone. They still haven't had a lot of success on Slayer because he has a 1.38. Been insane for his team thus far. On the other side, you got Talik sitting at a 1.35. The 2 of these players really going to be the impactful Slayers for their team.
Druck, for me, That was a great play, right? You see the reach out by Sika on those B stairs, and Druck just asserting dominance, saying, you know, well, what are you doing challenging me with no shield? Very important to have those little mini mind games within a game, within a series as well. 14-10, Proton Gaming, a little bit of a slight lead at the early start of this game. Campbell coming up in 5 seconds. This kill is huge by Snipe Drone. He'll get the first. It's going to be 1 down for the side of Quadrant, though, and Sika, so a trade is all that will amount to. Talk, though, stuck at the tram side. This may be an opening to get this camo, but look, Proton get those cafe spawns, and Collect, because of that, is able to grab the camo for himself. He's going to put it to work.
Yeah, Snipe Drone, he's not going to be able to find this kill most likely. Yeah, there he goes down. But what's impressive to me about him is how he's just been marching forward on the map. He is laying down damage and immediately moving on to that next play. But a little sneaky play from Collect going to lead to a back smack for his team. So far, this camo just playing very low-key and patient, but yeah, paying dividends for Proton Gaming.
Yeah, this is huge, right? He baits out that Bulldog, knows that that player is Inglorious is just going to push through. He gets 2 kills because of it. He had no more camo to work with, but he's still got a Bulldog in his hands. He's got a couple players behind him on this purple side. Look at the push here from Proton. 3 down, and they continue to stagger the spawns of Quadrant. This is a big kill, and they get that one too. 25-18 for Proton Gaming.
And this is the bounce back that you needed, right? Like the first game wasn't close. Coming back and having such a strong performance is exactly what Proton needed. It ensures that yes, you do belong. That you can calm yourself down going into your next game. The big thing right now, just finish this fight. Make sure that you play clean. Don't give up any stupid deaths. Always play trade for trade. There's no reason to try to make any hero plays when you're up by this much.
Yeah, Quadrant seem to be making a lot of hero plays. It's just a lot of overextensions with 2 down. I understand the aggression, but like right here, there's 2 down and they're pushing B Street by themselves. And look, Proton Gaming are just there to kill them.
You got 2 players in the same lane, but disconnected, right? And that's a huge blunder. But that's happening because of how Proton's increasing the pace. Quadrant, they're not necessarily doing anything wrong by being in that lane and being disconnected. Why it's wrong is because Proton is immediately pushing those players. Usually you don't feel that sort of pressure when you're playing your standard scrim or your matchmaking, but this is LAN. This is the moment that you have to live up to, and so far Proton using speed to get advantage, but sneaky camouflages gave Proton the lead. It could bring Glory and the rest of Quadrant back into it.
Now we can't hear the crowd in our ears, of course, but when you have a lead like this, if you're Proton Gaming, you've essentially shut that crowd up, and every moment that you can keep them quiet and not on the side of Quadrant is big for you. It's a 10-kill lead for Proton. Now they can just play for those trades. They can, like you said before, just play it slow, make sure you're getting the trades for those kills. Quadrant, though, have an answer back. It's still a 10-kill game.
Oh, SLG's just patient. Let Struck push into him, and yes, you're down by 9 kills here, but you still have a little bit of time. If you're able to go 3 for 1, 4 for 1 on these trades, I certainly see a path in which Quadrant can come back, but that can quickly be shut down if you let players like Truck and Talik just harass you in this back base. Look how impressive the stat lines are of these players over at Proton Gaming, especially Last Shot, dude. Last Shot 16 and 9 with 8 assists. He has the most assists, most kills, and just about the least deaths for his team. An all-star performance thus far.
Trade after trade after trade. Last Shot, look how aggressive he gets through somehow too. 17 and 10 now, 45-38. Quadrant have cut this lead a bit, but it's only 5 kills needed for the side of Proton. Campbell coming up in 5 seconds. Players on the bottom of Tram. There it is. It's down to 6 now. They get this camo. We could have a different game on our hands.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, though, because you have to get that camo, but you also can't afford to die on your way towards that camouflage. And I think that's just going to be proved to be too difficult for Quadrant here as Proton sprint towards their trades. The Quadrant just know that this one's over, and we're going to be tied up 1 apiece as we go into our game 3. Fantastic performance from Last Shot in particular. I've really been impressed with his tournament all weekend long as well. It feels like he's really stepping into that role of the Slayer that they picked him up to be for this team. He's been keeping up with Talik, and it's that 1-2 punch that seems to be pretty strong, right? Talik's been obviously going to do Talik things. He's in the top 10 KD of every tournament that he plays in, but he has a 1.23. What they needed was another player to replace someone like Soul Snipe, who left, right, who was always that second Slayer. Now Last Shot kind of doing that with a 1.1 in today's tournaments, but he what he doesn't get in the kills, he definitely makes up in damage, right? So he has that 1.1, doing a great job over there, but leads his team with damage dealt per game. Fantastic pickup from Proton, and he pays dividends in that game too.
Well, as you can see, game number 3 is going to be Recharge King of the Hill, but let's take a look at the elimination bracket. We've got Space Station Gaming going up against Sentinels, and of course, OpTic Gaming waiting. They just got 3-0'd by FaZe, so waiting for the winner of Quadrant versus Proton, which is what we're watching right now, obviously, if you're just joining us. But the elimination bracket has panned out pretty nicely. I want to take a look at the winners bracket real quick and point out that you mentioned Shopify, right? You talked about them potentially making it to the grand finals, and I'm going to be honest with you, I didn't believe you at all. But now I've become a believer. So interesting to see how that winners bracket is panning out as well.
Shopify Rebellion is just on a hell of a run throughout this bracket. I'll take apologies wherever anyone wants to give them, right? I saw everyone in chat calling me faded for my take yesterday when I said that they would make it to grand finals, but they are going to make it to grand finals. I signed up on the I guess like Xbox has the giveaway for the it's like a graphics card, or it's either an Xbox. They have a special giveaway.
Okay.
I put Shopify Rebellion. There's probably like 50 of us at most that have Shopify Rebellion in there. You know what I'm saying? I like my odds. I'm gonna be walking home with a new graphics card. You know what I'm saying?
That would be sick. As you can see, yep. There's a correction in the bracket.
This is interesting. Remember, OpTic and Sentinels played in this tournament before in Pool B, and it was a 3-2 that went to OpTic. It wasn't a close Slayer in Game 5, but Sentinels certainly can compete, and Sentinels just loves to go to Game 5s, it seems, man. They really, really love to go to Game 5s.
I don't think they like it as much as you think, but yeah, I mean, I'd need to be proven wrong, because you're right. They've been in so many Game 5s, and honestly, kind of crazy. I thought I was kind of hoping we'd get that rematch, but if they make it to the elimination semis and somehow Space Station makes it as well, we'll see that rematch. You saw a lot of trash talk there, as previously in the winners bracket, it was Space Station who reverse swept Sentinels, but ever since, Sentinels seem a bit angry, and they've kind of gone through their games, and like you said, Game 5 against Cloud9, which I didn't expect. I think OpTic Game is going to be a really tough match for the Sentinels roster, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I can see that happening. I can see Sentinels coming out on top. On the other side, right, the winner of this game is going to go on and play Space Station. Potentially Quadrant going to be that winner. If they are, a little bit of a rematch between the Quadrant boys against their old teammate in Legend, who left and caused so much turmoil for them. An opportunity for them to get revenge in front of their home crowd could be great. But if there's one thing that Proton likes to do, they like to play spoiler. I would not put it past them just to shut down Quadrant and say, no, you're not going to be able to create any storyline with us here.
Oh, and now we have, of course, Strongholds, Recharge Strongholds, and this could get out of hand very quickly. We know Quadrant to be one of the best Strongholds teams in the league. And again, talking to SLG, like, he breaks it down, and he talks about what it takes, right? You got to make sure to be in a position where you can block those spawns of the pipes, force them on the long haul side. But there's just so much. Talk about it. Talk about what it takes to hold that triple cap on Recharge Strongholds and keep it for as long as we've seen Quadrant do many times.
Yeah, I mean, Quadrant obviously went on that 17-game win streak in Strongholds on land last year. It started with this map in particular and their mastery of it. They understand how heavy the spawns are and exactly where to block them. But when you block out that gold and you play back C plat and bottom A, you can very much force the spawn into long haul. And it's the worst possible spawn you can get when you're getting trip cat, because you're going to get crossed up by the players at needles, at C, or if you go up the pipes, you're going to get shot by the player at bat ledge and A. So it's such a tough position to break out from. And what you'll often see on Recharge, not on Recharge, Strongholds, is a team with that higher Halo IQ will win. It really is a map of understanding your spawn influence and your teammate spawn influence, and when the spawns are happening, where you can and can't go, and how you have to hit your rotation. It's not just about knowing where the next person is going to spawn. It's knowing that, okay, I need to leave here now so that I can be at C plat instead of, let's say, back batteries while they spawn up at pipe, so I can get C, and then my teammates can rotate and try to trap over at B. Teams that understand timings, understand spawns, and have naturally high Halo IQs play really well on Strongholds. That's why we saw Quadrant last year. I think some of the smartest players in the game, but we also see teams just dominate on the game type and at the highest levels of the game, because if you have the IQ, it's pretty simple to lock it down, just like it's simple to lock down $5 off a new nutcase order today, guys. Use code LVT. Nutcase is a new milk on the market. It was co-founded by Ninja. We said, hey, Ninja, we want to get involved. They gave us a code, $5 off. If you're a big fan of chocolate milk or vanilla milk, this is the spot for you, right? It's I think a healthier alternative, in my opinion. A lot less sugar in it, and it tastes just as good. So go show the LVT Halo reps, go show the blevs that we're here and that we want to do some big things with Nutcase in the future. You know what I'm saying? So chocolate milk, not bad. Like chocolate milk, usually a little bit bad for you. Nutcase, not that bad.
Yeah, naturally sweetened, no aspartame or any of those sweeteners that are really bad for you. You can check out all the information, of course, if you type !nut in the chat. Gluten-free, dairy-free, no oils, plant-based as well. You know what's not plant-based? Quadrant. Okay? They're
I mean, famously an organization ran by someone that competes in Formula One, which is probably the least a lot of petrol in Formula One, I suppose.
Yeah, fast zooms. But I mean, did you see that car? That car is cool. It's even got an LVT sticker on it. Love to see that. Love to see Quadrant in general. The crowd has been extremely hyped this entire event, and I would expect them to be the same here. You can see that there is a little bit of a lapse, guys, and I want to explain the lapse, right? Teams are allowed to take a bathroom break after game 2 and before game 5. That's kind of the rule. So we'll see, what they're talking about. We won't see, but I'm assuming what they're talking about here. Quadrant, very strong in terms of recharge strongholds. I can't wait to see what they do.
Well, why don't we do a little guess Halo Pro?
Okay.
For the chat while we wait.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you talk to the chat for a second. I need to go take my own water break. I gotta go fill up my water. I want you to play some Guess That Halo Pro chat.
Okay.
And let's have some fun while we wait for our game 3.
Let's do it. Chat, are you guys ready for Guess That Halo Pro? I'm terrible at this game, by the way. Absolute garbage. I'm not sure how to get better at it. It's just difficult because, especially this kind of picture, it's hard to see what it is until it gets cropped in a little bit, right? Until we remove the blur. But I'm gonna take my guess, and I want you guys to guess as well. I'm gonna guess formal right off the bat. I'm gonna say it's formal. Okay, I see a lot of formals in the chat. Okay, this might be an easy one. Jackson says formal, easy. Nighty's saying formal. Is there anyone that says someone other than formal? Okay, we got Manny from Infraud. All right, gotcha. So Infraud says Manny, lots of formals. Can we get it cleared up just a bit, Louis? In the back, there it is. All right, guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. All right. I'm gonna lock in formal. Let's clear it up real quick. It's formal. That's a little bit of an easy one. It's hard to make those difficult, especially when they have, that particular look. Let's do another one here. Let's do another one. It's not Pikachu. It's definitely not Pikachu. Oh, wait a minute. So we've got a statement on yesterday's HCS competitive ruling by Complexity Halo. Of course, Sparty, if you didn't know about it, Sparty from Complexity took an SSD. He got some bad performance. You could read the whole statement there, but essentially he got some bad performance and he decided to wipe the SSD of Windows essentially and install a new version of Windows. And you can see it says it right there. MSI Afterburner was installed to set fan curves. It's a lot of Sparty's been working on this for a long time, and he's been working on trying to optimize the game to the fullest potential. But obviously HCS has ruled because it's an unfair advantage, and no one else optimized their SSD. So you can read the whole statement there. But Tools, what do you think about this whole thing? Do you have any thoughts on it, on the Sparty situation that you haven't talked about yet?
I get where he's at. You just have to know that if other people can't change their fan curves, you can't change your fan curves.
Right, right.
We can talk about it more in depth because later, because our game 3 is on its way. Stronghold's up, and it's going to be Quadrant versus Proton, the swing game. Quadrant, the home crowd behind them, right? Make sure that they can try to come out strong. I would love to see that rematch, but Proton, if they love to do anything, it's upset teams and prevent people from going any further in the tournament.
Okay, so listen, this could go one of two ways. You just hear me out, okay? Either Quadrant set Proton up in this triple caps, like, grapple hold, you know, this grip around their neck. Either that happens and the crowd goes wild, and we have just incredible momentum going into game number 4, or Proton Gaming completely just surprise everybody and we have a very upset Quadrant. That's the way I'm looking at that right now. It's Glory with the shock rifle. Only one of those can be true, and Glory with that shock is going to get a kill, but Quadrant doesn't have a triple cap here, Tools. It's Proton Gaming.
All right, it's a flashy shock rifle kill, but nothing was going right for the team while it's happening. A quick flank from the side of Proton puts the trip cap in, and right now they have them trapped at elevator. These next kills are going to be the most important. You cannot die first if you're Quadrant. Great job getting the opening pick and finding space. It's always dangerous when you have all 4 players in one lane.
Well, you can see it's Proton Gaming with 2 down, still going for that A side, and that's the kind of thing that is risky in this situation, right? You go for A, you go for that triple cap or that rotational cap, and you end up in a scenario where now you're 3 dead, and guess what? You just gave Quadrant the most comfortable position they could ask for. A triple cap is locked.
No, look at this position. There's 1 player spawns out. They can find Talek before he does any damage. This could be a long-term trip cap for Quadrant.
Has to be SLG that hits some shots, though, and he's missed a couple thus far. Those are big misses. Those are big misses out of SLG, but it's still a triple cap. It's Collect, though, that sneaks out with the camo. This is his opportunity.
This is tough for Collect because, yeah, you have to make a play towards the hill. They're going to know where you're coming from. They neutralize camo as if it's a one-on-one Quadrant. They have them in a Nelson hold. They're going for the knockout right now. This is incredible how quick they're able to put this trip cap into effect. And Proton, they're helpless in this situation. They're not doing anything wrong. They just have to win a fight. They have to win a piv. This is the setup that Quadrant always wanted.
I mean, all I can think of is that meme that goes, no, 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 no. That's what's happening right now. Because Quadrant, once they have this locked in, if you're maybe new to Halo or you haven't watched enough Halo to understand, this is their specialty, right? Once they have this locked in, it is impossible to do anything. It's SLG once again, picking apart the players inside the pipes. Last shot does make it out with no shields, though. He somehow makes it onto A, and now C is being capped as well. Proton have found a way through.
Last shot staying alive while 1 shot is the difference maker for Proton. If he would have gotten shut down by SLG there, we'd see this trip cap still in effect. Last shot, though, with a lucky break as he grappled through the sky. But that's not done yet. They're going right back for the trip cap. And look how fluid the players on Quadrant are on this map. They understand that what they can and cannot do. Finally, Proton are scoring once again, but they are not remotely close to having any sort of map control. It's going to come down to these slays in order for Proton to get any sort of prolonged scoring effort.
I'm just honestly impressed that Proton have been able to get out of this. So it's a 4 dead. So I spoke a bit too early. Look how quickly Quadrant are to get on that triple cap right as 4 are dead. The minute 4 were dead, they jump in, get B and C, and they continue to score points here. This is beautiful.
Well, Glory having a shock rifle and camouflage is going to cause all sorts of pain for Proton Gaming. You can see why. Look how far up on the map he gets. Druck, massive kill to ensure that shock rifle camo doesn't wreck you for the rest of this game, but you're just running out of time, point blank, period. We're already eclipsed the 200 point mark for Quadrant. This looks like Lando Norris on the track right now. This is blitzing speed from Quadrant to win this game.
It's just so beautiful. This is the type of stuff that I love Halo for, right? It's things like this where teams have really specialized that, you know, certain game types. We always know Quadrant for this map and Strongholds in general. And this is where we'd love to have that pick ban system one day. I just think it's so cool to see these teams kind of specialize in these game types. You see right here, it's a Stranglehold that continues to hold tight onto the neck of Proton Gaming. They're finding little moments where they get out, but it doesn't last long.
Collects a little hop, kept him alive just long enough to get that secure, but look how Quadrant rotate. They immediately put a scoring effort back in, and although A is going to go into the hands of Proton, Quadrant still very much in the fight over at B to try to secure this hill.
Snipe Drone runs out of ammo there, tries to get as much value out of his life, so he goes for that melee, and guess what? Seek is there to clean it up immediately. It is continuous point gathering by the side of Sika, and Quadrant collect. Oh, that's a massive fight, I will say. It's 2 down for the side of Quadrant, a double cap locked in for Proton, and a chance for them to get some points for themselves.
Oh man, the shock rifle just never going into the hands of Proton is paying dividends for Quadrant in this game. They have been able to find opening picks because of those headshots.
Double kill.
And Snipe Drone is having one of the best tournaments he's ever had, if not the best tournament he's ever had, in front of his home crowd, right out of England. Able to not have to endure that jet lag. I think it's made him superhuman in the way that he's been playing today.
All you see there, it's Proton with a last-ditch effort to try to get inside of B. Druck does make it inside the pipes, but he has to try and get past the players crossing on that A side, and because of that, he takes too much damage, goes down into batteries, gets taken out. 250 to 80, I think it was. 250 to 80, it's Quadrant once again dominant with 2 different players, right? Dominant in that beautiful Strongholds recharge. We see it time and time again. They just showcase their brilliance on that map. And like I said, with that, it's going to be tough for Proton to come back. It's 1 game for the side of Quadrant. Taking a look at the stats here, SLG with 17 kills. And you have, of course, the damage that comes out from the other side there. Proton Gaming did their best. They got out of the chokehold a couple of times, but once you're down, you're down. It's like Khabib in the UFC. I mean, once you're on the ground, it's over.
Oh man, hey, look back at what's happened. Oh, is this live right now? This is live right now over on the Alpha, man. They got this thing going fast. Props to the team out there in London. Let's go listen in with the Alpha boys and see what's going on between OpTic and Sentinels.
Comes back to bite OpTic because they don't have the greatest spawns, but I guess it doesn't matter when Dead Zone's going to pick up 2 kills.
Dead Zone with a big double should give OpTic the opportunity here to not only score the hill point, but to go up 2-0 because it's a reset. It will go to blue pipes, but Dead Zone and the OpTic green wall go up 2-0 now. It's a perfect rotation setup for Sentinels, so they're going to get early progression here. Let's see how quickly OpTic can take back control.
Yeah, OpTic 2 down, and points going on the board here for Sentinels. Gonna have to see how long they can hold this blue pipes area. Falcated and OpTic all fighting for this very important top gold area. Basically, it's going to have that top angle where you can shoot down into the blue pipes and try to keep someone out from such a safe territory. Looks like Falcated opted to just run away because realizes that he's either going to run to outnumbered position, and so I don't fully disagree with that.
No, absolutely. It actually pays off. Falcated able to find the first kill and get a lot of information on where OpTic are going to be pushing from. Exclusive with the shock rifle is who you need to take down, and Boo Boo Doo does just that. The push into blue. Here comes the other 2 members for OpTic Gaming. It's Formal in the back of blue, getting hit by grenades, but no one's focused on him to take him down. The turn from Falcated, the duo, Boo Boo Doo and Falcated find both kills, and now a massive 1v1 doesn't actually matter because Boo Boo Doo playing from the hill scores the point and makes it a 1-point game.
Gets the point, still gets the kill, but maybe that matters in the sense of this camo. Boo Boo Doo now has camo. We aren't actually in any sort of position where OpTic can really drain time, especially on this Needler Hill. Teams can grab that once they get control, and so they are going to take their time, go for position. Boo Boo's going to wisely rotate out.
Quadrant's just one game away. Proton back against the wall. This could be the highest place for Quadrant in such a long time. Almost maybe like Arlington from last year, right? They had their highest performance, but it's been a rocky road since.
100%. It's like the Celtics, right? In the NBA, they had the big three, then they had to do a little bit of a change, and it just takes a little while to allow those changes to continue to build upon themselves, to continue to grow as a team. And it looks like Quadrant is starting to grow as a squad. The chemistry looks a little bit better.
Quadrant is nothing like the Boston Celtics, but that's
what do you mean?
The most winningest organization in like all time is like the Quadrant. Like, come on, get real with it. Nah, but for a short Quadrant, they needed to make some changes. They've had some growing pains, a lot of changes, and well, it seems to all be coming to fruition. Last time we were on this map, we saw a very slow game. I think we're seeing the exact opposite this time around. A lot of pushing from both sides, but not a lot of space being given up by either side. A lot of trades coming into the feed.
Well, we see Glory with that snipe on the vent side. Very important vent to hold here. Gets a shot on Talik as well, but question is, can Talik be cleaned up? It's a very important player to kill, right? That one shot, that one body shot, so big into the body of Talik, but the fact that he's in the vents, such an important, powerful spot on the map, they're not able to get the kill, and because of that, he just runs away with another double.
I'd like to see the sniper of Talik be a bit aggressive. It's always tough. It's a tough battle to play on Argyle, right? Because you don't want to be too aggressive with that snipe and give it up and potentially let a team have two, but you need to have your big playmakers making big plays, and the way to do that is to have them on the front lines. I like to see Talik getting more active on the map like he is now.
Yeah, he's on a killing spree. This is what Proton games need, right? You talked about Talik not being that KD leader, but he's always been, like you said, in the top 10 for slays pretty much every single event. His slay capability will potentially bring this team forward. They've got to get through a Quadrant who have that crowd behind them, who are very loud, and it's not fair. They have trumpets, they have, you know, loud crowd. Like, I don't know. I love London. I love European Halo. They're so passionate.
It's just really funny to be like, yeah, I mean, the matches in Europe are not fair. I mean, they got like trumpets, dude. But really, it does make a difference, like having that energy behind you. I can tell you, there's not one person in the venue that's rooting for Proton right now on that side station. It is thunderous for Quadrant, and any play that they make that has any sort of success, Proton's gonna feel that pressure right away. And, you know, unfortunately, it's on the side station, so we don't have those crowd mics, but I can promise you right now, it is loud on the side station.
Oh, it's real loud. It is extremely loud. It's a triple kill for Glory. Oh my word, that could have solidified that cap. The first cap on the board for Quadrant.
That's a way to get the first one in, punch it on home. Snipe drone able to put the first one in, but that's all thanks to Glory. And well, where Glory left off, SLG is picking up. He gets two in his own with the sniper. Last shot, desperately just trying to get forward on the map, giving his team space to work with, but Quadrant are feeling themselves in this game. Look how quick they are to move up on the map.
There are different levels of clips, I'm telling you right now. There's different levels of triple kills. There's different levels to triple kill snipes, but when you have 3 snipes in a row where 3 different players have an angle to look at you and you're playing against the best players in the game, that's a tough clip to hit, and he hits it really well. That solidifies that cap, and look, they're just steamrolling. It's 3 down once again. Last shot, the first one to spawn, but also the first one to go down to no shields. SLG just playing blocker at this point. Sika will put this in as well.
Yeah, Proton have accepted they're not going to be able to stop that flag. For them, it's just about getting to that middle line and understanding you're down 0-2. It's about playing a perfect flag game. You have to win a flag game in 7 minutes, 3-0. They ignore everything that's happened before.
There's no way. There's no way. I mean, if I was a betting man, which I'm not, this is not happening. Proton, they've got the spirit, they've got the energy, but Quadrant have the crowd. Quadrant have the venue. They've got the Quadrant car inside of the venue. There's just so many buffs going on. The car buff is it's real. It's a real thing. It's a real thing, Tools.
I'll take your word for it as we see already Quadrant just they're not necessarily having to be that same aggressive. So when you're up 2-0, right, the big thing now is just not to make mistakes. Don't get too aggressive. Don't leave the lanes open. Check your corners. Just play clean Halo. Yeah, you might not win the game 3-0, but it's important for you just not to lose the game at this point when you're up by this much. Just play clean, fundamental Halo. Do not let the players from Proton get behind you. That's the big thing. Shut down the flanks.
Well, Druck ends up getting a back smack. I believe it was onto SLG. That's going to allow him to acquire this snipe. I think he gets a body shot there onto Snipe Drone inside the vents. It sounded like the hit marker did connect, but a couple of trades go back and forth. You can see the pace. I was going to say the pace slows, but then we see SLG flying towards the back of Proton Gaming's base. He ends up falling, but it's a trade that Quadrant will gladly take for collect. Druck takes the vent once again with the snipe in his hands.
Look at what Sika's doing. Sika's keeping Druck preoccupied over in the back. He can't move forward because he knows there's a player in their backside. And while Sika was distracting, it looks as if the rest of Quadrant get onto the attack. Here we go. This is perfect Halo. Sika did his job, right? He just distracted everyone until the cavalry could arrive, and now they're sprinting. They're galloping their way home. It could be a 3-1 finish. The home crowd behind him. Revenge on the table. Legend, you best be getting ready. Quadrant's on their way.
That is exactly what we wanted to see. The rematch, or the match, I'm sorry, with the Bad Blood. Quadrant going up against their former teammate in Legend, and we're gonna get to see it now. The way the story pans out is absolutely beautiful. Gotta give the props to Proton, of course, for making it as far as they did. The first time Druck's been on land for a very long time, but Quadrant just so strong. And they showcase it. Here's the snipe from Glory. You have 3 people, pretty much 3 people looking at you, and you just hit every shot in a perfect fashion. Wow.
I mean, this is the Irish Legend, right? This is the definition of a cherry on top, right? The 2 are great. Let me just get the spot kill for the 3rd. That's the cleanest clip you'll probably see in the tournament this weekend. Glory popping off for Quadrant as they'll continue on in the bracket. SSG and Legend, the former teammate, stands in their way. Let's look back over on what's happening on the main stage, right? We got Sentinels going up against OpTic Gaming, determining who will make it to Championship Sunday. Let's listen in.
Now, Overshield's coming up in 5, and Sentinels almost need to get this in order to get right back into this Aquarius Slayer.
And look at how far away they are. They get punished so hard there. You saw Boo Boo even have to jump from courtyard just to be the only player from Sentinels that could get an angle and view who grabbed the OS. That showed how out of position Sentinels were for that Overshield.
Look at how Dead Zone plays this. He waits. He pockets the Overshield and is greedy with it. He waits to pop it to get the information of where Sentinels are. When they get the information, that's when he starts to pop it, because you don't want that Overshield to dwindle while you're trying to get that information. However, Sentinels read the play. The grenades are true. The teamwork is perfect. And they go 3-0 against an OpTic Gaming with Overshield pushing into the base.
OpTic with the right idea and the wrong execution. I feel like we've seen that from OpTic sometimes in the past. I would say earlier in 2023, there would be times where they felt like they would try to make the right push and it just would be shut down. So that to me was them just saying they committed without having the damage they needed. They just said, all right, we got an OS in there. Everyone charge in.
Pushing through those doorways can be so dangerous. But since then, OpTic Gaming back on the feet, back on the map, have control, and a 9-kill lead to play around. So those 3 unanswered kills did not turn into any benefit for Sentinels from that point on.
And trading out some damage there. Lucid and Boo Boo gonna melee each other to death. And that was gonna be a temporary all 4 down for Sentinels. So you see Trippy trying to look for where these spawns are, because he realizes that they're not going to get split spawns at this point. They don't have too many members from OpTic all across the map, and wants to spot out and make sure that there's one on the base, because if not, they could have went for either a fridge trap or maybe an unexpected util spawn. So all these players just try to gather as much information as possible after they get the kills.
It's a 13-kill lead now for OpTic on Aquarius Slayer. That lead is almost insurmountable with the amount of control that they have. And Overshield as well is coming up here in 3 seconds. Trippy and the boys have got the slays they need to get this Overshield as well. OpTic look like they're rolling in final form.
Yeah, and just once again, you get them all down. They're all spawning in one location. Trippy gets in front of their face. I wouldn't be surprised if we got another melee on Boo Boo, just get extra damage out there. Dead zone with Overshield. I mean, there's not much going great here for Sentinels.
OpTic have gained momentum in the series, something they weren't able to do against FaZe. 4 down again, half the Overshield still left to play with, and Penguin is on the prowl right now, clearing out this blue base. Has got to be coming to his teammates right now. They have to be over towards yellow. There are players hiding pink 1 right here, but Penguin is going to spot the player in the corner, and Precision still right next to Penguin, trying to wait for the perfect moment. Does a good job, but the perfect moment becomes too long. Lucid able to trade it out, dropping down from pink 2. The reinforcements for OpTic are here, and they make it an 18-kill game once again.
And OpTic happy at any moment in time to just trade out a kill. That's also one of the luxuries that OpTic is afforded, is as they get into a close-range battle, OpTic says, sure, I'll do a 3-shot melee. Would you like to do the same? Whereas Sentinels, they are not looking for trades. If they want any chance of getting back in this game, they need to get some unanswered kills. They need to get 2 or 3 members of OpTic down, try to get them on spawn trap, and limit their deaths.
It's Dead Zone and Lucid leading the way for the green wall. 13, 5, 6, 11, 2, and 6. Both the boys on OpTic right there are popping off with 24 kills combined, 41 to 25 the score line. They are the difference in this game too.
Dead Zone, seeing 2 members back in that flag. Look at how much of a nuisance Dead Zone is being here. Just shooting these players, those 2 players in the back of the flag. We're still not sure if he's going to double back. Were they supposed to chase that kill? All that time, he's able to take away from Sentinel's attentions. Just shooting in the back of the flag, like I said, pushing towards that courtyard where he's not going to get flanked. And that's what you can do when you have a team spawning just in one location. The biggest downside to when you're all in one spot is you don't have additional angles to flush out opponents. And so people can go out in the open where normally they would generally get punished.
4 kills now to go, and OpTic with another Overshield in the hands of Trippy, looking to be aggressive, a lot of damage done. And OpTic coming off respawns have so much room to play with. They are going to close this game 2 out. It's just a matter of time. And if you look at the stats right now, Dave, Lethal having a game to forget. The series isn't over, but you can tell OpTic are starting to gain that momentum and feel themselves like they want Championship Sunday on their mind.
Yeah, and this is one that you're going to try to say, Sentinel's like, all right, we've got to shake off, but you don't have much more to shake off here. Your backs are against the wall. You're down 2-0 in a series to the 2022 World Champions. And something has to turn around.
And a much different series than yesterday. OpTic have looked prime time here in the elimination bracket. They know what's at stake. They want to break out the championship whites tomorrow. And they are now 1 game away from making that a possibility.
These teams, when they start clicking, they're just so dangerous. These are sort of scores that you expect to see early on Friday at like pool play.
Yeah.
But right here, Saturday night, as these teams are playing for top 4.
It's actually crazy how you look at some of the series we've seen so far today. 2 3-0s in the winners bracket semifinals from Shopify Rebellion and FaZe against SSG and OpTic. And now OpTic and Sentinels going at it, of course, up 2-0. You're seeing another potential 3-0 on the verge of happening here. Momentum has got to be the word that we use. Teams that are gaining this momentum and how important it is to be able to play with that level of confidence, Dave. Why is it so important that you win these games as a player? How are you like mentally feeling like you're the better team as you progress?
Well, before I answer that question, let's take a quick look at the elimination bracket. There might be some fans in here happy to know that Quadrant just won their elimination bracket match 3-1 over Proton Gaming.
I guess we're taking a look at the highlights here as Quadrant have dominant Argyle CTF. The snipes are so fun to watch. I swear Europeans are just better.
You didn't even have to tell me who won the series. Just show that clip. I was like, all right, I can tell you who won the series.
Yeah, exactly. Up 2-0 on Argyle it appeared, and I mean, this is probably just a clinic taking a look at even just the slays, but objective efficiency. Quadrant, honestly, one of the better Argyle CTF teams. That is the second time we've seen them in the game on caps, and that never happens, I feel like, when we watch Argyle CTF games. We're always sitting there for at least 12 minutes.
Yeah, those ones are, that and Empyrean Flag are like, all right, we're strapping in for a 12-minute game, but...
It's like, I got time to go to the bathroom, get some food, and I'll be back, and Argyle will still be here.
We're going to go to a 2-minute listen. I'll be right back.
Good times here as Quadrant, the hometown team, continued to advance to the elimination bracket. And if you remember, they were in elimination bracket round 1 against Native this morning. Or early.
Those are no easy matches. Taking out Native, then have to take out Proton, and now they have to face Space Station Gaming.
That's a tough pill to swallow, but with as good as Quadrant have looked, maybe there's a chance. They looked even great against OpTic in pool play, pushing them almost the distance. The series was so close for them. So with this momentum that they built, and SSG coming on the back of a loss 3-0 that did not look good against Shopify, you're saying there's a chance?
There's a chance. There is a chance. But enough about Quadrant here as we got Sentinels tournament life on the line here in Game 3. It's been looking really strong for OpTic, and let's see what kind of start we see from Dead Zone and the squad. Are they going to give them any breathing room? And I guess that's no.
OpTic have looked so good on Oddball throughout this tournament, and what a game to try and close their Saturday out with right here. Sentinels looking for any sign of life, but they're not going to find it off the opening break. Lucid has the ball in hand. Dead Zone with the red gun, and Camo is coming up. OpTic look to be in prime position to get an early lead here.
This is tough. Just those staggered picks. Lethal getting picked just as soon as Boo Boo spawned. So once again, Sentinels not at full force. They keep having a player picked, and so they're going to have to decide, do they decide to make this push without a full team, or do they wait for a full roster to make their next charge?
They've made their way into PD, but they are getting flushed out. Lucid with this Camo getting a minor amount of damage, but a ton of information that's allowing OpTic to get the slays they need. Just 11 points to their name with this oddball, but all of these no-shield players and Tires have got to find a way to have success. Trading with Lucid was a win. 2 go down for OpTic, and Sentinels somehow have broken the setup in a very disfavorable position that they were in.
Well, luckily they broke that setup without having too much punishment. Only 8 points behind at this point in time. One other stat I'm looking at too is Lethal struggling in the kill department, but crushing it in the assist department. 4 assists open up those windows for his teammates to pick up those slays. And we usually credit OpTic for being the great rotators. Boo Boo run that one all the way from back tower over towards Neon. The correct play.
Bubba now with Bulldog shotgun in hand, going to drop the ball and try and get a kill. Formal with some perfect shots, able to take him down. That second camouflage is going to pop here in 10 seconds. So the kills are what matters most right now. The oddball time, slightly irrelevant. That being said, OpTic doing what OpTic have been doing all weekend long, rotating the ball away from the Sentinels respawners towards their own. But as I say that, Lethal has something to stop this push from OpTic, this rotation. The Bulldog shotgun has allowed him to find 2 kills at the perfect time.
Yep, and those pauses or delays between charging up from ATMs were all the difference maker there for Lethal. Even though he didn't take any damage from that first shot in melee, his spot was given up. He knew if he jumped or clambered up there at the ATMs, he was just going to get melted. Instead, he could stay down ATMs, and those players were not going to look away from that location, knowing that Bulldog was that close.
And because Lethal gets those kills, they're able to get the camouflage in the hands of Boobadooboo. Boobadooboo able to throw the ball back towards his team with that camo, keep his shield, and now try to be a nuisance front tram. Able to find the first kill. Dead Zone having to try and commit to him is caught out. Precision and Boobadooboo work together to take down Dead Zone. The slays are going in their favor, and all of a sudden, Sentinels are building a lead.
Buzzy too deep in here. He was too deep in Tram, and so now they cannot rotate that ball over tower. They're bringing the ball over towards Tram. So great play there by Sentinels reacting to the location. I just assumed that they were going to keep them spawning over in Tram and then keep the ball over towards tower/cafe side, but looks like it was great ball rotation for the second time there from the Sentinels roster.
Yeah, great rotations, the heads-up plays to follow up on the damage that Boo and Precision were doing over towards Tram. However, since then, the ball gets cut off as it was attempting to be rotated top streets. Now Lucid going to try and bring that ball towards Tram as Sentinels all comes off respawn.
That's such a smart spike grenade there too. I've never seen or attempted that one where that possibly would hit the person over at the dumpster.
Yep, absolutely. Lucid teaching us all a thing or two with his gameplay as he normally does. One of the most innovative players we have on the scene, I'd say. When you watch him, usually you learn a thing or two, and he has perfect shots to match as 3 go down. Or 2 go down for OpTic. Lucid doing everything he can as he gets another player to no shield with the melee that plays the ball even front trash. That grenade sticking into the ground is not what Boo attempted to do. And because he gets knocked to no shield, this situation becomes so dicey.
Yeah, Boo-Boo's gonna try to get a play ball there. Tosses out towards bottom center, but is it enough? Bomb center toss only works if you have people to watch it. But there's 3 down. Falcade, the only one left.
Formal with a big one-on-one win against Lethal for the double kill will allow OpTic to get right back into this round. They should be able to tie this up before Sentinels have a chance to come off respawn. Formal gets information that Tires and Heaven are the places the Sentinels are located at first.
And this is such a good trap, but it was sniffed out. Falcade somehow finds Formal somehow gets 2 sticks onto Lethal and Falcade and somehow equalizing that situation. I was praising how good that step was from OpTic because they knew that Sentinels wouldn't just beeline it across the map. They wouldn't just go down bomb center or straight across Neons without getting the slays into first on B Street and Rail. And so they set this trap deep off the B Street, over near the Planters, over near Arcade. But somehow Sentinels figured it out. They got the kills, but those 2 sticky grenades from Formal changed everything.
And look, it's changed this entire round. Ever since then, OpTic are in the driver's seat. A 23-point lead at this point and continuing to expand as Trippy continues to put in work with the Stalker rifle.
Yeah, Trippy getting a little more damage there. I like that little rotation over towards the balcony. That way he's not just stuck over on the ledge side. But looks like Formal and Trippy know there are too many players pushing in. They cannot get any more ball time. It's time to turtle up and play some defense.
It's a 2-on-2. Dead Zone and Lucid versus Boo and Falcade. Lucid's all the way towards Tires, far away from this ball. Spotted out by Boo, but able to play his life. What a difficult kill Lucid can be at this time.
And just look how smooth Lucid's movement is. Think about how long. I want people to remember, next time you go to matchmaking, just try to do that jump and see if you're doing that instantly, that quickly over into Tires without taking the extra second, without your ankles just barely clipping the bottom there.
It's the little things that make these players so great. 3 still down for OpTic right now. A melee war right there in the back of Tram is Dead Zone able to trade his life out. Sentinels are going to have the favorable position for this oddball, but OpTic are off spawn, and let's see if they can break the setup because they are only up around 10 points at this moment.
Now have the ball though, like you said. Lucid is overlooking his teammates pushing towards Tram. Didn't want to risk it, so he decided to start to push him from B stairs just in case as insurance. But the job has been done. They at least have Tram control, but they cannot rest easy.
Double kill.
Somehow Lucid stays alive. That death grenade from Precision. Very unfortunate for Sentinels fans right now. That ball neutralizing the back of Ivy is the place to watch right now. Sentinels have spawned in the red room, and they are going to have a close push right here, but time is ticking.
And you got to wonder, they cannot just hold it here. I feel like Sentinels has too many numbers. There's Dead Zone and Trippy. Lucid cannot get this play ball. This ball's going to go in the hand of Sentinels, and Lucid's just trying to buy as much time as possible.
He buys as much time as he can, but still all 4 down for OpTic. 70 points for Sentinels and starting to climb. They will be able to tie this game up before OpTic can really get into the back of Tram. One more round of slays may be what decides this game.
This last push is likely going to be the decider. You see Sentinels trying to scrap up last few seconds. They realize it's going to be decided by who wins this next fight, and it's Falcade versus the world. Lucid going to put the pressure on, grab the ball, put on a few seconds, and I don't see anyone in position yet. Can Falcade get there quick enough? I don't think so. This is going to be round 1 going in favor of OpTic Gaming.
OpTic Gaming showing the ice now that they're in the elimination bracket once again here. In round 1 of game 3, it came down to 1 set of slays, and OpTic decided to push over towards the B side. They found the first kill and snowballed that with their teamwork into a round 1 win, and now Sentinels are on the brink of elimination.
1 round in, and I mean, it looks so good off the start there by Sentinels. They were doing so good getting the ball, breaking the setup, but But in the end, it feels like a bad rotation or leaving the ball towards Tram in situations came back to bite him.
Yeah, just that first death was everything I think OpTic needed. But right now, Lucid continuing to play almost perfect Halo, as he is such a difficult kill every time we see him on the map. Trippy anchoring this B balcony situation is going to get caught off guard by Lethal and have nowhere to run. Lethal almost dominating Formal, but one shot away is what he will be remembered for, because Formal finds the kill.
Gets that kill and Slaves back and forth. Nobody grabbing the ball because they realize kills and camo is what we need to focus on now. Lucid gets the camo and now trying to sniff out where this player's at. Finds position over the benches. Takes too much damage. Lucid going to wait back. Wow. And just somehow gets hit by those grenades. Two frustrating times. This series and the previous series where Lucid has camo. Is like, how am I just getting picked apart here across the map?
You can tell the tendencies and the predictability of where these camo players are supposed to be. These players are so good at knowing that, pre-grenading that, and even being rewarded with that. The camo, non-effective for OpTic Gaming, but what has been effective is their ball rotations. As they've made it all the way to PD with the ball as all of this has been going on, they have now built themselves a 17-point lead here in round 2.
And look at this strong rotation from OpTic. Two members dying to get this ball all the way towards Courtyard. Is it rewarded? But Boo Boo is already at the Tram side. Last time we saw Sentinels with Tram setup, they did it for a little bit. I want to say they got the 15, 20 points, but I felt like that's where OpTic really shined. It felt like when the ball was over on Tram side of the map, OpTic was winning. So despite it potentially being the best position on paper, because you should play the ball where it's at that time. You can't always force a PD setup or a tower setup or whatever. But I do feel that if you seem to have more success in one area and you have the option whether to rotate there or to avoid a certain area, you need to play to your strengths.
Speaking of playing to their strengths, OpTic with camo have been so effective throughout this series, and once again, that ball being put where it was by OpTic made it so difficult, even when Sentinels had 3 down, to get a touch. They weren't even able to get a touch. That ball resets, and with the new camouflage, Dead Zone has given OpTic Gaming an opportunity.
The home team against their former teammate. Quadrant going up against Space Station Gaming. I'm Tools, joined with me is Active, and we'll bring you this action. Whoever wins will be able to secure themselves a top 4 finish in today's competition.
Yeah, the home team is definitely well said, and against the former champions of Arlington, it's SSG who find themselves in the elimination quarterfinals, looking for an answer, looking for a way to get out, a way to make their way back to that grand finals position. But they've got to get through Glory first. It's all 4 down for SSG. Glory with the shock rifle and the spawn unbound.
And so far, Quadrant's looked so impressive on this map, and it's largely been because of this shock rifle. Glory's been just popping off with any sort of long-range rifle today. Remember that triple kill just from a game ago, and what dominant start from Quadrant against a Space Station Gaming that's wounded off a 3-0 loss in the winner's bracket, the Shopify Rebellion.
100%. Wounded is a great way to put it. SSG need to wake up here. We know what they're capable of. Their ceiling is extremely high. Obviously, if they won Arlington, that is the case, but they've got to get through this Quadrant roster, and they've got to build some momentum for themselves, and it starts right now in this game. They do stop that first cap from going in. A lot of work needs to be done, though, in order to solidify the map and make sure that Quadrant can't finish this hill off.
For Space Station, right, this is an awkward situation because you want to still fight for this hill, but if you lose at any point, Quadrant's just going to be able to secure it right away. So these next kills going to be vital for Space Station to hold off this push of Quadrant. You lose this, you lose the hill.
Snipe drone gets a big kill with the nade onto Bat Ledge. Eco finds the kill onto him, though, and Sika trades out that one. So, as you said, it's Legend that has to push in. Sika's down to no shields. Legend gets the kill onto Sika, gets the double as well onto Glories. That should solidify this hill. I don't think there's any way for Quadrant to get in. They're 3 down. Last player alive, not able to push either.
Heroics from the former Quadrant member makes the difference. Now a champion with Space Station Gaming. You're seeing why so many are calling him the best player in the game. When you need him to go big, he goes bigger. Fantastic plays as SSG go up 1-0 against Quadrant.
This is what he does. This is what Legend does. Massive damage being output on the map. And it just frees up his entire team to push forward, to get the cleanup kills. And it's Legend immediately after that damage that gets in the hill and gets this objective time. 3 minutes and 51 seconds remain here. This first hill goes in the hands of Space Station, and they're already working on that second, and it's Legend at the forefront of it all.
It just feels like Legend can't miss. It's a double that's going to turn into a triple. Oh, man. Just a shot away. Snipe drone, just with the hair on his chinny chin, gets away from Legend as he was on an absolute rampage at the back of hill.
And what happens when a player like Legend starts to pop off is the rest of the team will rile behind him. And that's exactly what SSG need if they want to find themselves back in that grand final situation. Snipe drone gets the kill onto Legend, checks him just a bit, slows down his pace. He'll push through to Stellar, but Stellar ends up getting that trade. It's still one hill again, the lead, but SSG halfway through the second one. Quadrant finally find themselves in the hill. They finally start to build on their first.
Glory's been fantastic this game thus far. I love how forward he is on the map. He's pressuring Space Station before they can even try to contest the hill. He's been able to get 2 kills and has severely slowed down this push. And Bound's going to be in trouble as Glory finds him in the back pocket as well. 3 kills in a row from Glory could be the difference between this second hill going to Quadrant or not.
Oh my goodness, SLG with a double completely clears out all of Hydro. And that's going to allow him to step in this hill. He has to do so. Shroud screens his teammate in Snipe Drone, allows Snipe Drone to stay alive with no shields, and because of that, we're tied up at 1.
Fantastic, right? It's that Shroud screen has dual purpose, right? Not only allowing his teammate to get his shields back, but also just blocking off that sight line from the forward base to potentially fry him out of that hill. Instead, it's an easy capture, and they go next. Space Station, they have the spawns, but Quadrant, they know what needs to be done. It's about working on the perimeters, breaking out the spawns, and then working towards hill. The problem is Space Station's one of the best teams at holding a setup like this. Look how methodical they are. Eco all the way across the map, fighting into the long haul, while the other two watch the crosses from the A side. There's just nothing Quadrant can do. This hill is guaranteed for Space Station.
Yeah, Eco not only pushing aggressively, he gets information there, also has that cross, so just so much power in Eco's positioning. And like you said, that hill will be acquired by the side of SSG. They'll lead 2-1 now. And it's up to Quadrant to try and answer back on this next one. It will be on the C-Plat side. Camel coming up very shortly as well.
The one thing that's always so impressive about SSG is how quickly they play to the next play, right? They'll get the 3-4 down, and they instantly spread on the map and get themselves positioned for the follow-up. That's why they're so hard to beat. And when they get into these hills, they don't often let them go. 2 going down for Quadrant, and the camouflage into Eco's hands. Suddenly, things look disastrous for Quadrant.
Somehow, Eco stays alive as well. Great damage out of him. There's another camo that is down on the spawn. It's going to be Sika that picks that one up potentially. Oh, looks like it'll still be there. I don't know if it's a bug observer glitch.
Bug.
Yeah, I was going to say.
And then it came back up. I don't think it's actually up on the
Okay. I was a little bit confused, but regardless, 2-1. Still the lead for SSG. 3 down for the side of SSG, though. It'll be 4 down now. You see Sika immediately going towards this A side to make sure to give himself information on the spawns. The Shroud screen used to potentially get himself towards the tower side, making a difficult push for SSG. And Quadrant very close to capping this second hill and tying this game up.
I really like that play from Sika to go bottom A because he's not committed to A. All he's doing there is preventing the spawn and waiting for damage, right? As soon as he gets some damage put into him, he knows that he can just rotate away safely and let Snipe Drone do the work on the other side. This has been a fantastic sequence from Quadrant to get that hill and, well, be well set up for the next, right? We saw Snipe Drone go up and block out that glass spawn. They have C, Plat, and A. Space Station are fighting through the side of the map that has no angle towards this hill.
3 down for the side of SSG. Once again, it's going to be Quadrant immediately into that hill. Legend was the last player on this Hydro side, so they'll have that Hydro control with SLG pushing the tower. And it looks like they're in a prime position to take this hill as well. We'll see if they're able to close out on it. SSG pushing very aggressively now, but Bound is the first one to fall. And what that means, it's going to be difficult. But look, they get the trade kills. That's 3 down for Quadrant. A chance for SSG to get this hill.
SSG just makes that look so easy. That's the hardest thing to do in the game. They're fighting from open positions towards batteries against players that are well set up in close positions on high ground. And they got all 3 kills at the same time. SSG want to do the impossible. The problem is Quadrant did so much work in the front half of this hill. For them, it's a simple enough break. They're able to secure their 3rd hill, and it's just 1 more to go. Quadrant so close to getting this job done.
Those couple kills that come out when this hill transitions, though, gives SSG a bit of time. It's not a lot to work with, but now Eco understands that the pressure is coming towards the bottom of Gold Stairs, and he's going to try and fight that pressure off. He does just that. A beautiful kill by Eco. Opens things up a bit, and he gets his shields back. I believe he goes and takes out the player inside the hill, but SLG takes over top glass.
I'd like to see SLG just play a pure Slayer role here. Don't worry about what your position is on the map. All you need to do is get damage, call it out to your teammates. Eventually that hill work will come. You just need to focus on ensuring that SSG can't get their numbers together. Try to keep at least 1 person on the respawn screen at a time, and so far they're doing a brilliant job at it. SSG just don't have the numbers to overwhelm this hill.
Now Snipe Drone's got the shock rifle again. SSG falling apart at the seams right now. The pressure is coming. 3 down though. Stellar, the last player alive, tries to take out Snipe Drone, who has that shock rifle in his hands, but this cap will go through, and Quadrant will lead the series 1-0.
Snipe Drone's having the best tournament of his life right at this moment. This guy has been unreal for his team, and expect to see him do big things this year if he's going to play this way. I'm thoroughly impressed. That's all I have to say about it. You look at what he's done today. He's leading the KDs. He's leading the assist charge. He's leading the objective work when we go to these oddball games. There's nothing to fault with him so far.
As we take a look at the replays, you see Glory had his moment in the spotlight here towards the beginning of the game. Like you said, it was Snipe Drone who really stole the show.
Double kill.
The entirety of this game. Quadrant making it look easy right now. And this is not what we expect to see out of SSG. SSG are, I was constantly saying SSG are the team to win multiple events this year. And they won Arlington. There's still a potential chance they can win this event, but Quadrant look hungry, and they've got that crowd behind them.
Double kill.
The way that SLG was maneuvering in close space right there, I'm just jealous of players that have that understanding of how to move to make people miss and to get the easy shots to land. But everything so impressive from Quadrant, especially on that back half. Space Station, the question has to come out. I mean, are we seeing the champs falter? Is it that Quadrant's playing really well, right? Don't get me wrong, but is Space Station not living up to the moment at this point in time? Because this is a big deal, and to look at this, we got some crowd work going on. We got all of these people from Quadrant out here supporting. I think the side station might be more packed than the main stage right now.
There is so many people back there, and it gets tough, right? Yes, if you're SSG, you're used to this pressure. You won Arlington, you've won tournaments many times, but again, it's different, right? European, they're loud and they're passionate. You know what I mean? You got that trumpet going off. That crowd is massive. And this is a side station. You gotta understand, like, we're in a different room.
You can't
like,
see. Yeah, you can't even see behind them. It's a wall of people.
I love that. Absolutely love that. And all that tells me is that we need to have more events on the EU side of things. But SSG need to recollect themselves here. We know what they're capable of. You said it yourself. The question is, are they living up to the moment? They have to get past the loudness of the crowd. They've got to play to their potential, and it starts right now. It starts here in game number 2.
I can tell you one thing, SSG, they need to start flying out their fans. You know, you gotta go to battle when you're coming out to Europe, because, oh boy, the Quadrant jerseys are out in full force. It has to be getting loud in that building. And Space Station, I mean, they have their experiences when they play against teams like OpTic that have big crowds, but they're also a team that's used to having a crowd behind them as well. So yeah, it could be the difference maker. Those players that are all those fans that are just standing around and cheering on their favorite team.
Yeah, we saw again what happened to Kansas City last year, right? It was the Kansas City Pioneers at the time who got second place. That crowd can really make a difference. See if SSG has the ice though, which we know they do have. Heat wave in the hands of SLG. Lots of dude. He just looks like he's ready to win. That's the thing. You can tell by the way players are moving. He has that type of energy that he's just ready to win this game. He's ready to win this series. 3-1 to start.
That certainly seems as if he hit a flow state right there. Hitting that heat wave shot off the wall to try to get bounce damage on the player that's one shot is an absurd trick to try. Unfortunately, it just goes a little bit to the left, but next time I'm just certain he'll hit that big shot. SSG though doing a great job of just keeping distance right now. You don't have to have a big lead, but as long as you don't give it up, right? You can go trade for trade. You just need one kill, and so far every time we see Space Station in the kill feed, it's either them getting a kill that's unanswered or them finding an immediate trade on a kill of Quadrant.
Well, it's the man of the hour on your screen right here. A little bit of an interesting storyline as Bound gets a double and Stellar gets one. Bound actually just got a triple kill. All 4 down for the side of Quadrant. OS coming up. This is a perfect time for SSG to get that control towards the top center, to give themselves space for this OS. But the timing's a bit off, and Quadrant still have a chance to fight for it.
Space Station needs to remain calm. Don't try to force this overshield grab. You have a thruster in the hands of Legend. Get damage down, let him finish the job.
There it is, and that's exactly what he'll do. 2 kills go in the hands of Legend. OS picked up by SLG, but you got 2 down on the side of Quadrant. This is your chance.
You'll take an overshield going into the hands of Quadrant. If you take 2 kills on the way there, they don't get traded out. You're basically going to neutralize the effects that this overshield has on the back end. And SLG, yeah, that's a tough spot. And he comes out on top. Wow, what a great job. You know, you have the extra shield. It makes their life a lot easier, but fighting 2 players at the same spot at once is never an easy task.
SLG does push through the base, though, and that does give SSG the opportunity to get that top control. But look how much damage he's able to do. Lots of pings going out as well. It's 2 down for the side of Quadrant. SSG, only 1 down in Legend. But they do also have that lead momentarily. It's Bound doing his best to stay alive in that bottom center. Such an important spot to be, but very difficult to maintain.
This heat wave is going to be the difference maker for either team. Oh, ooh. Just hit your shot. You got the heat wave. The player's one shot. I cannot understate how important the heat wave is going to be in these battles, right? If you're able to get away with a heat wave and start moving around on the map with it, you are a one-man army, especially with the hallways and the close quarter battles that you'll see. It's vital to ensure that those heat waves stay in your hands.
I mean, Glory, I got to talk about Glory right now. What an incredible sequence by him, right? Yes, they do lose that heat wave, but Glory ends up getting a double to trade out. He's doing so much damage. Ended up getting an assist there as well. 27-27. We're now tied up here. Eco tries to get the kill. Legend ends up cleaning it up. Cyptrone, though, once again, capitalizing on the damage. 2 down for SSG.
Sprinting away. Quadrant, they leave in order to come back, right? Because it's more important to have your lives available. If you get traded out before that overshield, you can kiss this run goodbye. Now Quadrant in a very powerful position. Legend did a great job. Legend just single-handedly ripped that overshield off, but a big kill swing that went to Quadrant on top of getting that overshield. That's enough to give them the lead in this game. Now the question is, can they hold on to it and stave off a hungry Space Station Gaming on the back half of this game?
I talked about how important that bottom center, player bottom center was, and Snipe Drone showcases that right there. He does not get caught out by this SSG roster. You see he's just able to roam freely around the map. That has given Quadrant a 4-kill lead thus far. Sika just got a kill on the feed, so Legend is down, and now Snipe Drone trying to take advantage of that numbers advantage. And he does just that. A beautiful push by Quadrant. They've got SSG staggered.
Snipe Drone doing a fantastic job of getting value after your one shot, right? He waits for his teammates, waits till they're distracted elsewhere, comes back, and while one shot is helping his teammates. So often you see teammates that become weak refuse to challenge when they get weak. That's not the case with Snipe Drone. It doesn't matter if he's weak. What matters is if his teammates need help. Right now, it's trade for trade Halo. You win the game. Snipe Drone is accelerating the game state by playing aggressive while one shot.
One player I'm looking to come alive here is Bound. Such incredible games by him. So often. He also attended that LVT Orlando LAN. He's got that practice, and there we go. We're starting to see him come alive just a bit here. Lots of damage coming out. All of a sudden, we switch to his POV, and he's doing work. It's a 4-kill lead still, though.
You cannot choke this game if you're Quadrant. With Overshield coming up right now, SSG has a real opportunity to make this comeback. You had them on the ropes. You have to finish this game. But the more and more it continues on, the more we see blue in the kill feed, and Bound might just secure it all. The Overshield enough for the double, 5 in a row for him. Just 1 kill separates Space Station from the home team.
What I tell you, Bound is woken up. This is exactly what SSG needs. He needs to stay alive here. A lot of weak players on the side of SSG, though. Quadrant gonna take full advantage of it. 49-46. Quadrant looking to close this out. 3 down for the side of SSG. Sika finds the last one, and Quadrant will win game number 2.
When you have a game like that, you know that SSG put down their controllers and looked at each other and said, what just happened? They tied up the game. They had Heat Wave. They were ready to pounce, and Quadrant killed them all at once. Fantastic work by Quadrant not to get caught up in the moment, to stay resilient and to clutch up a game. And you can see the crowd is all about it. The French flags are up, and everyone representing Quadrant in that crowd today. Some EU love for the folks on that side station.
Did you see what that kid just did with his like finger across his chin? My son keeps doing that, and he's like 12, and I have no idea what he's doing, but he makes that same face, and now I need to know what that is. But
I can't help you, man. That's
it's so funny.
That's not Gen Z, that's Gen Alpha.
Okay, gotcha. All right, yeah, we'll stay away from that.
I'm 1 step removed. You're 2 steps removed.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's over for me,
more like
man.
3. You know what I'm saying? God, getting old. But yeah, this is a little out of my wheelhouse.
All right, well, we see some replays here. It looked like this game was in the hands of SSG towards the very end. They tied up the game. They had that overshield. They had everything going for them. But Glory's the man for me, dude. Staying alive in that bottom center for such a long period of time. And then Snipe Drone with this play, right? Towards the end of the game, Snipe Drone getting the kills, roaming around the map, getting these cleanup kills. And you see Bound come alive. And that was the moment where I said, okay, he's on a killing spree. This is it. This is where SSG can close this out, and they just couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. The question is for me, Eco's got to be pissed off. He's like, okay, we got a reverse sweep again. You know, it's gonna be really tough for these guys if they're not able to do this. I mean, Quadrant, that crowd is loud, but SSG, they need to do something now.
I mean, they've lost 5 games in a row. Space Station, they're spiraling out of control. They need to stabilize themselves in this game, and at least it's oddball, right? This is a battle of attrition. It's going to be a long game. You can find your pacing. You can find your stabilizing ground here. but you cannot let Quadrant come out the gate high. If they keep that momentum from game 2, you can quickly bet that this game will be over.
We've got a long game ahead of us. Streets Oddball, of course. This one will go the distance, and you know, I'm gonna say it's really good for SSG that it's not a Strongholds game, because like we've seen some Strongholds games, Stronghold recharged by this Quadrant roster, and that's the one where I would be like, okay, well, Quadrant can definitely close this out. But like you saw that crowd behind them, I mean, this is where you take a break, right? Like I said, after the game 2, before the game 5, that's when you take a break, take a moment to go back and talk about what's going on. And you see again the crowd right there. I love that. This is a passion for Halo. Look at all this people standing in the back. They're not even sitting. They're all standing in the back.